Mo won 30 million in the lottery. But when he woke up, he discovered the entire city had been transported to a world called the Frozen Soil Plain. He started with a shabby little wooden cabin full of drafts. If he wanted to survive, he had to upgrade his shelter. But who could have expected that at the critical moment, Mo would awaken the daily hint system. Ding. First day of survival in the frozen soil. Turn left after going out. There is a golden chest. Open it to obtain a large batch of supplies. Ding. Turn right after going out. There is a golden chest that can yield an sniper rifle. Ding. Walk straight after going out. There is a golden chest containing a golden item. Maxim heavy machine gun bunker. Ding. Obtained level 3 red blueprint. Obtained golden entry. All spark. And so, while everyone else was still struggling bitterly to survive in the apocalyptic, frozen soil, fighting over a single piece of bread, Mo was already piloting his cyber megacity that covered dozens of square kilometers, breaking through the fog and appearing before the eyes of countless survivors. The story begins. Mo's ancestral grave must have exploded with luck. He bought a double colorball lottery ticket and won 30 million. He didn't tell his girlfriend. He directly bought a Porsche Panamera. Then he bought a top-tier luxury flat in Sea City, sitting on the spacious sofa worth over 100,000. Mo felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Very soon, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up early the next morning, he was just about to tell his girlfriend the good news. But Shen Qinghan sent him a message first. Mo, I'll be honest with you. I've already slept with 99 men. As long as I sleep with one more, you'll be wearing 100 green hats. I know you love me so much. You won't mind, right? What the fuck? The instant Mo saw the message, his head started buzzing. She cheated on me. His originally excited heart instantly sank to rock bottom. But just as he was about to send a message and curse that bitch out, suddenly, he felt his blood and chi churn violently. After a wave of dizziness, his vision went black again. When he opened his eyes once more, hiss, so cold. What entered his sight was a shabby, drafty wooden cabin, creaking everywhere, through the holes in the walls. Bone-chilling cold wind and snow blew inside. In front of him, aside from a tiny wooden cabin that barely kept out the cold and was only about 10 square meters, there was only a stove burning with a weak flame. And above the stove, there was a prompt. Time until extinguished. 29 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. What the fuck? Where did I get sent? Is this still freaking Earth? Where's my lottery money? Where's my mansion? Mo was still in a state of absolute confusion. He stared blankly at the shabby wooden cabin in front of him, shivering from the cold. He wanted to tighten his clothes, only to realize he was wearing nothing but pajamas. Only then did a cold, emotionless mechanical voice ring out. Ding! Welcome to the frozen soil plain. The daily temperature here is -10 degrees, and the nighttime temperature is -20 degrees. If you want to survive, please remember, do not let the stove in front of you go out. Otherwise, you will lose your shelter and can only pray for someone else's protection. During the 7-day protection period, please upgrade your wooden cabin and stove as much as possible. Only the higher your wooden cabin's level, the better you can deal with the various disasters in the future. The newbie protection period lasts 7 days. After 7 days, zombies and disaster creatures will appear on the frozen soil plain. Please be on guard. Warm reminder. 1 million resource chests have been distributed. Please search for resource chests as much as possible and strengthen your shelter. Lastly, I wish everyone smooth survival. There will be a surprise 1 month later. Fuck. After hearing this series of prompts, Mo immediately reacted. He had been dragged into an apocalypse game. Shit. Are you kidding me? My 30 million. My mansion. He had never imagined that, after working like a slave for 20 years, finally reaching 28 years old and winning the lottery, his life would instantly get hit with the equalizer button. God. Are you fucking messing with me? Mo couldn't help but wail. At least let me enjoy it first before dragging me here. Of course, he wasn't the only one thinking this, because very soon, he discovered a string of panel prompts appearing in front of him. There was a regional channel. At this moment, the channel had already exploded. Everyone was talking. What happened? What the fuck? Where did I get sent? Is this still Sea City? Wasn't I showering at home? How did I end up in a wooden cabin? I don't even have clothes on. Fuck, it's so cold. You say that like anyone else has clothes. Boo-hoo. It's so cold. Can someone send me some clothes? And in the upper right corner, beside it, a number was displayed. 3,480,000 to 3,500,000. Chenmo's heart thumped when he saw it. 3.5 million was the current total population of Sea City. And this 3,480,000 meant that almost 20,000 people had died right after arriving. In other words, this entire freaking city got transported here. Looking at the constantly falling number, Chenmo's expression turned ugly. Didn't they say there was a 7-day newbie protection period? How were people dying right at the start? Fortunately, he was someone who knew how to comfort himself. I thought I was the only one dragged here and that I was incredibly unlucky. But now, it looks like everyone came. After all, there were no shortage of people in Sea City with assets worth over 100 million. Looking at it this way, my 30 million doesn't seem like such a huge loss. Chenmo felt slightly comforted inside. However, that still wasn't the end, because right after that, another prompt appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully not dying on arrival. Considering you had just won the lottery and your luck is overflowing, yet you did not get to enjoy life. As compensation, you will receive the Fortune and Misfortune Hint system. You may randomly obtain Fortune and Misfortune Hints. Warm reminder for today. Great fortune. A good start. Turn left after going out and walk 30 meters. Beneath a pile of snow, a golden resource chest is buried. Open it to obtain a large number of resources. Chenmo's heart stirred when he heard the prompt. The system is here. Anyone who often reads tomato novels knows that, as the protagonist, if you don't have a system, you'd be too embarrassed to call yourself a transmigrator. So having one was not surprising. But there was actually a resource chest nearby, although he was only wearing pajamas right now. In weather of -10 degrees, with snow falling on top of that, he probably wouldn't last 10 minutes. But he also understood very clearly, if the stove went out, he would die all the same. It was only a matter of dying sooner or later. So Chenmo did not hesitate at all. Following the hint, he quickly went outside the wooden cabin. Outside was an endless frozen soil plain. The cold wind blew together with goosefeather like snow. Everything was white, silent in a terrifying way. Chenmo even suspected there might be wild beasts around. And most importantly, it was cold. Too cold. The warm air he breathed out almost seemed like it would instantly freeze into ice. He only had a thin layer of pajamas on his body. Fortunately, deep in the snow, outside, there was a glittering golden chest. Open, open, as a flash of golden light appeared. A prompt appeared in front of Chenmo. Obtained Bosadang Extreme Cold Series White Down Jacket +1. Obtained 1 set of thermal underwear. Obtained Coal +100. Obtained Sharp Axe +1. Obtained Level 2 Shelter Blueprint Golden +1. Bosadang Extreme Cold Series White Down Jacket. Can resist low temperature weather of -25 degrees. Thermal underwear after use. Body temperature increases by 5 degrees. Coal essential for the stove. 1 piece of coal can fuel a level 1 stove for 1 hour. Sharp Axe. Attack power +70. Durability 100. Axe trait. Restores 1 durability point every minute. Level 2. Shelter Blueprint Golden Quality. Gather enough materials to upgrade into a Level 2 shelter. Golden Entry. Automatically repairs the shelter. So much. Seeing so many supplies, Chenmo was startled right at the start. This was 100 hours. The resources in this chest were pretty good, and there was even a down jacket. He hurriedly put on the down jacket, unable to wait any longer. As the down jacket covered his body, before long, a wave of warmth came over him. Chenmo's face, which had already turned pale, became much rosier. Bosadang really doesn't have many flaws, besides being expensive. Feeling the warmth from his body, Chenmo couldn't help but sigh. But this alone was not enough. A level 1 wooden cabin could not block wind at all, so he still had to find a way to upgrade it to level 2. He checked the materials required by the blueprint. Level 2, Golden Shelter Blueprint. Required wood ×20. Iron ore ×20. After successful upgrade, the shabby little wooden cabin will upgrade into a sturdy wooden shelter. Area doubled. Defense plus 100. Durability plus 1000. Obtained golden entry repair. Restores 1 durability point every second. As the wooden cabin's level increases, the golden entry's level will also increase accordingly. It actually came with a golden entry, and it was repair, restoring 1 durability point every second. At first, everything else seemed fine. But when Chenmo saw the entry, his entire expression changed. Durability was easy to understand. In other words, if someone attacked your wooden cabin, the cabin would suffer damage. If its durability dropped to 0, that meant your shelter had lost all defensive ability. You would lose your shelter. But restoring 1 durability point every second was completely different, even if someone attacked. According to a normal person's physical ability, 1 punch could take away 5 durability points. Assuming 1 punch took 10 seconds to charge up, the damage they dealt wouldn't even be as fast as the shelter's repairs. He knew that after 7 days, other ice plane creatures would attack. In that case, the shelter's repair ability would definitely be extremely important. So, upgrade. I have to upgrade. Without any hesitation, Chenmo took that axe and hurriedly ran to a large tree beside the wooden cabin. The tree was very tall, roughly 15 meters high. Its branches and leaves were lush and flourishing, full of greenery and vitality, even under the heavy snow. You're the one. Chenmo raised the axe and chopped. Boom! 1 axe strike landed. Large tree, vitality, -80. Another axe strike landed. Large tree, vitality, -80. In only 2 strikes, the large tree immediately let out an ear-piercing creaking sound and began to wobble, on the verge of falling. Seeing the tree about to collapse, Chenmo looked at the axe in his hand in surprise. What the fuck? Is this a mountain-splitting axe? A large tree, 15 meters tall, only had 240 vitality points. 1 axe strike was 80. At this pace, 3 axe strikes per tree. Boom. Sure enough. After Chenmo struck another 80-point blow, the thick tree crashed down with a loud rustle, smashing onto the snow-covered ground. Even the earth trembled. Obtained wood +2. Seeing the 2 extra pieces of wood in his inventory, Chenmo was delighted. At this speed, I only need to chop down 10 more trees. That means 30 axe strikes will be enough. I didn't expect gathering materials to be this easy. Chenmo sighed with emotion, but what he didn't know was it was because his axe was too damn powerful. When ordinary people landed here, forget an axe, even materials might not be something they could obtain. But he had obtained a golden resource chest right at the start. He was definitely 1 step faster than others. Then he looked at the regional channel again. The people of all Sea City were still crying bitterly. Fuck, my stove is about to go out. What should I do? Haha, don't panic. I just opened a resource chest outside and got coal +2. I can extend my life by 2 hours. Damn, seriously. As soon as these words appeared, everyone immediately became envious. Of course, some people were relatively lucky. They obtained supplies like instant noodles, ham, sausages, mineral water, and so on. But even more people were complaining. I've been searching outside for 10 minutes already, other than a vast expanse of white. Terry's nothing. Boo-hoo. My stove can't hold on anymore. Is there any big brother who can help me out? 1 meter, 68, weigh 55 kilograms. I'll give you. But very quickly, other survivors snapped back at her. Damn it. What time do you think this is? You're still thinking about that. Find something to eat and recover your strength first. Seeing the current situation of these people, Chenmo also understood just how great his current advantage was. They can't even find a piece of coal, while I already have 100. This gap. Thinking of this, he chopped trees even harder. Thus, he consecutively chopped down another 6 trees nearby. Rumble. However, as the 6th tree collapsed with a crash, wood +2, remaining wood 12. Chenmo suddenly felt a burst of weakness and dizziness. He hurriedly supported himself against a large tree and shook his head. What's going on? Why do I feel a little dizzy? Low blood sugar. At this moment, the cold prompt sounded. Your hunger value has already dropped to 40. Hurry and find something to eat. Chenmo checked his personal information. Name, Chen Mo. Gender, male. Shelter, level 1. Spirit, 10. Standard value of a normal, ordinary person. Physical defense, 10. Comprehensive value of a normal person. Magic resistance, 10. Comprehensive value of a normal person. Strength, 10. Comprehensive value of a normal person. Movement, speed, 5. Comprehensive value of a normal person. Hunger, value, 30 out of 100. Warm, reminder. You need to replenish food to restore hunger and stamina value. Items, sharp, axe, golden level 2, shelter, blueprint, wood, times 12, bossadang down jacket, times 1, thermal underwear, times 1, charcoal, times 20. Only then did he realize it was because he had been chopping trees. His hunger value had dropped too much. That was why he was dizzy, seeing stars, and lacking strength. Damn, this time, Chen Mo couldn't help but complain. You still have to eat when working. Who designed this? But here came the problem. He looked around. Everything was a vast expanse of white. He couldn't tell whether this was a plain covered in snow or a forest. Where am I supposed to get food? Got it. Chen Mo thought of the trading post in the regional channel. He hurriedly opened it. Sure enough, he discovered that the listings were packed with purchase requests, and without exception, they were all for coal. One had to know that on the frozen soil plain, you could eat less food, but once the furnace went out, it could not be reignited. That also meant you would lose the qualification to upgrade your shelter and end up wandering outside. If you wanted to survive, you could only attach yourself to someone else. Therefore, everyone was trying to buy coal. Buying coal. I'm willing to pay 1 million. But very quickly, a pile of people appeared in the comments below. Can you spend money from the underworld in the world of the living? I have a Ferrari 488. I only want to exchange it for 10 units of coal resources. Some people were lucky and had been teleported while driving, so the items around them had also been brought over. But they were cursed at again. Shit. What use is a Ferrari here? Does it have gas? Coal is equivalent to gold right now. Exactly. Trade with food. Clearly, in this place, food and coal were the real hard currency. Fortunately, Chen Mo currently had plenty of coal resources in his hands. A full 100 pieces. So, in order to continue chopping trees, after pondering briefly, he chose sell coal times 2. And as the coal was listed, in an instant, the entire trading post exploded. What the fuck? Someone actually listed this life-saving thing. Brother, do you not know how important coal is? I've played Whiteout Survival before. In that game, coal is gold. If you don't upgrade your own shelter, you're finished. Some people even kindly advised him, wanting to remind Chen Mo of the importance of coal. These days, 1 hour's worth of coal was equivalent to 1 extra hour of survival. But very quickly, someone else snapped back. Shit. Are you a dog catching mice and meddling in other people's business? If he wants to list it, what does it have to do with you? Exactly. Brother, I want it. What do you want? I'll give you anything I have. Do you need clothes? I have some here. Chinemo, clothes? No thanks. I already have clothes. I want food. Food. Sure enough, the moment he said that, people immediately started messaging Chinemo in private. Chindayo, bro, I've got 2 sausages here. Do you think we can make a trade? Chinemo, 2? No, that is too little. I want a whole pack. Chindayo, damn, are you crazy? Where am I supposed to get a whole pack? I found 1 resource chest and only got 8 in total. Forget it, forget it. Chinemo, hey bro, you haven't even tried bargaining yet. How do you know I 1 take less? Chindayo, for real. Then 6. Chinemo, deal. Chindayo. Holy crap, he'd been careless. But his stove was about to go out, so he quickly made the trade with Chinemo. As the trade went through, Chinemo discovered that 6 sausages had appeared in his inventory. Sausage. Using 1 restores 10 hunger points. Good lord. Chinemo took 1 look. Only 10 points. Even all 6 together weren't enough to fill the bar. So after thinking it over, he put another piece of coal up for sale. After all, he had 100 of these things. Now that he had reached level 2, he could find more tomorrow anyway. And the moment the second piece of coal was listed, the marketplace exploded again. Holy crap, bro, you're selling more? You have this much coal. Everyone was shocked by his silent big arm. Some people had spent half an hour just to find 1 piece. But this guy had already sold 4 pieces right off the bat. Did you find a coal mine or what? Chinemo, same rules as before. I still want food. So very quickly, Chinemo received a pile of private messages. Bro, I'll trade 1 pack of instant noodles. I got a bottle of ice-cold mineral water. 1 pack. Chinemo curled his lip. Too little. Then he saw one message. Bro, I'll trade 6 sausages. Chinemo looked at the name. Chindayo. Chinemo, wait, bro, didn't you say you were out? Chindayo gave an awkward laugh. You can never be too careful around people. So can we trade or not? Chinemo could tell this guy probably had quite a lot of supplies. He was just short on coal. So after a brief moment of thought, he raised the price again. Chinemo, add 2 cups of instant noodles. This time, Chindayo agreed without hesitation. No problem. Very soon, the trade was completed again. This time, he had 12 sausages, plus 2 cups of instant noodles. Chinemo directly filled his stamina bar to the maximum. Your hunger has recovered to 100. Looking at his full stamina, Chinemo moved his arms a little. He felt full of energy, bursting with strength, like he could beat a little calf to death with his bare hands. Chinemo sighed in amazement. Then he grabbed his axe and aimed it at another big tree. 80, 80, 80. Before long, after replenishing his stamina twice in a row, with the final loud crash of the last big tree falling, he saw that the amount of wood in his inventory had reached 20. Wood had 2 uses. 1, it could be used as fuel for the stove. 2, it could be used to build a house. But using wood to fuel the stove? What a joke. Chop it with your bare hands. Not happening. Now, he had wood. So next came, or Chinemo had already looked into, or there were 3 ways to get it. One was opening resource chests. If you were lucky, you might get a few pieces. The second was mining stone yourself. But that took too much effort. It was even harder to gather than wood. With his current hunger, there was no way he had enough to do it. That left one last option. The marketplace. Trading. As long as he had charcoal, what couldn't he buy? Thinking of this, he listed 1 more piece of coal and added a note. 1 piece of coal for 1 piece of ore. Anyone interested, come trade. And as Chinemo listed coal once again, the marketplace completely erupted this time. Holy crap, bro, you're still selling? Where the hell are you getting so much coal from? Some people had even started private messaging him, trying to add Chinemo as a friend. One girl said, brother, I'm a female streamer. Can you lend me some coal? Sobi. I'll do anything you want. One guy said, boss, need a lackey? Give me 1 piece of coal and I'll work for you. A streamer? A lackey? Chinemo curled his lip when he saw that. Forget it. I don't want any of that. I just want her. He repeated himself in the marketplace. But people didn't understand. Why did this guy want to trade coal for ore? Unless someone suddenly realized it and was stunned. Damn, bro. Don't tell me you got a blueprint and want to upgrade your level 2 shelter. The moment those words came out, everyone froze. Damn, that fast. You've only been here for 1 hour and you already want to upgrade to a level 2 shelter? What kind of heaven-defying luck is that? But then another issue came up. Someone else who had also obtained a blueprint said, I got a green level 2 blueprint too. It says I need 10 pieces of wood, but I realized you can't log by hand. Bro, how did you do it? But Chinemo ignored them all. He only wanted ore. Thankfully, hardware paid off. A girl named Li Muyao sent him a private message and timidly asked, I have 20 pieces of ore here. Can I trade them for 40 pieces of coal? When Chinemo saw that, he raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, now you're bargaining with me. He immediately sent back a message. What are you thinking? Plenty of people have already messaged me just now. At this point, 20 pieces of ore can only be traded for 10 pieces of coal. Li Muyao. Holy crap, this big shot was that ruthless. Her original intention had been to drive the price up a little, so she could trade 20 pieces of ore for 20 pieces of coal. But who would have thought? He would directly hit her with a 2-for-1 rate. Li Muyao, oh, brother, do you have to be this ruthless? But Chinemo wasn't stupid either. Ore, as long as you had tools, you could dig that stuff up. But coal was different. That was a must-have survival resource. So, think it through. Or it was just stone, but coal could save your life. 10 pieces of coal meant 10 hours. That wasn't short at all, okay? Sure enough, after hesitating for a bit, she still agreed to Chinmo's trade. Okay, deal. And so very soon, Chinmo got his hands on 20 pieces of ore. And now, with wood, and with the blueprint, then congratulations. You have successfully gathered all the materials needed to upgrade your shelter. Would you like to upgrade? At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Upgrade. Without the slightest hesitation, Chinmo chose to upgrade immediately, and along with a flash of dazzling golden light, the shabby little wooden hut actually transformed in an instant into a sturdy wooden house with iron ore fused into the walls. Most importantly, it also looked a lot bigger than before. Chinmo's heart stirred. He opened the wooden house panel. Shelter, LV2, sturdy wooden house. Stove level, 2. Can accommodate 4 people. Consumes 1 charcoal per hour. Current building area, 20 square meters. Wall material, forged from sturdy wood fused with iron ore. Can resist cold winds, ordinary wild beasts, and zombie attacks. House integrity, 100. House durability, 1,100. House defense, 100. Defense measures, none for now. House trait, repair, gold restores 1 durability point per second. Sure enough, the building area had doubled, and there was even a new trait function. Chinmo's heart stirred again. He hurried inside impatiently. Then he discovered that the shabby, drafty, rusty, mold-covered little hut had turned into a clean, completely refreshed shelter of about 20 square meters. Even the luxurious big sofa he had brought with him now looked like it actually matched the place. And on top of that, the stove was blazing with a roaring fire. The temperature inside the cabin had actually reached as high as 15 degrees, and near the stove, it had climbed to an astonishing 30 degrees. Yes, absolutely yes. Feeling the scorching heat wave rush at his face, forming an extreme contrast with the icy world outside. Chinemo couldn't help but reveal an expression of pure enjoyment. A shelter like this actually seemed pretty good. However, he quickly calmed down, because he knew this alone wasn't enough. 7 days later, the newbie protection period would end. By then, even more dangers might appear. A level 2 shelter still wasn't enough. It had to keep upgrading, and not just the shelter. He realized that although the coal was still enough to last for 80 hours, which was nearly 4 days, he now only had 2 cups of instant noodles and 1 bottle of mineral water left. He still had to find a way to get more charcoal first, then trade it for resources on the marketplace. And at this moment, it was getting dark. The frozen soil plains had also warned that he absolutely must not go out at night and should try not to make any noise. Unknown creatures would appear. So Chun-Mo decided to hide in the cabin for the night first. When night came, sure enough, he heard the fierce howling of the north wind outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. This made Chun-Mo, hiding inside the cabin with the fire going, sigh with emotion. Good thing I upgraded this shelter to level 2. Otherwise, with that little wooden shack after one night, a person would probably freeze stiff. And at this moment, amid the howling north wind, Chun-Mo also heard a sharp sound, like metal scraping against a wooden door. It instantly made his heart jump into his throat, and his eyes immediately locked onto the door. There was something outside. He carefully picked up the sharp axe. His expression was tense. Wasn't there supposed to be a 7-day protection period? What kind of protection period was this? It wasn't safe at all, but fortunately, the strange sound and the low, muffled growling only lingered for a moment. After knocking 2 points off the cabin's durability, it went silent. When Chun-Mo heard that the sound was gone, he also let out a sigh of relief. But because he'd been busy all day, he was too exhausted. So he curled up on the sofa near the stove and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, a dazzling brightness mixed with the snowy white glare streamed in through the window. He jumped up from the sofa immediately, then put on his clothes. He first opened the regional channel. Then he saw the current number of survivors, 22,083,500,000. Good lord. Chun-Mo was shocked when he saw it. He hadn't expected that after just one night, so many survivors would be gone. It looked like quite a lot of people had died from lacking charcoal and shelters. After going outside, he discovered that strange footprints had also appeared at the door from last night. Those footprints looked about the same as a human S. And the wooden door, because it had its own repair function, had already fully repaired itself without leaving any trace. But he could still vaguely make out faint fine marks, as if they had been scratched by some sharp claws. What exactly was that thing last night? He opened the regional channel, wanted to see what was going on. And sure enough, a lot of people were talking about it. Did any of you notice anything strange last night? No, I did. It felt like something was scratching at my door. Damn, I don't even dare go outside. Same here. What the hell was that thing? Could it have been some kind of beast? Ah, a beast. Sob, sob, sob. I'm most afraid of wild beasts. I'm just a girl. How am I supposed to handle that? Very quickly, someone sent a message tagging the person above. I think we're not that far apart. Only about 5 kilometers. Why don't you come over to my place? I'll protect you. You? Protect me? You just want to sleep with me. Ha ha ha. Chun-Mo didn't pay much attention to this idle chatter, but he knew these monsters were definitely creatures from the frozen soil plains. Right now, they weren't attacking. Maybe it was because of the 7-day protection period. But after 7 days, they might start attacking the cabin. No, I have to find a way to make some weapons and traps. Ding, another beautiful day. Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving your first day on the frozen soil plains. Today's tip, the weather is good, suitable for going out. Turn right, and 3 kilometers along the snow, there's a crooked neck tree. Under the crooked neck tree, there's a golden treasure chest. At that moment, the sudden prompt made Chun-Mo's heart stir. Another treasure chest, and it was golden. Way to go, system. That's right. The system sent another prompt. As long as the host survives safely through each day, the system will provide you with 1 golden tip every day. Good lord, 1 golden treasure chest every day. After surviving 1 night here, Chun-Mo had also read through the rules completely. He now knew the treasure chest rankings here. They were divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold. An ordinary white resource chest, basically a wooden box, could at most give a little resource or material, such as 1 sausage, 1 pack of instant noodles, or 1 piece of ore. But above that, it was different. The amount would increase by multiples, and the quality would also get better and better. As for gold, It could basically be said to be almost the highest tier. But now, you're telling me there's one golden treasure chest every day. Wouldn't that make me invincible? Thinking of this, Chun Mo didn't hesitate. He immediately followed the coordinate tip given by the system, grabbed the sharp axe, and hurried over. Very soon, sure enough, under that conspicuous crooked neck tree, he found a treasure chest faintly glowing with golden light. Without any hesitation, Chun Mo immediately ran over. He dug the chest out from under the snow and opened it. Buzz, accompanied by a dazzling flash of golden light. The next second he saw the prompt. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a golden treasure chest. You have received charcoal times 100, ordinary or times 10, compressed biscuits times 20, known fu spring mineral water times 6, AWM sniper rifle times 1, and Magnum 762 sniper rifle exclusive ammunition times 15. Seeing the pile of items that had exploded out of the chest, Chun Mo was stunned. Holy shit, an AWM sniper rifle. That's right, an AWM sniper rifle. Forget the rest for now. Charcoal times 100 compressed biscuits, mineral water, and all that. But just this gun alone. You had to know this was still the primitive era of the frozen soil plains. Most people didn't even have a stone axe yet. But now, you're giving me an AWM? He took a look. Item name, AWM sniper rifle, orange, muzzle velocity, 936 meters per second. Effective range, 1,500 to 1,700 meters. Kinetic energy at 1,000 meters, about 1,770 joules, capable of penetrating bulletproof vests and helmets. Damage 1,000. On the frozen soil plains, this is a standard one-shot killing weapon. Dealing with monsters is effortless. Seeing these stats, even Chun Mo couldn't help being secretly shocked. After all, on this dangerous frozen soil plains, no one knew what kind of monster they might run into the next second. Originally, with a sharp axe, he could barely defend himself. But with this gun, it was different. His safety level would rise tremendously. It was just a pity that there were a bit too few bullets. Chun Mo took a look. There were only 15 rounds. But for the moment, it was enough to save his life. What didn't he notice, however, was that because he had opened a golden treasure chest, bright golden text had already appeared in the regional channel. Survivor Chun Mo, with explosive luck, has opened a golden treasure chest and obtained an orange weapon, AWM sniper, rifle times 1. The golden text was huge, and it was even sent 3 times in a row. It directly blew up the entire regional channel. Holy shit, a golden treasure chest? Someone actually opened a golden treasure chest. Damn, that kind of luck is insane. And it was even a sniper rifle. Are you kidding me? In a frozen wasteland like this, where nobody knew what kind of danger could be lurking anywhere, he actually pulled a sniper rifle. Wasn't that stable as hell? Damn it, I'm so jealous. Who the hell is this Chun Mo? How is his luck this good? I worked all night and only got a stone axe. And you got an AWM right away? Quick, search him up. Add him as a friend, cling to his thigh. Some people had already started thinking about latching onto him. After all, following a survivor with an AWM sniper rifle was way better than carrying a stone axe yourself. So very soon, a huge number of people started sending Chun Mo friend requests. Even Chun Mo was stunned when he saw it. He hadn't expected this many people to add him. And quite a few of them were women. What the? Zhen Shuang, big brother. I'm a female streamer. Take me with you. I can warm your bed. Li Paofu, big brother. Do you need people? My stove is about to go out. Can I come rely on you? There were even men. Big brother, do you need a little brother? I want to follow you. Big brother, how did you open a golden treasure chest? I want to open one too. But Chun Mo wasn't interested in any of that. He just smacked his forehead. Damn it, I forgot to turn on privacy. This panel was pretty user-friendly. If you didn't want to draw too much attention, you could go into the regional channel settings and hide notifications about opening resources or upgrading your shelter. After all, it wasn't the thief you feared. It was the thief thinking about you. Being this flashy right at the start was definitely not a good thing if someone set their sights on you. So he immediately chose to enable privacy. Ding, privacy enabled. Opening treasure chests and upgrading buildings will no longer be announced in the regional channel. As the dialog box popped up, Chun Mo finally felt satisfied. Then he picked up his supplies and headed back to the wooden cabin. 3 kilometers was not a short distance. With the snow on top of that, Chun Mo spent a full 2 hours walking. He discovered that walking also consumed hunger points. By the time he got home and shut the door behind him, the stove was burning brightly. Chun Mo stretched out his hands to warm himself and instantly felt warmth spread through his whole body. It really was better inside the wooden cabin, unless absolutely necessary. He truly did not want to go outside. Still, just having one sniper rifle wasn't enough. I need to prepare more weapons. After all, bullets were limited. He only had 15 rounds total. Once they were gone, wouldn't this thing just become a piece of scrap metal? So right now, either he had to find a way to get more bullets, or he had to make other weapons, and crafting some simple bows and arrows and the like was necessary. Making a simple bow and arrows was the easiest option. He only needed materials, wood, hemp rope, or plus the blueprint. That was enough to craft it easily. And Shinamo also discovered that when everyone had been assigned their wooden cabins, they had already been given the most basic blueprints, simple bows and arrows, stone axes, slingshots, and the like. Because he was still missing hemp rope, he went to the trading post. He traded coal for one piece of hemp rope. Just like that. A simple bow and arrows set was quickly made. Item name, simple bow and arrows. Quality white. Attack power, 30 points. Can pierce an ordinary person's defense. Heavily injure enemies, or some low-level creatures. Effective range, 30 meters. As for arrows, they were made using, or one piece of, or could make one arrow. Chunemo made 10 of them. Done. Looking at the ugly bow in his hand, Chunemo played with it a bit. Whoosh, the accuracy wasn't too great. But when he shot at a tree outside the shelter, it still embedded itself into the trunk. Tree HP 30 although the damage was a little low. At least at a critical moment, it could still be useful. After finishing the crafting, he slung the AWM on his back, took the bow and arrows, and went out once more to search for usable supplies. Unfortunately, after searching for 3 hours, he only found 2 white resource chests and 1 green resource chest. Ding! Congratulations! You obtained 1 sausage. Ding! Congratulations! You obtained 1 charcoal. Ding! Congratulations! You obtained 3 charcoal. Holy shit! When he saw that drop rate, even Chun-Mo couldn't help but laugh. Damn! He searched for 3 hours and only found 3 chests, and together they only gave him 4 pieces of charcoal. No wonder the survival rate was so low. Who the hell could endure this? Working yourself to death outside still wouldn't get you enough charcoal for even 1 day, right? But just as he was about to keep searching, suddenly, ding! Regional announcement. In my region, surviving player Wang Jiayan has successfully built an LV-3 shelter. It can currently accommodate 8 people. Players who have already lost their shelters. Please come seek refuge as soon as possible. As the message popped up, the entire channel exploded. Holy shit, someone built an LV-3 shelter? For real? That fast? It's only been 1 day. LV-3. You had to know that a lot of survivors still hadn't even built an LV-2 shelter. And even more had already had their fires go out. But this guy did LV-3 in just 1 day. Are you cheating or what? Even Chun-Mo frowned slightly when he saw the notice. It was only the 2nd day, and someone had already built an LV-3 shelter. That speed wasn't too slow at all. At this moment, the survivor who had built the LV-3 shelter also spoke. Wang Jiayan, the first LV-3 shelter on the frozen wasteland, is recruiting. Right now, I'm taking in homeless survivors or strong ones. LV-3 has 2 arrow towers and needs guarding. Requirement. You must bring 10 pieces of charcoal. If you're good looking, 2 people can come in for free. Spots are limited. There are only 4 left. So hurry if you want in. He even posted his coordinates. And sure enough, the moment he did, a large number of survivors wanted to seek shelter. Hey, me. I have charcoal in my hand. My fire has gone out. Can you take me with you? Zhen Shuang. Big brother, I'm a female streamer. I have looks I can give. It's too cold outside. Can you let me join? There was a rule for shelters. Once you joined a shelter, you had to obey the shelter owner. Otherwise, the owner had the right to throw you out. And people seeking shelter also had to find a way to protect the shelter owner, because once the owner died, the fire would also go out. If that happened, they would become homeless all over again. Either die or seek refuge with someone else. And clearly, this Wang Jiayan was capable. He had actually already gathered 3 people. No wonder his construction speed was so fast. The speed of 4 people was definitely faster than 1. But Chun-Mo wasn't in a hurry, because he had daily prompts, and every day there was a golden resource chest. There was no need at all for him to cooperate with others. At most, he could find a few laborers to do the hard work for him. Still, someone had already made a level 3 shelter. Looks like I need to hurry up and get a building blueprint too. Chun-Mo thought to himself. Otherwise, who knew whether he'd be able to block the first wave of monster attacks after the protection period ended? Nothing happened through the night. This time, there was no monster attack. When the next morning came, it was the 3rd day on the frozen wasteland. The moment he woke up, Chun-Mo first opened the regional channel and checked the number of survivors. Then he discovered current population 15,233,500,000,000. Only 1.5 million people were left. That sight made him frown slightly. This death rate was definitely not slow. At this pace, who knew if there would even be 1 million left after 7 days? And where had all the people who died gone? Could they all have frozen to death? No. The more Chun-Mo thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Even though there had been no monster attack on the wooden cabin yesterday, he still decided to look for more resource chests, preferably an LV-3 blueprint. Then upgrade. At that moment, the system notification rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving until the third day. Today's tip, there will be heavy snow. But if you go out and turn left, 15 kilometers away, there's a small dirt slope. There will be a mysterious surprise there. Oh, another chest? Hearing the tip, Chunimo's eyes lit up. Talk about getting exactly what he was thinking of. Yesterday, he got an AWM. Who knew what good stuff he did get today? Filled with anticipation, he put on his clothes and added charcoal to the stove. Then he grabbed the AWM sniper rifle and a sharp axe. He quickly set out for the destination, and sure enough, he found a golden chest buried in the snow. He immediately walked over and opened it, buzz along with a flash of golden light. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have opened a golden resource chest and obtained the following rewards. 20 sausages, 20 instant noodles, 1 kilogram of mutton, 200 charcoal, 100 silver or 20 wood, 1 machine gun bunker, 600 bullets. Item name, Machine Gun Fortress. Golden. Current weapon, 1 Maxim M1910 water-cooled heavy machine gun, upgradable, 600 bullets. Rate of fire, 100 to 600 rounds per minute. Effective range, 800 to 1,000 meters. Damage, 800. Holy shit. A Maxim machine gun. And an auto-locking Maxim at that. When Chunimo saw the prompt, his heart shook violently. No, seriously. Even a Maxim showed up. Was this for real? This was a Maxim machine gun. Sure. It looked a little old-fashioned. It was the kind of thing from the First and Second World Wars, and it even had a 2-wheel mount card underneath. It could be used to fix the machine gun in place. And it could also be moved. But on this frozen wasteland right now, it was basically a weapon of mass slaughter. Don't forget, the other survivors were still using stone axes and crude bows and arrows. And now you pull out a Maxim at a time like this. Wouldn't that make you invincible? What wild beast or creature could even get close? And most importantly, this Maxim heavy machine gun was actually automatic, because it came with a special trait. Auto headshot lock. Gold the machine gun bunker will continue to evolve along with upgrades to the shelter and more. Under commands. It can also automatically lock onto heads and fire control bursts. With this, he didn't even need manpower anymore. No wonder it was a golden weapon. There really was a reason for it. Other people were still messing around with cold weapons. And I've already got an AI Smart World War Era Maxim. Chunimo felt a little emotional. The only pity was, there were too few bullets. Only 600 rounds. With the Maxim's firing speed. If he sprayed at full power, it would run dry in at most 2 minutes. Still, if he used it sparingly, it would be enough. Chunimo carried all of those weapons and resources back to his little wooden cabin. As soon as he returned to the cabin, he placed the machine gun bunker on the right side of the cabin's front door. Buzz as Chunimo chose to place it down. The next second, a machine gun bunker appeared on the right side of the wooden cabin, about half a meter high and 1.5 meters deep. Inside, the Maxim heavy machine gun revealed a dark black muzzle from a hidden space, giving off an aura of death. Now this was solid. With the Maxim guarding this place, Chunimo felt a sense of security he had never felt before. This time, forget those damn monsters. Even if other survivors wanted to attack his shelter, they'd be turned into sieves in an instant. But this still wasn't enough. As Chunimo, a man with severe firepower insufficiency and defense insufficiency anxiety, he wanted more. It would be best to get 8 or 10 of these and upgrade the shelter a bit more. He had to strengthen the defenses. Ding dong. Just as Chunimo was considering his next step, his regional channel suddenly received a message. He opened it and found that it was from Li Muyao, the one he had traded with before. Li Muyao, big brother, my stove is about to go out. Do you still have charcoal? Can you support me a little? Support? Chunimo curled the corner of his mouth upward when he saw that. Of course, no problem. But what are you trading for it? Seeing there was hope, Li Muyao hurriedly sent another message. I can trade or for it. 20 pieces for 10 charcoal. Okay. Chenmo, no. I don't need or anymore. What? The moment she saw that, Li Muyao froze on the spot. Big brother, you don't want her anymore? Chen Montak, obviously. I'm already level 2. So what do I still need her for? Regular or was something needed for level 2? Keeping that stuff with him now was just taking up backpack space. Li Muyao, then, can you give me some for free? Seeing that he no longer needed, or left with no choice, she could only ask, hoping to get it for nothing. For nothing? But when Chunimo saw that, he laughed. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm some savior? You could trade something else. Li Muyao, but I don't have anything else left. Yes, you do. Chunimo had wanted to say, don't you still have food? But unexpectedly, Li Muyao suddenly said, I still have a level 3 building blueprint. Can I trade that? What? The moment those words came out, Chunimo, who had still been smiling, instantly stopped smiling. He was stunned. You still have a level 3 building blueprint. No, wait. This little girl has a level 3 building blueprint too. Yes. Li Muyao gritted her teeth and put the blueprint up first. Chunimo took a careful look. And sure enough, level 3 trading blueprint read, can upgrade a level 2 shelter to level 3. Area can be expanded to 40 square meters. Defense increased to 2,000. Bonus, can build 2 arrow towers. Red trait attribute. Unique grants a fire seed source attribute. Every time the shelter is upgraded by 1 level, it can produce 1 fire seed. It really was a level 3 building blueprint. Except, what was this red unique thing? Looking at the data prompt, Chunemo rubbed his chin and froze for a moment. How had he never heard of red before? Could it be something newly introduced? And, what was a fire seed? Could it be used to create an extra shelter? Li Miao shook her head. I don't know about that. She was a complete game newbie. She didn't understand any of this at all, and she had no way to upgrade it either. Because the condition for using a level 3 blueprint was having enough materials after upgrading to level 2. But she didn't even have a level 2 blueprint. What use was a level 3 one? Although she knew this might be something valuable. She couldn't withstand the fact that she only had 2.5 hours of survival time left. Once the stove went out, this blueprint would become waste paper too. So she asked Chunemo, Big brother, how much charcoal can this trade for? Chunemo actually didn't understand this thing either, but if it could be used to build more shelters, then it really was pretty damn strong. It was comparable to a golden trait. Of course, it might even be a higher level trait. Still, looking at the 270 charcoal lying quietly in his inventory, Chunemo put on a troubled expression. I don't have much left either. How about I give you 10? 10? But the moment Li Miao heard that, she refused. No way, 10 is too little. Even a level 2 white blueprint can trade for 20 in exchange. Don't think you can trick me. Oh ho, not stupid after all. Chunemo's impression of her improved a little. After a brief pause, he said, then I'll give you 30. No more than that. Okay. Sure enough, the moment she heard that, Li Miao immediately agreed. But very quickly, she added, I have one more condition. What condition? If my stove goes out, I want to join you. You have to take me in. She had even prepared an escape route for herself. After 2 trades, she felt that although Chunemo was a bit black-hearted, he wasn't really a bad person. Unlike that simp who kept demanding her. He would give her a single benefit and only knew how to trick her into going to his shelter. Wasn't he that obviously just wanted to sleep with me? So, if you agree, I'll trade the blueprint to you. As she spoke, she even shared her coordinates. And when he looked at them, Chunemo realized they were only 10 kilometers away. Not too far. Seeing that this unusual blueprint was about to fall into his hands, and afraid the duck might fly away, Chunemo said, all right, how about this? Trade with me, and I'll give you charcoal. You can also come over anytime. I can even give you a simple bow and arrows, so you'll at least be safer on the way. Okay. Hearing that, Li Miao was overjoyed. Big brother really is a good person. Even charcoal that sold for 30 on the trading post, he was just giving it to her like that. I really didn't misjudge him. So she immediately traded with Chunemo. Bing, congratulations. Trade successful. You have obtained an LV3 building blueprint, red unique. As the trade went through, a building blueprint emitting a faint red glow appeared in Chunmo's hand. This is an LV3 blueprint. Holding the blueprint that gave off a faint red light, Chunmo examined it carefully. LV3 building blueprint, red, unique item. After use, it will bind to the survivor and cannot be transferred. Required building materials, 200 metal or 100 wood, 100 silver or... Good lord, that's a lot. Seeing the amount of materials needed, Chunmo frowned slightly. Because from the information Wang Zheyin had posted before, an LV3 blueprint only needed 30 pieces of metal ore. So why had it turned into 200 on his end? Fortunately, the system's voice sounded at this moment, replying to host. This is related to quality. The higher the blueprint's grade, the more materials it requires. But likewise, it will also have more functions. So that is how it is. Chunmo instantly understood when he heard that. No wonder when he was level 2, he already needed more materials than others. And now he was level 3, and it was even a red blueprint. Then of course it would need even more. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Just do it. After all, even little wooden cabins of the same level were different in quality. Of course he had to go for the best one. Since Chunmo only had 100 silver ore in his backpack, and not a single piece of metal ore, he could only make a simple mining shovel, then head to some nearby metal veins and start digging. 80. And so, Chunmo's loud and forceful voice rang out from the hill nearby. But the sound didn't last long, because he couldn't keep it up anymore. Huff. Looks like this really isn't something an ordinary person can handle. After digging a full 20 times, he had only gotten 1 piece of metal ore. Chunmo wiped away some sweat. Then he looked at the required amount. 200. That meant he had to dig 2,000 times. Wouldn't that freaking kill him? But there was no helping it. For the level 3 shelter, Chunmo still pushed on. At this moment, he finally understood the advantage of having more people. If he had 3 more people here, damn it, they could finished it in half a day. But for now, looking at the amount, 70 metalore. Within 3 days, he would definitely have enough. Seeing that it was about to get dark, Chunmo didn't dare stay any longer. because the frozen earth plain at night wasn't safe. So he quickly went down the mountain, then returned to the little wooden cabin. The moment he opened the cabin door, the wave of heat that rushed at him made him feel the true meaning of life. It's still more comfortable inside the cabin. After closing the door, Chun Mo comfortably laid down on the only sofa he had brought. He casually ate 2 sausages. However, after resting for about 2 hours, a rustling sound and a low, hoarse heh noise suddenly came from outside the door again. That sound, it's back. The moment Mo heard it, he immediately woke up, his heart tightening. A monster. He picked up the AWM sniper rifle. He wanted to observe outside through some cracks. But then he discovered the entire little wooden cabin didn't even have a window. That was awkward. His gaze turned toward the wooden door. Then he heard what sounded like some sharp object scraping against the door, making a harsh metallic sound. Right outside the door, Mo was a little eager to try. He was considering whether to open the door and shoot it. After all, it had already been said at the beginning. Although monsters were hard to kill and terrifying, once one was killed, it would give unexpected surprise resources and supplies. Much better than an ordinary treasure chest. So Mo was wondering whether he should kill the thing outside. Oh damn it. But at that moment, he suddenly smacked his forehead and cursed himself. Don't I have a Maxim machine gun? Why the hell would I need to go out myself? Thinking of that, he immediately opened the shelter panel, found a Maxim heavy machine gun, and directly turned on lock-on mode. The very next second, dense gunfire poured out outside, almost like a continuous stream with only 0.001 seconds between rounds. Mo saw Maxim machine gun bullets, 598,600, and outside. All movement instantly stopped. Only one. Hearing no movement outside for a long while, Mo frowned slightly, but he still didn't go out right away. Who knew what the situation was outside now? So to save bullets, he first turned off the Maxim's automatic lock-on. He planned to wait until tomorrow morning to go out and see what the thing actually was. And just like that, the night passed without incident. By early the next morning, it was already the 4th day on the frozen earth plain. The sun slowly rose from the far eastern edge of the plain, painting a scene of the rising sun climbing into the sky. It added a trace of warmth to the frozen earth plain, which still hadn't changed much. Today's temperature, -12 degrees. Nighttime temperature, -24 degrees. There was a temperature notice for the day in the regional channel. After getting up, Mo got dressed. A sharp axe hung at his waist. In his hand was an AWM sniper rifle, and he held himself like a special forces soldier from a movie, ready to fire at any moment. He carefully opened the wooden door. Then he saw the endless frozen earth plain outside, still covered in snow as far as the eye could see. But about 5 or 6 meters from the wooden door, there was a body that had been completely torn apart by the 2 machine guns on a Maxim. That was. Mo had thought it was another survivor. But when he ran over and got close, he discovered it was a strange kind of creature. The remaining severed limbs looked grayish-white and dried out. If it had been a normal person, last night it had been over 20 degrees below zero. Even if the body had been blown apart, it still would stayed fresh. But this one was clearly the kind that had already been dead for a long time. So the first thought that popped into Mo's head was, zombie. That's right, there were zombies in this place. And sure enough, when he opened the chat channel, he found that a lot of people were discussing how their shelters had been lightly attacked by unknown creatures last night. And some people had already discovered their true identity. They were zombies. Holy shit. At once, all the survivors on the frozen earth plain exploded. What the hell? Why are there zombies on the frozen earth plain out of nowhere? It's real. I got back late yesterday, saw one with my own eyes, and thought it was another survivor. But when I got close and greeted it, holy crap, it was a zombie. Damn, that is pretty badass of you. You actually dared to greet it. The hell, is that the important part? That person was terrified. I even shot it with a bow and arrows yesterday. And it was useless. It's not afraid of arrows at all. What? The moment those words came out, everyone was shocked again. It's not even afraid of arrows. Then what happens after the newbie protection period ends if this thing starts attacking shelters? Who knows? A lot of people were getting a little scared. If it was just 1 or 2, that was still manageable. What people were afraid of was dozens of them showing up, or even hundreds. That would be truly hopeless. Wah, brothers, stop talking already. I'm getting so scared. Can someone take me in? But there were also people who weren't afraid. Didn't the survival rules already say it? Those creatures might be hard to kill, but once you kill one, the resource rewards you get will be very generous. The one speaking was Wang Jiayan. By now, his team had already reached 8 people, and if anyone is interested, you can come join my shelter. I think before the newbie protection period ends, we should be able to upgrade to an LV5 shelter. At that point, the population limit can increase to 32 people. What? Almost LV5 already. Holy shit, big shot. That fast. A whole bunch of people immediately seemed to see hope. They hurried to flatter him. Please let me join. But clearly, Jiayan's shelter wasn't so easy to get into now. What we need now are elites. This time we killed 1 zombie, and the reward really was very generous. But with only 3 or 4 people, I think it'd be hard to kill one. Let alone if you run into a large group. We only managed to kill one after joining forces and putting in a ton of effort. What we need now are elites, especially fitness coaches or retired veterans. Damn, 666. As soon as he said that, it once again drew the admiration of a huge number of survivors. Brother Jia really has the strength. He can even kill zombies. Wang Jiayin, of course. I don't think anyone understands better than me how to kill zombies. These zombies are very hard to kill. At the very least, it takes 6 people working together with bows and arrows. Watching Wang Jiayin share his experience in the regional channel, Chen Mo lowered his head and looked at the zombie that had already been blasted into pieces. He smacked his lips, not knowing what to say for a moment. In the end, he could only say one thing. The Maxim is freaking awesome. Look at that, just look at that. Other people needed 6 people with bows and arrows working together just to kill one zombie. But for his side, just 2 Maxim bullets, 0.001 seconds. And the fight was over. That was why cold weapons and hot weapons just couldn't be compared. If I had 7 or 8 of these, I'd fucking dare to attack Taiyuan. But that wasn't the important part, because Chen Mo had also found something nearby. HM, did it drop equipment? His heart stirred, and he quickly stepped forward. Then he discovered it was frying pan 1. Could be used for cooking. Maxim bullets 10. Strength attribute 1. One-time use after use. Can increase your own strength by 1 point. As expected, when Chen Mo saw the rewards, he was slightly delighted. It looked like killing zombies could also make resources drop, and the drops were pretty good too. It had even dropped Maxim bullets. But the most important thing was still the strength attribute. This was good stuff. Chen Mo knew what a strength attribute was. After using it, it could increase his own attributes. He just hadn't expected that zombies had this function too. Still, he didn't hesitate and used the attribute immediately. The next second, ding, congratulations, your strength has increased by 1. Chen Mo could feel that his own strength had increased by about 1/10. He swung his arm. His power had grown a bit. Not bad, not bad. Chen Mo was very satisfied. If this pace kept up, if I keep killing zombies, wouldn't that mean I could grow into someone like Captain America? Just thinking about it, if he had those kinds of abilities, he would definitely be able to survive better on the Frozen Tundra plane. But Chen Mo also knew that since he could kill zombies and obtain attributes, other people definitely could too. So if he wanted to stay one step ahead, he had to kill more zombies. And his current advantage lay in the AWM sniper rifle and the Maxim machine gun. Other people had to use bows and arrows to kill zombies. But he could directly solve one with a single shot. But clearly it was still the newbie protection period, so there weren't that many zombies around right now. So Chen Mo decided to first upgrade his shelter to LV3 and wait until the newbie protection period ended before worrying about anything else. So, carrying his equipment, he headed once again to the Irvine to mine metal ore. And so, for the next stretch of time, Chen Mo didn't go anywhere else. During the day, he mined ore at the vein. Before nightfall, he returned to the little wooden cabin. He took occasional breaks in between. After about 2 days, he finally mined 240 pieces of metal ore. He was only 60 short now of being able to build an LV3 shelter. And besides that, whenever he had time, he also followed the system prompts to dig up some treasure chests, obtaining quite a few supplies. The best one, for example, was a solar-powered DJI drone. He could use the drone to scout the surrounding area. This thing worked pretty well at night. And aside from that, there was a large amount of food, and he also discovered something interesting. That was this system didn't just let him go smoothly every day. It could also predict danger. For example, on the other side of the mine, a large group of zombies had appeared. There were more than 50 of them, and among them was a level 3 zombie. Please avoid the northern side of the mine. If Chen Mo went over there, even with the AWM sniper rifle, he would be torn to pieces. So he decisively avoided the zombies. Even though those things were great, he also knew that dealing with one alone was fine. But going up against more than 50, that was pure suicide. But thankfully, because every resource chest in the prompts contained a large amount of supplies, it was enough to support him for a whole week. That also saved him the trouble of looking for other resource chests. Even if he did nothing but mine every single day, his supplies were still increasing. But honestly, keeping this up was pretty exhausting. And tomorrow was also the last day. Seeing that he was still 60 short, it made Chen Mo start thinking about recruiting people. So before dark, after returning to the little wooden cabin, he opened the panel. He discovered that the number of survivors left in the regional channel was still around 1.2 million. Not bad. In these 3 days, only 300,000 had been wiped out, and the chat area was filled with all kinds of messages. People were saying everything imaginable. Like, today I found out tree bark is edible too. Ha ha ha. I don't even need to search for supplies anymore. No need to buy mineral water either. Just melt the snow and drink it. I found there are ordinary wild beasts here too. You can kill them and eat the meat, and so on. But even more people were seeking shelter. Because over the past 2 days, many people's stoves had already gone out. They had started grouping together. There were even 2 more LV3 shelters now, and they had begun recruiting people on a large scale. Blood rose. This shelter only recruits women. Men, stay away. 2 spots left. Lone Wolf Alliance, forming a special squad. Only retired Special Forces soldiers and scouts. 3 spots left. But Chinemo wasn't interested in any of that. He only needed to strengthen his own power, his equipment, and his shelter. That was enough. As for the other survivors, just labor force, that was all. However, just as he was still browsing to see if there were any suitable candidates, he suddenly saw a mailbox notification. HM. He opened it and found that Li Muyao had sent several messages. 10 hours ago. Brother, I'm almost out of charcoal again. Woo woo woo. Are you still there? 8 hours ago. Phew, good thing my luck exploded. As soon as I went out, I picked up 6 pieces of charcoal. I can survive another 6 hours now. 4 hours ago. Only 2 hours left. My charcoal is about to run out. And you still Haven T shared your coordinates with me, brother. 2 hours ago. Brother, I traded for another 5 pieces of charcoal on the exchange. I feel like I'm not going to make it. Where are you? You didn't T-trick me, did you? Woo woo woo. Good lord. Seeing these messages, even Chun Mo was speechless. This girl, couldn't she go out and find some supplies on her own? Lying around at home all this time. But honestly, her luck really was insanely good. She'd been lazing around at home and still managed to survive until now. Perfect. He just happened to need a free labor. He'd see if she could dig enough in one go tomorrow. So, after a brief pause, he immediately shared his coordinates. Chinemo, these are my coordinates. Come over. At this moment, Li Muyao was hiding inside her shabby level 1 shelter. Cold wind leaked in from everywhere. The flame in the little stove was growing weaker and weaker. Wrapped in a blanket, she still felt cold. Since only a bit of her hair was sticking out from under the blanket, it was impossible to see what she looked like clearly, but from her fair, perky nose alone, it was obvious she was a beauty. Oh, that liar, that damn liar. He tricked me out of my blueprint, and now he is ignoring me. At that moment, she was still cursing Chun Mo. She'd been messaging that guy all day long. As a simple female student about to graduate, she had thought that as long as she treated people sincerely, she would get the same in return. But who could have expected that right after being teleported to this frozen wasteland, she would be taught such a brutal lesson? That guy named Chun Mo Woo. He tricked me out of my blueprint. He promised he'd take me in. And then what happened? He vanished. Most shameless of all, I actually forgot to ask for his coordinates. Seeing that the stove fire was about to go out again, she was so angry she sulked in silence, as if trying to make the stove guess what she wanted. But just when she thought she was about to freeze to death, ding dong. Chun Mo had sent her message. Her eyes instantly lit up. She hurriedly opened it, and when she saw that Chun Mo had sent his coordinates, delight immediately spread across her face. Why, I knew it. My judgment is so good. How could I have misjudged someone? This big brother really is reliable. Only, it's almost dark. If I go over now, wouldn't that be dangerous? She hesitated, then sent a reply. Meanwhile, Chun Mo generously traded her 20 pieces of charcoal directly. Chun Mo, use this for now. It's enough to last you the whole night. Come over tomorrow during the day. Look at that, just look at that. When she saw the charcoal sent over, Li Muyao was so moved it was no different from someone suddenly handing you 20 grams of gold. How could a man like this not make people's hearts flutter? If Big Brother also turned out to be as handsome as the esteemed readers, that would be even better. I'd be willing to give it to him right away. Still, she replied to his message. Okay, Big Brother, wait for me tomorrow. Seeing how quickly Li Muyao replied, he knew this woman was absolutely at the end of her rope. But that was perfect. After all, when it came to mining, men and women were the same. Women were even easier to control. So after chatting idly for another couple of lines, sleepiness hit Chun Mo. He went to bed early. The night passed peacefully. There was no sound of any monsters knocking on the door. By early the next morning, it was already the 7th day on the frozen wasteland. And at this moment, a cold mechanical notification sounded. There's still 12 hours left until the end of the beginner protection period. At 8 o'clock tonight, all survivors are advised to hide inside sturdy shelters if possible. Do not go out, do not go out, do not go out, because something very terrifying will happen tonight. Friendly reminder, a level 1 shelter cannot protect survivors. Please do your best to seek refuge in a higher level shelter. Of course, if your luck is good enough, you might survive. The moment this message came out, the entire regional channel exploded. Holy shit, it's here, it's finally coming. I knew it might get dangerous after the beginner protection period ended, but I didn't think it'd be this dangerous. A level 1 shelter can't guarantee safety. Doesn't that mean I'm totally dead? Some survivors who still had level 1 shelters fell into despair. But very quickly, some people started cursing them out. Serves you right. If you don't work hard today, you'll be fertilizer tomorrow. Who told you not to upgrade your shelter? Level 2 shelter blueprints are already all over the trading platform now, and the white rarity ones are actually super easy to make. They only need 5 pieces of stone and 10 units of wood. Honestly, if you put in even a little effort, 7 days was enough to upgrade. But some people just chose to lie flat. So death was inevitable, and even more outrageously, because the system announced that the beginner protection period was about to end. A bunch of scalpers on the trading market actually started raising prices on purpose. A level 2 blueprint that originally cost less than 10 pieces of charcoal had now shot up to 30. That triggered waves of wailing. My God, this is seriously shameless. Damn those profiteers. I'm still missing one blueprint. And you raise the price now? Do you have any conscience at all? But nobody paid them any attention. Some anxious people, meanwhile, started seeking help from other shelters. After all, since the beginner protection period was ending, danger was definitely coming. A few people together had to be better than being alone. Who is willing to take me in? I'm a security guard. I can protect everyone and keep you safe. Yeah, exactly. There's strength in numbers. A level 2 shelter can hold 4 people. 4 people are definitely better than 1. Who is willing to take me along? And sure enough, as soon as that was said, some survivors with level 2 shelters were tempted. It was true. 2 people were safer than 1. So one survivor with a level 2 shelter posted, I need a companion, preferably 167 centimeters tall, 50 kilograms. With long legs, fair skin, a pretty face, and a lowly voice. Everyone else? Are you looking for a teammate or a hookup? But Shinemo had no interest in any of that. The most important thing for him right now was still to upgrade his shelter to level 3 first. Even though the system said level 2 was already enough. What if it wasn't? So there was no harm in raising it one more level. Besides, he also wanted to know what that so-called kindling energy was. And so, as usual, he went mining again. Ding, congratulations, you have dug up silver, or current metal, or quantity, 200 out of 200. Requirements satisfied. Finally, before long, another 8 hours passed. There were only 4 hours left until the protection period ended. Looking at the required conditions in the task panel, metal, or 200 out of 200. Requirements satisfied. Wood, 150 out of 100. Requirements satisfied. Silver, or 258 out of 100. Requirements satisfied. Would you like to upgrade? At last, it was enough. Chun-Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Then he returned to the little wooden cabin and made his choice toward the level 2 cabin. Upgrade. 1. The moment Chun-Mo pressed the upgrade button, a brilliant red light appeared in the next second. The little wooden cabin, originally only 20 square meters, was wrapped in red light and doubled in size in the blink of an eye. It became 40 square meters, and the walls, which had originally been made of wood, had now actually turned into a metal material that looked like, or the whole thing now looked somewhat like a stone house from the medieval era. So this is a level 3 shelter? Looking at the shelter in front of him, which was almost like a fortress built in the Middle Ages, Chun-Mo was a little shocked. Level 2 and level 3 were completely not in the same league. But that still wasn't the end of it. Because another notification appeared right after. Shelter level, level 3. Stove level, 3. Can support 8 people. Consumes 1 piece of charcoal per hour. Current building area, 40 square meters. Includes a bonus 20 square meter loft. Wall material, constructed from sturdy silver, ore. Can resist cold winds, zombies, and mist attacks. House integrity, 100. House durability, 2000. Defense value, 2000. Defensive measures, 2 arrow towers added. Shelter trait, repair level 3, gold. Currently restores 4 durability points per second. Entry, machine gun bunker LV3, orange, upgraded to twin-mounted Maxim turret. Twin-mounted Maxim turret. 2 Maxim guns mounted in parallel. Firing in sync, firepower density 2. Entry, Tinder LV3, red can currently produce 4 Tinder energy units by using Tinder energy. Vehicles and any intelligent mechanical creations can be upgraded. They can be transformed into mechanical life forms with powerful fire support. But the moment Chun-Mo saw the contents, he was stunned. Good lord, this shelter upgrade could actually turn a Maxim heavy machine gun bunker into a twin-mounted Maxim turret. At this rate, if I raise it to level 7, level 8, 1T this thing turned to a railgun. Still right now, what really had his attention was that red tinder. It could transform any vehicle or intelligent machine into a mechanical life form. For some reason, the moment he heard the words mechanical life form, Chun-Mo immediately thought of the Transformers movies. His expression started turning strange. After a brief pause, though, in order to test it, he decided to find an intelligent machine and try it out. But after looking around the entire shelter, there wasn't a single usable one. Got it. He suddenly thought of the DJI drone he had found earlier. He had picked it up from a resource box on the road. He hadn't really used it much yet. But this thing should count as an intelligent machine, right? With that thought, Chun-Mo directly took out 1 unit of tinder and aimed it at the DJI drone in his hand, trying to use it. The next second, boosh, boom, a blue energy wave rapidly spread out. Chun-Mo almost got blasted backward, and then something even crazier happened. The DJI drone that had been lying quietly on the ground suddenly started shaking violently, right before Chun Mo's eyes. It rapidly changed from the shape of a drone into a strange bird about 80 centimeters tall, its entire body made of sharp, gleaming mechanical bones. It had scarlet mechanical eyes. When it spread its wingspan even reached 1.2 meters. Its razor-sharp wings gave off a chilling metallic gleam. The moment it appeared, it started cawing and flying around wildly. At the same time, a set of data appeared before him. Item name, DJI drone. Unit type, recon. Spy. Current level, LV3. Attack, 160. Defense, 100. Agility, 600. Weapon, equipped with a micro Gatling gun. Possesses a certain level of attack power. An excellent reconnaissance, flying sentry. Absolutely loyal. Hiss. The moment Chun Mo saw those stats, he sucked in a sharp breath. ISNT, this basically a transformer. That's right. Anyone familiar with Transformers knew that in the movies, Soundwave had a cassette army. Besides the mechanical bird, there were also Scalpel and the robot dog. And this thing, it looked exactly like Laserbeak. Where the hell did this come from? Is this really the Frozen Tundra? How did Transformers show up here too? Caw caw caw. Caw caw. But while Chun Mo was still in shock, the big bird, after flailing around like a lunatic for a bit, also noticed him. Its originally frenzied eyes actually turned incomparably respectful. Then it quickly flew onto his shoulder. It let out a strange cry full of respect. Caw caw. It was obviously trying to show goodwill. But before Chun Mo could react, suddenly, roar. A strange howl came from not far away. Before he could respond, a zombie came staggering down the path in the distance. The moment it saw Chun Mo, it looked as excited as if it had seen its own father. It immediately sped up, drool dripping all over the ground. Perfect. Coming back to his senses, Chun Mo wasn't flustered in the slightest. He wanted to see what this little guy could do. So he immediately said, "Drone, you go. Take it out." Caw caw. Upon receiving the order, the big bird didn't hesitate at all. It flapped its huge metal wings and quickly flew over. And when it got close, the right wing actually transformed, amid the sound of gears turning, into a miniature Gatling gun. Da 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 da. Along with a shower of dazzling sparks, the next second, the zombie was instantly riddled with holes. Damn, that's strong. Seeing that firepower, Chun Mo's pupils contracted, but what followed was wild joy. It might not be big, but strength really wasn't weak. It could take out even a zombie this easily. But thinking about it carefully, that made sense. It might not be especially powerful, but its attack power was still 160. A zombie with only 30 defense definitely couldn't withstand that. And this was only the energy used to activate a single drone. Then what if I activate a car? Wouldn't it directly turn into one of the Autobots from the Transformers movies? If I really had something like that, what would I have to fear from this Frozen Tundra? Wouldn't I'd just be invincible? With that thought, even the relatively calm Chun Mo started getting excited. But for now, looking at the sky, it had already grown dim, and there was less than 1 hour left before the newbie protection period ended. He picked up the dropped materials from the zombie that had been killed. Just in case, he still said to the drone, "Come on, let us go inside first." Caw caw. After receiving the order, the drone obediently landed on Chun Mo's shoulder again. Then they quickly entered the shelter. The current shelter already had an area of about 40 square meters. It was quite large now, and since the furnace had upgraded as well, it was still warm even after the expansion. It had also gained an attic. It could be used to observe the situation outside. That was already pretty good, but none of that was the point right now. Because at the moment, Chun Mo's mind was filled entirely with Transformers. Even though, judging from the look of it, his current equipment was already more than enough. Still, as a man, who could refuse having a car that transformed into a Transformer protecting him? But it was still the same problem. Where am I supposed to get a car? This is the Frozen Tundra, not modern society. What? Am I supposed to build one by hand? And even if I can make one, wouldn't it be way too lousy? Got it. But very quickly, Chun Mo thought of someone. That's right. The guy from the beginning who said he wanted to trade a Ferrari 488 for charcoal. If I just buy from him, wouldn't that solve it? With that thought, he immediately found that person's name. Then he added him as a friend and tried to send him a private message. But unfortunately, even after waiting a long time, there was still no reply. Could he be dead? Seeing that there was no response after so long, Chun Mo frowned slightly. Caw! And right then, the drone by the edge of the room suddenly seemed to notice something. It abruptly raised its neck, its red mechanical eyes looking outside as it cried out. Another zombie came. Hearing that, Chun Mo's heart tightened, but then his brows quickly relaxed again. Damn, what the hell am I scared of? I've got a twin-mounted Maxim machine gun turret outside, an AWM sniper rifle in my hands, and a drone beside me. What zombie do I have to fear? Drone. Just as Chun Mo was about to send the drone out through the attic to scout the outside, he suddenly heard knocking from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Then came a pleasant, crisp, slightly timid voice. Are you Brother Chinemo? I'm Li Muyao, the one who was chatting with you online. Brother. I came to meet you in person. Chinemo. Well then, hearing that, Chinemo was speechless. That little girl actually came, and it was pretty good at timing things. 2. It actually rushed over in the very last hour before the newbie protection period ended. Still, just to be safe, he first had the scout bird investigate outside. He needed to make sure no one else had followed her. Caw, caw, caw. The moment it received the order, the drone swiftly flew out of the attic. And through the projected feed it sent back, he saw that sure enough, there was now a somewhat frail-looking young girl at the door. Other than that, there was no life signal anywhere nearby. Only after seeing that did Chinemo finally relax. Then he opened the metal door. With a creaking sound, the metal door slowly swung open. The one who pushed the door and walked in was a young girl with a pale face lacking much color. Yet she was extremely beautiful. Judging by her age, she looked to be only around 20. At just one glance, Chinemo froze. She was that pretty. That's right. Chinemo had seen plenty of beautiful women before, but honestly speaking, women this beautiful were indeed rare. She was 1 meter 72 tall and weighed 50 kilograms. She looked somewhat frail, but the places that should be full weren't thin at all. The very first thing Chinemo thought of when he saw this woman was something someone had said in the regional chat during the day. Fair skin, a pretty face, long legs, and a lowly voice. Wasn't he that exactly what was standing right in front of him? And the moment she came in, he saw the prompt. Ding. Survivor Li Muyao is requesting shelter. Do you wish to take her in? Clearly, she was the one who had initiated it, because without Chinmo's permission, she couldn't step into the shelter. She could only look at Chinmo pleadingly. Big brother, the newbie protection period is over. Please take me in. As long as you're willing to shelter me, I can do anything. There was no helping it. Faced with death, even the most beautiful and arrogant woman would lower her head. Of course, Chinmo was also someone who kept his word. After all, she had already given him such a good blueprint. He definitely had to take her in, right? So Chinmo immediately chose to agree. Ding. Congratulations. Your shelter has gained one new member. New member, Li Muyao. Gender, female. Age, 21. Occupation, campus belle at the Central Academy of Drama. Spirit, 8. Physical defense, 8. Magic resistance, 8. Strength, 5. Movement speed, 5. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 498 kilograms. Looks, 95 points. Overall evaluation, fair skin, pretty face, long legs, peerless beauty, lowly voice. Chen Montak. Alright then. But after seeing the system prompt, his expression turned strange. No. System, are you serious? He could understand the earlier data. After all, if you were taking people in, of course you needed standards like occupation and such. But fair skin, pretty face, long legs, peerless beauty, lowly voice counted too. Still, that wasn't the main point. Li Muyao, who had gotten permission, was overjoyed. She hurried inside. The wave of warmth that hit her head-on made her feel an unprecedented level of comfort. Holy crap. So this was the environment of a level 3 shelter. This was way too good. How could her own level 1 drafty little wooden shack even compare? And most importantly, she saw the mountain-like pile of supplies in Chinmo's room. Instant noodles, ham sausages, Nutrient Express, bottled mineral water, and there was even mutton. She was completely stunned. Covering her little mouth, she gasped, my God, that is so much food. One had to know, outside, forget eating, even surviving was a problem. But in her wildest dreams, she had never imagined that Chinmo would actually have this much food. He probably couldn't even finish it all in a month. How had this big brother managed to do all this by himself? But Chinmo didn't care about that. He only stared at Li Muyao as she walked in and reminded her, now that you've joined my shelter, I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? Snapping back to her senses. Li Muyao finally managed to pull her eyes away from that mountain of supplies. And she looked at the way Chinmo was sizing her up from top to bottom. As a department beauty of her year at the Central Academy of Drama, how could she not know what men were thinking? If this were C-City, with her looks and figure, who knew how many bosses would want to keep her as a mistress? As for the number of men pursuing her, there were simply too many to count, but there was no helping it. Who asked for the apocalypse to happen now? Besides, actually, this big brother in front of her looked pretty good too. So after gritting her teeth, she said, I know. Then she lightly bit her lip and crouched down. She was about to undo Chinmo's clothes. Hey, what are you doing? But before she could even start, Chinmo froze. Then looked at her with a strange expression. Huh? She lifted her beautiful eyes and saw Chinmo's stunned expression, and she was confused too. Wait. Isn't that what you wanted? Damn. Hearing that, Chinmo was so irritated he laughed. What the hell is wrong with you? The newbie protection period is ending in just over 10 minutes, and you think I'm going to do that with you right now? I told you to keep watch for me. Li Muyao. What the hell did he mean, keep watch? But when Li Muyao heard that, she was dumbfounded. No, seriously. Big brother. I mean, I could do it too, okay? Even though I just graduated. ID already accepted scripts for several shows. If I hadn't suddenly been teleported to this damn place, I would be only been one step away from becoming a huge star. The people chasing after me could line up all the way to France. And now I'm offering it for free. You still don't want it. Obviously. This isn't modern society anymore. Who cares whether you're some big star or not? Besides, the newbie protection period is about to end. Something terrifying might happen at any moment. Of course we have to be cautious. Even if I wanted it, there's no rush to do it right this second. Right? Sure enough. Ding. As the clock struck 8 at night, another cold mechanical notification suddenly appeared. It is now 8 p.m. The newbie protection period has ended. The frozen soil plains will now face the first natural disaster, fog. All survivors are advised to take cover. Unless necessary, do not leave your shelter. Stockpile more food and survive the first natural disaster. Warm reminder, do not make noise. This can increase your chances of survival. The moment the message ended, the next second, boom, something seemed to happen outside. It made the entire ground tremble. This startled Li Muyao. She had clearly heard the prompt as well, and instinctively grabbed Chun Mo's arm tightly, her expression tense. What happened? Looks like the disaster is here. Chun Mo frowned slightly and said, what disaster? But when Li Muyao heard that, her pretty face went pale, and she couldn't help saying, and this doesn't count as a disaster. We were doing just fine, and then we got teleported to these so-called frozen soil plains. I spent 7 days surviving in a broken little wooden shack, and now you're telling me this still doesn't count as a disaster. Chun Mo was relatively able to accept it. After all, so many ridiculous things had already happened, and he could even get attributes. How could things possibly be that simple? And now, with the fog arriving, rustling sounds also began coming from outside, as if some kind of creature was approaching the shelter. At the same time, a sharp scraping sound came from outside, like metal grinding against the metal door. It was the kind of sound that made people extremely uncomfortable. Hearing that strange noise, Li Muyao clung to Chun Mo, her beautiful eyes fixed on the metal door, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Chun Mo also did not immediately use the Maxim turret to counterattack. After all, who the hell knew what this thing was? Or how many there were? So after thinking for a moment, he simply said, Dejiang, Ka. At the command, the drone in the attic stood up. Its body gleamed brilliantly, flashing with a sharp, icy light. What is this? When Li Muyao saw the big bird, she was stunned. Hiss, this is a mechanical bird. What is it? How do I even say this? Don't tell me the blueprint you little girl gave me actually turned into a transformer. If that's the case, you're going to regret it to death. But on the surface, he stayed calm and still said, relax, one of us. Oh, one of us? But hearing that only made Li Muyao's head buzz even harder. She stared at the mechanical bird in shock. Big bro, this the primitive frozen tundra plane? How did you even manage to make something this high-tech here? But Chun Mo didn't explain much. He directly gave the order, Dajiang, go outside and scout for me. He wanted to see what exactly was happening outside. Ga. After receiving the order, the Dajiang drone didn't hesitate. It immediately let out a strange cry, flapped its wings, and flew out from the attic. Very soon, through the holographic projection device left behind by Dajiang, Chun Mo saw through the Dajiang mechanical bird's perspective. At that moment, across the entire boundless frozen tundra plain that had originally been deathly quiet, a huge mass of gray mist had appeared from who knew where, and it was rampaging forward at a terrifying speed. Like a sandstorm, it stretched for hundreds of kilometers and kept sweeping in without stopping. In the blink of an eye, half of the entire frozen tundra plain had already been swallowed up, and those little wooden huts, spaced about 5 kilometers apart, were being devoured in large swaths. Strange sounds were even coming from inside them. Good lord. Even Chun Mo couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. This was a fucking disaster. Was this basically the apocalypse? What the hell? The difficulty started this high right from the beginning. And a lot of survivors seemed to have come under attack. He subconsciously glanced at his regional channel. And sure enough, as the mist erupted, the number of survivors was dropping at a visibly insane speed. Current remaining population, 1.09 million. Current remaining population, 1.087 million. Current remaining population, 1.082 million. Current remaining population, 1.07 million. That speed made Chun Mo's heart pound in alarm. Fuck, that S dropping even faster than I bust nuts. And by now, the regional channel had already exploded. It was full of messages. Did you guys hear that? The newbie protection period is over, and the mist disaster has descended. Fuck mist? What even is that thing? I don't know. I just heard movement outside. Help. My shelter's been breached. Save me. The moment someone's shelter was breached, many survivors who didn't dare make a sound immediately started asking, bro, what happened? What is going on? Yeah. What did you run into? But before anyone could finish, someone else got attacked too. I'm under attack too. Me too. Same as the guy above. But when people asked again, there was no more response. Obviously, those people had already become loot boxes. But some shelters discovered something. There are creatures outside attacking my shelter, but mine can still hold. Every hit only takes away 3 durability points. Same here, but I'm a little better off than you. Mine only loses 2 durability points. I'm a level 3 shelter. What? They've already started attacking shelters. Shinemo frowned slightly, and right then, he heard faint impacts coming from outside his place as well. Bang! With that single impact, Shinemo saw a prompt appear for the shelter. Impact +1. But when he saw the damage, he was stunned. Damage 0. Current shelter durability. 2000. Good lord, they can't even break the defense? That's right. As one impact after another followed, the shelter still didn't budge in the slightest. Under attack. 0. Current durability. 2000. Under attack. 0. Current durability. 2000. Under attack. 0. Current durability. 2000. Its durability didn't drop by even a single point. Looks like the monsters outside still had no way of breaking through the shelter's defenses. Seeing this, Shen Montak glint. Looks like upgrading this level 3 shelter wasn't for nothing after all. It really was tough. Of course, his place was safe. As for everyone else, that was another story. Especially those level 1 shelters. Almost all of them had encountered monster attacks. Even ordinary level 2 and level 3 shelters were constantly losing durability. So people were already panicking. Holy shit, my durability is only down to 20. A few more hits, and I'm done for, brothers. You got it better than me. I've only got 1 hit left. Fuck, what kind of hellhole is this? How are we supposed to survive here? Of course, some people were lucky too. Haha, I'm a level 3 shelter. I've got 500 durability. 1 point per hit. Let it keep smashing if it wants. Wow, level 3. So jealous. The moment those words came out, they immediately attracted a wave of envy, jealousy, and hate. But looking at the constantly dropping population, everyone still felt their scalps go numb. Who knew how many Survivor players would still be left by tomorrow morning? However, Shinemo wasn't all that interested in this, because he realized something. Since you can't break my defense, then I can break yours. After all, the reason he didn't dare fire before was because he was worried the noise would be too loud and attract even more monsters. But now, you're telling me you can't even break through my defenses. Then what the hell do I have to be scared of? So, he glanced at the front door, where impacts were still coming from time to time, and immediately opened the panel. Maxim heavy machine gun turret. Activate auto headshot mode. As his command was issued, dense gunfire instantly rang out from outside. The rate of fire was just too fast. In only about 8 or 9 seconds, it had fired a full 80 rounds. But fortunately, at that moment, the noise also came to an abrupt stop, and after the Maxim turret fell silent. Other than the howling wind outside, there was no more movement from the monsters either. They all died, hearing nothing but wind outside, with everything now completely silent. Shinemo's heart stirred, but he still didn't go out. What a joke. There was mist outside. Who knew when another wave might suddenly pop out? So, he decided to wait until tomorrow morning to take a look. Very soon, the night passed without incident, and by early the next morning, just as the sky brightened, everyone heard a cold mechanical prompt. Ding, survival on the Frozen Tundra plain has officially begun. New Rule 1. Newbie mode has been cancelled. Players from different camps may now attack each other freely. Occupying another player's shelter will grant all resources from that shelter. 2. Wooden hut movement function unlocked, but only for level 2 and above. Movement can be carried out through the stove using steam-powered mobility. 3. Natural disasters will occur once every 7 days. Each time will be different, possibly mist, torrential rain, blizzards, extreme cold storms, geothermal storms, radiation, and so on. All players, please make full use of the 7-day survival resource collection period. During this time, upgrade your shelters as much as possible and gather food. 4. Zombies will appear from time to time. Killing zombies will grant a large amount of resources. Lastly, to all survivors on the Frozen Tundra plain, do your best to stay alive. Official survival had finally begun, and there was even an added wooden hut movement function inside the shelter. Shinemo's heart stirred when he heard the prompt. He opened the shelter page and found that, sure enough, a new option had been added, driving mode. As long as driving mode was activated, huge wheels would appear underneath the shelter, allowing the wooden hut to move through the stove's steam-powered mode. Only, moving 1 kilometer requires consuming 10 charcoal. Speed, 10 kilometers per hour. As shelter level increases and area expands, consumption will also increase. That speed, that consumption, made Chun-Mo keep shaking his head. It was way too high. Unless there were entries or something like that, ordinary people probably wouldn't move their shelters so easily. After all, a 10-kilometer move consumed as much as 4 days of survival time, and the result was only 10 kilometers. And on top of that, There was a new rule. If you occupied another person's shelter, you could obtain all the resources inside it. Looks like the system was making it obvious. It wanted the players to slaughter each other. But Shinemo wasn't too worried, because outside, he had a Maxim heavy machine gun turret and a DJI drone, plus an AWM sniper rifle. With just those items alone, in this age where everyone else was still using cold weapons, he was in an absolutely leading position. Right now, the most important thing was to check what kind of creature had attacked the shelter last night. With that thought, Shinemo put on his clothes, opened the door, and, under the drone's escort, came outside. Then he saw that outside his shelter, more than 20 mangled corpses were lying there in silence. A few of them were zombies, but even more were a kind of creature that looked like bats. Only, these bats were huge. With their wings spread, they were about 2 meters long, and they all had sharp fangs, making them look terrifying. These were the creatures that had attacked the shelter last night. When he saw them, Shinemo frowned slightly. So these were the monsters in the mist. They were way too ugly, and with heads that size damn. If not for the Maxim heavy machine gun as lock-on mode, it probably would been hard to kill one with a single shot. Screech. Just as he was doubting life, a shrill, piercing cry suddenly came from the snow not far away. Shinemo looked over and discovered that one bat monster hadn't died yet. Half its head had been blown apart, but it was still forcing itself up, trying to stand. At the same time, a set of data appeared in front of Shinemo. Mutated bat, level, LV3, vitality, 600, defense, 30, strength, 40. Holy shit, a level 3 elite monster. Seeing the data, Shinemo was startled. That high. At this moment, the mutated bat was still struggling, trying to attack Shinemo. Fortunately, DJI was faster. It let out a harsh, cawing sound, immediately flapped its metal wings and flew over, and with a series of clicks, transformed a part of itself into a miniature Gatling gun. Then it opened fire straight at what was left of the bat's half-missing head. Da-da-da-da. In only an instant, it was blasted into pieces. Shinemo didn't even need to make a move. The mutated bat was dead beyond dead. But honestly, that was only because he had this thing. If it were any other player, even one of those bats would probably be enough to kill them. Inside the shelter, Li Muyao, who was still sleeping, also heard the commotion. She had slept well last night and had been too tired, so she had only gotten up now. The moment she heard gunfire, she hurriedly opened the metal door and looked outside. Then the monster corpses covering the ground left her stunned. Oh my god, this is... Li Muyao covered her little mouth in horror. Shinemo, on the other hand, remained fairly calm. He directly picked up the dropped resources and didn't forget to say, "They're monsters from the mist last night. They read this big." Hearing that they were monsters from the mist, Li Muyao's pretty face turned ugly. She suddenly felt a little lucky that she had gone to find Shinemo last night. Otherwise, good lord, with bodies 2 meters long, wouldn't they have torn me into pieces? Thinking of that, the way she looked at Shinemo grew even gentler. Afraid of being driven out, she quickly ran outside to help. "Brother Mo, I'll help you pick them up." Shinemo didn't refuse. After all, she had already joined his shelter. No matter who picked up the resources, they were still his. That was the privilege of a shelter owner. It could be said to be invincible. He controlled the distribution of resources. Still, he said, "Just pick up the resources. I'll handle those colorful entries." Because aside from the large pile of resources that had dropped, he discovered there were also a lot of entries here. There were a full 10 of them. Although the quality wasn't very high, almost all of them were free point entries. In other words, they could be assigned however he wanted to increase his own stats. Because even though he currently had the Maxim heavy machine gun and DJI, Shinemo knew very well that if he wanted to stay alive, he still had to raise his own attributes. So, of these 30 free attribute points, he put 17 into strength, 10 into defense, and the remaining ones into movement speed, raising it to 8 points. He looked at his own status panel. Name, Shinemo. Shelter level, LV3 red. Spirit, 10. Physical defense, 20. Magic resistance, 20. Strength, 30. Agility, 8. Hunger, 98-100. And sure enough, he found that his strength had already reached 3 times that of an ordinary person. As for defense, it had reached double. He moved his arms a little, and the force behind them whistled through the air. This felt pretty good. Shinemo was extremely satisfied with the increase in strength. With this kind of power, my chances of surviving on this frozen wasteland will greatly increase. He moved all the remaining resources into the shelter. Because he had killed a lot of monsters last night, close to 20 of them, so the resources that had dropped were quite a lot as well. Shinemo made a rough estimate. 8 treasure porridge 1. Wood, 480 units. Charcoal, 1,310 units. Ham sausages, 45 sticks. Instant noodles, 68 packs. Beef, 6 kilograms. Bread, 50 pieces. Mineral water, 88 bottles. Compressed biscuits, 120 packs. Silver ore, 120 units. Ore, 220 units. Universal bullets, 1,200 rounds. Wow, so much. After moving all the supplies and seeing that there was so much extra food now, Li Miao's delighted little mouth almost wouldn't close. In her own shelter, she could only drink melted snow. But here, it was completely different. My God, there were so many supplies they couldn't even finish them all. Brother Mo, because she had eaten anything since last night, she couldn't help raising her beautiful eyes and looking at Chun Mo pitifully. One good thing about this shelter was that, as the shelter owner, he had the right to distribute food. With these supplies, surviving for 2 or 3 months was no longer a problem. So Chun Mo was also quite generous and directly allocated 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 cartons of milk. Wow, long live Brother Mo. Seeing so much food, Li Miao excitedly hurried to put the supplies into her backpack. She even left some bread out and started eating it. So tasty. But Chun Mo wasn't in a hurry. He only said, these supplies aren't free. Oh, this again. The moment she heard that, Li Miao thought he meant that again. So her pretty face flushed red and she hurriedly said, don't worry, I know what to do. No, my ass. How could Chun Mo not see what this little girl was thinking? He rolled his eyes. Damn it. Why is this all she thinks about every day? I'm talking about work. Work? That's right. Chen Montak nodded. After all, this was only the first official day of survival. Who knew what kind of disasters would appear later? What if even more terrifying creatures showed up? So, he needed Transformers. More Transformers. Preferably those powerful Decepticons. As long as he had those things around, what was there to worry about from zombies or monsters? A single burst would mow them all down. So as for collecting resource boxes, that job would be handed over to Li Muyao. So he also said to Li Muyao later, after you've eaten and had your fill, go outside and take a look. Collect more resource crates. I'll have Dajong follow you and protect you. That'll be safer. Okay. The moment she heard that Big Bird would be following her, Li Muyao was no longer scared. After all, she had seen just how ferocious that bird was. Very quickly, after eating and drinking her fill, she set out with the Dajong drone. As for Chun Mo, he stayed home and opened the regional channel again, wanted to buy a car. The moment he opened the channel, he discovered that the number of survivors had already dropped sharply to 500,000. Holy crap, 500,000 gone in one night. Even Chun Mo's heart pounded when he saw those numbers. Not to mention the regional channel at this moment. It was completely filled with people doing whatever they could to survive. All kinds of trades and requests for cooperation were everywhere. What? You need a finely crafted heavy crossbow? I'm willing to offer 10 charcoal. Because yesterday, someone had already managed to make a heavy crossbow. Its power was much greater than that of an ordinary bow and arrow. So people had started buying them at high prices. But, want a heavy crossbow? Keep dreaming. Very quickly, a player snapped back. After yesterday's monster attack, who didn't want to get more life-saving tools? So this thing was something you could only hope to come across by chance. You should be asking whether anyone has made a flintlock gun and can give you one. But no one had time to care about that. Because daytime was the safe period. But once night fell, the fog would sweep in again and attack the shelters. So right now, they needed cooperation. I'm a level 2 shelter, looking for 3 level 1 players. For people working together, we'll be safer. Same here. We need 2 members. Take me in. Homeless, strong young man. I'm 19 years old, i.e. Ooh, please protect me. Where are you? Bro, upstairs? Level 2 shelters just unlocked movement functions. I can drive my mobile shelter to find you. Wait a second. All kinds of messages were flying around. There were even some level 4 shelters recruiting people. A level 4 shelter could already take in 16 members. But Chun Mo had no interest in any of that. Right now, all he wanted was a car. So he immediately posted a message in the trading exchange. Buying a car. Any condition can be negotiated in exchange. The moment that message appeared, quite a few people in the exchange were stunned. Damn, buying a car? No way. There are still people who want cars in times like this. Exactly, haha. On this frozen tundra with no gasoline. ISNT, that just a decoration? Did this guy get something wrong in the head? But some people also recognized Chinamo-yo. ISNT, this the guy who was selling charcoal right from the start? You're still alive. Why are you buying a car again? The one speaking was a member of the Jiaqing gang. Now Wang Zhiyin had already led his team to level 5 ahead of everyone else, and the number of members had reached 32. This person had previously tried to find Chun Mo, wanting to private message him and become his underling. But Chun Mo ignored him, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had already joined the Jiaqing gang. A shelter with 36 people was one of only a few on the Frozen Tundra. So, he was extremely arrogant. I thought you were done for, bro, huh? Didn't he expect this, did you? Before, I wanted to join you, and you ignored me. Now I've already joined the Jiaqing gang. How about begging me? I could take you in. Huh. Chun Mo chose to ignore him directly. He didn't even put the Jiaqing gang in his eyes, much less this guy. He continued buying car. He even offered a huge price. Chun Mo, buying 1 car. I can use 100 charcoal in exchange. Sure enough, the moment the price was revealed, the entire trading exchange exploded. 100 charcoal? Holy crap, bro, you were that rich? That is almost enough to survive for 4 days. And you were just willing to trade it like that? No. Bro, what do you want a car for? Did you really get petroleum? Or something? Some people asked. They truly couldn't understand it. Unless you have gasoline. Who would want a sheet metal box? Petroleum? How should he put it? Chinemo thought for a moment. Sort of. The moment those words came out, everyone became even more shocked. What do you mean, sort of? Bro, you really have it. Of course, Chinemo didn't have petroleum. But as long as he got the car and turned it into a transformer, wouldn't that basically be the same thing? So he couldn't be bothered to explain too much. He just asked who else is one. Best if it's an off-road vehicle. Or something like a heavy-duty truck king. Sure enough, under the temptation of 100 charcoal, someone finally couldn't sit still anymore. A player named Jiang Yin sent a message. Jiang Yin, hello? Are you really buying a car? Chinemo, you have one. Jiang Yin, I really do have one. It was one I used to drive often at the company. After the Frozen Tundra game started, it got teleported here with me. It's a Lamborghini Aventador. A Lamborghini Aventador? Damn. Seeing that message, Chun Mo became interested. He immediately sent back. Of course. Jiang Yin, really? But I have to say this first. My car has no fuel. She had already used up all the fuel. But to Chun Mo, that wasn't an issue. That is not a problem. It's fine. Okay. Seeing that he had no objections, Jiang Yin immediately added him as a friend. Then she traded over her Lamborghini Aventador. Ding. Trade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained one Lamborghini Aventador. And after Chun Mo traded the charcoal over the next second, a black, incredibly handsome, low-slung performance beast appeared in front of him. That pair of sharp headlights looked like a beast lying in wait, ready to strike at any moment. So handsome. This was a brand new Lamborghini Aventador. It was no exaggeration to say this was the first time in his life he had ever seen one. Only after seeing the real car did he truly understand just how cool this thing was. Of course, on the Frozen Tundra of today, this thing was no different from scrap metal, but with him it was different. Right now, he urgently needed more powerful transformers so they could guard the shelter better. So he immediately used a piece of spark energy and fused it with the car. Buzz. And sure enough, at the instant of fusion, the next second, surging blue energy instantly spread across the entire supercar. Then, something even more outrageous happened. Crack, 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 right in front of Chinemo. This previously quiet Lamborghini Aventador began transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye, accompanied by rapid clacking mechanical gears. In only 2 or 3 seconds, it turned into a mechanical life form a full 6 meters tall, entirely black, overwhelmingly imposing, with a body full of black metallic lines and skeletal structure. The moment it appeared, it first looked around, somewhat stunned, but when it saw Chanamo, who was less than 2 meters tall in front of it, its originally red mechanical eyes immediately became incomparably respectful. It dropped to one knee and gave off a mechanical voice. Mechanical life form reporting in. Greetings, esteemed creator. Chin-Mo. Holy crap, Lockdown. That's right. This big guy looked exactly like Lockdown from the movie. Its entire body was made of hard black-gray metallic bones. Paired with that green mask, it even carried the distinctive elements of the Lamborghini Aventador. It was practically Lockdown reborn. But clearly, this big guy had no idea what Lockdown meant. It merely knelt on one knee before Chun-Mo respectfully, expressing loyalty. Creator, my lord. MHM. Coming back to his senses, Chun-Mo also knew that this thing only looked similar. It was not some being from the planet Cybertron. And, judging from his stats, it wasn't weak either. Mechanical life form. Unit type, Army. Strength, 2,500. Defense, 3,000. Agility, 1,200. Loyalty, absolute loyalty. These stats. After taking one look, even Chun-Mo couldn't help clicking his tongue in admiration. This was way more badass than a shelter. With this thing, why the hell would I still need to be afraid of the frozen wasteland? And he also discovered another benefit. That was, as the shelter level increased, all of their various stats would also rise by a lot. But before he could study it carefully, he heard an excited voice from not far away. Hey boss, look, there's a level 3 shelter over there. Damn, there really is. HM? Chun-Mo looked up and saw a few people on the hillside in the distance who had spotted this place. 3 men and 1 woman. Change back first. Not wanting to alert them, Chun-Mo immediately said to the Lamborghini. Yes, creator. After receiving the order, the Lamborghini immediately went clack, 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 and amid the sound of turning gears, changed back into a supercar. At the same time, the 4 people also walked over. They were fully armed, and each of them was holding a bow and arrows. And they were refined ones. Clearly not those simple trash bows. Leading them was a bald man, with a fat guy, a skinny guy, and a woman who looked fairly decent beside him. Boss, it's a level 3 shelter. When a skinny guy saw the shelter, his eyes lit up. Damn, there is definitely a lot of resources here, right? Don't panic. But the bald man stayed very calm. A level 3 shelter can take in 8 survivors. Maybe they've got a lot of people. Be careful. Their shelter had been destroyed by the mist yesterday. They had only survived because they were relatively lucky. Now, they wanted to find shelter, but the bald man had come out of prison, so he didn't care about any of that, much less become someone else's lackey. The other two men and the woman weren't good people either. They were all in the same group. When the apocalypse arrived, they had been teleported here from prison, and now they had seen a level 3 shelter. So, the bald man's expression instantly turned friendly as he stepped forward and smiled at Chinamo brother. You're here alone? What do you want? But Chinamo only raised his eyes and answered indifferently. Oh, fuck me. The fat guy immediately raised his voice when he heard that, and as he spoke, he was about to make a move. Hey, but the bald man stopped him and pretended to scold him. How can you talk to the owner of a level 3 shelter like that? As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes like a smiling tiger and said to Chinamo, Brother, here's the thing. Our shelter was destroyed by the mist yesterday, and now we have nowhere to live. I wonder if you can let us join your shelter. Don't worry, the 4 of us can help you reinforce it. We can also help you repel monsters. What if I say no? But Chinamo didn't care at all and only asked back. No. Sure enough. The moment those words were spoken, the bald man stopped pretending. A sinister look flashed through his eyes, and then he licked his lips. Brother, if you want to agree, then don't blame me for being rude. Although they couldn't seize the shelter, they could still kill Chinamo. That way, even if we don't have a shelter, we'll drag you down with us. Third brother. Yeah. As he spoke, the fat guy was already sneering as he took out a refined bow, drew it, knocked an arrow, and aimed at Chinamo. Kid, watch closely. This is a refined one. The moment I let go, you're dead. Oh, is that so? But unexpectedly, when Chinamo heard that, he smiled and instead raised his hand slightly. Rumble. The next moment, a Maxim heavy machine gun turret slowly rose up from the shelter entrance. And from inside came the clack 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 sound of bullets being loaded. At the same time, 2 dart gun barrels aimed at the 4 of them. Holy shit, a Maxim? The suddenly appearing Maxim heavy machine gun turret made all 4 of them quake in terror. What the hell? Was this supposed to be survival on the frozen wasteland with cold weapons only? How the hell do you have a Maxim? But that still wasn't the end of it. Because right after that, Chinamo raised his hand again. Danielle. This was the new name he had given his little brother. Buzz boom. The next second, under the shocked gazes of the 4 people, the Lamborghini with its black metallic skeleton also transformed amid a series of clack clack clack, gear-turning sounds into a giant monster. And it directly raised its hand, morphing it into an energy cannon more than 3 times bigger than a human head. Holy shit. Having a 6-meter-tall mechanical sentinel aim a cannon at their heads. This completely blew them apart mentally. Fuck, is this really the frozen wasteland? Where the hell did this drop me? Another planet or something? No, bro, having a Maxim is one thing. But why the hell do you also have some alien monster robot? But after all, he had a murderer's background. So after that brief shock, the bald man immediately put down his weapon and swallowed hard. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. You and I are still young. Please don't walk down the road of crime. He finally understood why such a huge shelter had only Chunimo in it. So this guy had even gotten himself a Maxim and alien creatures. At that point, what survivors would he even need? But now crime? Chunimo smiled. Too late. On the frozen wasteland. What the hell do I have to fear from crime? Kill them. Without any hesitation, as Chunimo's order was given, buzz. Boom. The energy cannon into Nyo's hand flashed with blue light, and before the 4 of them could even react, one shot had already vaporized 2 of them. Just like that, under the blue light, they directly turned into water vapor. And on the ground, there was even a huge, deep pit left behind. Damn, that move left even Chun-Mo shaken. Damn, how is this any different from a missile? With this thing, what zombie wouldn't he die if it came over? Not to mention the remaining man and woman. They were already scared stupid. Run now. The skinny guy turned and tried to flee. But over there, the Maxim heavy machine gun had already opened fire. Rat-tat, 2 shots, and he dropped on spot. Only that one woman was left. The woman watched as, in the blink of an eye, all 3 of her companions had died. She was so terrified that she dropped to her knees with a thud. Her face turned pale, and with fearful eyes, she hurriedly pulled at her clothes, exposing her milky white breasts. Trembling, she said, Big brother, don't kill me. I was forced into this. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Please don't kill me. I'll do it. I can serve you. Serve me? But Chunimo only glanced at the woman. TCH, though they really were pretty white, and not small either, but they were nowhere nearly Muyao's. And besides, if she was hanging around with murderers, what good could she be? Danielle. Chunimo turned around. Yes. Danielle understood immediately. It strode over with heavy mechanical footsteps and easily lifted the woman with its mechanical arm. Oh no. The woman was so frightened that she kept swinging helplessly in the air, but Danielle was cold-blooded. It dragged her to the corner. After a flash of blue light. Boom. There was no more movement. Then Yo walked back with heavy footsteps and respectfully cupped its fists at Chin. Oh, Creator Lord. It has been dealt with. Very good. Chin Mo was very satisfied with the big guy's loyalty. With this thing, what kind of zombie couldn't he be handled? But having only this one still wasn't enough. He needed more. Best if he could get 10 or 8 of them. When that time came, at night, damn, what miss would he still need to fear? So he immediately went back to the exchange and put up another listing to buy cars. But obviously, having even one car like this was already no easy thing. The others who private messaged him, either their cars were scrapped, or they had been stomped into dents all over by monsters. There was no point in taking them. He didn't want to activate some defective product. Of course, he wanted one in the best possible condition. And so, just like that, he spent the whole day busy with it. He still hadn't gotten a second car. Just as he was feeling speechless about it, Li Muyao came back with a scouting bird. Caw, caw, caw. The moment it returned, the scouting bird enthusiastically pounced onto Chun Mo's shoulder and kept rubbing him with its metallic beak. You're back. Chun Mo was honestly a little worried this thing might accidentally ruin his face. Still, after soothing the scouting bird a bit, he looked at Li Muyao. I'm back. Li Muyao was carrying quite a lot of stuff, bags big and small. Even though it was 10 degrees below zero outside, she was sweating from the heat. But she was very happy because this time she had found quite a few resource boxes. Today I found at least 20 resource boxes. The pretty little beauty said excitedly. I found 30 sausages alone and would too. Hurry and look. She rustled around in her backpack and poured out a pile of supplies. Chinamo took a look. Then he realized that charcoal alone totaled 200 units. There was also wood and ore, adding up to 300 pieces. The rest was food and drinks. Beverages, juice, milk. Chinmo counted them. There were almost 100 bottles. That much. What exactly did you get from those boxes? Even Chinmo was a little surprised by all this. He looked at the little beauty in astonishment. She looked rather proud as she said, of course. My luck has always been good, okay? Before, it was only because I didn't dare go outside, so I couldn't find supplies. But now it was different. With the scouting bird, she didn't need to worry about getting attacked at all. So naturally, she picked up a lot more supplies. Really? Hearing that, the way Chunmo looked at Li Muyao became a little different. Now that he thought about it, this woman really had always been pretty lucky. She hadn't gone outside before, yet with just a level 1 wooden hut, she had managed to survive for 7 days. Tell me, could an ordinary person do that? Could this girl have some hidden trait or something? Thinking of that, the way Chunmo looked at the little beauty changed again. But Li Muyao had no idea what he was thinking. Seeing him stare at her with such a strange expression, her face immediately turned red, and she said shyly, Brother Mo, why are you looking at me like that? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Coming back to himself, Chinmo smiled. It's getting late. The fog should be coming up tonight. Let us eat something first. Okay. To be fair, after running around so much, Li Muyao really was a little hungry too. So the two of them used a frying pan and the stove to make some instant noodles. They even added 2 extra sausages. Very soon, the shelter was filled with a rich fragrance. It smells so good. Looking at the finished instant noodles with their tempting color, Li Muyao couldn't help twitching her delicate little nose. Out here on the frozen earth plain, having something this good was already no easy thing. So she devoured the instant noodles in big bites. And when it reached 8 o'clock that night, the fog appeared right on time. Close behind it came all kinds of roars and howls. Li Muyao, who had just eaten her fill, heard the commotion and got so scared that she hurriedly threw herself into Chun Mo's arms. Brother Mo, it's here again. Don't be afraid. Chun Mo wasn't worried at all. He directly switched the Maxim turret into lock-on mode. Da-da-da-da. The dense firepower lasted for less than a minute. Then everything outside fell completely silent. Hearing that there was no more sound outside, Li Muyao finally let out a sigh of relief. The way she looked at Chun Mo changed even more. Following Brother Mo really is great. All the monsters outside were going to die off completely. And with how close they were at that moment, her pretty face couldn't help turning red. Honestly, with a beauty like this, who could resist? She had a textbook golden ratio figure, and that face of hers was top tier too. So, with the threat outside gone, he didn't hold back. He directly rolled over and took the initiative. What came next was the part nobody liked to read. Early the next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Chun Mo woke up refreshed and stretched lazily. It felt pretty good, though it was a pity. There was only one sofa. Looking at the little beauty still lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly, her long legs especially eye-catching, Chun Mo shook his head. It would be nice if things were a little more complete. As if it had heard Chun Mo's thoughts. Ding. At that moment, a system notification rang out. Congratulations, host. You've successfully survived another day. The system S here. Hearing that voice, Chun Mo's heart stirred. I thought you were dead. The system said. How could that be? The system S purpose is to protect the host and help you survive until the very end. Hearing that, Chun Mo complained. Didn't you say before that I'd get 1 golden treasure chest every day? How long has it been now? but the system sounded perfectly justified. The system exists to protect your safety. As long as you're safe enough, that's all that matters. Fine. But Chunimo couldn't be bothered to waste words. What good stuff is there today? Ding. Today's divination tip. Great fortune awaits if you go out. 18 kilometers away, there is a level 3 shelter that has been breached. Inside that shelter, a golden treasure chest is waiting to be opened. However, be careful. A level 4 elite zombie is guarding it there. Oh, another golden treasure chest. Hearing that, Chunimo's eyes lit up. If he wanted to survive on the frozen earth plane, the best way was to open more resource boxes. And they had to be high-level ones. The previous 2 golden chests had given him an AWM and a Maxim. Who knew what good stuff this one would have? So he immediately got up and prepared to go out. Brother, where are you going? But before he could open the door, Li Muyao over there woke with a start. Seeing that he was heading out, she hurriedly asked, "Oh, I'm going outside to get some resources." After all, he had to open something this good himself, so he was giving Li Muyao a day off. "You can just stay home and guard the place today." "Ah, you're going?" The moment she heard that, Li Muyao thought it was because she had performed so well yesterday that Chunmo couldn't bear to make her work again, so she felt extremely happy inside. "Woo-woo. Brother, you're so good to me. Then be careful, okay? I'll wait for you at home." With a slight nod, Chunmo headed out first. But before setting off, he still cleaned up a bit. The reason was simple. Another wave had come yesterday. More than 30 zombies and monsters had been killed. Everything they dropped on the ground was supplies. There were compressed biscuits, milk, juice, beverages, sausages, and all that, not to mention, just in traits alone, 30 attribute points had dropped. He put 10 points into defense and 20 into strength. Then Chunmo realized his strength had already reached 50. He swung his arm once. A terrifying gale from his fist howled out. This feels pretty good. He couldn't help feeling impressed. With this kind of strength, he could probably punch down a cow with one hit. But even this wasn't enough. He needed more. It'd be best if he could get a 100-fold boost or 200-fold. At that point, with one punch, even Jesus would have to call him daddy. Then, on the frozen earth plane, he'd be able to swagger around without relying on transformers. And besides that, among the pile of equipment on the ground, he also found a weapon giving off a faint red glow. That was a blade. His heart stirred, and he stepped forward to pick it up. Then he saw that it was a long saber, sleek all over, roughly 100 centimeters in length. It looked incredibly sharp. He checked its attributes. Item name, Fire Phoenix Battle Saber. Quality, orange. Attribute bonus on use, strength plus 50. Agility plus 20. Comes with fire element attacks, and has bonus effectiveness against monsters. Holy crap, these stats. These stats made Chunmo jump in shock. Damn, a dungeon drop. How could this thing even drop something like this? He opened the exchange, wanted to see if there was any information about this blade. But then he discovered something. When those zombies killed by the Maxim turret yesterday had dropped it, he noticed because he was inside the house. But it had shown up in the regional channel. Ding! Congratulations to player XXX for killing a zombie and obtaining an orange-grade weapon, Blazing Phoenix Battle Blade. The moment that message appeared, the regional channel instantly exploded. Holy crap, someone got a weapon drop? And it's orange grade too. That's insane. Who got it? Why is the name hidden? Do you even need to ask? Obviously, because he doesn't want other people to know. But the key point is, damn, what level is this guy at? He can kill zombies and even get something this good to drop. Selling it? I'll buy it at a high price. I'll offer 1,000 charcoal. The one who said that was Wang Jiayan. He was killing zombies too, but zombies were too hard to kill. Even with more than 30 members, he didn't dare act recklessly in the fog. Still, he was much faster than ordinary people. And because he had killed zombies, he also enjoyed the benefits of the affixes. His strength had already increased to 20. That was equal to twice the strength of a normal person. That was how the frozen earth planes worked. If you improved faster than later on, you would only get even faster, because other people couldn't even kill their first zombie. But once you kept gaining stats, then killing ordinary zombies would be as easy as slaughtering dogs. So he wanted this weapon, but 1,000 charcoal. Anyone could tell this blade was ridiculously overpowered. Who would possibly sell it? Exactly. Everyone felt Wang Jiayan was overthinking it. With just 1,000 charcoal, probably no one would be willing to sell. And sure enough, there was no movement all night. So everyone gave up. Little did they know, it wasn't that there had been no movement. It was that Chunmo hadn't even picked it up at all. Now that he had finally picked it up and looked at yesterday's message. It had already been 6 hours ago. Looks like my luck is pretty good after all. He picked up the blade and gave it a swing. Sure enough, an even stronger surge of power came flooding in. Chunmo discovered that with this blade, his strength stat could actually break through to 100. That meant 10 times the strength of a normal person. What kind of concept was that? To put it simply, an average adult punch was about 100 kilograms of force. A combat sports enthusiast could probably reach 200 kilograms. Let us just calculate it as 100 kilograms. That meant with one slash of this blade, It would carry close to 1,000 kilograms of force. That was like smashing someone with a small sedan. What zombie could possibly withstand that? Nice, very nice. Chunemo was extremely satisfied with the long saber in his hand that gave off a faint red glow. So he picked up the AWM, got into the Lamborghini Aventador, and headed straight for his destination. 18 kilometers. For an ordinary person, that would take at least 3 to 4 hours on foot. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't go. But things were different now. He had a supercar. Even if the roads on the frozen earth plains weren't great. At most it would only take a little over 10 minutes. So Virum, as he slammed down on the gas pedal, the black beast let out a deep, muffled roar. Then it shot out like a streak of black light. This pushback feeling was incredible. No wonder everyone likes sports cars. Feeling it for the first time, Chunemo finally understood how normal people felt. It was way too exhilarating. And so, very soon, on the vast, icy frozen earth plains, many survivors who were still busy reinforcing their shelters saw an outrageous scene. A black Lamborghini Aventador was racing wildly across the frozen earth plains without a care in the world. They thought they were seeing things. Holy crap, quick, look. How is someone driving a sports car out there? Where? Some survivors with level 2 shelters looked over. And sure enough, there really was one. They were dumbfounded. Damn, someone else really driving one? Where the hell did he get gas? Who knows? Are there even gas stations on the frozen earth plains? But then, some survivors narrowed their eyes. Where's this guy even going? Judging from the direction, it looks like the C-32 area of the frozen earth plains, the place that got hit the hardest yesterday. The C-32 area had already been listed as a forbidden zone because a level 3 shelter had been wiped out there yesterday. They had 8 people, and there were 2 level 2 shelters nearby too. That made 16 people in total. And what happened? Apparently, they ran into a zombie tide in the fog. Then they got wiped out in minutes. By now, everyone in the regional channel had exchanged information and already sealed that place off. Damn, this guy has a death wish. Some survivors wanted to warn him, but young man stopped them and said with a nasty grin, why bother? Let him die there. At a time like this, he is still driving a supercar. Serves him right if he dies there. But this time he was wrong, because not only would Chunemo not die, he was going to reap a huge harvest. Virum. Finally, 10 minutes later, he drove into that forbidden area. The moment he got out of the car, he saw the level 3 shelter over there, already wrecked beyond recognition. Chunemo used the system to take a look. Damaged level 3 shelter. Damage level 100. No dismantling value remains. That thing got destroyed clean as hell. Chunemo got out wearing sneakers, narrowed his eyes, and felt a little speechless. He had originally thought he might be able to pick up some useful stuff, but clearly, nothing was left. Still, that was fine. There was still a level 4 zombie inside. Sure enough, as soon as Chunemo drove here, the huge commotion woke up the zombie inside that battle-damaged shelter. Roar. In the next second, accompanied by a deep roar, a huge and swift figure suddenly charged out from inside the shelter. Chunemo was startled when he saw that zombie. It was huge. The zombie charging at him was nearly 2.5 meters tall, and unlike those skinny, emaciated zombies, this one was covered in thick, bulging muscle. On top of that, it even had armor on the outside. With that ferocious clawing appearance, it looked just like one of those tyrant monsters from some zombie CG cinematic. Even when it walked, it made booming sounds. It was absurd, and with one glance at the data, level 4 elite zombie. HP 3000, strength 80, defense 200, agility 15. No wonder it was an elite monster. Its HP alone had reached 3,000. Even Chunemo had to admit that it absolutely had the strength to wipe out a level 3 shelter. The people in that shelter really had terrible luck. They had actually run into a monster like this. Otherwise, if they had developed a little longer, their future might not have been bad at all. But now, I'm here. As the zombie let out a hoarse roar and charged over with bloodthirsty light in its eyes, the Aventador was just about to transform. But Chunemo stopped it. He wanted to train himself a bit. He couldn't rely on transformers for everything. So he directly pulled out the sniper rifle, braced the stock against his shoulder, gripped the handle with his right hand, and used his left hand to support the sniper rifle. Then he aimed at the zombie and fired. Bang! The terrifying firepower instantly struck the zombie in the head. But unexpectedly, it didn't blow its head apart. Instead, this appeared. HP 800. Holy crap, it's that tough? Without any hesitation, while there was still more than 50 meters between them, he fired another shot. Bang! This time, it hit the neck. And still, HP 758. It still wasn't dead. The zombie was very fast. By now, it had already closed to a distance of just over 20 meters. Those 2 shots had only made it pause for a moment. But the intense pain made that elite zombie let out an even angrier roar. When it saw that Chunemo was still reloading, a bloodthirsty gleam began to show in its eyes. My turn now. Damn it, you shot me so many times. How could I not beat you to death? But who would V thought that just as Chun Mo was right in front of it, suddenly, BZT ka ka ka, the supercar behind him, which had originally been sitting there quietly, suddenly gave a violent shake and started trembling hard. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic mechanical beast a full 6 meters tall. Holy shit, that suddenly appearing giant made even the level 4 elite zombie freeze for a moment. An obvious shock showed in its pupils. That big, it hurriedly slammed on the brakes. But it was too late. Bang! The moment Dainyu finished transforming, it directly grabbed the level 4 elite zombie by the arm. Then it lifted it up just like a little baby. Roar, roar. The zombie kept howling, as if it were saying, I was wrong, I was wrong. It really hadn't expected this. There was actually something this fierce behind him too. Zombies had one problem. You judge their strength by their size. Under normal circumstances, the higher the level, the taller they were, and the higher their status. At 2.5 meters, this one had already been extremely arrogant here. But on Chunmo's side, he had directly pulled out a 6-meter one. So it chickened out. It got scared. And just then, seeing that Dainyu had already subdued the level 4 zombie, Chun-Mo stopped being in a hurry. He set down the AWM. Then he just looked at the zombie hanging there, swaying there only about 1 meter away from him. And then, he jumped up and gave it one huge slap. Smack. Come on then. Why aren't you charging now? Zombie. That one big slap completely stunned it. No. Why are you humiliating me too? Humiliate you? Oomph. Chun-Mo was actually being way too polite right now. He thought the AWM would kill it with one shot. But instead, 2 shots in, and it still had 2/5 of its HP left. Who could put up with that? And now that Dainyu had it restrained, he wasn't scared anymore. Yo, you still dare glare at me? Seeing that the level 4 zombie was still unconvinced, its gray-white eyeballs glaring furiously at him, the muscles all over its body trembling, Chun-Mo laughed. I'll give you a chance. Want to fight me one-on-one? Roar. The zombie seemed to understand him and actually let out another furious roar. But before it could finish, suddenly, Chun-Mo pulled out the Fire Phoenix battle blade. Several stabs in a row. Every single one was red in, red out. The zombie's HP started dropping rapidly. As he stabbed, he cursed at it too. I'll let you fucking teleport me to this frozen plane. I'll let you make my lottery winnings disappear. I'm stabbing you to death. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. More than a dozen stabs in a row. Each one took over 100 HP. The level 4 zombie screamed in pain. If it could talk, it would definitely be saying, bro, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a zombie. But Chun-Mo didn't care about that. How nice had it been back home. He had just won the jackpot. But in the blink of an eye, he got teleported into this primitive world. Sure, he was developing pretty well now. But who would want to stay at home with the AC on, drinking something cold, playing games, and occasionally going out for a big meal? So, this debt would be settled on this zombie's head first. Finally, after venting enough, the zombie was also just about out of breath. Chun-Mo turned around, crouched down, and picked up the sniper rifle. He aimed at its head. Bang! One shot went off. This time, its head exploded like a watermelon. It splattered all over Dainyu's leg. Ugh, that's disgusting. Hey, that feels good. But Chun-Mo felt great, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. The emotions he'd been bottling up these past few days had finally been vented a little. What he didn't know was that at this moment, about 200 meters away, there was a pair of identical twins holding binoculars and watching this scene in terror. They were so scared, they even covered their little mouths. That's right. They were a pair of twins, both fresh university graduates. One was a medical student, and the other was a chemistry graduate student. Why take 2 professions? Because the 2 of them had an especially awesome skill. Telepathic connection. In other words, what you knew I knew too, what I knew you knew too. That way. One studied medicine and one studied chemistry. One person ended up learning 2 skill sets. But because they had been teleported to this godforsaken frozen plane, their shelter was gone by the 3rd day. Then they joined a well-known local organization, the Sirius Alliance, a level 5 organization. It already had more than 30 survivors. It was the boss of Region C32. Originally, after hearing that the level 3 shelter here had exploded, they had wanted to take a risk and come here to see if they could scrounge up some supplies. That way they could report back. They had no choice. There was a mission. If they didn't complete it, they wouldn't get any food when they returned to the shelter today. But who could have expected that just after risking their way over here, they would witness such a bloody scene? A level 4 elite zombie. A survivor was actually repeatedly giving a level 4 elite zombie huge slaps, and even making it stand at attention. And he was beating it like crazy, cursing while he hit it, like a total lunatic. The 2 sisters were dumbfounded. They swore that after being here this long, when had they ever seen a ruthless monster like this? Hanging up a level 4 elite zombie and beating it. This guy was seriously fierce. The older sister, with a pretty face comparable to Tian Shiwei's, couldn't help looking at her younger sister, who had the same Tian Shiwei-like pretty face, and said in shock, He really is fierce. The younger sister lay there, not daring to move at all, but still couldn't help adding, "It's just that." From the looks of it, he seemed kind of seriously sick in the head. Ah! Hearing that, the older sister's pretty face froze. Then she looked again at Chun-mo, who was acting like a lunatic. It did seem a little true. Where did this survivor even come from? Don't tell me he escaped from a mental hospital. Meanwhile, Chun-mo's attention was still on the level 4 elite zombie. Because after killing the zombie, he heard a notification. Ding! Congratulations on killing a level 4 elite zombie. You have received resource rewards. 1 box of Sakuma, 30 iron ore, 200 universal bullets, guardian armor, purple, X1. After use, defense increases by 50 points. Strength, attribute, purple after use, permanently increases strength by 12 points. As soon as the words fell, a strange set of black armor appeared in front of him, along with a purple attribute. Hey, look, sis. It dropped equipment. Holding the binoculars, the younger sister's heart stirred when she saw the armor giving off a faint glow, and she quickly nudged her sister with her elbow. You don't need to tell me. I saw it too. The older sister was also holding binoculars, but her greedy gaze never left that set of armor, especially when, through the binoculars, she saw that Chun-mo had already picked everything up. It instantly made them incomparably envious. Damn, this big bro has such good luck. He actually picked up something this good. Can you give it to me? When the younger sister saw Chun-mo use the attribute and then put away the armor, she wished that person could be her instead. But that still wasn't the end of it. Because after Chun-mo entered the shelter, he saw the extinguished furnace and a golden chest. Oh, a chest. Chun-mo's eyes lit up. He liked that very much. He opened the chest. Then another notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on opening a golden resource chest. You have received item rewards. 10 kilograms of raw beef, 1 microwave oven, 1 80-liter solar water heater, 1 solar panel, 1 lighter, 8 T&I cigarettes. Damn! Seeing those items, Chun-mo was dumbfounded. Fuck me. Microwaves and water heaters, sure, I can understand those. After all, those are facilities that can be added to a shelter. But what the hell are the lighters and cigarettes for? Don't they know I don't smoke? What the hell uses this stuff on the frozen wasteland? Chun-mo didn't really understand, but he showed his respect. He directly tossed them into his inventory until he saw the final reward. LV. 4 building blueprint gold. Once conditions are met, the shelter can be upgraded to LV4. Comes with trait, nuclear furnace, gold. After use, the mobile shelter furnace will be upgraded into a nuclear furnace, which will never go out. The mobile shelter speed can also be increased to 200. A nuclear furnace. At that moment, even Chun-mo, who had long been mentally prepared, revealed a look of shock. This was a nuclear furnace, and it would never go out. What did that mean? It meant that once he upgraded to a LV4 shelter with his golden trait, he would completely become a mobile fortress. He would no longer need to worry about consumption. It could run without limits. And on top of that, there was also that speed boost of 200. That meant 30 kilometers per hour. It made him think of a movie he had once seen, Mortal Engines. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. All the cities traveled across the endless plains. When they ran into smaller ones, they devoured them, transferring the energy into their own cities. Actually, judging by the current setting, the frozen wasteland plains now weren't all that different from that. Shelters could move, and they could attack other people's shelters. Calling this a small-scale mobile city template wouldn't be far off. But with this, things would be different for him. Unlimited endurance. And that meant he could use his shelter like a car. He would never have to worry about consumption again, as expected of a golden blueprint. It really was awesome. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, Chun-mo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But he also knew there was no need to stay here any longer. So he immediately put away the blueprint. He'd head back first. Thus, after storing the blueprint, Chun-mo got into the Lamborghini Urus and drove back toward the base. What he didn't know was that after he left, it wasn't long before 2 beautiful figures in black denim jackets came running over. They couldn't wait to see if there was anything left they could scavenge. But unfortunately, after searching around for quite a while, the older sister's face was full of speechlessness. This guy cleaned the place out so thoroughly. He didn't waste a single thing. Well, duh. This is the frozen wasteland. A little more supplies means a little more hope of survival. Who would waste anything? But with that, the twins were screwed. The younger sister, Jian Ming, dropped onto the ground in anger, her pretty face full of despair. It's over. Without supplies, the 2 of us are dead for sure when we go back. Time lengthing was extremely strict. Once you join them, if you failed to complete the corresponding daily task target, which meant gathering supplies and resources, then after you returned, not only would you get no food, you'd also be sent to guard the Arrow Tower. And that thing was extremely dangerous at night. Originally, the sisters had still been able to coast by on their looks, but after enough time passed, that wouldn't work anymore. And now, they hadn't gotten any results for another 2 days. If we go back like this, I think Brother Wolf might kill us. Just thinking of that fierce man, as savage as a vicious wolf, made Jianming shiver uncontrollably. Then what do we do? The older sister, Jianyao, was also on the verge of tears. Watching things continue like this, all their efforts had still been in vain. Suddenly, her gaze turned in the direction Chun Mo had driven off, and a bold idea popped into her head. She quickly calmed down, and her beautiful eyes shone with light. How about we go join that guy from earlier? Huh? You mean that lunatic? The moment she said that, Jianming froze and stared at her sister in disbelief. Come on, are you serious? He just stabbed LV, for elite zombie to death. Are you stupid? Jianyao knocked her on the head, her eyes gleaming brightly as she said. That's exactly because he can kill LV, for elite zombie. Would it be safer to follow someone like that? Besides, he even has that 6-meter-tall mechanical monster under him. Damn, just thinking about it feels insanely badass. If we follow him, wouldn't that be way better than staying with Tai and Lingxing? That makes sense. Actually, the sisters were perfectly in sync. They barely needed to say anything at all. Anyway, after 2 days of getting nowhere, going back was death. If it didn't go back and kept heading deeper in, they wouldn't survive either. So they might as well, while there were still 8 hours before nightfall, go find that guy. Take a gamble. Okay. Thinking that, the sisters exchanged a glance. Then they immediately ran in Chun Mo's direction. Of course, Chun Mo still had no idea that the twin sisters had set their sights on him. But even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. Right now, all of his attention was focused on the blueprint. A nuclear furnace alone. What was the difference between this and a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? So he had to upgrade. He absolutely had to upgrade. It was just that when he looked at the required building materials, wood, for 100 units, iron ore, 200 units, silver ore, 200 units, metal ore, 400 units, steel, 200 units. That was no small amount. Even Chun Mo couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Silver ore, metal ore, iron ore, those were manageable enough. It was a mine near him. He could mine them. But finished steel? That took 10 pieces of iron or to synthesize a single piece of steel. 200. Doesn't that mean I'd have to dig out 2,000 pieces? This thing is seriously a pain in the ass. Still, when he thought about unlimited nuclear energy, Chun Mo gritted his teeth. Screw it. So Virum. He slammed the gas and drove back to the shelter. After getting out of the car, he saw Li Muyao standing there with the drone. Who knew how long she had been waiting? The moment she saw Chun Mo return, she immediately ran overexcitedly and threw herself into his arms. Val, Montake, you're finally back. I missed you so much. You miss me that much? Chun Mo curled his lip and looked at the little beauty in his arms. Damn it. I was gone for less than 2 hours, and you miss me that badly? The moment she heard that, Li Muyao looked a little embarrassed. But what she said wasn't actually fake either, because she didn't know what was going on herself. If she didn't see Chun Mo for even a little while, she would start missing him a bit, and she'd also get a little scared. So she pouted and said, I was also worried you'd run into danger. I'll believe that for now. Chun Mo nodded. Though honestly, I really did run into a badass LV. For elite zombie. What a LV for elite zombie. Sure enough, the moment she heard that, the little beauty's lovely eyes widened instantly. Seriously? ALV, for zombie right now, is basically a major boss. Could it be that the hidden ID I saw on the regional channel half an hour ago, the one that killed LV, for elite zombie, was you MOG? What? Chun Mo was stunned again when he heard that. No way, killing a LV, for elite zombie, even gets broadcast on the regional channel? He opened the regional channel. Sure enough, he saw that message. Congratulations to player XX for killing LV, for elite zombie in region C35 and obtaining the purple equipment, Guardian armor. And below there was a huge flood of utterly shocked messages. Holy crap, someone killed a LV, for elite zombie? Seriously? That's basically the current big boss of the frozen wasteland. Who the hell is that? That's insane. The commotion was so huge that it had already alarmed several large shelter alliances. They had all thought it was one of the others who had killed it. Their hearts were filled with wariness. They even had Jiayin Gang publicly question the Dark Knight Rose shelter. But the response they got was, what the hell does it have to do with you? And as expected, it instantly triggered a full-on flame war. After all, that was a level 4 elite zombie. Almost everyone believed this had to be a group operation. No one would ever think that just one person's strength could take down a level 4 zombie. What a joke. Yo damn. Chun Mo watched it all and couldn't help complaining. Trying to keep a low profile is seriously hard. But luckily, he had hidden his information in advance. Otherwise, with just the effort he put in over the past few days, the name Chun Mo would probably have exploded across the entire frozen earth plains. Who knew how many people would start targeting him then? But right now, none of that mattered. This was a level 4 building blueprint. Chun Mo took out the blueprint and directly gave Li Muyao a task. Go to the mine and dig up 2,000 iron ore for us. We're upgrading the shelter. The moment she heard that, Li Muyao, Emmy? dig 2,000 iron ore by myself. The moment those words came out, Li Muyao was dumbfounded. No, wait, you want me to dig 2,000 pieces of ore by myself? She even thought she had heard wrong. Bro, 2,000 pieces. Even if I can dig 100 a day, that would still take 20 days. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't want to work. It was just afraid that Chun Mo would misunderstand. She said with a troubled expression, I'm worried I'll delay your plans. That's way too much. There's no way I could finish it alone in a short time. That's true. Chun Mo thought about it and felt like he was indeed making things difficult for Li Muyao. After all, this was a small job, and he wanted to get it done before the first wave of natural disasters arrived. But then a problem came up. If they didn't have enough people, he couldn't exactly recruit a few more survivors just like that, could he? But just as he was still hesitating, suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Knock. Knock, knock. Who is it? Chun Mo was a little surprised. There were actually people knocking on doors out here on the frozen earth plains? You go. He had Li Muyao answer the door. The moment she opened it, she saw two top-tier beauties standing there, dressed exactly the same, looking exactly the same, even moving almost the same. Holy crap. Li Muyao was stunned on the spot. Twins. Then the older sister, standing at the door, Jianming, asked a little awkwardly and even somewhat guiltily, Hello, we're survivors from Sea City. We were teleported here. May I ask, can we join your shelter? Join our shelter? The moment he heard that, Chun Mo was interested. Speak up, Gao Gao, and Gao Gao Adi. Wasn't he this free labor delivering itself right to his door? At this moment, the two pretty girls still had no idea what Chun Mo was thinking. They were afraid of being rejected, and also a little worried that this guy might not be mentally normal and could be dangerous. But the moment they thought of Sirius S. Wolf King, they couldn't help shivering. They never want to go back to that hellhole again. So the older sister, Jianming, quickly added, Don't worry, we want stay for free. We can work. All right, right. The younger sister, Jian Yao, nodded like a pecking chick, terrified of being rejected. Of course you can. Chun Mo merely glanced at the two women, then smiled and readily agreed. But that only made the twins even more confused. Wait, he agreed that easily, but very soon they found out why. Because half an hour later, they were standing at the ore vein. Then they started grunting away as laborers. 80, 80, 80, 80. Oh my God. After finally digging out one piece of ore, the sisters wiped the sweat from their foreheads, both completely numb. Woo-woo. Where the hell had they been sent? This wasn't joining a shelter. This was getting exiled to a labor camp. They originally thought they had latched onto a powerful backer, who would thought they had ended up in a black mine instead. And on top of that, this big bro was even more ruthless than serious. Still, Li Muyao was working too, and she even comforted them. It's fine, sisters. It's just mining. This is the frozen earth plains. If we don't mine and upgrade the shelter, who knows when a natural disaster might swallow us up, right? Those words made Jianming's pretty face freeze for a moment. Suddenly, she felt like that actually made some sense. It was just that they didn't understand. What kind of shelter needed 2,000 iron ore? Back at Sirius, they had a level 5 shelter, and even that never needed this much. But Li Muyao mysteriously explained. Brother Mo's shelter is a golden shelter. Once it upgrades to level 4, it can use nuclear power. We won't have to worry about the furnace going out anymore. And it'll have unlimited endurance too. So maybe that's why it needs more. What? A golden shelter, unlimited endurance. Sure enough, the moment they heard those words, the twins' expressions changed instantly, and they were completely shocked. Holy crap. Was that for real? Wouldn't that make it an infinite nuclear-powered mobile city on the frozen earth plains? And if that were really true, the sisters' eyes lit up as well. Then this mining was totally worth it. Way more awesome than that serious place. Exactly. Li Muyao was a little proud too. After all, she was the first one to join Chun Mo's shelter, which basically meant, well, Brother Mo's first woman. So, she felt it was necessary to properly brainwash them a little. You two need to perform well. As long as you mine 50 pieces, you can join Brother Mo's shelter. How could those ordinary shelters possibly compare to Brother Mo's? She lifted her snow-white neck proudly like a swan. That's right. The sisters knew it too. Sirius might have been a level 5 shelter, but in reality, it really couldn't compare to something golden like this. And it even had unlimited endurance. If they followed Chun Mo from now on, wouldn't they totally take off? So, they worked even harder. In just one afternoon, they had dug up 80 pieces. That counted as exceeding the task. If they worked a full day, they could dig at least 160 pieces. But seeing that it was getting dark, and to avoid being swallowed by the mist, they quickly packed up the ore and hurried back to the shelter. Meanwhile, Chun Mo was inside the shelter, leisurely drinking a bottle of Nutri-Express, enjoying the warmth of the stove, and continuing to look for a new vehicle in the regional channel. As for gathering supplies, he had handed that over to the scout bird, Danielle. After all, As accessories of the shelter, they could not only open supply crates, but also kill zombies, pick up resources, and collect affixes. So that saved him quite a bit of effort. He only needed to stay focused inside the shelter and look for suitable trades. And he had already raised the price to 1,200 charcoal. But unfortunately, even after leaving the listing up all afternoon, no one sold one. At this moment, Li Muyao had also returned with the twins. Brother Imo, the moment she got back, Li Muyao hurriedly reported their results. We're back. Today we mined 80 pieces of iron ore. That's way faster than one person doing alone. Oh, is that so? Looking at the 80 pieces of iron ore they had brought back, Chinemo had to admit that having more people really did make things easier. It just also meant 2 extra mouths to feed. But with the mountain of supplies he had piled up, he wasn't too afraid of that. Big brother, we can join your shelter now, right? Seeing Chan Mo accept the ore, the older sister, Jian Ming, quickly took the chance to ask expectantly. Of course. Chun Mo immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation and was just about to take the sisters in. But unexpectedly, the moment he clicked open the panel, he discovered, you already have a base. Chun Mo frowned slightly. He saw the name, Sirius. Only after hearing that did the two finally react. Oh crap, they still hadn't quit the team. Their pretty faces instantly turned tense. They were terrified that Chun Mo wouldn't dare take them in now. After all, Sirius was in the C3 region. They were famously arrogant. A level 5 shelter. There really weren't many people who dared to provoke them. The reason the two sisters had wanted to leave their shelter before was because every potential new shelter saw Sirius behind them and didn't dare take them in. And now, seeing Chun Mo frown, they got nervous too. Damn, big bro isn't about to abandon us, is he? Still, they nodded. Yes, we escaped from Sirius. Damn, Li Miao had heard that name before too. She covered her mouth, knowing the Sirius base was pretty damn impressive. They had more than 30 people. She just hadn't expected it. No, sisters, you two set us up. But who would VE thought? Serious? Chinamo didn't take them seriously at all. They should first ask themselves whether they could withstand a Maxim machine gun. So he only said flatly, leave them, then join us. The moment they heard that, the two women instantly went from shock to delight. Seeing that he was willing to take them in, they hurriedly nodded. No problem, no problem. So very quickly, the two women withdrew from Sirius S shelter. Ding, Jian Ming has applied to join your shelter. Ding, Jian Yao has applied to join your shelter. As the prompts appeared, Chun Mo accepted them without hesitation. And so, he saw the number of people in his shelter, 48. 2 more had been added. After settling that, Chun Mo waved his hand and said, keep mining tomorrow. I need to reach level 4 before the first wave of natural disasters ends. Yes, Brother Mo. With a new home, the two women perked up and quickly nodded hard. Little did they know, just after Chun Mo took in the twins, the Sirius side received the notification that the sisters had left the team the very next second. The younger sister, Jian Yao. The older sister, Jian Ming. Clearly, they hadn't expected anyone to dare betray Sirius. So in the regional channel, they immediately issued a threat. Sirius, whoever took in Jian Ming and Jian Yao. The traitors of Sirius, you've got some nerve. You even dare provoke Sirius? Don't you want to keep surviving in the C3 region anymore? He even specifically used a golden loudspeaker to pin the message at the top of the regional channel. After all, that was a privilege exclusive to level 4 shelters and above. Spend 100 charcoal, and you could designate a loudspeaker message for 15 seconds. It could be used to shout messages, trade, buy and sell, and so on. But this was a common problem in games. People always used it for flame wars and showing off their strength. And sure enough, the moment that loudspeaker message came out, the whole channel exploded. Holy shit. Sirius is traitors. Jian Ming, Jian Yao, that pair of stunning twins? Who is so badass that he dares snatch food from a wolf's mouth? Are they that pretty? That is called pretty? They're insanely pretty. Okay. Damn. Who is that badass, daring to go against Sirius? They have more than 30 survivors. People can't even squeeze in, and they still came out? Did they find an even stronger shelter? Impossible. But very soon, someone rejected that idea. Sirius could rank in the top 20 of the entire frozen wasteland plain. Those large shelters didn't lack women at all. Who'd he go looking for trouble for no reason? And sure enough, a member of Jiayin Gang spoke up. Yo, I send Tia just a woman? If you want women, our Jiayin Gang has plenty. Ha! The people from Sirius couldn't be bothered to respond. They just kept shouting in the channel. Sirius, kid, if you've got the guts to do it, then have the balls to report your coordinates. If we catch you, we'll flatten your base. Sirius, no. 3. That's right. A bounty is now up. Anyone who knows the whereabouts of the Jian sisters, private message me. 100 charcoal. Damn, Sirius is domineering. Rich and overbearing. So much money. Opening with 100 charcoal. Quick, gather information. There was no helping it. For large shelters now, they could produce several hundred charcoal a day from charcoal alone. And the excess used for it was to gather information and buy things they needed. So this stuff wasn't that valuable anymore. Of course it could be used by Intel. But little did they know, although the regional channel had already gone completely wild, Chinamo's side had no idea at all. More accurately, he was still in the trading exchange, chatting with someone. Because after hanging the listing there all afternoon, finally, someone had sent him a private message. Chen Wushuang, I've got a BYD here. Do you want it? Chinamo, are you insulting me? Chen Wushuang. No bro. I mean a BYD. An abbreviation. But it looks like the engine is a bit damaged, and the battery might be broken too. Chinamo, damn it, everything is broken. So what kind of crap are you trying to trade me? What he wanted was one in good condition. Otherwise, what was the point? To use it as scrap metal? But Chen Wushuang didn't think that way. Bro, even though the car is broken, think about it. There is still a lot of usable equipment inside. Like the horn, the motor, the seats, the glass, the mirrors. You can take them apart and use them to decorate your shelter. And there's even radar in it. Oh, Chen Mo paused in surprise when he heard that. It had only been 10 days on the frozen wasteland plane, and someone had already researched things to this extent. How come I didn't think of that? Not to mention anything else, if you took those seats apart, you could even piece together a bed. And that radar, if it got modified, maybe it could be turned into military use equipment. No, but very quickly, Chen Mo shook his head and dismissed the thought. Chen Mo, the hell, I'm not an engineer. How would I know how to modify this thing? Chen Wushuang, I am, bro. I can make you a finished product and sell it to you. How about it? It can be used to scout the zombies outside. Trying to make money off me? Chen Mo immediately rejected it. Don't need it. I only want a finished vehicle. Chen Wushuang, hey bro, don't go. I'll sell it cheaper. But Chen Mo had already stopped responding. Finally, seeing that he really wasn't interested anymore, Chen Wushuang gritted his teeth and brought out his trump card. Bro, I've also got a Corvette here. Want to consider it? Oh, sure enough, the moment those words came out, Chen Mo got interested. Chen Mo, is it intact? Chen Wushuang, of course. Other than having no fuel, I personally checked it. I just got it yesterday. Got it. Sure enough, when Chen Mo heard that, his expression started turning strange again. No, bro. Are you running a used car business on the frozen wasteland plane? Chen Wushuang, hey, a little embarrassed. That's right. There really was a car dealer. Chen Mo hadn't expected that even in this frozen wasteland world, there would still be people doing this kind of thing. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Yeah, cars weren't worth much. In the frozen wasteland world, without fuel, they were trash. But the stuff inside them could still be used. Like engines, motors, headlights, even large display screens, radar, and so on. All of it could be used for modifications. Seriously, at this thought, after glancing again at the three women sitting around the stove eating, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn, talent is talent no matter where it goes. But a Corvette, Chen Mo thought of the car model for Crosshairs from the movies. It was pretty cool too. So he made the decision on the spot. Fina. But Chen Wushuang added another condition. Alright bro, I need to upgrade my level 4 shelter. I only want 1,000 charcoal, and for the rest, give me 200 wood. Okay. The moment those words came out, Chen Mo, no. What the hell? You're a used car dealer on the frozen wasteland plane, and you've already reached the point of upgrading to a level 4 shelter. This was something Chen Mo truly hadn't expected. A used car dealer on the frozen wasteland plane was about to upgrade to a level 4 shelter. This guy was a real talent. There was no helping it. Some people were just born to do business. What was that saying again? As long as there are people, there will be trade. Shelters were the same. Buy up trash at low prices, improve it with technology, make items suited to the current environment, then sell them at high prices. That way, they didn't naturally have enough universal currency. Charcoal, buying supplies and things like that would be way too convenient. So the speed at which they upgraded their shelter would also become much faster. Good, but Chen Mo wasn't lacking in wood either. So he agreed to the trade very readily. Very soon, as the trade succeeded, ding, congratulations, you have obtained White Corvette ×1. Chen Mo immediately went outside to activate it. Although the sky was dim at the moment, the fog still hadn't arrived yet. Boom! As he fused a spark's energy into the supercar, a violent wave of blue light erupted around it. Right after that, cool, ka. Just like in the movies, the previously silent supercar began transforming at high speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a mechanical life form over 5 meters tall. Its entire body was made of silver-white mechanical metal bones, looking incredibly mighty and domineering. And those blue mechanical eyes were full of futuristic sci-fi vibes. Wow, a new companion again. Over there, Daniel, who had been lying quietly on the ground, got excited when he noticed the newcomer and let out a strange cry. As for the silver-white mechanical life form, the moment it saw Chen Mo, it immediately dropped to one knee respectfully and spoke in a heavy mechanical voice. Mechanical life form number 3 greets the creator. MHM. Chen Mo gave a slight nod. After taking a look at the car, he had to admit, it was pretty handsome too. Mechanical life form. Unit type. Army. Strength, 2,200. Defense, 2,500. Agility, 1,000. Firepower loadout, 3,000. Loyalty, absolute loyalty. As far as stats went, it was more or less similar to Denyo, but it was slightly weaker than him. Its strength was 300 lower. Its agility and defense were also lower by a few hundred points. Clearly, depending on the strength of the vehicle, the mechanical lifeform produced would also vary in strength. It was probably related to the car's materials, especially the front end. He had figured out, this thing was basically just like Transformers. The bigger the vehicle, the bigger the body size. Of course, actual combat power was harder to say, but on the frozen soil plains, it was completely enough. You could just stack size, and that was enough. Besides, if just a supercar was already this badass, what if I got myself a 100-ton king later? Wouldn't that'd be absolutely heaven-defying. Even Shinamo was a little tempted. It was just obvious that this kind of thing wouldn't be easy to get. Still, with one more Corvette, Shinamo felt that his survival strength had improved quite a bit again. But even this still wasn't enough. He needed more mechanical life forms. He wanted to build an entire convoy. When the time came, once dozens of Transformers rolled out, TSK. What enemy could withstand that kind of madness? Even if a zombie tide came, it would still have to run for its life while shouting, "Protect the old and the young first. We'll hold the rear." But the premise was he still had to keep upgrading the shelter. And he had already done the math. There would be 4 level 3 shelters, 8 level 4 shelters, and for level 5, there would be 16. As long as he got to level 8, he could make 100 of them. That was enough. As long as I raise it to level 8 as fast as possible, I'll have more than 100 by then. I'll be able to walk sideways across the frozen soil plains. Shinamo thought to himself, "Brother Mo, hurry back. The fog is coming." At this moment, the pretty young woman keeping watch from the arrow tower hurriedly climbed down and quickly ran to Shinamo. Her full curves bounced up and down from the vigorous running, making for a very eye-catching sight. She hurriedly said to him, but after Shinamo gave her an up-and-down look, he seemed a little unable to tell. "Are you the younger sister or the older sister?" Jianming was stunned for a moment and blinked her big eyes. "No way, brother. We've been here for so long already, and you still can't tell who is who?" Still, she pouted a little unhappily and said, "I'm the older sister." Jianming. "Oh, all right. Let us go inside first." Chun and Mo returned to the shelter together with Jianming. Not long after, in the very next second, a thunderous boom sounded. The fog arrived right on time. Outside, the hazy weather came with some heavy, muffled roars. There were also the footsteps of strange creatures. The twin sisters were so frightened that they immediately held their breath and didn't dare say a word beside the stove. Even though they had already gone through 3 days of this kind of survival mode, the moment they thought back to before, at the Sirius base, it had taken the deaths of 3 people just to hunt down one creature. It was like a wolf king, but hairless, incredibly ugly, and also looked somewhat like a bat. Just thinking about it made them afraid. And in their memory, you have to be careful with those. I remember a lot of them move in packs. Sometimes there can be over 100 of them. Jianming couldn't help revealing fear in her eyes as she said this. Move in packs. But Chun Mo, leaning against the big iron gate, smiled instead. It'd be great if there really were that many. Then I could harvest a huge wave. Though obviously, the odds of that weren't high. As the Maxim turret outside started firing, a dense string of the gunfire immediately rang out, followed by the sounds of things bursting apart and exploding with puff, puff, puff noises. After only a little over 20 seconds, everything outside went quiet. There was no sound anymore. The sudden silence made the twins freeze in shock. No way, it's over just like that. That's right. It was exactly that fast. Against these low-level creatures, even cold weapons would work, let alone hot weapons. It was hard to imagine if this were modern Dragon Kingdom society, and people came here carrying large amounts of weapons, then this wouldn't be survival on the frozen soil plains at all. It would be resource extraction in a new territory. Early the next morning, when the sky was fully bright, Chun Mo went out right on schedule, bringing the 3 girls along to collect supplies. The moment the door opened, they were stunned by the more than 30 corpses of all kinds of zombies and mutated bats near the shelter. Those originally arrogant zombies and mutant creatures were now lying all over the place in crooked heaps, missing arms and legs, as if sleeping everywhere. Oh my! They covered their mouths, staring in shocked disbelief and delight. So many. Back at the Sirius base, even with over 30 people, they didn't dare make any noise at night. Even when they occasionally hunted one, they had lost 3 people. But following Big Brother, in just one night, he had killed more than 30 of them. Good grief. Wasn't he this way better than staying with Sirius? And on top of that, the harvest this time was also huge. Aside from supplies, they found a lot of stat entries. Even though they were all pretty ordinary, things like strength entries, agility entries, defense entries, and free attribute entries. But the quantity made up for it. There were almost 30 of them. Altogether, they added up to more than 90 stat points. Not bad. After Chun Mo added all of them to himself, he took another look. Spirit 30, physical defense 40, magic resistance 40, strength 93, agility 22. Then he realized his strength had already reached 93. Boom! Chun Mo's heart stirred. He moved at extreme speed, his whole body turning into an afterimage. At 4 times the speed of an ordinary person, he charged straight at the big tree beside the shelter. With only one punch, crack, the big tree exploded on the spot. It snapped into 2 pieces. With a boom, it collapsed onto the ground. Damn! But this scene completely shocked the 3 girls. Standing at the doorway, they wore blank, dumbfounded expressions. No way. He smashed a tree apart with 1 punch. Isn't that strength way too terrifying? They finally understood why Chun Mo liked being alone. With this kind of strength and getting so many stat entries every day, if it were me, I'd also be willing to be a lone wolf. But the more it was like this, the twin sisters exchanged a glance and revealed delighted expressions. The more they looked, the more they felt they had found the right person. What use was having more people? To survive on frozen soil, you follow the strong. And Chun Mo was exactly that. Not bad. Chun Mo was quite satisfied with the changes in his own strength. But even this still wasn't enough. He still needed more power. So he turned around and said to the 3 girls, "You 3 keep mining. Try to upgrade the shelter to a level 4 shelter as soon as possible." After all, the Mist Calamity was only the first wave. Every half month, there'll be an even fiercer wave of natural disaster. Who the hell knows what's coming next? We have to raise the shelter's level as much as possible. Only then can we survive better. We understand. The 3 girls also knew how important the shelter was. So they didn't hesitate at all and nodded heavily on the spot. Then they took the Lamborghini Aventador and went back to the mineral vein to keep mining. As for Chun Mo, he drove the Corvette, brought the scouting bird with him, and went out to look for more zombies. But obviously, those zombies only came out at night. Trying to find even one during the day was seriously way too hard. It even made Chun Mo start to suspect, damn, are these zombies spawning at fixed points or something? How come they all swarm out at night, but there's not a single one during the day? Still, at least it wasn't a complete waste of effort. After a whole day, he still managed to find 5 or 6 of them. It was just that the attribute points were pitifully few. Only 8 points. Damn it. Even a dog would take that if you gave it one. Chun Mo thought about it, then decisively added them on. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right? And so just like that, he stayed busy for the whole day. In the end, it was basically for nothing. There was pretty much no gain at all. When night came, the 3 girls also returned. How was the harvest? Seeing the 3 girls covered in dust and dirt, Chun Mo asked. Here. The 3 girls were panting from exhaustion after mining all day, but they still handed over today's harvest, 200 pieces of iron ore. Oh, not bad. You're pretty fast. Looking at how hard the 3 girls had worked, even Chun Mo was quite surprised. Of course, Li Miao's waist was so sore she could barely straighten up, and she was just about ready to collapse directly onto the sofa. Tired, so tired. This isn't work at all. This is trying to kill us. Don't be fooled by the fact that it was only 200. They had practically never stopped. They had been digging and digging and digging the entire day. But Chun Mo still wasn't satisfied with that speed because at this pace, it would still take 9 more days to upgrade to a level 4 shelter. Too slow. He shook his head. As for using the transformers, don't joke around. Are those for mining? No, those are for robbing people. The 3 girls were already completely dumbfounded when they heard that. Their pretty faces looked like they were questioning life as they stared at Chun Mo. No bro, this is still slow. We really didn't slack off at all. If this is still slow, then there's nothing we can do. But that was also the truth, because the amount of iron ore needed was just too much. Normally speaking, it would been enough to upgrade a level 5 shelter. But now it was only for upgrading a level 4 one. And on top of that, they had to get it done before the second wave of natural disaster arrived. So if they kept going at this speed, it definitely wouldn't work. I need to figure out a way to find more people to work for me. Chun Mo thought about it. So early the next morning, he planned to recruit workers through the trading post. He would find a few shelter survivors to work for him and pay them wages, in other words, charcoal. That way, he wouldn't have to feed extra people in the shelter, and he'd still have people doing the work. So he made up his mind. That very morning, he posted the charcoal listing. Chun Mo, hiring miners, task mining. 30 pieces of charcoal per person per day. Requirement, no less than 50 people. Of course, some people might say, if you want people to mine, why not just buy directly from the trading post? What a joke. Right now at the trading post, 1 piece of or cost 2 pieces of charcoal. 50 pieces of or would cost a full 100. Might as well hire people to do it instead. After all, mineral veins weren't something you could find just anywhere. Holy crap. But even so, the moment this message came out, the trading post exploded. Are you freaking kidding me? In C City, we were already treated like corporate cattle every day. Now we're on the frozen earth plane, and you're still hiring miners. You seriously don't treat us like human beings? They really hadn't expected this. The frozen earth plane world had clearly said people could join shelters, which was basically like getting an official position. But this guy, he was still pulling the whole labor dispatch crap. So it immediately sparked public outrage. How are you even human? Post your coordinates, I'll kill you. Yeah, that's right, I'll kill you too. Holy crap. Even Shin-Mo was startled by this move. Why was everyone this worked up? No, I'm just hiring a few miners. Do you really have to get this excited? But there was no helping it. People were already exhausted enough being corporate cattle in the real world. They had originally thought that on the frozen earth plane, they could survive by relying on their own strength. But in the end, someone still brought in this capitalist crap. And it was freaking mining work too. He really wasn't treating people like human beings. So they had to take him down. Still, there were also people asking for the coordinates. We'll do it. They were desperately short on charcoal. Some people had bad luck and landed in poor areas, making it hard to refresh resource chests. So they could only go out and work. They wanted to save up some charcoal and then move to a better location. So they wouldn't have to trek more than a dozen kilometers every day. And Chun-Mo's offer of 30 a day was actually not bad. That was equivalent to 24 hours of survival time, plus 1 extra day of food. Barely enough to get by. If a shelter had 4 people, then everyone could scrape by together. So the sign-ups were actually pretty enthusiastic. But then, who would be thought that just as Chun-Mo was getting dazzled by it all, someone started bidding lower. I only want 28 pieces of charcoal a day. Pick me, pick me. The one who said that was someone named Neo-Fun. The moment those words came out, the regional channel trading post. Wait, internal competition? Oh ho, that cheap? Even Chun-Mo got interested when he saw it. Then alright, you it is. Neo-Fun was overjoyed and had just been about to thank him. Who would be thought? Another person jumped out. Ma Dan, I only want 25. The moment those words came out, those workers asking for 30 immediately exploded. Holy crap. Why don't you just go die? May all internal competitors die horrible deaths. It's because of people like you that wages in the Dragon Kingdom are so damn low. Serves you right if you freeze to death. +1 to the guy above. Resist internal competition. A person named Chun-Fong was talking about resisting it on the surface. But then he privately messaged Chun-Mo, bro, how about 24? Pick me. Chun-Mo. This scene actually made him laugh. Seriously, as long as there are people, there will be conflict. Even survival was no exception. But Chun-Mo wasn't a good person either. He immediately posted a comment in the trading post. Chun-Mo, someone already bid 24. Anyone lower than that? Whoosh. The moment those words came out, who knew how many people in the trading post started cursing him? Chun-Mo, you really deserve to die. Post your coordinates. I'm gonna hack you to death. Yeah, count me in too. You're even blacker than a vampire. But Chun-Mo ignored all of them. Come kill me? Whoever comes. I'll kill whoever comes. So in the end, he hired 10 of them. Just 240 pieces of charcoal. And they could dig out 500 pieces of ore. It'd be done in 3 days. This was way more cost-effective than spending a high price to buy it, and maybe not even being able to get it. However, just as he was still feeling smug about himself, he turned his head and saw the 3 girls in pajamas, all staring at him with dumbfounded expressions. Those looks on their faces, it was like they were looking at some huge profiteer, because they had gathered quite a lot of supplies over the past few days. They had pajamas too, so inside the shelter, the 3 girls had started wearing them, and each one had an even better figure than the last. But when Chun-Mo saw their expressions, he was puzzled. What kind of look is that? No, coming back to their senses. The 3 girls were already shocked by Chun-Mo's capitalism. So Li Miao couldn't help but complain. It was one thing when you did this in Sea City, but now that we've been teleported to the frozen world, you're still this capitalistic. Bro, you're seriously amazing. Oh, what kind of thing is that supposed to mean? When Chun-Mo heard that, his brows lifted. He glanced at the faintly visible curves beneath the snow-white skin. Then are you willing to go do it yourselves? And no. The moment the 3 women heard that, they hurriedly shook their heads like rattles. It's better if Big Brother finds someone. Right, find someone. We can supervise. Now that's more like it. Chun-Mo snorted. Then he told the 3 women to change clothes and get ready to set out. But unexpectedly, elder sister Jin Ming's pretty face reddened slightly as she said, well, Big Brother, can you go out first? Even though this place is big, about 80 square meters, there's no partition. So changing clothes here is a little embarrassing. What haven't I seen before? But Chun-Mo raised a brow and simply refused to leave. I'll find. Although their faces were a little red, after thinking about it carefully, they knew they had no choice when living under someone else's roof. So the 3 women could only blush and change into a new set of clothes right in front of Chun-Mo. TSK. Chun-Mo watched the whole thing and had to admit, it was pretty nice. Looks like if he wanted this kind of life to continue, he had to work harder. With that thought in mind, the slightly emotional Chun-Mo headed out with the 3 of them. But before they could even set off, the next second, whoosh, a sharp tearing sound suddenly cut through the air, Fortunately, Chun Mo reacted quickly. His agility was already 4 times that of an ordinary person. A cheap little trick like this couldn't do anything to him. He simply shifted to the side, dodging it once. Then a pitch-black iron arrow slammed into the big tree beside him. Ah, Brother Mo, be careful. The 3 women were startled and quickly covered their mouths. At this moment, clap, clap, clap. A heavy, rhythmic round of applause came from not far away. Yo, not bad. Pretty fast reaction. When Mo turned around, he saw about 7 or 8 people closing in from all directions. And every one of them had a finely crafted bow in hand. Leading them was a bald man in his early 30s with a face full of brute flesh. It turned out they were from the Lone Wolf Base. But not from the Lone Wolf Base headquarters. They were from one of its subordinate Level 4 shelters. Their main job was to find targets for the Lone Wolf Base, devour and dismantle other survivor shelters, then use them to expand and strengthen the Lone Wolf Base. Otherwise, no matter how many people they had, the Lone Wolf Base couldn't possibly have become a Level 7 shelter already, standing on equal footing with Jiayin Gang and Dark Knight Rose. Now, as an advance unit, they had just happened to arrive at Chun Mo's coordinates and discovered this place. So they decided to camp here and wait. After all, a Level 3 shelter could hold 8 survivors. But who would have thought? There was only 1 person inside. And boss, they're women. 3 women. They're even twins. One of the lackeys spotted the 3 beautiful women at a glance. Greed flashed through his eyes, and he hurriedly shouted, "Smack! Damn it!" But in the very next moment, Brother Long slapped him hard across the face. "Am I blind?" "Ah, boss." The lackey clutched his face and didn't dare say another word. But the 8 of them had already started closing in from every direction. At this moment, Brother Long had already developed the intention to recruit Chun Mo. After all, skill like this was rare. So he smiled faintly. "Brother, interested in joining us? Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Long. I'm the owner of a Level 4 shelter." Oh, but Chun Mo had long since been angered by that sneak attack just now. Still, he remained fairly calm. He only glanced at him and said coolly, "What if I refuse?" "Refuse?" Before Brother Long could speak, the lackey beside him was already pissed off and immediately raised his voice by a full octave. "Then we kill you. You're one damn guy with 3 women. How are you going to fight the 8 of us when we're all carrying finely crafted bows?" "Yeah, kid, watch how you talk to our boss." "Hey." Unexpectedly, Brother Long waved his hand and suddenly gave Chun Mo a smug grin. "How about this, brother? Let us have a one-on-one fight. If I win, you come with me. If I lose, I'll pretend I never saw this place. How about it?" But who would have thought? The moment he finished speaking, suddenly, bang, his whole body flew out like an arrow released from a bow, then crashed into a big tree with a loud thud. Ow, fuck. The others hadn't even reacted yet. They thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. But when they came back to their senses, they saw that Chun Mo had already withdrawn his leg. That sight made everyone's pupils shrink. This guy was that fierce. Not to mention Brother Long himself. He just wanted to show off a little. But before he could even make a move, he'd already been sent flying. Puffed. He only felt like several bones in his body had shattered. He coughed up blood in huge mouthfuls and stared at Chun Mo in shock. "You? How is that possible? You have such, cough, 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 such terrifying strength." Oh, honestly, seeing that Brother Long could still talk, even Chun Mo was a bit surprised. He raised a brow. That kick just now had been with his full strength. An ordinary person would died from one kick. But Brother Long had actually endured it. Of course, that was also thanks to the fact that Brother Long had previously gotten lucky and picked up a defensive attribute, increasing his defense by 10 points. Otherwise, that one kick would ended him. But now that he saw how fierce Chun Mo was, even fiercer than Lone Wolf, he was terrified. He had just tried to get up when he saw Chun Mo already rush in front of him, and at the same time another huge slap came swinging over. Smack! Ah, Brother Long was sent flying again, and even a few teeth flew out. Holy shit, the move had already scared the other lackeys out of their wits. They didn't even have time to react. Was that even speed a human could have? Brother Long also hadn't expected this. Damn it. After so many days on the frozen earth plains, he had actually kicked an iron plate this time. So he hurriedly shouted, "Brothers, move!" Now, but unexpectedly, before they could even draw their bows and knock arrows, Chun Mo's side was even faster. "Move!" At his command, boom, the 2 supercars parked not far away suddenly let out a violent series of clicking gear noises. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2 transformers standing 5 or 6 meters tall. The moment they appeared, they swiftly drew oversized energy cannons from behind their backs. Buzz. Blue energy light instantly covered all 8 men. Then came Daniel's arrogant and heavy voice. "Hey, little shrimps, don't move. You're surrounded. Holy shit. What the hell is that?" The sudden appearance of the giant figures left the 7 survivors completely dumbfounded. Those towering monsters 5 or 6 meters tall were like cars standing upright, and the cannons in their hands were bigger than their heads. They had absolutely no doubt that if one shot fired, they would be vaporized. And so, the situation reversed. The 7 men were surrounded by 2 transformers. Meanwhile, Chinamo had already grabbed Brother Long by the neck, and he didn't forget to ask teasingly, "What was it you said just now? You wanted to fight me one-on-one?" Aye. Brother Long had been scared stupid by this scene, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He finally understood why there was only 1 man and 3 women inside a level 3 shelter like this. What a joke. With 2 6-meter-tall mechanical life forms like these, what the hell were they supposed to do? So while coughing blood, Brother Long forced out a smile and quickly said, a misunderstanding, big brother. Don't kill me. Really, I'll do anything you want. You want me not to kill you now? Too late. I hate show-offs the most. If you had just talked properly, maybe I would VE sent you on your way in 1 hit. But you just had to act tough in front of me. Back in Sea City, I was just some small-time nobody. Fine, if you bully me then, whatever. But now the world is frozen, and you still want to bully me? Then wouldn't my transmigration have been for nothing? So, Chun naturally wasn't going to be polite either. He directly lifted his leg and kicked out. With a bang, Longo was sent flying and slammed into a big tree. His whole body was kicked into a triple fold shape, no matter how you looked at it. He had folds on every side. Big brother. Seeing this, the skinny man's expression changed drastically. Afraid that he would be next, he quickly threatened, brother, why had he better think this through? We're the advanced unit of Dulong base. Dulong is the master of a level 7 base. I heard he has already reached level 5. You'd better let me go. Stand straight. Line up. But before he could finish, Chinamo spoke. The few of them subconsciously put down their weapons. Then they hurriedly stood in a row. At this moment, Denyo came over carrying the hand cannon, his heavy footsteps thudding on the ground, and said to Chunemo in a mechanical voice, "Boss, kill them." No rush. Chinamo just so happened to be short on mining labor, so his gaze swept across the group. "I'm giving you a chance to live right now. Do you want it?" Yes. Needless to say, the moment they heard that, the few of them nodded frantically. Come on, who wanted to die for no reason? The skinny man was the first to show loyalty. "Big brother, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." "Very good." Hearing that, Chinamo was fairly satisfied. Then he beckoned to Li Muyao and the twins. "Weren't we short on people to mine? Here they are, ready-made. You take Kel White and Denyo and send them to the ore vein to mine. Today's target, 100 chunks per person. Anyone who doesn't finish gets killed." The moment those words came out, the people from Longu's base were all, "Wait, mining? You turned us into miners. We're the elite vanguard squad of Dulong base. And now you're telling us we have to go mine. What unwilling?" Seeing the stunned looks on the 7 faces, Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. The skinny man came back to his senses at once. Afraid that he'd end up triple-folded like Longu, he immediately forced a smile and bowed repeatedly. No problem. As long as you don't kill us. We'll do whatever you want." "Very good." Only then did Chun Mo nod in satisfaction. Then he gave Kel White and Inyo a look. The 2 big guys understood immediately. They set off at once with heavy steps, escorting the 7 people toward the ore vein. And so, Li Muyao was delighted to discover that she had actually become a foreman. This feeling was pretty great, but it was miserable for the 7 of them. They had started out as the advanced force of Dulong base, but now Longu had been taken out, and they themselves had become miners. Where were they supposed to go complain about this? Damn it, hurry up. But before the skinny man could even rest for a moment, he saw a whip made from hemp rope lash across his body. Even though it was freezing and he was dressed pretty thickly, that strike still made him feel a piercing pain down to the bone. He let out a scream, but he still put on a full smile and said to Li Muyao, yes, working now. But in his heart, what he was thinking was, damn it, just don't let me get out of here. Once I report this to Lord Dulong later, you're all dead. Of course, while those people were sent off to mine, Chun Mo wasn't idle either, because Longu was already dead, but the shelter was still there. So under the lead of the scout bird, he quickly found Longu's ownerless shelter. At this moment, the shelter was already completely empty of people, but the supplies were actually pretty decent. After a rough search, there was rice, flour, instant noodles, bottled water, sausages, vegetables, eggs. Altogether, it came to nearly 100 kilograms. And don't underestimate those 100 kilograms. For a normal person, the daily ration was 800 grams. That was enough for one survivor to live for 4 months. Even for 8 people, it could last half a month. You could just imagine how much these people had scavenged. But now it was all mine. Shinamo didn't hold back. He directly stored everything in his backpack. At the same time, he also found 2,000 pieces of charcoal. This stuff was the common currency of the frozen soil plains, basically the equivalent of US dollars. Not bad. Shinamo was quite satisfied and took all of it without exception. In the end, he didn't even spare the shelter itself. He obtained 320 iron ore, 120 wood, 100 metal ore, 20 steel. Seeing so many supplies, Chunemo finally understood why so many people liked raiding other shelters. This was basically getting rich without working for it. Looks like I've been too gentle till now. He decided he would get himself a few more shelters too. But ordinary ones wouldn't he do. If he was going to do it, he'd go for the big ones, like level 5 or level 6 ones. They had more resources. By the time evening came, under the lead of the Nyo and Kelwhite, Li Miao came back escorting the 7 miners as well. They had mined about 800 pieces of iron ore in total. Yo, that is quite a lot. Seeing the iron ore traded into the backpack, Chinamo was a little surprised and joked. Of course, Li Miao Ujigalat. I was the foreman. I didn't dare let them rest for even 1 second all day. You got the nerve to say that. The moment he heard this, the skinny man felt like killing someone. But when he considered the 2 huge 6-meter-tall monsters beside them, I'll endure. He held it in, then put on a smiling face and said ingratiatingly to Chinamo, big brother, we already mined 800 pieces of iron ore. Can you let us go now? Let you go? But to his surprise, Chinamo turned on them instantly. Did I ever say I'd let you go? The skinny man was dumbfounded on the spot. No, big brother. You can't go back on your word. You said before that if we averaged 100 pieces per person, you wouldn't kill us. Yeah, Chinamo smiled too. And like you said, I said I wouldn't kill you. I never said I'd let you go. Everyone. Holy crap, big brother. That is a bit too much, ISNT it. But the problem was then, what do you plan to do with us? Afraid of being killed by him, the skinny man hurriedly asked in a careful voice. Chunemo, however, waved his hand grandly. Tomorrow, keep mining. 1 more day of mining, and that should be enough. So, work hard. If I'm in a good mood tomorrow, maybe I'll let you go. Fine. Hearing this, the skinny man and the others thought it over. If they tried to fight head-on now, they would only die. So they decided to wait and think of a way later. Soon night fell. The fog of the 6th day had arrived. Chun-Mo brought the 3 girls into the shelter and made the 7 of them build a small wooden hut outside and barely endure the night. This infuriated the skinny man and the others. Damn it. After working all day, he wouldn't even let them enter the shelter. Wouldn't they freeze to death like this? So while they were warming themselves by the fire, one of the lackeys simply lowered his voice and said to the skinny man, second brother, how about we sneak in at midnight and kill them? Kill them? But when he heard this, the skinny man laughed. A level 3 shelter. Can you even break it open? Besides, there's still those 2 big guys standing guard. But unexpectedly, that lackey suddenly gave a sly grin and pulled out a wine bottle stuffed with a rag. HM, the skinny man's eyes lit up. A Molotov cocktail? That's right, a Molotov cocktail. Earlier, they had found a scrap car. They siphoned out some gasoline, then added alcohol and a strip of rag. That was how they made the Molotov cocktail, originally for dealing with zombies. But now, they had run into zombies. They run into Chun-Mo instead. We can light the Molotov cocktail and burn that bastard to death. I refuse to believe that no matter how good his shelter is, it can withstand a Molotov cocktail. Good idea. The skinny man finally saw hope too. If they could kill this guy and strip out the shelter-esque traits, that would mean even these 2 big guys would belong to him when the time came. Who would still be a match for him then? A cold glint flashed through his eyes. These 2 big guys are mine. But before the 7 of them could even sneak out under the cover of night, the next second, roar, HRRGH, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a massive fog came surging in from all directions. Holy shit, the underling holding the Molotov, who had just lit it, saw huge numbers of zombies rushing in from every direction, and giant black bats had even appeared in the sky. Their expressions changed instantly. Second brother, it's zombies. Fuck. Ignore them. The skinny man had a very clear goal. Kill Chun-Mo, deal with him first. Okay. But before the underling could excitedly throw it out, the next second, BZZZ. Ka. Not far away, the 2 quiet supercars suddenly began to tremble violently and rapidly transform. Right after that, they turned into gigantic monsters 5 or 6 meters tall. And without any hesitation, they aimed at the zombies that were just about to charge over from all around. BZZZ. Boom. They opened with a shot. The zombies that had been packed together in a dense mass were instantly wiped out by 3 or 4. Damn, holy shit. That move left the underling holding the Molotov completely dumbfounded. He sucked in a cold breath. That's strong? 1 shot killed 3 or 4 zombies. But that still wasn't the end. Next, the Corvette actually pulled out a 4-meter-long broadsword. It slashed at a zombie and cut it directly into 2 pieces with a puff. That scorching broadsword gave off a blazing red glow from being heated too fiercely. Everywhere the blade passed, all the zombies were chopped into a bloody mess. And while it was chopping, it was also laughing and shouting strangely. Come on. Here they come again. There are more than yesterday. I'll chop you little punks to death. This scene made the 7 who had originally wanted to launch a sneak attack freeze on the spot. Gulp. They couldn't help swallowing. Then they looked toward the shelter. Screech. 5 or 6 mutated bats came rushing over. They first locked onto the underling holding the Molotov. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in their eyes, as if they had found delicious prey. These mutated creatures attacked shelters for flesh and blood. So naturally, they wouldn't let him go. Run, they're charging over. Luckily, the skinny man reacted quickly and hurriedly grabbed the underling to run. But the underling was already scared stupid and had completely forgotten how to escape. As he watched the mutated bat charge toward him, growing larger and larger in his pupils. The next second, rat-tat-at-at, a sudden burst of fierce, dense gunfire instantly riddled the mutated bat with holes, turning it into a cloud of blood that splattered all over the underling. Only then did the underling notice, holy shit. 2 Maxim turrets had suddenly risen up at the entrance. They crazily opened fire on the mutated bats in all directions. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The dense net of firepower wiped out more than a dozen mutated bats in one go. Holy shit. This time, all 7 of them were stunned. They're even Maxims. No, just how many weapons does this big brother have? The skinny man and the others were already scared senseless by the scene before them. They had even forgotten their original purpose. They could only stare dumbfounded at the outrageous scene in front of them, like some alien life form war. Until finally, the last one was pierced through the body by the huge blade, transformed from the Corvette's tail fin, and collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. At that moment, everything within 1,000 square meters fell completely silent. The Corvette even noticed the 7 people who had run out and whistled. Yo, ants. Came out to help, huh? No need. Skinny man. At a time like this, what else could the skinny man possibly say? Kill Chinemo. Holy shit. He had no doubt that if he said those words, then in the very next second, they would die even worse than those vaporized zombies. He had originally thought those guys were just big and relied on brute strength. But only now did he realize what brute strength. This was high-tech. If you told us you were this badass earlier, why the hell would we have come out? We'd just be looking for death. So after snapping back to his senses, the skinny man hurriedly snatched over the Molotov, shook it hard. But still wouldn't he go out. Even so, he plastered a smile all over his face and looked at the 2 big guys. Taking a walk. We're taking a walk at night. Oh, then yo didn't he expose him? After all, without Chun Mo's order. He simply used his blue mechanical eyes to gesture toward the little wooden cabin. The few of them immediately understood and obediently lined up and went back. As soon as they returned to the shelter, they were so frightened that they clutched their chests, pressing down on hearts that were practically about to leap out of their rib cages. Fuck, terrifying. Too terrifying. What the hell was that? Kill Chun Mo? How the hell were they supposed to kill him? One burst from that Maxim, and they'd be gone. Quick, sleep, sleep. The skinny man immediately ordered them to pretend nothing had happened. Then the next morning, at first light, Chun Mo walked out of the shelter and stretched lazily. He took in a breath of the icy air. Not bad. Then he glanced at the corpses on the ground. Yo, quite a few. He was a little surprised. After roughly counting them, there were about 50. Looks like as the fog apocalypse continued, the number of these monsters was also increasing. Jianming looked at the exploded chunks of flesh on the ground, and couldn't help saying, that is possible. Chun Mo nodded, feeling that made sense. After all, this was already the 6th day. There was only 1 day left before it ended. At this moment, the skinny man heard the commotion and quickly brought his people out as well. They were all still holding mining shovels and already looked impatient. Big brother, it's getting late. We should go mine now. When are we setting out? Yo. But seeing this, Li Muyao was a little curious. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Weren't you dying from exhaustion yesterday? But how could the skinny man dare mention that horrifying scene from last night? With that kind of thing, forget Long Gu still being alive. Even if Lord Lone Wolf came, he'd probably get vaporized in an instant. How were they supposed to compare? So they decisively chose to behave themselves. Thus, he gave an awkward laugh and said, Aren't we doing this so Big Brother can move into a level 4 shelter sooner? Of course, Chun Mo knew about what happened last night, but he wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, 1 more day would be enough. No need to waste them. So he smiled. Good that you've got that awareness. Go on. All right. The skinny man nodded excitedly at once. So, under the lead of the Corvette, the scout bird Li Miao, and the twin sisters, they began the final day of mining. And over here, just after they left, boom, a huge rumble sounded, and the entire ground shook. It nearly made Chun Mo lose his footing. What's going on? Before he could react, he heard a notification from his system. Ding. Today's tip. Ruins have descended 85 kilometers north of you. Explore them as much as possible. You might just find an unexpected surprise. Ruins. Those words made Chun Mo pause. What the hell was that? He opened a regional channel and took a look. Sure enough, a lot of people had heard the quake too. They were posting barges. Hey, did you hear that? What was that sound? Was it an earthquake? No idea. It sounded like something exploded. An explosion? What happened? I think it was pretty far from me. Could there be some new rule again? But obviously, a lot of people had no idea. Chun Mo only hesitated for a moment. Then he decided to follow the system's prompt and go investigate. Maybe there really was something good there. With that thought, he immediately climbed onto Daniel. Virum, amid a deep roar of the engine, Daniel launched off like a shot, heading toward the place 85 kilometers away. Along the way, the plane stretched as far as the eye could see, covered everywhere in frozen earth and snow. Occasionally, there were some lush, green woods. Chinamo didn't pay them any attention. Just like that, he finally arrived at a canyon in the middle of the plain. Then he noticed smoke and dust billowing up into the sky. What was this? Chinamo got out of the car and walked to the edge of the canyon. Out of curiosity, he looked down to inspect it. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. The moment he did, he froze. A city, below the canyon, which was about 1 kilometer wide and of unknown length. It looked as if a small city had fallen from above. Collapsed skyscrapers were everywhere, and, judging by the scale, it wasn't small either. It spanned about 3 to 4 kilometers. This was a small town? Though he was full of doubts, he still tried having Daniel take him down. Daniel, he gave a command. Yes. After receiving the order, Daniel immediately let out a series of clacking mechanical gear noises, and a massive electromagnetic hook appeared from his right hand. Then he grabbed Chun Mo with one hand, while the other drove the electromagnetic hook deep into the canyon wall. Just like that, they climbed down, because it wasn't very deep, only about 70 to 80 meters. But when Chun Mo's feet landed on the ground and stepped onto the hard asphalt road, he looked up and was stunned by the long street before him, as well as the leaning skyscrapers on both sides, with bits and pieces falling from time to time. There was even a sign above. Motor Road. What the hell was this? Chinamo felt like his whole brain had exploded. Did this throw me straight back into a modern city? That's right, this place looked way too much like a modern city. There were asphalt roads, shops, office buildings. It just looked like the whole place had been destroyed once over. But thankfully, there were still a lot of modern facilities here. Could it be that in this frozen wasteland survival world, even cities had been teleported in? Looking at the small town before him, about 3 kilometers across, Chunemo was shocked to the core. Holy shit. But very quickly, he came back to his senses, and excitement even appeared on his face. If this was a modern city, then there should be plenty of cars here, right? Wouldn't that mean my remaining transformer has arrived? He'd been worrying about not having a car. Let us go in and take a look. With that thought, he immediately brought the Lamborghini Daniel inside to investigate. And sure enough, he quickly discovered that this really was a ruined city, though only a rundown small town. He had no idea what area it had come from, but looked fairly prosperous. And then, he spotted a blue 7-Eleven convenience store. This was a convenience store? His heart stirred, and he quickly brought Daniel inside. Then he discovered, sure enough, there's still quite a bit of bread, sausage, chips, bottled water, yogurt, and so on inside, although some of it had already fallen all over the floor. But there was just too much stuff. By rough estimate, there were more than 200 bottles of milk alone. Damn, picking up a bottle of daily fresh milk, Chun-Mo grinned. There's even this kind of benefit? If this really is a whole small town, and I loot everything here, wouldn't I be able to directly build a modernized base? Take it first. Talk later. Without hesitation, Chun-Mo first stuffed all these items into his backpack. After all, while the frozen plain did have supplies, they were far too limited. They could only barely keep the body functioning. But this place was different. There was sushi, hamburgers, milk, and all kinds of frozen food. In this frozen world, that was seriously good stuff. So he didn't hold back and completely cleaned out the entire 7-Eleven convenience store. After coming back out, he headed for his next target. Then he discovered that although this abandoned small town wasn't very large, only about 3 kilometers in radius, it had everything. Office buildings, residential areas, shopping centers, all fully present. He even found a pharmacy here. Seeing the fallen pharmacy sign, his heart stirred. This was good stuff. You had to know, the frozen plain meant extreme cold. A lot of people got fevers and colds and had no medicine. Don't underestimate something as simple as a fever. It could kill you. Plenty of people had died from bacterial infections and fever. But here, there was medicine. Take it all. After entering the pharmacy, Chun-Mo first picked out some imported and commonly used medicine. Fever reducers, ibuprofen, Tylenol, medicine for diarrhea, disinfecting alcohol, iodine solution, and so on. Next came medical kits and bandages. And when he entered the shopping center, he found that it looked like the place had been bombed. Ruins and collapsed buildings were everywhere. From time to time, he even had to watch out for falling chunks of concrete. But there was also no shortage of stuff here. Right now, he needed some cups, knives, even cookware. After all, up to now, he only had a frying pan. He was even using the damn frying pan to drink water, since there were proper conditions here. Of course, he had to improve things. So, steamer pot, wok, water cup, thermos, as Chun-Mo kept stuffing things in his backpack. The next second, ding, your backpack is full. The system displayed a red notification. Seeing this, Chun-Mo froze. The hand holding the chopsticks stopped in place. Holy shit, it's full. You had to know, there were still large backpacks in the frozen plain. With Chunmo's current level, his backpack capacity was already pretty damn impressive. It had reached 500 kilograms. That was considered quite good, but it was still full. This fast. Frowning slightly, he looked at the densely packed supplies in the shopping center. These were all things only found in the modern world. Leaving them behind would be such a waste. Too bad. If only I had a bigger backpack. But he wasn't panicking. If I don't have a backpack, can't I just find a vehicle? With that thought, he immediately brought Dainyu outside the shopping center. The streets outside the mall had already split apart, like uneven rolling hills, except they were made of concrete. Exposed steel rebar stuck out everywhere, and shattered rocks, slabs, and chunks of concrete were all over the place. As for the cars here, they had been crushed into scrap metal. Most of the rest were broken down wrecks, either missing wheels, with flattened roofs, or busted headlights. All the ones here are completely broken, boss. At his side, Dainyu scanned as he walked, but found that not a single one was intact. In response, Chunmo could understand that. After all, they had fallen from the sky. Damage was only natural. However, I don't believe there isn't a single intact one. Chunmo continued moving deeper inside. Very soon, after reaching the back of the shopping center, he discovered that there were quite a few vehicles parked there. Since there were no tall buildings nearby, not many of them had been smashed. Found one. Chunmo's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. His gaze locked onto a black Mercedes E300. It was a Mercedes. Walking up, Chunmo gave it a simple inspection and found that it was still okay, not broken. Although compared to Dainyu and the Corvette, this car was lower end, there was no helping it. Who told this place not to have many good cars? Thinking that, he gave a slight sigh. He was just about to activate it. Boss, look over there. But just as Chunmo was about to use the fire seed energy, Dainyu suddenly spoke in that dull mechanical voice. Following the direction of the sound, Chunmo then discovered that behind the shopping center, there was actually an extra-large truck over 12 meters long lying quietly in the corner. A collapsed residential building from the mobile housing district had smashed down onto the 5-story shopping center, and that truck had just happened to survive in the gap. That was, he narrowed his eyes, and his pupils slowly lit up. 100-ton King. That's right, it was a 100-ton King. That heavy truck comparable to Optimus Prime himself. This thing has an astonishing transport capacity. But that wasn't the point. The point was the heavy truck. If I activate this 100-ton King, wouldn't that make me invincible? At the thought, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately ran forward. Then he took out the spark energy and tried to activate it. Buzz. And sure enough, the instant the spark touched it, the blue energy instantly fused into the heavy truck. Then the next second, he pulled back a bit and saw that the previously silent heavy truck, amid a burst of violent gear-turning noises, krrk, clack, 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 as if it had come to life, slowly transformed, then stood up. Boom. It was simply too tall, around 10 meters in height, a full 6 meters taller than Dainyu. At the moment, it slowly rose to its feet. That massive mechanical body cast down with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Holy crap. This scene left even Dainyu dumbfounded. He looked up at the giant standing there, comparable to Optimus Prime, his jaw practically dropping. No way, bro, this thing is huge. If this thing got taken outside, would it crush a huge swath of zombies to death just by rolling on the ground? Too overbearing. But before the man and the vehicle could finish marveling, the next second, because the heavy truck was too tall, it directly slammed into the collapsed crossbeam above with a loud crash. Boom! The beam smashed onto the heavy truck's head and nearly knocked him flat. After finally pushing it away, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this damn place? But when he saw Chunmo, he immediately sobered up. Then he crawled out of the rubble, stood up, and once again dropped to one knee, letting out a heavy voice like an echo from the depths of the stars. Mechanical life form number 4 greets, Lord Creator. Holy shit. Actually, even without saying it, Chunmo himself was already stunned. There was no other reason. It was just too big. Could you imagine a gigantic monster 10 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters wide, like a 3-story building, speaking right in front of you? That crushing pressure was unbelievable. It felt way too real. But right after that, he was overjoyed. This thing looked even more badass than Dainyu and the Corvette. With a giant like this, why would I still be afraid of zombies? I'd just run them over directly. But after coming back to his senses, he still nodded and said, "From now on, your name is Yuzi." After all, this thing looked pretty similar to Optimus Prime, so Chunmo simply decided on it. Yes, my respected creator. Hearing his new name, the big guy immediately let out another respectful voice. With a new member added, Chunmo didn't waste any time and immediately arranged work for the big fellow. Go, hurry up and help me move stuff. Although no one had come to this abandoned town yet, there was no telling when it might be discovered. So naturally, he had to take advantage of the current situation and bring back as many supplies as possible. And originally, even with a 500-kilogram backpack, he still couldn't carry that much. But now it was different. With a 100-ton king like this, and such a long cargo compartment in the back. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wouldn't loading up dozens of tons be as easy as playing around? Yes. Juzi didn't hesitate when he heard that. He respectfully followed Chen Mo and immediately arrived at the entrance of the mall. Then it was time to move things. Doing it alone was far too hard. Even with Dainyu, it still wasn't enough. But fortunately, his strength had now broken through to 10 times that of an ordinary person. Even lifting a small car was effortless. Big furniture was no problem either. What he took were all necessities. For example, a soft big bed, and a mattress worth tens of thousands, along with tables, chairs, and stools. He couldn't keep sitting on the floor all the time, right? And here, he also found a television and a radio. This thing. Chen Mo glanced at the radio in his hand, his expression turning strange. He didn't know whether only Sea City had been teleported over, or if everything had been teleported over. But what if it could contact other places? Might as well load it up first. He directly tossed everything onto the heavy truck in one go. Then came supplies and clothes. He also found a generator here. And solar panels. These two were extremely important on the frozen soil plain, because the frozen soil plain had no electricity. And with these, the problem of power could be solved. Until finally, boss, it won't fit anymore. After climbing onto the truck, and even stomping on it a few times. Dainyu didn't forget to say to Chen Mo, "Oh, you damn thing." Down below, the heavy truck was swaying from being stepped on, and he cursed. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Hey, hey, hey. Dainyu grinned, looking extremely sneaky. Only then did he jump back down. All right. Chen Mo also saw that it was about enough. After moving the last water purifier up, he clapped his hands. In the apocalypse, water resources still had to be purified. He didn't have the conditions before, but now that he did, he naturally had to treat himself a little better. Looking at the truckload of supplies that was practically overflowing, he immediately said, "Head back." "Yes, Virum." As Chen Mo got in, the Lamborghini let out a deep, roaring burst of exhaust, taking the lead like a black bolt of lightning as it sped off. As for behind him, the 100-ton king also kicked its horsepower into full gear. Under Dainyu's lead, it followed close behind, quickly leaving the ruined city, returning to the shelter. As soon as he got back, he saw that Li Muyao and the other two women had already gotten off work with the miner and the Corvette. They were waiting here to receive Chen Mo. But as the sun set in the west, with its lingering glow shining over the far end of the endless frozen soil plain, they saw, rumbling forward, a 100-ton king, slowly appearing at the horizon under the lead of a black Lamborghini. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened. Holy crap, a 100-ton king, especially the pile of supplies on top, stacked so high it was practically a small mountain, which left everyone dumbstruck. Hiss, Skinny sucked in a cold breath and couldn't help but say in shock, "No way. Where the hell did Big Brother go? Did he go looting or something? How are there this many supplies?" But Chen Mo couldn't be bothered to respond and directly got out of the car. Then he ordered Muyao, Jianming, Jianyao, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the supplies." Oh. Snapping back to their senses. There was no time to think about where all this had come from. The three women's stunning faces lit up with joy as they hurriedly called out, "Quick, move. Move. Oh, only then did Skinny and the others react, and they quickly went up to help, unloading all the supplies. And it would have been one thing if they hadn't looked, but once they did, they saw beds, medicine, bread, and even frozen hot pot ingredients. They were all stunned. "Big Brother, where did you go?" Li Muyao raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Mo like her worldview had been shattered. These didn't look like things that could pop out of resource boxes at all. What did Chen Mo say? "Of course," he said. "I found ruins on the frozen soil plain that looked like a human city. These supplies were brought back from over there." "What, a human city?" The three women were shocked when they heard that. "Isn't this supposed to be a primitive plane? Where does city come from?" "I don't know either." Chen Mo shook his head slightly. "Maybe this world saw how hard things were for us, so it teleported cities over too." The three women were dumbfounded. "That works too?" But Chen Mo didn't care about that. "Unload all this first. I'm going there again. Don't waste the opportunity." "Oh, okay." Seeing so many supplies, the women were excited too. These are things the frozen soil plain simply didn't have, especially medicine. Li Muyao had been coming down with a bit of a cold lately. She had been worrying about having no medicine, so this came at the perfect time. There was even Ganmailing cold medicine. Delighted, she quickly put the medicine away. Chen Mo said, "You girls are coming with me too. Help move things." He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the place hadn't been discovered yet and prepare as much as possible. "No problem." Li Muyao immediately nodded excitedly. It was just that there were too many of these supplies. "Perfect. Boss, there's more good news too. We've gathered enough, or today." Li Muyao said to Chen Mo happily. "Oh." Hearing that, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. "That was good news. Perfect. Right now, I only have 3 transformers. But if I upgrade the shelter to level 4, I can increase it to 8 energy sparks. That meant 4 extra. And with that, they could haul out a lot more supplies. So he gathered all the iron ore together. Then he chose to upgrade. Buzz. As the upgrade began, in the next second, the roughly 80 square meter 2-story small building before him flashed with a burst of golden light, and in an instant, it became 160 square meters. It had doubled in size compared to before. And on top of that, the original large iron gate had actually turned into a heavy steel gate. Even the concrete walls had become solid poured steel, nearly 10 centimeters thick. The second floor loft above also became around 80 square meters, and an extra floor was added. At the same time, a construction blueprint appeared in front of him. Ding! Please choose a renovation plan for the shelter. Because it had already been upgraded to level 4. A new renovation function had been unlocked. The shelter owner could now freely remodel the shelter according to his own ideas. For example, he could add partitions and turn one huge flat floor into separate small rooms. He could even freely choose to turn one floor of the 3-story building into a basement. As for a basement, Chinemo had no interest in it. So after a brief thought, he turned the 160 square meter shelter into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. The living room was about 70 square meters. Each of the remaining rooms was about 30 square meters. They could be used for living. As for the second floor, he turned it into a storage room for keeping supplies. After all, 80 square meters might not sound large, but with a floor height of 3 meters, it could completely store 240 cubic meters of supplies. Basically, it could still hold 200 tons of supplies. And after the renovation, the original concrete and metal mix had also all turned into a sturdy one-piece steel fortress. Before, when moving it, he had to be extremely careful, afraid it would fall apart. But now, this was simply a mobile steel fortress. As for the third floor, Chan-Emo turned it into a reconnaissance area. From there, he could look down and inspect the surroundings, and if danger appeared, he could also raise the alert immediately. Not bad. Looking at the completed renovation, the fortress under the sunset, pitch black like a steel beast. Even Chan-Emo felt deeply shaken. Forget everything else, just those steel walls a full 10 centimeters thick. Even if a bear showed up, it wouldn't be able to punch through them. Not to mention those zombies. And besides that, he also discovered that the shelter's defense level had doubled once again. It had already reached 4,000. Its durability had also increased to 4,000. Even the previous 4 durability points recovered per second had now risen to 8. The twin Maxim heavy machine gun turrets had now become 4 guns, and each of their firepower had doubled. What he didn't know was that Skinny and the others were already dumbfounded. They stared at this level 4 shelter, their faces full of shock. Holy shit, this is a level 4 shelter? Why does it feel even tougher than the Lone Wolf Base's level 7 shelter? There was no helping it. How much iron or did a level 7 use? Only 1,000. But Chin-Mos had used a full 2,000, and its size was several times smaller. It was almost entirely forged from steel, so naturally it was much sturdier. But looking at those dark, grim Maxim turrets, Skinny and the others didn't even dare breathe too loudly. How was this a shelter? Wasn't this an apocalypse fortress? They were both level 4, yet the gap was way too huge. But that still wasn't what made Chunemo the happiest. What truly caught his attention was what he saw in the shelter information. Level 4 spark, current quantity, 48. The spark energy had gone from 4 to 8. That meant he could add 4 more transformers. Just the 3 big guys alone were already close to invincible. Not to mention adding 4 more. Wouldn't that be the same as directly gaining a Decepticon army? Thinking of this, Chun-Emo didn't hesitate at all and waved his hand again. Let us go, come with me. Okay, everyone hurriedly nodded. He had Corvette and Scoutbird stay here to guard the place. Then Chun-Emo took 7 people, the 3 girls, as well as Big Pillar and Big Bull, and headed once again for the ruined small town. The trip was over 80 kilometers, and it took about half an hour. They sped all the way there. The road was so bumpy that even Big Pillar's 12-meter-long heavy truck was pushed to 180. A few survivors on the road vomited so badly it was ridiculous. It almost flew up. By now, it was already past 6 in the evening. The sky had not fully darkened yet. The moment everyone got out of the vehicle, they started vomiting like crazy. After finally steadying themselves, they looked up and were stunned by the small town in front of them, as if it had been struck by something catastrophic. Hiss! There really is a small town here. They all looked utterly shocked. They had even forgotten to keep vomiting. None of them had expected there to be a modern town here. It was just that this town had now turned into ruins, with collapsed buildings and fallen high-rises everywhere. But even so, anything here would be a treasure on the frozen earth plain. After getting out of the vehicle, Chinemo also glanced at the time on his watch, then turned around and ordered the others. Now it's 6:30. You only have half an hour. In half an hour, fill your backpacks as much as you can. Before 8 o'clock, you must return to the shelter. The mist would descend at 8. Even now, with these big guys without absolute confidence, he still would not take risks casually. Yes, The others snapped back to their senses and nodded excitedly. Then they impatiently rushed toward the small town. As for Chinemo, he arranged for Big Pillar to follow Li Muyao and the twin sisters and continue scavenging the plaza. I don't care what kind of supplies you collect. As much as possible, choose useful things and take them away. Today is the 7th day of the first calamity. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Anything that can be collected here should be collected as much as possible. And then we know. Needless to say, the three girls were also pleasantly surprised by this modern town. Wasn't this basically a $0 shopping spree in modern society? So Li Muyao said with a grin, "Don't worry, big brother. We know what to take. Couldn't he be better?" Chinemo couldn't he be bothered to worry about them, because he had something even more important to do. That was to find suitable vehicle carriers and activate the remaining 4 spark energies too. That way, he would have 7 transformers. Scout Bird, that weakling didn't count. Because he had considered that the cars above ground were all damaged, Chinemo decided to go check the underground parking garage in town to see if there were any suitable targets. He picked a mall building in the central district and entered the underground parking lot with a Lamborghini Aventador. The power here had already been completely cut off. It was pitch black, but luckily he had the Lamborghini. Virum, as the sharp headlights turned on. What entered his sight was total chaos. It looked as if some savage beast had ravaged the place. But thankfully, packed densely into view were all kinds of cars. Among them were quite a few BBAs, the 3 fragile Japanese brands, and the 3 American giants, BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, Nissan, Cadillac, Buick. But for those, he had no interest. He needed cars that were cooler and fiercer. So after searching around, he spotted a blue Aston Martin in the underground garage. "HM, let us go." It wasn't he that Chinemo stopped. It was Dainyu who stopped. Seeing that supercar not moving forward, Chun-Mo reminded him in confusion. But Dainyu said, "Boss, I think this car suits you better." HM. Only after that reminder did Chinemo take a look. It was a dark blue Aston Martin DB12. It really was handsome, with black trim lines too. It was obviously modified, elegant, yet carrying a youthful personality. But my target is the big guys. Chun-Mo shook his head. What he wanted was something like the 100-ton king. This car may be nice, but it's not very useful on the frozen earth plains, right? Hey, you can't say that. But Dainyu let out a deep engine rumble. The strength of us mechanical life forms doesn't lie in size, but in the engine, this heart. Generally speaking, the more powerful and precise the engine heart is, the stronger we are. The big ones are usually clumsy and heavy. But this one, a V8 engine, can provide even stronger power. I took a look around, and yeah, this is the only one that can compare to me. Oh, hearing that, Chun-Mo laughed and gave him a strange look. "You're not afraid I'll find one stronger and make you look bad, are you? How could that be?" The moment he heard that, Dainyu immediately shouted, "Boss, that is an injustice. Am I the kind of person, no mechanical life form, who is afraid of being outclassed? I'm thinking of you. Look at the others. What kind of junk are they? Jade Emperor above, if you drive those out. Aren't you afraid you'll turn into some club by mistake?" Shen Montak. This Brett really knew a lot. But since he put it that way, then let us get one. After a brief pause, Chun-Mo immediately threw out a spark of energy and directly fused it with that dark blue Aston Martin supercar. Buzz, vroom. Sure enough, the very next second, accompanied by a deep engine roar, the elegant Aston Martin first lit up its headlights. Then amid a series of ka-ka-ka, coo-coo-coo sounds, it rapidly transformed. It was just that before the transformation could finish, its head slammed straight into the ceiling of the underground parking garage. "Ow fuck." He cursed in pain, clutching his head. But after those blue mechanical eyes locked onto Chun-Mo, he immediately became incomparably elegant again, even while lying on the ground. He still didn't forget to speak in a voice full of magnetic charm. "Oh, my respected creator, mechanical life form number 5 reporting for duty." All, seeing this, Chun-Mo raised a brow. Pretty elegant, huh? But after looking at the data, mechanical life form number 5. Unit type, Army. Strength, 2,500. Defense, 5,000. Agility, 1,200. Firepower configuration, 3,500. He really wasn't weak. He was actually a bit stronger than the Corvette. Not bad. Chun-Mo was fairly satisfied. So he simply said, "From now on, your name is Aston Martin?" "Yes, creator." Aston Martin gave a respectful, elegant, magnetic reply. But one car alone still wasn't enough. "I need to find a few more." But unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he still didn't find any cars more suitable than the Aston Martin. Looks like this place wasn't exactly rich. Smacking his lips, the best car here had actually only been an Aston Martin. Still, he wasn't discouraged. Just because there was one here didn't mean there wouldn't be one somewhere else. So let us go. He got into the car and gave the order. Virum, the parking lot, which had long been lifeless, reflected in the afterglow of the setting sun a black and a blue supercar. Within the ruins of the little town, they let out deep engine roars and shot out like beasts roaring as they lunged. If any other survivor saw this, they would definitely be shocked out of their minds. Bro, it's the apocalypse, and you're still out here driving supercars? But there was no helping it. Chun Mo had the strength for it right now. Almost half an hour passed. Chun Mo returned with an Aston Martin. It truly left several survivors who had just finished gathering supplies, as well as the 3 women, completely dumbfounded. They even forgot to keep working. They just stared blankly at the supercar. Holy shit, that's cool. One in front and one behind. In this apocalyptic ruin town. That was seriously stylish. Never seen anyone show off this hard. And only after Chun Mo got out of the car, did Li Muyao finally fail to hold back her sigh. Boss is usually a little handsome, though kind of rustic. But I only just realized, Boss getting out of supercar is insanely handsome. That made Jianming purse her lips, a little speechless. Come on, Boss has always been handsome. Okay. Well, that's true. Thinking about how many supplies they had now, Li Muyao couldn't help admiring Chun Mo even more. Other people were still living primitive lives. But over here, they were practically about to modernize. How is it all done? The moment he got out of the car, Chun Mo walked over, his gaze sweeping across the almost fully loaded 100-ton king as he asked. All done. Hearing that, Li Muyao hurriedly nodded excitedly. Basically, yeah. Anyway, I just grabbed whatever I could. Good. Since it was already taken care of, Chun Mo didn't stay any longer. Whatever they had taken, they could sort through it after going back. Right now, the top priority was returning first. Let us go. He brought along the heavy truck, the Lamborghini Dainio, the Aston Martin, the 3 women, and then the 7 survivors. Don't look down on Skinny and the others for being useless. They were still labor, at least. And each of them had an initial 100-kilogram backpack. So added together, that was 700 kilograms of cargo too. They were basically human backpacks. Of course, he couldn't deal with them now. So rumble. As 7 o'clock arrived, the afterglow of the sunset at the horizon had completely faded. The sky gradually darkened. Even though nights on the frozen earth plains were shorter than usual, it was still starting to get dark now. And here, under Chun Mo's command, the large convoy set off, with the Lamborghini Dainio leading the way in front, the Aston Martin bringing up the rear, and the 100-ton king in the middle. 3 vehicles moved out in grand fashion, leaving the apocalyptic ruined town behind. However, just after driving out of town, and before they had even gone 10 kilometers, they noticed something was wrong. Boss, do you feel like it's way too quiet around here? In the front passenger seat of the Lamborghini Dainio, Li Muyao had her seatbelt fastened. She had an uneasy feeling for some reason, and couldn't help lifting her beautiful eyes to look at Chun Mo in the driver's seat. There was no need to say it. Actually, Chun Mo had already noticed. Because, normally speaking, at this hour, the fog hadn't risen yet. But it still shouldn't have been so silent that not even a bird could be seen. And besides, at a time like this, there should at least be a few scattered zombies appearing. But now, there was nothing at all. Something was off. He frowned slightly, then immediately said to Aston Martin, Aston Martin, speed up and scout ahead. Oh, yes, my respected creator. After receiving the order, the Aston Martin, which had originally been driving at the very back, immediately let out a deep, roaring engine growl. Its original speed of 180 miles per hour, despite burning rubber and the bumpy road conditions, still let it swiftly break away from the convoy and race forward at 300 miles per hour. Holy shit. That scene left the few survivors riding atop the 100-ton king, braving the cold wind, staring in complete shock. This car is insane. On a road this wrecked, it can still drive that hard. That is almost as fast as high-speed rail. But not long after those words were spoken, they saw that Aston Martin, already about 1 kilometer ahead, had just crossed over a dirt slope when, in only an instant, it suddenly came speeding back toward them. And while driving, it was frantically flashing its hazard lights. The meaning was obvious. Retreat, boss, retreat now. He could no longer keep up his elegance. In a panic, like a startled rabbit, he fled wildly back this way. Holy shit, what happened? Dainio was startled, but to avoid crashing into the Aston Martin and ending up with both the car and its passengers destroyed, he slammed on the brakes. Inside the car, Li Muyao let out a frightened scream and quickly grabbed the handle above her. Bro, only Chun Mo stayed calm. After all, with reflexes and agility 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, he wasn't just for show. So the 2 cars pulled off a flashy drift. The heavy truck behind them almost fishtailed, but in the end, they managed to stop on the hillside without any real danger. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop and everyone got out, Dainio immediately transformed amid a burst of intense clanking gears, turning into a gigantic 6-meter-tall mechanical giant. And the moment he finished transforming, he charged forward aggressively. He raised his fists and slammed them several times into the front of the Aston Martin with loud bangs. Hey, what the hell are you doing? It'd be one thing if I got hurt, but what if you'd hit, boss? After taking a couple of hits, the Aston Martin also did a cool flip, transforming into a similarly sized blue mechanical life form, and cursed back. You think I wanted that? Why don't you look over there? HM, Everyone followed the direction the Aston Martin was pointing and looked down. It would have been better if they hadn't looked. The moment they did, their pupils shook violently, and they all sucked in a cold breath. Hiss! Holy shit! Below them, on the originally endless frozen plain, a dense black mass had appeared. Countless zombies like black ants, so many they stretched beyond sight. They let out low, muffled roars. As if they had a clear destination, they were moving north across the frozen plain. Too many. Way too many. To put it this way, Chinamo had seen plenty of movies, especially things like the Chio bite people and the Battle of the Five Armies. But even scenes that shocking couldn't compare to the endless zombie horde in front of him, one that stretched as far as the eye could see. This number. There had to be at least several million of the damn things. So many. Shou Zi and the others were so scared their legs were about to give out. Holy shit, how is this a mist? This is a zombie apocalypse disaster. Jianming and Jianyao, who had also gotten out of the car, have faces so pale and ugly they looked almost white. Where in T they supposed to move out at 8 o'clock? Why are they this fast this time? And this number, this many. Among them, there were even quite a few elite zombies of level 4 and level 5. They were huge, even within that zombie tide. They stood out clearly. What else is there to say? Although his expression was grim, Chinamo still forced himself to stay calm and said, the first disaster ends tonight. Looks like the frozen plain wants to give everyone a little surprise. A surprise? But when the girls heard that, they started trembling. Damn, how is this a surprise? ISNT this extinction. Who the hell can withstand a zombie disaster like this? Chinamo knew too. Against a zombie catastrophe on this scale, even with all of them together, plus 3 transformers, they probably still wouldn't be able to break through. And some zombies had already noticed them. That bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes was especially eye-catching under the dim sky, as if they had discovered some unbelievably delicious prey. They let out excited roars. Breaking away from the main horde, they charged toward them. Quick, fall back first. Without any hesitation, seeing that the zombies over there had already split off, and although it was only a small portion, it still added up to over 10,000 of them. Chinamo immediately ordered the 2 big guys to transform back into supercars. After everyone got in, he quickly led the group in retreat. We can't go back to the shelter now. Head back to that small town first and hide there for a while. Yes. Virum. Dinyo was itching to fight, but no matter how strong you were, enough ants could still bite an elephant to death. So, he decisively transformed back into a supercar, then spun around and fled with Chunemo and Li Muyao inside. The Aston Martin also picked up the twins. Together with the heavy truck, all 3 let out deep roars. But in the deathly silent frozen plain, that kind of sound was no different from a bomb. It drew the attention of who knew how many zombies. More and more zombies noticed them and started closing in from every direction. They had barely come down from the slope when Chunemo, inside the car, saw a large number of zombies rushing out ahead as well. There were dozens of them, roaring as they charged over recklessly. This is bad. We're going to be surrounded. Seeing this, Li Muyao's pupils nearly shook apart from fear. Don't panic. Ram through them. But Chinemo stayed calm. Damn it. These transformers have defense close to 3,000. And I'm supposed to avoid your edge. So with one order from him, got it. Not only was Dinyo not scared, he was actually excited. He floored it, and the engine roared even louder. With a loud boom, he directly sent 3 or 4 zombies flying. At that moment, one zombie charged up desperately. Its white, rotten eyeballs were almost close enough to see clearly. But Dinyo gave it no chance to get near. With an incredibly stylish partial transformation to the side, he extended a mechanical arm, and a large energy cannon appeared on it. Wong. Boom. He fired one shot straight at the zombie. Before it could even react, it was instantly vaporized on the spot. There wasn't even time for a mist of blood to appear. Then came Dinyo's follow-up barrage. Veng, boom. Veng, boom. Each shot exploded on the ground like a missile. Those zombies that got hit, even ones only caught in the shockwave, were blasted 7 to 8 meters into the air. Their bodies torn apart as they let out miserable screams. Damn, holy crap, that's insane. That scene left Li Muyao completely dumbfounded. She knew these big eyes were probably strong, but she had expected them to be this brutal. One shot killed 7 or 8, and it's rapid fire? How was that a handheld weapon? That is basically a missile. Even Chun and Mo hadn't expected it to be this fierce. But the stronger they were, the more it benefited him. So Chun and Mo gave another order. Break through. Yes, boss. Virum. Dinyo let out a deep roar and tore open a path straight ahead. Everywhere he passed was left in utter chaos. Energy shells slammed into the ground everywhere, and zombies were vaporized in horrifying fashion. As for the heavy truck, there was even less to say. That massive steel body was basically a bulldozer. Everywhere it passed, zombies were flung away like scraps of paper, and the moment they hit the ground, they turned into resource boxes. The survivors inside the vehicle were utterly stunned by what they were seeing. Holy shit, look, loot dropped. There are affixes too. Fortunately, After the level 4 shelter upgrade, materials dropped from kills had gained an auto-loot function. So while passing through, Chinamo picked up all those materials. After a hard-fought push-boom, before the zombies could fully close in around them, they broke out of the encirclement. But behind them, those zombies still chased relentlessly. Especially those large zombies, the tyrant-like ones over 2 meters tall. Once they started running, they weren't slow at all. No worse than a 100-meter sprint. They roared all the way as they chased from behind, bringing a huge number of zombies with them. What do we do, boss? They're still chasing us. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Muyao was terrified out of her mind. She grabbed Chun Mo's hand, her voice trembling. Don't panic. Chun Mo looked around. It was all open plain, with absolutely nowhere to hide. Let us retreat into the small town first. There are buildings in the town. Even if there's zombies, they might not be able to break through. It'll all be safer there. Virum, but who could have expected that the instant the convoy charged into the town? Roar. From a side, a gigantic zombie over 3 meters tall suddenly leaped over like the Hulk. With a bang, it grabbed onto the heavy truck's cargo compartment, nearly flipping it over. In the moment it landed, it started roaring as it pounded and smashed at the truck, its fists raining down on the heavy truck's body. Holy shit. Shou Zi and the other survivors hadn't even reacted before they were almost thrown off. But that only enraged the heavy truck. In the next second, with the screech of an emergency brake, the heavy truck swung its tail and came to a stop. And then with a wong, ka-ka-ka, coo-coo-coo, amid a violent burst of gear-turning sounds. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a gigantic monster of full 12 meters tall. That made the 3-meter-tall level 5 zombie, which had been crazily pounding on the 100-ton king in excitement and arrogance, look up in confusion, only to realize it was hanging there, tiny as an ant. The ferocity in its eyes turned into stunned shock. Oh, damn bug. But now it was the Zhuzi's turn to get angry. He truly hadn't expected a zombie to jump out halfway and actually leap onto him. Even if all the supplies they had collected on the ground had been scattered everywhere, he was still going to kill that tyrant. So with one hand, he held the tyrant up like he was carrying a baby. Then his left hand transformed with a series of clacking sounds into a huge energy hand cannon. He aimed it at the tyrant's head and pulled the trigger. Blue energy instantly gathered. Roar. This time, the level 5 zombie panicked. Damn it. Wasn't this supposed to be a vehicle? How had it turned into some giant boss? It wanted to beg for mercy and say it was all a misunderstanding. But unfortunately, it couldn't speak. The Zhuzi couldn't be bothered wasting words either. One shot went off. Boom, the blue light instantly vaporized the tyrant. Only a suit of armor was left behind, falling to the ground with a thud. Dead. Dead? Shou Zi and the others, who had been thrown off the vehicle, stared at the terrifying 3-meter-tall zombie tyrant in shock, unable to say a word as they sucked in a cold breath. Holy shit. Bro, are you kidding me? You've even got a 12-meter giant, and it crushed a level 5 elite zombie that easily. But Chinamo had no time to care about any of that. Instead, he noticed that the level 5 elite zombie had dropped equipment. A purple, glittering item had fallen to the ground. His heart stirred, and he quickly stepped forward. It was a bow. Laser bow, quality, purple, agility +10, strength +30, attack power, 600, skill effect, solar energy endurance. Purple as long as there is sunlight, it can maintain unlimited endurance. Even without sunlight, it can still store enough energy for 100 laser attacks. Oh ho! Chun Mo's eyes lit up at the sight. This was good stuff. An unexpected surprise. He picked up the bow and looked it over, discovering that it was the kind of metal-transforming bow, somewhat similar to Hawkeye's style. It looked extremely cool and futuristic. Most importantly, it used energy attacks. That counted as high-tech. He put the bow away. Since there were still pursuers behind them, he immediately said, "Let us head into the town first and find a place to defend. This ISN the plains. We want TB this passive there." "Yes, boss." After receiving the order, Daniel and Aston Martin immediately shifted into a cool transformation stance, turning back into 6-meter-tall transformers. Then Daniel gave the command. "Martin, go check that street over there and see if there's any danger. Don't get more than 30 meters away from boss." Understood. At this point, neither of them had any interest in fighting each other anymore. Everything was focused on staying alert to the surrounding situation and protecting Chun Mo. And so just like that, the 3 transformers, the 3 women, the 7 survivors, and Chun Mo entered the town. At this time, the sky inside the town had already gone completely dark. But Chun Mo wasn't sure whether zombies would also appear here, or other monsters, so they had to be more cautious. As they went deeper, they arrived at the entrance of a bank. Using infrared thermal imaging, Aston Martin scanned the area and found nothing suspicious, so he immediately notified Nyo over the radio. "There's no danger here. We can rest for now." "Very good." After receiving the reply, Nyo quickly escorted Chun Mo to the bank entrance. Only then did they discover that this was a branch building of the domestic China Construction Bank. Although the crash had caused some damage, the building was still mostly intact. Next to it was an unfinished building. Let's get inside first. Chinamo was about to lead everyone upstairs first. But before they could go in, they suddenly heard a buzzing, clacking noise. In the middle of violent shaking, Dinyo reacted with lightning speed and rushed forward in one big stride. Boss, be careful. He pulled Chunemo and Li Muyao into his arms in one move, and at the same time, in an instant he flipped away with them. Boom, a huge yellow RH-400 mining hydraulic excavator crashed down from above with a thunderous roar. It had almost hit Chinemo. The massive excavator, huge enough to rival a 3-story building, let out an earth-shaking boom the moment it hit the ground. Dust exploded everywhere. Even from far away, Shozi and the other survivors were nearly blown off their feet, choking and coughing nonstop. Oh damn, what the hell is that? Cough, cough, cough. After the dust settled, Chinamo came back to his senses and got up, only then turning his head to see a shocking scene. There lay a gigantic object nearly 14 meters long, not inferior to the Juzi in the slightest, but with a width of 9 meters and a height approaching 10 meters. It had massive tracks underneath, and its bucket had reached an astonishing area of 20 square meters. It had directly crushed the 100-ton king and now lay half-tilted on the ground. It was too huge. Compared with a 3-story building, it was almost on the same scale. Standing in front of it, a person couldn't even see the top with one glance after looking up. The entire street was completely blocked off. Oh my god. Holy shit. One of the survivors from Long-Go Base, a well-informed man, looked up and was instantly stunned after seeing the imported giant excavator. This is a Terex RH-400 hydraulic excavator. This is the dream machine of every excavator operator. The price alone is 1.5 billion. Not to mention all the other configurations, the customized bucket, transportation, installation, training, and after-sale service. Good lord. Even Chunemo was stunned by this gigantic monster. It was too big. In front of it, the 100-ton king was nothing but a little kid among little kids. Roar. And at that exact moment, the dull, continuous roars near the town rang out once again, growing more numerous by the second. Boss. Standing on the rooftop, on guard, Aston Martin held an energy hand cannon and spotted more and more zombies pouring in from the outskirts of the town, his elegant voice ringing out. Those zombies are here. Perfect timing. But after coming back to his senses, Chinemo looked at this giant, whose top couldn't even be seen at a glance. And a cold smile appeared on his face. He immediately walked forward. He stretched out his hand and took out the all-spark energy, aiming it at the mining hydraulic excavator. Before, he had thought 3 transformers weren't quite enough. But now, with this 1,000-ton king, why would I still fear those zombie tides? With that thought, he pressed his hand onto the mining hydraulic excavator without the slightest hesitation. Then he poured in the all-spark energy. Boom, and so, under everyone's shocked gazes, a vast blue glow of energy enveloped the entire mining hydraulic excavator, releasing a blinding blue light from all over it. This is. The twins, Li Muyao, Shozi, and the others were all drawn in. They could feel the powerful energy. And, at this time, Aston Martin on top suddenly spoke while holding a laser blade. Boss, they're coming. Block them. Because this mining hydraulic excavator was too huge. It was actually using an energy infusion method. And from the looks of it, it would take around 3 minutes before it could fully fuse with the all-spark energy. So he said to the 3 Decepticons, yes, boss. Just watch us. As soon as Dinyo heard that, he cracked his mechanical knuckles and directly swung his mechanical arm. With a buzzing, clacking sound, an arm cannon around 2 meters long transformed out from his arm, while his left hand transformed into an electrified hook. There are the most zombies on the northern main road. I'll go block them. At the very least, I can take on 80% of the pressure on this side. Boom, clack, clack, clack. The Juzi, now transformed and standing 12 meters tall, also relied on his overwhelming strength to head 300 meters away and draw the attention of a large number of zombies. Good. Aston Martin and Dinyo nodded. Their division of labor clear. Roarger, and at this moment, the remaining zombies also surged in from all directions from the streets and alleyways. Each one of them was like a wild beast driven mad by hunger. They wanted to snatch food, but just as they were about to charge over, they saw the 2 gigantic monsters standing 6 meters tall. The 2 leading level 3 zombies froze on the spot. With strangely human looks of shock, they stared at Dinyo and Aston Martin. Their eyes practically said, holy crap, they're huge. But Dinyo wasn't about to be polite. He split his mechanical mouth into a grin. Hey, come on. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, he fired a shot straight at the leading level 3 zombies. Blue energy light instantly swallowed both level 3 zombies at the same time. The ground was blasted open in an instant too, and that move completely ignited the zombie tide. They let out howls. The low-level zombies had almost no thought at all and launched a fearless charge. From streets and alleys, like a black flood, they surged over. Stop them. As Dinyo spoke, he kept firing. Boom. One shot after another. Within a radius of over 100 meters. Those zombies couldn't move forward even a single step. For a moment, flames shot into the sky. Blue energy ripples made it feel like a dream of returning overnight to a cyber battlefield. Damn, even Li Muyao and the twin sisters, hiding beside Chen and Mo, had blue light flickering in their beautiful eyes. It was their first time seeing Dinyo go all out. Every time an energy cannon landed, more than a dozen zombies were instantly vaporized and blown away. And on top of that, he was firing with both hands. One shot to the right, then with a cool spin, another shot down the street to the left. He kept all the zombies firmly pinned more than 100 meters away. Even though they were as countless as locusts, they still couldn't break through the defensive perimeter for the time being. But there were just too many zombies. They were still charging endlessly. Boss. Seeing this scene, Li Muyao was already panicking so badly, she didn't even know what to say. Shut up. But Chen and Mo had no time to pay attention to her. He was still continuously outputting spark energy. And at this moment, over there, boom, as the two sides clashed non-stop, a wall was suddenly smashed down. HM? Dinyo turned his head and saw a zombie about 3 meters tall charging over from that side. It was a level 5 zombie. Skinny was so scared his legs went weak, his voice trembling. That zombie tyrant looked insanely oppressive. 3 meters tall, covered in dense, powerful muscles, and wearing heavy armor. Unlike those shriveled zombies, this one looked more like a human, bald, with grayish-brown skin, but with red eyes that made it obviously ferocious. My God, Skinny swallowed hard. This thing could probably flatten a level 5 base with ease. But here, it had freaking become cannon fodder. Clearly, these higher-level zombie tyrants had some awareness of their own. When it noticed those two 6-meter-tall giants, it froze for a moment first. But it still roared and charged over with terrifying power, wanting to smash Dinyo apart. But who would VE thought? Just when everyone expected a bloody battle, Dinyo happened to turn around. Bang! His thick arm accidentally brushed against the zombie tyrant, and the tyrant was instantly sent flying, smashing into a wall. Dinyo only felt the slightest bit of resistance. What was that? Something blocked me for a second. But very quickly, his attention shifted to the broken wall on the other side and the surging zombie horde pouring in. Ha, come on. His excited blue mechanical eyes were gradually turning red. That was a real Decepticon-level, ruthless monster. No one knew where he pulled out a grenade from. The moment he popped the pin, he tossed it over there. The grenade, more than a meter long, rolled right into the middle of the zombie horde. Those zombies hadn't even reacted yet. Beep. The next second, red lights flashed non-stop, and it detonated. Then terrifying blue energy exploded instantly, actually turning all the surrounding ground into metal and spreading outward. Wherever it passed, all those zombies were carbonized into metal. An area of 500 square meters turned scorching hot. With just that one blast, he killed over 200. Roar. Even the level 5 zombie tyrant didn't have time to dodge. In terror, its body rapidly metallized, freezing in place while still in a fleeing posture. Holy crap. Skinny and the others were dumbfounded. They sucked in a cold breath. One shot had killed a level 5 zombie tyrant and wiped out several hundred more along with it. No, seriously. Bro, with your kind of firepower, why the hell are we even running? Wouldn't you just blow all the zombies away in minutes? But there was no helping it. Their combat power was outrageous, sure, but they didn't have enough energy. They needed time to recover slowly. There would always come a moment when they ran dry. But the zombies were endless. Like a rising tide, they still kept surging over. And sure enough, roar. As this wave was wiped out, the outer zombies that had been packed so densely there wasn't even room for water to pass, now had a chance to exploit the gap. They charged in again. They're still coming. Even Inyo was starting to struggle now. There were just too many. There were still tens of thousands on the outside. And among them, there were even 4 or 5 3-meter-tall zombie tyrants. That many. Skinny's face turned pale. Even the -20-degree cold sweat still wouldn't stop pouring down. Hiss. We really stabbed the zombie's nest this time. How come I've never seen a level 5 zombie in my whole life? And now almost 10 have shown up all at once. Oh, damn it. After firing the last energy cannon, Dinyo shook his hand cannon and said speechlessly, not enough energy. Even though their energy system didn't require them to eat anything or replenish bullets, they still had to rely on stored spark energy. At the very least, they needed 2 hours to recover. But right now, obviously the zombies weren't going to give them that time. However, Dinyo grinned, then suddenly released his electrified hook again, his gaze locking onto those level 5 zombies. He whistled at Aston Martin. Hey Martin, I'll hold them here. You protect boss. Come on. After saying that, he charged straight at those level 5 zombies. Roar. But the level 5 zombie tyrants were stunned too. The instant they saw that 6-meter-tall mechanical life form charging at them, their pupils shrank sharply. Holy crap. Big bro, why are you coming at me? They wanted to run, but then from behind, boom, a car suddenly came flying over. HM. Dinyo froze for a moment, then, with one cool turn, his electrified hook split that car cleanly in half with laser cutting. And then, all the zombies that were still charging. At this moment, they seemed to feel some kind of terrifying oppressive force. They actually stopped charging as a group and slowly retreated to the sides. Then Daniel, Li Muyao, and the others saw an even larger zombie. Boom. Every step it took made the ground tremble. It came walking over from the street corner, about 4 meters tall, a level 8 zombie king. The moment everyone saw the data, they were completely scared stupid, and that tall tyrant was even more human-like. It was even nearly twice as broad as the previous 3-meter tyrant. The original level 5 zombie tyrants looked like children in front of it. They all revealed respectful expressions. Interesting, Daniel was a little surprised. These zombies have a pretty clear class hierarchy. And with the Zombie King's appearance, more zombies followed right behind it. And from all directions, they surrounded this place until not even water could leak through. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. A rough estimate put it at least over 10,000. But looking at this level 8 zombie king, it could probably command well over 100,000. It simply wasn't afraid these people might escape. To be precise, even with those 2 big guys here, it still didn't matter. Roar. And those zombies, as if they had received some kind of signal, began letting out synchronized roars. Their bloodthirsty, savage eyes were filled with excitement. The zombie king once again picked up a Mercedes from the side. With extreme ease, it aimed it at Daniel and let out 2 roars. The meaning was obvious, a one-on-one. Yo, Daniel laughed. Interesting. Damn it, if I still had energy right now, I'd blast you to death with 1 shot. However, before the zombie king could keep acting arrogant, who would have thought that in the very next second, the zombie king holding the car revealed a stunned expression, looking under the moonlight as a huge shadow slowly enveloped it, rising higher and bigger in front of it. Then looking behind Daniel again, at some unknown point, something nearly 20 meters tall had slowly stood up. With just the slightest movement, it gave off deafening metallic crashes and scalp-numbing sounds of gears turning. With a casual push of its arms, the foundations of the buildings on both sides were instantly smashed apart, causing them to sway as if they were about to collapse. The zombie king was dumbfounded. There was no other reason. This thing was just too big, in the middle of transforming. Because even the 10-meter-wide road on both sides felt too cramped, it had actually destroyed the surrounding buildings. Its 2 enormous arms braced against the ground, smashing out deep pits as it stood up. Boom! The falling rubble even crushed some ordinary zombies to death. No, big brother, weren't we supposed to have a one-on-one? Where the hell did this thing come from all of a sudden? Wow, but when Inyo saw this big guy come out, his red mechanical eyes lit up, and he let out a strange laugh. The new buddy S here. It's actually 20 meters tall. Ha 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 is cruel. Vicious gaze turned toward the zombie king again, full of schadenfreude. Kid, you're screwed. Actually, there was no need to say it. The zombie king was already scared stupid. And even the level 543 zombie tyrants around it were all wearing stunned, terrified expressions. After all, if it were 6 meters tall, everyone could still try something. Was it just 2 or 3 times bigger? Get a few more on it, and that would be enough. But now, you just had to bring out a 20-meter one. Even if I jumped, I still wouldn't be able to hit its knees. How the hell are we supposed to fight that? So the zombie king was stunned. It even forgot to throw the car. And at this moment, finally, that big guy finished transforming. Its whole body was yellow, and although its metallic skeleton was long and slender, it was extremely sturdy. It looked pretty much like a member of the Constructicons. But even more shocking, its incredibly dense metallic frame looked terrifying just from sight alone, and at this moment, its scarlet mechanical eyes were locked firmly on the zombie king, especially that oversized excavator bucket that was nearly 10 meters wide. How was this an excavator? Wasn't this a universal equality crusher? Finally, the zombie king came back to its senses. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment clarity returned to its eyes, it threw down the car, turned around, and ran. It also let out a roar. The meaning was obvious. Retreat now, but run? Where the hell do you think you're running? Chinamo had long since set his sights on this level 8 zombie king. That level 5 one had already dropped a purple energy bow. You're a level 8 one, so shouldn't you at least drop me something orange or gold? So, Constructicon, kill them for me. Roar. Actually, there was no need to say it. The mining hydraulic excavator had long since been unable to hold itself back. The moment it heard that, it immediately lifted its terrifying mechanical feet and strode over. Everywhere it passed, those zombies had no ability to resist at all. They were all kicked flying, and the ones it stepped on were directly crushed into meat paste. It didn't even feel the slightest bit of resistance. Roar. At this moment, all the zombies panicked. They no longer had the arrogance they had when tens of thousands of them were surrounding the group. They began letting out terrified roars, and scattered in every direction. Some were even so jammed up that they couldn't move and started trampling each other. There was no helping it. A swarm of ants could bite an elephant to death. But no one had ever heard of ants biting a dinosaur to death. Not to mention that this was a titanium alloy dinosaur. So, they wanted to run. Every single step this thing took meant the death of dozens of zombies. How was this a battle? Was this just a dimensionality strike? The Zombie King was even more on the verge of tears as it tried to leave with a few elite underlings. But it simply couldn't get away. It realized that the dark shadow on the ground in front of it was getting bigger and bigger. The moment it looked up, its scalp went cold as it saw that incomparably massive mechanical giant foot coming down on it. Roar! It used all the strength in its body, trying to block it. 60 tons of power erupted in full force. It wanted to hold it up, but it had forgotten one key point. Constructicon was the 1,000-ton king. So, at the very instant the foot came down, there was only the slightest pause. Boom! And the Zombie King instantly disappeared. Holy shit! This scene made Show Z and the others feel their pupils quake. In one step, it stomped the level 8 Zombie King to death. Roar! And after seeing that even the Zombie King was gone, the remaining zombies scattered in all directions even faster. They fled everywhere in complete panic. But Shinemo wasn't about to be so kind. He gave another order, Constructicon, keep chasing them. Stomp as many to death as you can. Drive them completely out of the town. Roar! Yes, master. After receiving the order, Constructicon moved its enormous body and continued the pursuit, only stopping after driving all the zombies out. The Juzi had also turned into the 100-ton king and rumbled back over. Finally, looking at the streets, now completely devoid of zombies, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. They had survived after all, dropping down onto the ground. Jianming couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off her pretty face. Her fair jade-like hand was still trembling nonstop. If it weren't for this oversized, mining hydraulic excavator, even if Neo and Aston Martin were fine, they probably would have died here too. Only Chun Mo wasn't panicking at all, because he knew that even if Neo and the others had run out of energy, breaking out while bringing everyone with them would still have been effortless. And now, after fighting for 3 minutes, the corpses of the zombies had already piled up into the thousands. Looking at the densely packed remains everywhere, severed limbs and broken arms all over the place. And even more places where everything had been completely vaporized, leaving the street full of pits and craters. He was finally able to directly feel for the first time just how terrifying the Transformers were. This was a real dimensionality strike. And didn't Neo get cocky again, saying, "Too bad we don't have enough members right now. Get a few more members. As for these zombies, every single one of them can forget about escaping this town." Hearing that, Chun Mo actually believed him. After all, those two still had to split their attention to protect Li Muyao, the twins, and the others. They definitely couldn't go all out. If there were really 7 or 8 of them, and they blocked off the entire main road of the town, then who knew who would really be surrounding whom? But things were still pretty good now, because they had killed several level 5 zombies, and over 1,000 regular zombies. It was just a pity. Most of them had been vaporized. Maybe because of that, even the resources have been reduced by a lot, and even the affixes too. After counting everything up, there were only a little over 100 in total, but thankfully, they had also killed a level 8 zombie king. He immediately stepped forward and saw the densely packed drops. Resources, weapons, equipment, and affixes. Blue, purple, orange. And among them, the most eye-catching one was the piece of equipment radiating dazzling golden light. Barrett M82A1 gold. Oh ho, a Barrett. When Chun Mo saw the weapon, his eyes lit up. Although he already had several Transformers now, who would ever complain about having too few weapons? And this wasn't an ordinary Barrett either. It was one with a gold affix. So Chun Mo picked it up and took a look. Barrett M82A1 gold. Damage 1,500. Tag additional abilities. 1. Frozen Earth Armor Break. Ignores 100 armor defense. Absolute attack. 2. Winter Cannon Snipe. Every 3 shots can accumulate 1 round and turn into a Frozen Earth giant cannon, blasting out an ice explosion crater with a diameter of 15 meters. 3. Infinite armor piercing rounds. No reloading needed, ammo never runs dry. Always high explosive armor piercing rounds. Only then did he realize it actually came with as many as 3 tags. And on top of that, it had defense, ignore, and infinite bullets. Most importantly, it even had a Frozen Earth giant cannon. Chun Mo's expression turned strange. Damn, that works too. 1 shot could even blast out an ice explosion crater 15 meters across. How the hell is this a Barrett? ISNT, this basically a missile launcher. At this moment, Li Muyao and the other girls also hurried over impatiently, wanting to see what good stuff had dropped. Boss, what is this? A Barrett. Coming back to his senses, Chun Mo immediately tossed it to Li Muyao. I can't use this thing. You use it. Offer me. Holding the Barrett. The pretty little beauty almost failed to catch it and nearly fell to the ground. She hugged it with effort, her face full of disbelief. That's right. Chen Montauk nodded. After all, he now had 10 times the strength of an ordinary person, so the Barret was no longer that important to him. On the contrary, these girls were still ordinary people. Having this Barret for self-defense was perfect. It could also help him deal with zombies and the beasts on the frozen earth plains. The moment she heard that, the little beauty's pretty face instantly turned pale. It wasn't tea that she didn't want it. It was just that with her small frame. Forget a Barret. Even the recoil from an ordinary pistol might be too much for her to handle. If she fired this thing, wouldn't she'd just get launched away with broken bones on spot. Oh right. Seeing the troubled look on the little girl's face, Chun Mo finally remembered. He had forgotten to give her some tags. So, he immediately took out 20 points each of agility, defense, strength, and spirit tags from his inventory. A total of 80 points. He gave all of them to Li Muyao. He still had quite a few tags left right now. After this round, he had gotten more than 100 tags. Added together, that was close to 200 points. And there were also the ones dropped by this level 8 zombie king. A total of 240 points. So taking out 80 points and giving them to Li Muyao was no big deal. This way, you can use the Barret. Really, when Li Muyao saw the tags, her eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Big Brother to give even something this good to her. For a moment, she was actually a little touched, and her eyes turned red and misty. My parents were never this good to me. Gidge. All right, but Shinamo couldn't be bothered with that. Use the tags now. Strengthening your power is the biggest help you can give me. Triple the strength of an ordinary person. Using a Barret would be as easy as playing around. Li Muyao understood too. If she wanted to survive properly on the frozen earth, and also help Shinamo, then she definitely needed the boost from tag power. So she nodded hard. After using the tags and gaining strength, she did not forget to say seriously to Chun Mo, "Brother Mo, don't worry. I'll definitely help you get even more tags." This scene made the twins skinny and the others green with envy. The twins' eyes were practically glued on. Damn, 80 attribute points, and he just gave them away like that. This Big Brother was way too generous, wasn't he? But the twins also knew there was nothing they could do. After all, Li Muyao was the first member. So just wait. Big Brother definitely wouldn't treat them badly in the future. Chun Mo also noticed the details in their expressions and said, "Don't worry. You'll all get some in the future too. There aren't many tags right now, so we'll distribute them one by one for now." Okay. Sure enough. The moment he said that, the two girls immediately perked up. They nodded again and again. Let's go. First gather up these supplies. Early tomorrow morning, we'll head back to the shelter. Hearing that, everyone hurried to clean up the equipment and supplies dropped on the battlefield. Skinny and the others didn't dare hide anything at all, because one of them had secretly hidden away a refined steel blade just now, and he had already been killed by Aston Martin. Now they only had 6 people left. They were scared out of their minds. Just like that, the night passed without incident. Because the vehicles had built-in temperature control, Chun Mo and the others were fairly comfortable. Early the next morning, as the sky brightened, the fog completely dispersed as well. Replacing it was the warm sun rising in the east over the frozen earth plains. It lit up the entire ruined town. Chun Mo also had to scout the situation outside the ruined town first thing. After confirming that all those zombies were gone, he immediately led the main group back to the shelter. Along the way, because of yesterday's zombie disaster, Chun Mo saw many shelters that had been overrun, reduced to piles of broken wooden huts. There were also lots of traces of battle. Clearly, yesterday's zombie tide was not something ordinary shelters could resist. And after glancing at the number of survivors in the regional channel, it was even worse. Current number of survivors, 353,000 out of 3,500,000. Well now, in a single night, hundreds of thousands were wiped out. After the first disaster, only 1/10 of the survivors were left. This frozen earth plain was really ruthless. Even Chun Mo couldn't help clicking his tongue inwardly. Thankfully, he had transformers and system prompts. Otherwise, he probably would have been finished in a single wave too. But he also knew this was only the beginning. Because after 7 days, other disasters would appear too, maybe even more terrifying than the fog. So right now, the most urgent thing was still to find a way to upgrade the shelter, activate more transformers, and only then could he survive better. So very soon, rumble rumble, the convoy drove back through the cold weather of the frozen earth plains and returned to the shelter. Then they saw that outside the shelter, there were also a large number of zombie corpses. By rough estimate, there were more than 200 of them. Well damn, that was way more than usual. Getting out of the car, Chun Mo looked at the corpses on the ground and said in surprise. Boom! Just as he was speaking, he saw a white Corvette slowly driving over from that side. Respected boss, you finally returned. You did all this. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Chun Mo asked with interest. Of course, the Corvette's personality was just like the vehicle itself. Flashy, flippant, and a bit hot-blooded. But then again, if you're not hot-blooded, Can you even be called young? But unexpectedly, the Corvette suddenly changed the subject and said with a grin, not all by myself. There's also a survivor here. HM? A survivor? Frowning slightly, Chen Mo immediately looked toward the shelter. Sure enough, beside the small wooden hut, there was a beautiful woman wearing a black fitted outfit. Her figure was very slender. Her pretty face was a little dirty, but still couldn't hide her heroic aura. In her hand was a specially made bow. Unlikely Mu Yao and the twins. They all belonged to the sweet, pretty, flower vase type. But this woman, with just one look, she gave off a valiant and capable air. Though beautiful, she felt colder and far more powerful. The woman had originally looked very cold and distant, but when she saw the several vehicles behind Chen Mo, a trace of shock flashed through her eyes. How was this survivor so lucky? He actually had so many talking cars. And what the hell was that more than 10-meter-long mining hydraulic machine in the back? Still, she was someone who had seen the world before. She put away her bow and immediately stepped forward. Her pretty face softened as she said in thanks, "My name is Pei Shi. I am the leader of the Level 7 shelter, Dark Knight Rose." Pei Shi? Dark Knight Rose? But when Chen Mo heard that name, his face was full of confusion. What was that? The name of a shelter? Never heard of it. He shook his head. Those words made Pei Shi's outstretched fair hand freeze in midair, her pretty face stunned. Wait, what? You've never heard of Dark Knight Rose? You have to know, Dark Knight Rose is now one of the famous Level 7 shelters on the frozen soil plains. It stands on equal footing with Gang and Lone Wolf Base. If she hadn't pushed herself to the limit yesterday, racing against the deadline to gather supplies and search for suitable resources, she wouldn't have run into that zombie tide. In the end, the 3 survivors by her side all died. Only she was left. Luckily, there was a level 4 shelter here. She had originally planned to hide out in a little wooden house nearby to avoid disaster, but she never expected there to be a full 4 Maxim heavy turrets here. They opened fire all at once. Hundreds of zombies were wiped out completely. Under normal circumstances, weapons like that naturally wouldn't be a big deal. In modern society, who the hell cared about Maxims? But this was the frozen soil plains. Having weapons like this was basically the same as cheating. That made her unable to help feeling curious about the owner of the shelter. This was the frozen soil plains. Having a single flintlock rifle was already incredible. Yet he had AI weapons here, and even a talking car. So she wanted to invite Chen Mo to join her shelter. But now, you're telling me you've never heard of Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose. But just because Chen Mo didn't mean the twins didn't. They had also escaped from a level 5 shelter. Naturally, they had heard of Dark Knight Rose's great reputation. So when they heard it, sure enough, shocked expressions appeared on their pretty faces. Seeing the shock on the sisters' faces, Pei Shi's originally depressed mood immediately improved quite a bit. After all, she had spent the whole night scared out of her mind. But now, at least she had managed to surprise them. And Jianming quickly said to Chen Mo, "Boss, Dark Knight Rose is one of the top shelters on the frozen soil plains. I heard they have more than 100 people. I didn't expect we'd run into Dark Knight Rose's leader here. But who would thought? Chen Mo simply wouldn't bite. What has it got to do with me?" Hearing that, the confidence on Pei Shi's pretty face stiffened. No way. Brother, are you really this arrogant? In truth, Chen Mo didn't think much of these so-called shelters at all. If he really wanted to do it, he'd already be above even Gang now. After all, a chief from the start was no joke. But Pei Shi thought Chen Mo probably didn't pay much attention to the regional channel. So she immediately looked around. Seeing that there were only 4 people here, she said, "I see there are only 4 of you, and you're even bringing along 3 girls. Our Dark Knight Rose mainly recruits women. There are no men inside. If you're willing to join, we can make an exception and let you become a member of Dark Knight Rose. And we can even give you the second-in-command position." After all, in her view, even if Chen Mo had these Maxim turrets, bullets would eventually run out one day. One man bringing along 3 female survivors. It was just too hard. It would be better to join them. Surviving on the frozen soil plains would be easier that way. Of course, if she knew what Chen Mo was really relying on was Transformers, she probably would be saying that. But he couldn't be bothered to explain too much. As for why Pei Shi only saw 4 people, it was because Skinny and the others had already been dealt with by him on the road. After all, once he was done using them, there was no point keeping them around. Still, he said, "I'm not interested in other shelters. I still prefer going my own way. At least, that is how it is for now." Is that so? When Pei Shi heard that, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. She didn't mind. After all, the Maxim turrets really were a bit strong. Even with more than 100 people, they might not necessarily be safer than this place. But she was also very confident, because she now had more than 100 survivors. And this was only the beginning. Within half a month, she would raise it to a level 9 shelter. At that point, it would be more than 500 people. So she believed Chen Mo would change his mind. So she added him as a friend and said, "It's fine. No matter what, your shelter's turrets saved me this time. If you ever need anything, you can contact me anytime. If anyone on the frozen soil plains dares bully you, just give them my name. The frozen soil plains. But when Chinamo heard that, he smiled too. If anyone in this world dares bully you in the future, just give them my name, Chinamo. Oh, hearing that, Peishi was even more surprised. More arrogant than me, but after glancing at the Maxim turrets he was relying on, she still nodded, thinking this guy was only depending on the Maxims, and smiled as well. All right, then let us meet again another day. With that, she picked up her weapon and returned to Dark Knight Rose. After she left, Corvette finally transformed again into a 6-meter-tall transformer amid a series of clacking mechanical gear noises. Seeing this, Chinamo said, Corvette, you've got some nerve. Without my permission, you dare take in another survivor? Boss, I've been wronged. Corvette was speechless too. After all, a gorgeous beauty had shown up. That was by human standards. But the key point was, boss, ISNT this exactly your type. If ENT considered that the boss might want her, he would blasted her away with one shot. Damn, when Chinamo heard that, his face turned even darker. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of nonsense? Am I that kind of person? But as the twins and Li Muyao all looked over with eyes that almost simultaneously said they agreed. All right, he did feel a little guilty, but he still immediately waved his hand and said, enough, cut the crap. Go do what you're supposed to do. Move all the supplies into the shelter first. After all, right now, it's the 7-day grace period. During this time, there'll definitely be more people coming out to collect supplies. Let us use this time to raise the shelter to level 5 first. At that point, I'll have 16 energy sparks. After this battle, he had truly seen how insanely awesome these big guys were. Holy shit. All he could say was, this was way too outrageous. Just 4 of them could chase tens of thousands of zombies away. If I get 16 of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. When that time comes, above and below, everywhere in the world, what zombie tide would I even have to fear anymore? So, upgrade, I have to upgrade. And just at that moment, a pleasant system notification suddenly rang out. Today's tip. On the first day after the fog calamity passed, head left when you go out. 400 kilometers away, there's a city ruin. In the plaza of the ruins, there's a golden treasure chest. Open the golden treasure chest, and you can obtain a level 5 golden building blueprint. Oh, the moment Chinamo saw the prompt, his eyes lit up. A golden blueprint. Talk about getting exactly what I needed. I was just short on a level 5 building blueprint. And now it's here. With this, I can increase my Decepticons to 16. It was just that. 400 kilometers. Holy shit. Would a round trip take almost a whole day? He frowned slightly. It was a bit too far. That zombie tide he had run into yesterday, because he failed to make it back in time, was still vivid in his mind. There was no way he was taking that risk again this time. But, after thinking about it, he suddenly had an idea. He thought of Scoutbird, then glanced at the drone over there that was currently learning to talk from Denyo, and immediately came up with a plan. I can have the little guy bring it back for me. Because these Decepticons had 2 modes. One was their own autonomous consciousness, and the other was remote control by Chinamo. He could completely control the drone and send it to retrieve it. After all, while the thing couldn't open the treasure chest, it could bring it back, and he could still open it himself all the same. Besides, the little thing was very fast. Faster than him. 400 kilometers. He estimated it could get there in 1 hour. Thinking of this, he first arranged things for the 3 women. Move all this furniture and these appliances inside first, then tidy up the rooms. We've been on the frozen earth plane for so long. It's time to upgrade the interior a bit. This trip to the town was definitely worth it. No problem. Needless to say, the 3 women had long since been so excited they could hardly wait. They had been lying on wooden floors every day. It really was time to get a proper bed. So Li Muyao and the twin sisters eagerly directed the Aston Martin and a Lamborghini to move everything inside. As for Chinamo, after making the arrangements, he went to the rooftop terrace. He sat down in a gaming chair they had collected from the town. Then, through the reconnaissance bird's holographic projection, he took control of its position. Very soon, caw, along with a harsh metallic screech, the reconnaissance bird rapidly flew out of the shelter under Chinmo's control. It headed for the so-called city ruins. Along the way, although he had already been mentally prepared, when he saw the endless frozen earth plain filled everywhere with biting cold winds, countless zombie traces, and many destroyed wooden cabins. Only then did Chinmo truly understand just how massive a natural disaster had struck the frozen earth plain last night. He secretly felt lucky. Good thing I activated the digging tiger yesterday. Otherwise, I probably would suffer too. But the more that was the case, the more those damaged shelters strengthened Chinmo's resolve to expand the Transformers Legion. And so, just like that, 1 hour later, the reconnaissance bird cawed its way above a canyon. Looking down, he found that, sure enough, there was a city ruin here as well. And it looked even bigger than the previous town. It was just far more ruined here. Also, through the reconnaissance bird's thermal imaging scan, he did not even detect any trace of human survivors. What could it be that they still don't know this city ruin exists? He was a little puzzled. He had thought the city ruins had just appeared, so nobody knew about them yet. But very soon, as he followed the reconnaissance bird's perspective into the city, he understood the reason. Because there were actually huge numbers of zombies here. By rough estimate, there were several thousand of them. No wonder, sitting comfortably in his chair, Chunimo showed a look of realization. So that's what it was, there's zombies here. After all, not everyone had a Transformers Legion like he did. Right now, an ordinary level 3 shelter, even working together, could probably only kill one normal zombie. Not to mention facing a zombie tide of several thousand. And the deeper he went, the more he found the magnetic field becoming chaotic. There were even more and more zombies. There were also level 5, level 6, and level 7 ones. Looks like these zombies have all been hiding inside the city ruins. Chunimo finally understood why there had been no sign of these zombies before. So they'd all been hiding in the city ruins. But none of that mattered. If it were an ordinary survivor, they would have been attacked long ago. But the reconnaissance bird was a mechanical life form. It had no flesh or blood, so it did not trigger their attacks. Keep going forward. Very soon, controlling the reconnaissance bird, Chunimo finally arrived at the city square. From afar, at the fountain in the city square, there was a glittering golden chest. There really is a golden treasure chest. Chunimo's eyes lit up, and he immediately controlled the reconnaissance bird to bring it back. This feeling was just like playing a game. Not long after, the reconnaissance bird let out harsh metallic cries of caw, caw, caw. Then its huge metal claw directly grabbed the golden chest. With a flap of its wings, it swiftly hooked the chest and flew off. But at that moment, a zombie seemed to notice the reconnaissance bird. It let out a roar, then suddenly lunged out from the fountain area, trying to grab the reconnaissance bird. A zombie, and a level 3 one at that. Chunimo was startled, but he did not panic. A level 3 tyrant wasn't enough to deal with the reconnaissance bird, so he immediately opened fire. Rat-tat-tat. The reconnaissance bird's wings instantly transformed into Gatling guns and unleashed a frenzied barrage at the elite zombie. In only a moment, the zombie was blasted into chunks of flesh. This feels pretty good. Watching himself control the reconnaissance bird to kill a zombie, Chunimo felt like he was playing some kind of apocalyptic survival game. Honestly, it was pretty exciting. In he also discovered that the zombie had dropped a purple item. He controlled the reconnaissance bird to pick it up as well. Spatial backpack, purple after use. Grants 100 tons of carrying space. A spatial backpack too. Seeing the item, Chunimo's eyes lit up. This thing was good stuff. After all, he was still using a 50-kilogram one right now. But this time, it had actually dropped a 100-ton one. That was equivalent to a warehouse 5 meters by 5 meters, with a height of 4 meters. If one person used it for food storage, it would probably last for years. Not bad, not bad. Bring it back. Caw, caw, caw. The reconnaissance bird let out strange, cawing noises, stored the backpack away, and quickly returned with the resource chest as well. What he did not know was that after the reconnaissance bird got the spatial backpack as a drop, a prompt immediately appeared in the regional channel. Ding. Congratulations to player XX for bravely entering the city ruins, killing a level 3 elite zombie, and obtaining spatial backpack, purple. The moment that world announcement came out, the entire regional channel instantly exploded. Holy shit, a purple backpack? Is that real? Wait, someone went into the city ruins. Damn, who is that badass? After all, because of the previous earthquake, many people had already discovered the so-called city ruins. Nobody wanted to actually live like a caveman on the frozen earth plane. So a lot of people explored them. But the result, unexpectedly, was that anyone who went in never came back out. And before many of them died, they only left behind one sentence. That was, don't go in, don't go in. The city ruins feed on us. This immediately terrified the other survivors who had wanted to explore. They wanted to ask what exactly had happened. But in private chat, nobody responded. Clearly, they were already dead. But that only made people feel even more uneasy and even less willing to enter. And now, someone had explored it again. And not only that, they had killed a level 3 zombie and gotten a spatial backpack as a drop. Could this be some large shelter faction? But that still was not the end. Because right after that, the system sent another prompt. Ding, congratulations to the player for discovering a golden treasure chest in City Ruins C07. Whoa. The moment this message came out, the entire channel erupted again. Damn, a golden treasure chest? Who the hell is it? Who is in the City Ruins? Do they have a death wish? Could it be the Zodion Gang? Someone thought of the Zodion Gang because aside from a large shelter like that, which had already grown to more than 500 people, they truly could not imagine who else would dare go in. But the boss of the Zodion Gang, Wang Zheyan, spoke up. Why didn't he go in? Naturally, he knew more than the others. There was nothing taboo inside at all. It was simply because there were too many zombies. But he did not say that, because he would not share something this valuable with anyone else. He was only waiting until he was strong enough to go in and hunt zombies, obtain the city's resources, and ideally occupy the whole city. But now, someone had gotten there first. Wang Zhaiyan. Was it Dark Knight Rose? Dark Knight, Rose Pei Shi. It wasn't us either. That made Wang Zhaiyan frown. That was strange. Who exactly dared to enter the city ruins? And had even gotten a golden treasure chest? But after waiting for a long time, no one admitted it. So that made them even more confused. It wasn't he until an hour later, just when all the survivors had grown impatient, and were starting to think this guy had gotten the golden treasure chest, but died before he even had time to open it. Finally, ding. Congratulations to player XX for opening a golden treasure chest and obtaining 1 M4A1 assault rifle, 100 universal bullets for explosive grenades, 1 compound bow, 100 compound bow arrows, and 1 level 5 golden building blueprint. Instantly, the entire regional channel exploded again. Holy shit, he opened it. This guy is still alive. Damn, I thought he died in the ruins. But these supplies, holy crap, an M4A1 assault rifle, explosive grenades? Is this for real? You have to know, those are firearms. On the current frozen plain, that was insanely powerful. Never thought one treasure chest could give that much. Damn it, I'd be happy with just a compound bow. Some people were still using refined bows and arrows. Those were decent, sure, but they were nowhere near a compound bow. They were so jealous, they were losing it. Who is this guy? How is he still alive? Didn't he die in the city ruins? And his info is hidden too. This brat's pretty cautious. Damn it, he really struck gold. Woo-woo, that many firearms. Doesn't this mean another rising force is about to appear? Too bad this guy is anonymous. Otherwise, he'd definitely be on people's radar. But just as everyone was still chattering and trying to guess who this guy really was, suddenly, inside the exchange, Chinemo, selling, 1 compound bow. Don't want charcoal. Want 100 units of steel. That is not too much, right? The moment this sale listing appeared, the survivors who frequented the exchange and knew Chonimo, all of them were dumbfounded. Wait, bro, you opened that golden treasure chest. Bro, your luck is that good? Holy shit. I remember last time you even got an AWM. At this moment, Chonimo, who had just listed the compound bow, was also stunned. That's right. The scout bird had just returned, and he had only just opened that golden treasure chest. And it gave him a pile of random junk. M4A1, compound bow, explosive grenades, all that stuff. Honestly, other than the golden blueprint, he had no use for any of it. After all, when it came to firearms, who could compare to the Decepticons? In Chun Mo's eyes, this stuff was pure trash. Might as well just sell it off. But sell the gun? Impossible, because it was contraband. Think about it. How could an ordinary survivor possibly have an M4A1? What do you need an M4A1 for? What if you use it against me? Therefore, not selling it. No way in hell was he selling it. But the compound bow was different. This thing, if he just stood there holding it, it wouldn't hurt anyone. So, he could list it and trade it for some steel to build his shelter. Because he had discovered that this level 5 golden building blueprint needed way too many materials. Just the steel requirement alone was 400 units. There's also silver or 1,000 units. Gold 100 units. Used to make wiring stable enough. Titanium alloy 100 units. 10 steel can be combined into 1 titanium alloy. In other words, he needed 1,000 steel and 10,000 iron ore. How was this building a shelter? Wasn't this basically robbery? But fortunately, when he saw the additional entry attached to the building blueprint, nuclear power generation device, can generate 1,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per hour, equivalent to a small power plant. It can continue to improve as the shelter level increases. Only then did Chonimo feel it was reasonable. After all, on the frozen plain right now, hell, not just the frozen plain, even those city ruins were in a blackout state. Rely on solar panels? Just wait and see. They were okay early on, but in the later stages, they'd be complete garbage. But this was a nuclear power station. Just build it. Once it was built, it would speak for itself. There'd be absolutely no need to worry about electricity anymore. So Chunimo felt this entry alone made it worth keeping. As for the required building materials, he'd get them through the exchange. Done. That was why he listed the compound bow. Suitable for primitive people. But what he didn't expect was, the moment he listed the compound bow, people recognized him. Chindayo. Bro, so you're that anonymous player? Holy shit, awesome. You actually dared charge into the ruins? Chen Wushuang. Big bro, selling the M4A1. I'll pay a high price. How about 500 units of steel? Seeing so many familiar names, and the usual people from the exchange he recognized on sight, Chinamo finally realized. Damn, I listed it too early, but didn't matter. After all, he was the only person on the frozen plain to get a golden treasure chest, right? Those top-tier shelters, their starts are all more or less a little lucky. So, he just laughed it off with those people. Just good luck, that's all. And sure enough, once Chun Mo admitted it, the exchange immediately blew up. Who knew how many private messages flooded in? Bro, selling the M4A1. I have universal bullets, but no gun. Bro, give me the explosive grenades. I'll give you 100 units of steel. he noticed that some of them had even changed their names. One by one. Things like C11 Merchant Wu Di, C13 Merchant Zhang Qi, C16 Merchant Zhang San, and they clearly wanted to flip the goods for profit. But Chen Mo had no interest in them. He only noticed one old acquaintance, Chen Wushuang. Wasn't this guy a damn used car dealer? Where the hell did he get so many steel units? So, with curiosity in mind, Chen Mo asked, "Bro, don't you sell cars? How do you have so much steel?" Chen Wushuang. I expanded my business scope. Chen Montak. Wait, this fucking works too. That's right. The current Chen Wushuang didn't just sell cars anymore. He had also become a merchant, buying all kinds of building materials, even weapons and equipment, then flipping them for resale. After all, Chen Wushuang, making money isn't shameful. However it works, that is how I do it. So bro, what do you think? Selling the M4A1 or not? Fine. Chen Mo had no choice but to give him a thumbs up. This guy was talented. Absolutely top-tier talent. No wonder he had survived this long. But the M4A1. Chen Mo paused, feeling that 500 units was too little. 1,000 units of steel. Buying or not? Chen Wushuang. Holy crap, bro, that's robbery. Even though this thing is pretty good. Still, isn't 1,000 units of steel a little too much? But Chen Mo had his reasons too. Bro, quit whining so much. If I weren't selling to someone I know, forget 1,000 units of steel. Even if it were 10,000, I still wouldn't sell it. You should know better than me how deadly this thing is. I don't need to say how much it's worth. That was true too. After thinking it over carefully, Chen Wushuang also felt it made sense. Actually, I'm not planning to use this gun for trading. I mainly want it for self-defense. After all, competition among merchants was way too fierce now. If I don't get some weapons to protect myself, I'm afraid one day someone is going to wipe me out. Oh, afraid someone is going to wipe you out? The moment Chen Mo heard that, he smiled. Then that is easy. How about this? Give me 400 units of steel and 200 titanium alloy. I'll let you have it cheap. Chen Wushuang. Holy shit, bro. You're raising the price on the spot. Was he at 1,000 steel just now? In the blink of an eye, it went up to 2,400. Chen Mo. Bro, can't blame me for that. Who told you needed it? How about this? I'll throw in 100 universal bullets too. Done. Chen Wushuang gritted his teeth. Fine, bro. You're ruthless. But considering that his level 5 shelter had already grown to more than 30 people, and there were still threats all around, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, deal." Good, very good. The moment Chen Mo heard that, he was delighted. He hadn't expected this M4A1 to be worth that much, so he simply said, "How about this, brother? Give me another 100 units of gold, and I'll throw in 2 demolition grenades. What do you think?" Chen Wushuang, demolition grenades. He had to admit, he was tempted. But, Chen Wushuang, as for the gold, it'll probably have to be tomorrow. I don't have that much on hand right now, but I've contacted a survivor from a gold mine. They're digging out, and they can deliver tomorrow. How about you wait until then? Tomorrow? Chen Mo did the math on the timing. He wasn't in a hurry anyway, so he agreed at once. Chen Mo, no problem. Chen Wushuang. Oh, right, brother. Do you still want cars? I just got a new batch of vehicles. Vehicles. Chen Mo didn't really want ordinary cars anymore, but after thinking about it, he still asked, "What models?" Chen Wushuang. Lamborghini Huracan. Ferrari 458. All in perfect condition. You can use them, right, brother? After all, those things weren't easy to get. Last time, Chen Mo had even said he wanted supercars. Sure enough, but the moment Chen Mo heard that, he shook his head. They're not even as good as what I have right now. Don't want them. I don't want supercars anymore. I want 100-ton kings, excavators. That kind of stuff. The bigger, the better. Chen Wushuang. No way. Brother, your taste changed that fast. You were talking about supercars before, and now you're asking for excavators? What the hell are those good for? But, something big. After a moment of silence, Chen Wushuang seemed to think of something and suddenly said, "Brother, do you want a subway train?" The moment those words came out, Chen Mo froze. Shock flashed through his eyes. What the hell, a subway train? That's right. He slapped his forehead. Damn it. How did I not think of that? A subway train. He suddenly thought of Driller from the Transformers movie. Shockwave spate. That thing. It was dozens of meters long. Holy crap. If I could get a subway train and turn it into something like that, when a zombie tide comes, one roll through the battlefield. Would that be even fiercer than the construct icons? How did I not think of that? Chen Mo slapped his forehead again, speechless. But he still quickly asked, "You have one?" Chen Wushuang, no. Chen Montak, dumb. Chen Mo smacked the table. He'd gotten excited for nothing. Chen Mo, you messing with me? Chen Wushuang sent an innocent expression. Brother, you can't blame me. I didn't know you want a subway train. Besides, the guy who had one died in last night's zombie tide. Chen Mo, then wasn't he that the same as saying nothing? Still, he wasn't discouraged. At the very least, it gave him an idea. Wasn't that a vehicle too? Maybe it really could work. So he said to Chen Wushuang, "If you get one in the future, contact me. I'll buy it at a high price." Chen Wushuang gave an okay gesture. No problem. And just like that, they first completed the transaction for the remaining units he needed. Looking at the 2,000 steel that had arrived, Chun Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. Wood, steel, titanium alloy, they were all enough now. The only thing left was tomorrow's gold. Seeing that he was about to upgrade his level 5 shelter, Chun Mo even hummed a tune as he walked down from the attic. By now, the sky had already darkened. A cold wind howled outside. It seemed even colder than before. A low temperature of -20 degrees had covered everything outside in frost. But fortunately, the shelter's insulation was excellent. And with the nuclear furnace burning, the entire shelter was still warm. The 3 girls were sitting by the furnace to keep warm, and they had even started grilling meat. The beef skewers smelled incredible. They'd sprinkled on some salt and added a little sweet vinegar. The aroma was absolutely amazing. Even Chun Mo was stunned. Good lord, out here on the frozen earth plain, they were actually eating barbecue. It couldn't be helped. While gathering supplies yesterday, the 3 girls had found a large cold storage warehouse in the town and moved back a huge amount of meat, plus vegetables, and on top of that, they had raided a hot pot restaurant. To put simply, it was all for food. Otherwise, how could they have gotten this much? Here, MOG, have a bite. Li Muyao quickly handed a freshly grilled beef skewer to Chun Mo. Not bad. After taking a bite, even Chun Mo had to admit that in the past half-month, he hadn't eaten anything this good. Usually, it had all been instant noodles, bread, and sausage. And now, after suddenly eating meat, this works. Yeah, Li Muyao also felt quite emotional. After all, before following Chun Mo, he had been starving and going hungry. But now things were different. In just a few short days, the shelter had turned into a huge flat, and they had an unlimited nuclear furnace supplies, and even Decepticons guarding the place. On a frozen earth plain like this, how was this still survival? Wasn't this just enjoying life? But to be fair, they all knew this was thanks to Chun Mo. Without him, the 3 of them might have been finished long ago. So the twins hurriedly grilled a few more skewers and ran over to feed Chun Mo too. Here, MOG, try the ones I grilled. And me, mine too. Honestly, being fed like this really did feel pretty nice. Especially while eating grilled skewers, drinking a bottle of snow beer with icy wind and snow outside, and a warm furnace inside. At that moment, Chun Mo truly felt the satisfaction of getting rewarded for all the effort he had put in. But he also knew this was only the beginning. There might be even more terrifying disasters in the future. So if he wanted to maintain this life, or even make it better, he needed to work even harder. After eating their fill and getting ready for bed, the 4 of them quickly went to rest. Nothing happened during the night. Early the next morning, Chun Mo climbed up from the soft big bed and stretched lazily. He had to admit, a big bed really was comfortable. Yesterday's hard work in town had not been for nothing. Beside him, there was a fair-skinned little beauty sleeping with him. His movement woke her up. She opened her sleepy eyes. And after seeing Chun Mo and then realizing her current state, she immediately hid under the blanket in embarrassment. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Don't look. Are you the older sister or the younger one? Chun Mo didn't care much. They'd already done everything. So what was one look? Still, he honestly couldn't quite tell them apart. I'm the younger sister. The moment she heard that, Jian Yao was speechless. She lifted her big eyes and said unhappily, "Oh, I thought you were the older sister." Chun Mo teased her, but it didn't really matter. They were both the same anyway. After a quick cleanup, he first went outside to take a look, and he discovered that last night had been strangely safe. There was even a single zombie corpse. That made him think of the so-called 7-day buffer period after the end of the first disaster. Well then, that really was safe. He shook his head slightly. Even the zombies were gone. But fortunately, just then, Chun Wushuang's name lit up. "Brother, I got the gold units. I'm transferring them to you." As he spoke, an email was sent over directly. This guy had really sent it over just like that. At the same time, a prompt appeared. "Ding. You have met the upgrade requirements for the level 5 shelter. Would you like to upgrade?" Upgrade. Without any hesitation, now that the conditions had been met, Chun Mo immediately made his choice. Buzz. And the moment he made that decision, a golden light enveloped the entire shelter in the next second. At the same time, the system notification rang out. "Ding. Congratulations. Your shelter has been upgraded to level 5. Current tinder source level, level 5. Tinder count, 816. Current Maxim machine gun turrets upgraded to storm Gatling turrets. Quantity, 48. Shelter, golden affix, repair. Gold current repair speed increased to 16 seconds. Current shelter transformed from steel into titanium alloy metal walls. Wall thickness increased to 20 centimeters. Current defense value, 20,004,000. Steel gate upgraded to a titanium alloy metal gate. Thickness, 20 centimeters. New affix, nuclear power supply device. Current level, level 5. Current power output, 4,000 hours. Comparable to a medium-sized power plant. Along with a series of prompts, Chun Mo saw the shelter in front of him. which had originally been 160 square meters and 3 stories tall, transform in an instant into 320 square meters. On top of that, it gained another floor, reaching a height of 12 meters. Around the shelter, the original 4 Maxim turrets had now increased to 8, and they had been upgraded from Maxims to Storm Gatlings. Their power had more than doubled. He also noticed that the walls had changed from steel to titanium alloy. The most terrifying part was, this thing was actually 20 centimeters thick. What kind of concept was 20 centimeters? To put it simply, even a missile might not be able to punch through it, not to mention these zombies. But that still wasn't the end, because another prompt soon appeared in front of Chun-mo. Ding, because your shelter level has been upgraded to level 5. It has already gained the preliminary framework of a mobile city. You may now freely choose to remodel the shelter so that it better fits the standards of a mobile city. According to the standards of a mobile city? Chun-mo froze when he heard that. He looked at the flat design blueprint in front of him. It was clearly his own shelter. The System's rules were very simple. Within the foundation of 600 square meters and 4 floors of usable space, he could remodel the shelter according to his own needs. So the question was, what should he turn it into? Chun-mo thought about it. It had to be suitable for living, capable of moving quickly, and not fall apart in the process. After all, he had a nuclear energy furnace that could provide unlimited power. In other words, there was no need to consider energy consumption at all, and this shelter had already reached a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Compared to ordinary ones that could only go 10 kilometers per hour, it was already much faster. So under those conditions, there was only one choice. That was to turn the shelter into a frozen earth land destroyer. That's right, something like a naval warship except on land. This was definitely the safest option. It could ensure that he could move quickly with a giant villa and not roll over. Once he decided, he got to work immediately. Chun-mo directly began planning modifications on the blueprint. He set the length and width to 30 by 10, while the height of each level remained 3 meters. Same as before. 160 square meters were used to make 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. They would be placed on the second floor for resting. As for the first floor, it would be converted into a control room, while the remaining 300 square meters would be used as a garage. After all, the number of Decepticons was growing more and more. He couldn't just leave them parked outside forever. It wasn't like there would be much loss if he did, but it would make him look like a shabby boss. He had to make proper arrangements for them. As for the third floor, 80 square meters would be used to store supplies, along with the furnace and the nuclear power generation device. The top floor, with its 40 square meters, will be used to build a watchtower. At a height of 12 meters, it would allow much better observation of the surrounding situation. And aside from that, there are also 8 Storm Gatling turrets. This part was fairly simple. He directly designed them to be installed in 6 directions around the shelter. 2 were installed at the very front of the shelter, 1 on each of the left and right sides, 1 at the back as well, and 1 on the top floor, aimed toward the very front. This way, if enemies appeared from all directions, even if he got surrounded, he could still mow them down without mercy. Of course, Chun-mo's ideal plan was to place 4 Storm Gatlings in every direction. If he could do that, the killing power would be absolutely insane. From the very start, it would be an invincible posture, but there was no helping it. Right now, he only had 8. If he wanted 16, he would probably have to raise the shelter to level 6. So for now, he could only arrange them like this. Still, even this was enough. Once these 8 Storm Gatling turrets came out, no matter how many zombies came from any direction, that was how many would die. Not to mention, he also had the Decepticon Legion, and he even gave his shelter a new name. Unicron. Alright, done. Looking at the 4-story land destroyer he had designed, Chun-mo was extremely satisfied. So after clicking confirm, buzz, a violent transformation soon began. In the next second, dazzling light engulfed the entire shelter. Then, amid intense trembling, when the smoke cleared, the original villa-like shelter had disappeared. In its place was a land cruiser 30 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 12 meters high. A land cruiser. If anyone has a suitable picture, send one over. Domineering. Too domineering. This thing's exterior was almost entirely made of titanium alloy, fitted together so tightly that not a single seam could be seen. And in every direction, there were concealed Storm Gatling turrets. As long as he chose to activate them, 8 Gatlings would immediately appear and rake the surrounding area with gunfire. TSK, TSK, TSK. He had to admit, even Chun-mo himself was extremely satisfied. With this thing, wouldn't I be able to go anywhere I want from now on? Holy shit, boss, what the hell is going on? At this moment, because the commotion had been too loud, Li Muyao and the twins had also woken up from their sleep. But the moment they opened the shelter door, they went dumbfounded. They discovered that they had somehow ended up on the second floor. Oh, it's nothing. Coming back to his senses, Chun-mo said the shelter hit level 5. So I made some simple modifications. This fits the standards of a mobile shelter better. What? Level 5 already? The three women were instantly shocked when they heard that. That fast? Didn't we just get the blueprint yesterday? And today it's already finished. Of course. For that, he had to thank Shen Wuxuan. Without his supplies, how could it have been this fast? But honestly, this kind of shelter really did look far more imposing. Li Miao was completely drawn in by the shelter before her, which looked comparable to a small land cruiser. How is this a shelter? Wasn't this basically a land aircraft carrier on the frozen earth plains? Boss, why did you turn the shelter into this? Are we moving? That's right. Chen Mo gave a slight nod. There's no real value in staying here anymore. After all, within dozens of kilometers around us, there's basically nothing. Oh, aside from one mineral vein. He had no use for that thing. Even when we collected supplies before, all the back and forth travel was a waste of time. So I thought, instead of running around like that, we might as well drive the shelter over directly and settle next to the city ruins. That way, collecting supplies will be much faster. Makes sense? Jinming's eyes lit up at once when she heard that. The way she looked at Chunimo was immediately filled with admiration. That's right. Running back and forth like this was too troublesome. It was better to go there directly. After all, who knew what the situation on this frozen earth plain would be? What if they had to live here for the rest of their lives? So when it came to supplies, the more, the better. But then another question came up. Li Miao asked, where are we relocating to? The small town? No. But Chunimo shook his head, already having a new plan. That small town is too small. There aren't enough supplies there. Let's head for the city ruins 400 kilometers away. There's zombies over there, and supplies too. There might even be more high-end vehicles. Add some more Decepticon guards. Let's do it right now. Get in, we're leaving now. Okay. The three women nodded excitedly, then quickly followed Chun Mo into the cockpit. As the shelter's driving mode activated, boom, Chun Mo pressed the start button. The next second, the previously quiet nuclear furnace instantly erupted with a terrifying surge of kinetic power. Then, amid a violent tremor, the shelter that had originally been rooted to the ground started extending two enormous tracks from underneath. The tracks were way too huge. Just their height alone was 5 meters, and their length reached a full 30 meters. That scene left the three women stunned. Holy crap, it could do that too? Whoa. And as they watched that gigantic behemoth rise from the ground, down below, the Lamborghini Aventador, Corvette, Aston Martin, and the others also excitedly transformed with a series of clacking gear sounds into 6-meter-tall Decepticons. The Aventador even held a hand cannon and happily fired a few shots. A mobile fortress, a mobile fortress. So cool. What mobile fortress? But the moment he said that, Aston Martin smacked him hard across the head. This is a shelter. Damn it. But the Aventador refused to back down. He immediately grabbed Aston Martin and threw him over his shoulder, leaving a huge mark on the ground. A few more upgrades, and wouldn't this be Cybertron's giant city? A mobile fortress? Why the hell are you arguing? I just think you're talking nonsense. The two big guys actually started fighting. Even Shin Mo was pretty speechless watching it, but he couldn't be bothered with them. He directly called for Daizuzi and the Constructicon to get on board. Daizuzi transformed into a 12-meter-tall transformer, climbed inside, then changed back into the 100-ton king. Hey, that fits perfectly. But the Constructicon couldn't do it. He was too tall. He was around 10 meters tall. There was no way he could get in. But Shin Mo had a solution. He directly had him extend a tow hook, then hitched him to the back of the shelter. Perfect. Just drag him along. Boom. And as Chun Mo started the shelter, rumble, 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 the nuclear furnace also went all out and slowly started moving forward, dragging the Constructicon behind it as it headed toward the coordinates 400 kilometers away. Hey, boss. Boss, wait for us. Seeing that Chun Mo ignored them and just left, Aston Martin and the Aventador panicked. They didn't care about fighting anymore. While running, they leaped forward, quickly transformed into supercars with a clack-clack, hit the ground, launched forward, and rapidly caught up. And so, across the endless frozen tundra plain, where the earth was covered in frost everywhere, a gigantic land cruiser soon appeared, a full 30 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 12 meters high. Behind it was a mining hydraulic excavator more than 10 meters long. And further behind, there were a black Lamborghini Aventador and a white Aston Martin following along. A mighty convoy raced across the vast frozen tundra plain at a high speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Shocking, absolutely shocking. So much so that along the way, they happened to run into another slowly moving shelter. An LV-3 mobile shelter was speeding along at 10 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. That deafening noise made them all think an earthquake had hit. The survivor driving it was startled. Holy shit, what was that? A zombie tide is coming. Damn it, in broad daylight. Where does zombie tide even come from? The moment he finished speaking, the second-in-command beside him smacked him hard across the head. Who doesn't know zombies usually come out at night? But then the problem came. If it wasn't zombies, then what was it? Just as they were confused, through the rearview mirrors on both sides, they saw that at the end of the vast plain, A gigantic object a full 30 meters long was slowly rising into view. Oh my god, holy shit. That underling's eyes instantly widened in shock. Another mobile city is catching up, and, judging by the size, it's at least LV5. Run. Swallowing hard, they didn't hesitate at all, thinking it was another plundering city coming for them. The LV3 shelter's second-in-command roared and hurriedly changed direction, trying to widen the distance from that LV5 shelter. But Chinemo was just too fast. 30 kilometers per hour, a full 2 times faster. So as they watched the distance close more and more, that survivor panicked. He hurriedly said, "Holy shit, this LV5 shelter is moving way too fast. They're about to catch us. Prepare for battle." The second-in-command called over a man. The man's expression was ugly, even though he knew they were probably no match for it. After all, a LV5 shelter could hold more than 30 people. They only had 8, but they still didn't want to sit there and wait to die. Only, just as they were preparing for a desperate last stand, they suddenly saw, rumble, rumble, rumble. That giant shelter actually brushed right past them and sped by. These two were completely not on the same level. This was only 8 meters, about the same size as a truck, but that one had reached 30 meters. It was basically a moving, giant beast passing by. But, seeing that they weren't attacked, that survivor was dumbfounded. This isn't coming for us. Looks like it isn't. The second-in-command stared at the LV5 shelter, speeding off into the distance, his face full of bewilderment, especially when he saw that on the very top level of the shelter, there were actually 3 stunning beauties in different outfits, clinking glasses, enjoying the scenery together, chatting and laughing. That left them even more dumbfounded. No, wait, bro, this is the Frozen Tundra plane. Are you people out here on a group sightseeing tour, or what? They thought they'd seen it wrong. How is this a shelter? Isn't this just a land cruiser? And it was even dragging a 20-meter-long mining hydraulic excavator behind it, rumbling all the way like an earthquake. Where the hell did this thing even come from? They had never seen such an outrageous LV5 shelter before. Still, there was one thing. As long as it wasn't targeting us, that's all that matters. Watching Chun Mo's mobile shelter rumble away into the distance, the lead survivor let out a long sigh of relief and said with some lingering gratitude, "Otherwise, if something like that rolled over them, not a single one of them would get away." What they didn't know was that Chinemo had no interest in them at all, because on the Frozen Tundra plane, there were too many LV3 shelters. Even if he swallowed one, it wouldn't be of much use. His target was the city ruins. That was the real focus. Supplies, zombies, ability entries, and maybe even vehicles. Compared to those, this LV3 shelter had way too little to offer. Even so, along the way, he still saw many moving low-level shelters. Clearly, they had all relocated through trades on the regional channel, trying to attach themselves to some powerful shelter, seeking protection. And besides that, he also saw some high-level mobile shelters plundering lower-level ones. For example, one LV5 shelter was crushing a LV3 shelter. The LV3 shelter fled desperately, but it was useless. It got caught and was mercilessly crushed with a rumbling roar. Ha ha ha. On top of that LV5 shelter stood a man. Looking at the LV3 shelter he had plundered, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, seeming to thoroughly enjoy the thrill of looting. Of course, he also noticed Chun Mo rumbling past in the distance, but he didn't choose to make a move. After all, they were both LV5, and fighting would bring no benefit at all. Of course, he should also be glad he didn't team make a move. Otherwise, he probably would have been completely crushed by Chun Mo. Just like that. Following the route map marked by the coordinates. 13 hours later, it was already 1 in the morning, with a few of them taking turns driving. Finally, they arrived at the outer edge of the canyon of the city ruins. At this moment, quite a few zombies had already started appearing nearby one after another, wandering under the night sky and searching aimlessly for food. The Cosmic Emperor was simply too huge, a full 30 meters long. On top of that, it was dragging the 20-meter-long digging tiger behind it. Altogether, it was nearly 50 meters long. On this frozen earth plane, it looked like a miniature moving city. And the tires alone were already 5 meters tall. Even those zombies would instinctively move to the side in front of such a colossal beast. After all, they weren't even half as tall as one wheel. If that thing casually rolled over them, they'd turn into meat paste in minutes. So these zombies were quite tactful. Seeing such a mechanical land beast coming over, they all chose to give way. Holy crap, there's so many zombies here. Inside the cockpit, Li Muyao and the twins also noticed the zombies below, their eyes flickering. There were just too many of them. At the very least, there were several hundred. If they killed them all, who knew what good stuff might drop? And looking into the distance, there seemed to be even more. Chen Mo knew they were getting close to the city ruins, because inside the ruins, there were even more zombies than this. But since they were going to set up camp nearby, then the zombies in the surrounding area definitely had to be cleaned out first. So he instructed the 3 girls. "You 3 clear out the zombies around here first." "Okay." They had already survived here for more than half a month, staying by Chun Mo's side. They had learned quite a lot as well, so upon hearing that, they didn't hesitate at all. They immediately took out 3 weapons from their backpacks, a barret, a lightning bow, and an energy bow. Then, they quickly climbed up along the first floor driver's cabin, all the way to the very top level, at 12 meters high on the top level, looking down from above. Just standing there, the nearby zombies couldn't even see the top at all. On the contrary, they could look down from above and clearly see every bit of movement around them. So, Li Miao was stronger. So she held the barret and locked onto a level 2 elite zombie through the scope. Bang! Without any hesitation, she pulled the trigger. A large caliber bullet flashed briefly through the darkness. Below, pop! The zombie's head shattered on the spot. Even the zombies around it hadn't reacted yet, and just stared blankly at the headless zombie in confusion. Bro, where did your head go? But that still wasn't the end of it. Right after that, the sound of the barret tore through the silent night sky. Bang! Another shot. Another zombie was taken down. Immediately after that, a glowing energy arrow shot over and instantly pierced a zombie's head. The 3 girls, standing on top of the Cosmic Emperor, had entered hunting mode. In just a short while, they had already killed dozens. Almost every single kill was a one-shot kill. For them, with top-tier weapons like these, dealing with ordinary zombies was simply too easy, and they could also use this chance to train their combat experience. Otherwise, Chinamo would just had the Decepticons deal with it directly, and the dropped items and attribute entries were all automatically picked up as the shelter moved close enough. However, because of that, as more and more zombies fell, some higher-level zombies finally noticed that something was wrong. A level 3 elite zombie, after seeing its underlings dying one after another, and seeing that gigantic moving shelter fortress, it reacted. Then it raised its head and roared at the sky, letting out an angry howl as it pointed toward the shelter. And as the nearby zombies spotted the 3 girls, they began roaring and staggering forward, rushing this way like mad. But the shelter was just too tall. The treads alone were a full 5 meters high. That was even taller than a damn level 8 zombie. Normal zombies that were only a little over 1 meter tall simply couldn't climb up. Some fearless ones hadn't even made it up before they were dragged back down by the rolling treads and directly crushed into zombie pancakes. Shoot. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, the 3 girls felt even more reassured. The lightning bow, the barret, and the energy bow were used as if they cost nothing. They kept delivering deadly strikes from above without stopping. Every attack killed a zombie. Before long, they had cleaned out all the nearby zombies completely. Even that level 3 zombie was no exception. Li Miao blew its head apart with a single shot. Altogether, they killed roughly more than 200 zombies, and the attribute entries they gained added up to nearly 200 points. Out of that, 160 points were given to the twin sisters, raising them to about the same level as Li Miao, around 3 times the physique of an ordinary person. As for the rest, Chun Mo added them to himself. Then he realized his all-around attributes had already risen to around 15 times normal. What kind of concept was that? Even if he ran into a level 4 tyrant, he could deal with it easily, but even that still wasn't enough. What Chinamo wanted was something even stronger. The kind where one punch could knock down a level 8 zombie. So, rumble, 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 as Chun Mo drove the mobile base to the outside of the city ruins. Beside the canyon. We're here. Boom. He deactivated driving mode, and with a heavy steam-like descending sound, like something out of the Second World War, the massive treads retracted. Then it rooted itself beside the city, once again unfolding into shelter base mode. As soon as they got out of the vehicle, it was still deep in the night. Without wasting any time, Chun Mo directly ordered the Decepticon Legion to sweep through the city. Dainyu, take the Corvette and the Aston Martin into the city ruins and clear out the nearby zombies. Remember, don't vaporize them. If they get vaporized, there's no reward. Yes, boss. The garage opened, and Dainyu, Aston Martin, and Corvette came down without any hesitation. Immediately, with loud, rumbling noises, they transformed into supercars. Their engines let out deep, roaring shockwaves as they rushed toward the city ruins. Before long, frightened zombie howls could be heard from inside, as if they were shouting, "Let the old and the children go first. The young and strong should stay and hold them off." But what greeted them was the heavy bombardment of energy cannons. Looking down from the canyon, flashes of blue light could be seen flickering nonstop. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was some kind of light show. To other people, this place was hell, filled with zombies, tyrants, and other things they simply couldn't deal with. But to Chun Mo, this place was a treasure city. So he had to take it, no matter what. But he had also realized his current problem. The number of Decepticons in his hands was a bit too small. Even counting everything, he only had 6. Add in the twins and Li Muyao. That made a total of 11 people. If he wanted to swallow a gigantic city ruin like this, He couldn't even manage the most basic surveillance. So, the top priority was still to keep increasing the number of Decepticons and raise the shelter S level. Chen Imo muttered to himself. Just like that, under the hypnotic effect of a night full of light shows and fireworks, Chen Imo slept very well. By the next morning, it was already the third day of the easing period. There were still 4 days left before it ended. When he walked out of the shelter, he saw that Dainyu had already returned with Corvette and Aston Martin. Done? Chen Imo asked. Yes, boss. Bringing his hands together with a metallic clank, Dainyu grinned. Everything has been cleaned up. Very good. Hearing that, Chen Imo was extremely satisfied. So he immediately brought the 3 big guys with him, and first went into the city ruins to take a look. And sure enough, along the way, zombie corpses were everywhere. A lot of resources had dropped from them as well, but it was all just junk. What? Bottled water, instant noodles, ham sausages. If this had been the old Chen Imo, then sure, these would been good stuff. But now, no one ate these anymore. Still, he didn't waste them. Just because he didn't care for them, now, didn't mean other survivors wouldn't. You had to know, even now, they didn't even dare set foot into the ruins of a single city, let alone worry about food. So selling this stuff to them was more suitable. Not to mention there was quite a bit of equipment and weaponry here too. Some low-grade cold weapons. Take them all. Don't waste anything. Thinking of this, Chunmo notified Li Muyao and had her haul away the supplies and put all the cold weapons up on the exchange. As for firearms, what did a survivor need firearms for? So all of them were kept. All right, no problem. After getting the message, Li Muyao quickly agreed in excitement. And after making the arrangements, he brought Daniel with him and headed to the city center. After all, they had now taken the city ruins. But the problem was that the number of Decepticons was still too small. Counting everything, there were only 6. So he wanted to see whether he could find a few suitable vehicles in the city center and add a few new members. So very soon, he arrived at the city center, and his luck was exceptionally good. He found a luxury used car trading center. Let's go in and take a look. The moment he entered the used luxury car center, what came into view was a huge batch of luxury cars, BBA, a Mercedes E63, a BMW M4, an Audi RS7, and so on. There were also luxury sedans, like the Audi A8 Horch Edition, Mercedes Maybach, BMW 7 Series, and more. But these still weren't good enough. He shook his head slightly. These weren't even as good as the Corvette, Dainyu, or the Aston Martin. Fortunately, he quickly discovered another tier of vehicles. That was Bentley. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Imo saw a Bentley Mulsanne, a Bentley Continental GT, and aside from those, there was also an orange Rolls-Royce Phantom with an extremely beautiful exterior. But even then, he still shook his head. Still not enough. He needed something even more badass. Yet just as he was still searching for a suitable target, suddenly, hey boss, look, what is that thing? It was Dainyu, as though he had discovered something. His blue mechanical eyeballs moved, and with a huge mechanical finger, he pointed toward the back courtyard of the showroom. Chen Imo immediately looked in that direction. It was one thing before he looked, but the moment he did, he discovered that near the luxury car exhibition center, something seemed to be blocking the line of sight. It was hanging there, and under the sunlight of the frozen earth plane, it revealed something like a gigantic rotor blade, its shadow reflected on the concrete ground. That is, Chen Imo's heart stirred, and he quickly brought Dainyu over. But the moment he looked up, he was stunned and sucked in a sharp breath. Behind the showroom was a back courtyard covering roughly 3,000 square meters. High-rise buildings stood on both sides of the courtyard, and in the middle between the two sides, hanging from a chaotic mess of electrical wires 30 meters high, was an armed helicopter coated in gray-black metal, with massive rotors and a length of nearly 220 meters, swaying as if it had been shot down. Holy shit, a helicopter? And a fucking armed helicopter? A Black Hawk armed helicopter. Chunmo thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes with both hands. Damn, how is there a helicopter here? And judging by the look of it, this didn't seem to be a domestic model either. Come on, let's go take a look. After thinking about it, Chunmo immediately brought Dainyu up to the 5th floor platform. Then he saw this helicopter almost scrapped, but on the outside looking like it didn't have too many problems. At this moment, it was hanging from more than a dozen electrical wires, looking ready to fall at any second. This was an armed Black Hawk helicopter from beautiful country, though the model looked a bit old, like something from the Second World War. It had probably been in service for decades. But none of that changed the fact that it was an armed helicopter. What kind of place was this? This was the frozen earth plane, a primitive world. Even getting a luxury car here was hard enough, let alone an armed helicopter. TSK, TSK, TSK. If I activate this thing, Chinamo-S eyes lit up as well. Wouldn't this make me fucking invincible on the frozen earth plane? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately tossed out an energy spark to test it. Buzz. Boom. As soon as that spark touched the nearly scrapped Black Hawk helicopter, the next second, blue light instantly enveloped the entire helicopter. The helicopter that had originally been almost scrapped actually began to tremble violently. Then came a series of ka-ka-ka sounds, as if it had come alive. It rapidly evolved and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a gray-black transformer about 12 meters tall, looking extremely imposing. It was just that he was still hanging there. Oh, damn it, what is this stuff? He struggled desperately. Luckily, with a single look from Chun-Mo, Dinyo immediately stepped forward. His electrified hook directly cut through the wires. Freed at last, the big guy instantly transformed back into an armed helicopter with a series of ka-ka-ka sounds. The huge rotor spun with a rumbling roar, whipping up fierce winds. Then after landing, he transformed once again into a handsome 12-meter-tall giant and respectfully dropped to one knee, speaking to Chun-Mo with utmost reverence. Mechanical life form number 7 greets the honorable creator. This thing was far too huge, much taller than Dinyo by more than just a little. Even Chun-Mo had to look up at him, especially that gray-black paint job, which further highlighted the domineering aura of a military weapon after evolution. Especially those red mechanical eyes. And together with the stats, his strength had actually reached 5,000, and his agility had reached 4,000. Even his firepower output had reached 8,000. TSK, look at this, look at this. Even Chun-Mo couldn't help but laugh when he saw those stats. Now, this is what you call a real Decepticon. With this thing, in the future, if he parked an armed helicopter like this on the top level of the mobile shelter, it could take off at any time. On the frozen Earth plane, was there even a second one like this? Thinking of this, he said to the big guy, from now on, your name is Black Hawk. You'll be responsible for patrolling the entire city ruins. Yes, my honorable creator. And after receiving his new name, Black Hawk also let out an incomparably respectful mechanical voice. All right, let us go. Now that he had already gotten the vehicle he wanted, Chun-Mo didn't waste any more time here. He left the trading center with the two big guys first. But before leaving, he activated 2 more vehicles from inside the showroom. They were a Ferrari 488 and a Bugatti Veyron. After all, the ground units that could be deployed and were agile in action were only Dinyo, the Aston Martin, and the Corvette. And now, having a few more members wasn't a bad thing. And so, just like that, with the 2 big guys also activated, Chun-Mo's Decepticon Legion had now increased to 9 members. But even so, these were only barely enough for self-protection. As for what the frozen Earth plane would be like later on, that was hard to say. And seeing that it was getting late, Chun-Mo brought the 4 big guys back first. And so 1 man, 3 supercars, plus a black armed helicopter, left the city ruins in a grand procession just like that. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought they had returned to modern society. Even so, when he returned to the shelter, Li Muyao and the other girls were also stunned by the scene in the distance, accompanied by a rumbling roar. With the glow of the setting sun behind it, a Black Hawk helicopter was flying toward them, its red indicator lights flashing non-stop. Look, it's a helicopter. Li Muyao had already started cooking on the 3rd floor platform of the shelter. She just happened to see that scene and widened her eyes. You got me kidding. Jianming was carrying a plate of food and thought Li Muyao was joking. This is the frozen Earth plane. Where would a helicopter even come from? No, it's real. Li Muyao was so anxious she could barely speak. And when Jianming looked up in that direction and saw the Black Hawk getting bigger as it drew closer, she was stunned too, her pupils shaking. Holy crap, there really is one. Where did it come from? Is it an enemy? Quick, get ready to fight. She hurriedly set down the vegetable platter and took out her lightning bow and arrows. No need to panic. But after the 3 cool supercars below drifted to a stop in perfect arcs with incredibly stylish moves, Chun-Mo got out of the car and reminded them. It's one of ours. What, our own? Hearing that, Li Muyao's eyes went wide. She was so shocked she almost couldn't speak as she stared at that enormous helicopter. No way. That's one of ours too. And sure enough, rumble, rumble, rumble. As the Black Hawk approached the shelter in the next second, right before the stunned eyes of the 3 girls. With a series of metallic clicks and the sound of gears turning, it transformed into a 12-meter-tall transformer. Holy crap, that completely dumbfounded the 3 girls. So it really is. Damn, big bro. Jian Yao was stunned. She couldn't help but look at Chun-Mo and ask instinctively, where did you get a helicopter like that? I found it in the city ruins. Chun-Mo didn't hide anything and told the 3 girls what had happened. And when the 3 girls learned that there had even been a shot-down armed helicopter in the city ruins, they were all dumbfounded. There were even shot-down fighter aircraft in that place. How is that reasonable? But Chun-Mo said maybe they were already there before the ruins descended. Impossible. After thinking it over, the 3 girls all nodded. That did seem about right. All right, enough about that. Chun-Mo couldn't be bothered to dwell on that issue. He only asked, how did the stuff I told you to list on the exchange today sell? What do you mean how? Of course it sold insanely fast. At the mention of this, Li Muyao said excitedly, I was just about to tell you. This afternoon, I sold off all the supplies we got from the city ruins and made a total of 30,000 charcoal coins. Charcoal coin was the new popular term on the exchange now. It meant charcoal had been fully accepted as trade currency. One piece of charcoal equaled one charcoal coin. Those 30,000 charcoal coins were basically equivalent to 30,000 pieces of charcoal. Even Chinamo was a little surprised when he heard that number. That is quite a lot. Of course, Li Muyao looked extremely proud. Right now, charcoal is the official currency unit on the exchange. You could say that whether it's shelter upgrades or trading, nobody can do without it. By normal estimates, those 30,000 charcoal coins could be exchanged for 30,000 hours of furnace time. What kind of concept was that? It was roughly equal to 2.5 years of survival time. Of course, Chinamo had a nuclear furnace now, so he had no need for that at all. But fortunately, this stuff could still be used to buy other construction materials he needed, like ore, steel, and things like that. So Chinamo nodded and said, then keep going. Sell more. We can't possibly eat all the supplies in the city ruins. As long as we keep enough food, that's fine. Convert everything else into charcoal coins. After all, where there were people, there was trade. Resources would expire and rot, but charcoal coins would not. And he had a feeling that these charcoal coins would probably have a major use in the future too. Stockpiling more of them definitely couldn't be wrong. If he sold off the entire city ruins, earning several hundred million was probably possible. Of course, if other people knew what Chinamo was thinking, they would definitely cough up blood and anger. Seriously, big bro, we're still struggling like hell, just trying to find food. And you're directly sitting on an entire city ruin and treating it like a free supply source. How the hell is that reasonable? Okay. But hearing that, the three girls hurriedly nodded. They would listen to Brother Mo in everything. After that, they quickly prepared the meal. It was just that, the food was pretty average. Still, on the frozen earth plane, no one asked for much. After eating, it was time to rest. Tomorrow they would keep working, with a full 9 transformers guarding outside. This was a level of peace and stability he had never enjoyed before. As for who shared his bed, today it was Jian Ming. And so, after one night passed, Chinamo got up. When he saw Jian Yao standing there with dark circles under her eyes, her watery gaze full of resentment, he felt a little puzzled. What kind of look is that? Did I offend you? No. Jian Yao felt horribly stifled inside, but she had no idea how to say it. Why? Because they were twins and had a special skill. Telepathy. That meant no matter what happened, they could sense each other's mental state, especially physical sensitivity. So, last night, her big sister had a great time. As for her, she suffered like hell. But there was no way she could say something like that out loud. She could only purse her lips and force out a smile. Maybe I'm just not used to sleeping in a different place. Oh, really? But Chinamo wasn't he stupid. From those little eyes full of desire. He had already seen through the trick. Still, he couldn't be bothered to ask more. If you didn't get enough sleep, then catch up on it. You don't have to work today. Oh no, don't. I'd better work. The moment she heard that, Jian Yao panicked. There were no men here. And the more she rested, the worse she would feel. She could only hope that tonight, Sister Muyao would let Brother Mo come to her instead. So she quickly said with a grin, I'll work hard and do my best. Sure, since the little girl herself had no objections. Chun Mo naturally couldn't be bothered to ask more. Today was the same as yesterday. The main task was still cleaning out the city ruins. After all, sitting on such a huge treasure trove and not selling more for charcoal coins would be kind of a waste. So he arranged for the 3 girls to take a few Decepticons and bring back some valuable supplies. But right after sending the 3 girls out, the next second, he heard the system prompt. Ding, today, notice. The weather is good. The temperature is -10 degrees, the 4th day of the calm period. Everything is peaceful and steady, suitable for a frozen earth plane tour. At the same time, a friendly reminder, in 10 days, the frozen earth plane will launch the gold coin system. All charcoal will be converted to gold coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, which can be used in the gradually launching shop to purchase hard construction materials, building blueprints, and certain special items. The gold coin system was about to launch? Hearing that, Chun Mo's heart stirred. Although he knew charcoal coins might be useful, he hadn't expected the frozen earth plane to launch the gold coin system this soon. Still, that was good too. Actually, the ratio between gold coins and charcoal was 1-to-1. That also meant however much charcoal he had, that was how many gold coins he would have. And aside from replacing charcoal coins as a universal currency, the most important thing was that they could also be used to buy extra items from a shop, especially building blueprints. Those things were not easy to get. If the shop sold them, that would save him a lot of trouble, especially now that Chinamo had an entire city ruin at his back. If he sold this thing off, he simply wouldn't be short on money at all. Nice. Looks like I need to sell even more supplies now and try to sell off this city ruin as soon as possible in exchange for charcoal coins. Thinking of this, Chinamo didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the exchange and listed a massive batch of items. bread, sausage, instant noodles, bottled water, canned food, hot pot base, and so on. There were a full several hundred kinds. And the prices were all pretty cheap too. It couldn't be helped. After all, Chunmo's supply was free. So, after one morning of listing goods, he directly left all the merchants in the exchange completely stunned. Holy crap, bro, you're selling bread for 2 charcoal coins each? That's wrecking the market price. Even mineral water is down to 1 charcoal coin. What the hell is this guy doing? The most ridiculous part was, did you freaking find a supermarket or something? Why are you even selling hot pot soup base now? Is this still an exchange? A supermarket? But when Chunmo saw that, he laughed. More than just a supermarket. I've got an entire city behind me. As long as it supplies you want. I basically have all of it here. Good quality, low prices. If you need anything, contact me directly. Not only did he not explain, but because nobody was buying, he even sent a golden loudspeaker message straight into the regional channel. Whoosh! Sure enough, the moment the golden loudspeaker message appeared, the entire regional channel exploded. Chunmo, it's this guy again. How'd he even use a golden loudspeaker? That's 100 charcoal per use. Holy crap, he's rich. He sells everything. For real. Even though everyone was a little suspicious, they all knew that anyone who had survived until now had at least managed to save up a few hundred pieces of charcoal. The only problem was that they had no food. After all, in exchange right now, 1 piece of bread was being sold for 5 charcoal. 5 charcoal. How many people could afford that? But now, someone suddenly showed up selling it for only 2 charcoal. 1 bread for 2 charcoal coins. So, when quite a few people clicked in with half-believing, half-doubting thoughts, they were shocked to discover, holy crap, he really had it. And not just bread, there were also sausages, instant noodles, and mineral water. All of them were absurdly cheap, inside a level 3 shelter that was already close to running out of everything. There was a girl who was still dressed fairly nicely, but because of hunger, her pretty face had gone pale. She hadn't eaten for 2 days. On her entire body, she only had 20 charcoal coins. She hadn't been willing to spend them before. But now, when she saw Chunmo's 1 charcoal item, she couldn't help asking, Big brother, why are you really selling bread? I'm so hungry I can barely take it anymore. I want to buy 1. Oh, a customer. Chunmo's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, of course. Honest business, fair to young and old alike. And it's not that pam-pam mini French bread stuff either. It's real, proper, old-fashioned cream bread. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'll buy 1. She hurriedly made the trade. Before long, she discovered that a piece of bread bigger than her palm had appeared in her hand, just like that. She was practically drooling from craving it. Her beautiful eyes filled with delight. Damn, this big brother's for real. This was a full 3 charcoal cheaper than what everyone else was selling. And after 1 bite, it's so fragrant. Afraid that Chunmo might suddenly raise the price, the girl hurriedly took out all her remaining charcoal coins. Then she quickly bought a whole pile of things. I want mineral water too, and sausages and instant noodles. No problem. Ding. As the trade succeeded, Chunmo saw 20 charcoal coins arrive. Well, sure, it was cheap, but quantity adds up, right? He even added 1 more line. Miss, help me spread the word, and I'll give you another sausage. Really? Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. She quickly used her free message in the trading channel to post. Guys, it's real. Brother Mo is really selling. It's super cheap. I've already bought 20 charcoal worth. Holy crap, it's real. Sure enough, the moment those words came out, even more people in the regional channel believed it. Some of them even started coming to Chunmo one after another. And Chunmo used the same method again. As long as each buyer helped promote him after buying, he'd give them a little something, like a bottle of mineral water or a sausage or whatever. These days, it wasn't like they had to do anything. If it was free, plenty of survivors would take it. And so, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. In just 1 morning, Chunmo sold a full 20 tons of goods. In total, he received 150,000 charcoal coins. That speed, looking at the charcoal coins constantly coming in, Chunmo was extremely satisfied. But soon a problem came up too, because he realized that even after working the whole morning without resting, he still couldn't keep up with replying. There were too many people. 1 person simply wasn't enough. Otherwise, let alone 20 tons. He felt like he could sell 200 tons in a day. No, I need to think of a way to find some people to help. Got it. Chunmo quickly thought of someone. Chun Wushuang. That kid had quite a few people under him. So, he immediately sent Chun Wushuang a message. Brother, do labor dispatch? I'm short on people here to sell goods. I need a huge amount of charcoal coins. Very soon. Chun Wushuang sent a message. Actually, there was no need to say it. Chun Wushuang had already seen it too. After all, the commotion this guy had caused in the exchange was way too big. Everything was being sold cheap. Even something as good as hot pot soup base was freaking listed at only 5 charcoal. To the point that those merchant middlemen had already started planning to join forces, find Chunmo's location, and kill him. So, out of goodwill, he sent 1 line. Brother, did you rob them all or something? How do you have this many supplies? How could Chunmo possibly tell the truth? He only said, don't worry about that. Just tell me if you're in or not. Chen Wushuang, of course I'm in, but brother. Let me remind you, your pricing on these supplies is off. Something as good as hot pot soup base, and you only listed it for 5 charcoal coins? That's too much a giveaway. What? 5 charcoal coins was still too little? Chen Montak Flotza. That's right. Chen Wushuang explained. Things are valuable because they're rare. Don't look at how, on the frozen earth plains, this stuff isn't food or drink and can only be used for seasoning, adding a little flavor to meals. Of course, to ordinary survivors, this thing isn't worth much. They might not even buy it. But to the big shots in the large shelters, it's different. This item doesn't drop from resource boxes. They don't care how much charcoal costs anymore. They've already started enjoying life. So if you sell it at this price, you're basically just handing out benefits for free. That makes sense. Hearing that, Chun Mo had no choice but to nod in agreement. Indeed, for lower-level survivors, hot pot soup base wasn't very useful, and even 5 charcoal felt expensive. But don't forget, this stuff didn't drop from resource boxes. In other words, only he had it. Ordinary survivors didn't buy it because they couldn't afford that kind of spending. But what about the bosses of those large shelter bases? That was different. They had food and drink, so naturally they also wanted a more comfortable life. So Chen Mo also wanted to test this Chen Wushuang a bit, and deliberately asked, how much do you think is appropriate? Chen Wushuang. Simple. 100 charcoal per pack. 100? That's right. Chen Wushuang explained. Luxury goods should have luxury prices. Don't think it's expensive. On the frozen earth plains, the defined price of a luxury good lies in how rare and valuable it is. For the big shots, 100 charcoal coins is just the price of a single meal. But being able to eat hot pot again after not having it for most of a month, what do you think would happen? True enough. Chen Mo didn't deny that at all. He even revealed an appreciative expression and extended an olive branch. Little bro, stop going solo. Come work with me. I won't treat you badly. This kid was talented. If he followed him, then as long as they cleared out one city ruin, he could sell off an entire city's worth. And once they had money, why worry about upgrading the mobile city? Work with you? But when he heard that, Chen Wushuang only smiled. Brother, your shelter is still only level 5, right? Mine's already level 6. I've got more than 50 people under me now. How could I possibly give up the shelter and go looking for you? Unless my shelter gets breached, that's the only time I defect to your side. But for now, if you need people, I can arrange a few to work for you too. On my side, the ones I recruited are all top-tier salespeople from C-City. They're absolute pros at selling stuff. Just look. This is what real professionalism looks like. This is what you call fucking professional. Even Chen Mo was a little impressed by Chen Wushuang. That brain of his, before the apocalypse. He was probably the goddamn sales king of C-City, right? The guy actually understood that every profession has its specialty. He straight up started a company on the Frozen Tundra. Good. So Chun Mo didn't waste any words and directly took 10 of them to work as customer service. 30 charcoal coins per person per day. How about it? Okay. Chen Wushuang was also a straightforward guy and agreed immediately. After all, he had already guessed that this kid Chen Mo had probably gotten hold of some kind of small ruin, and one without zombies at that. Otherwise, there was no way he could have this many supplies. Since he couldn't beat him, then he'd cooperate. At the very least, he could make a bit of profit too. But he still added one more condition. Brother, give me 1% commission too. Not much. We've got hard over here as well. 1%. Chen Mo did the math. If they sold 100,000 charcoal coins worth in a day, then 1% would be 1,000 charcoal coins. Small money. He smiled and agreed on the spot. Then that depends on how much you can sell in a day. No problem. Seeing him agree, Chen Wushuang was overjoyed. He immediately helped him set a new batch of prices. Stuff like mineral water, bread, ham sausages, all these essential supplies. And even the things that could be obtained from resource crates, all stayed at the original low prices. But when it came to pots, bowls, ladles, and basins, the prices changed, going from 2 charcoal coins each to 10 charcoal coins. After all, who wouldn't want a proper bowl to eat from? Eating out of instant noodle cups every day or grabbing food with your hands. Is that really acceptable? Then came the more high-end stuff. Chen Mo took a look and saw quilts, clothes, socks, even underwear. Then there was furniture and home appliances, frozen meat, milk, even medicine. The sight was so dazzling that Chen Mo almost got overwhelmed. One item in particular was even more outrageous. A bed from Kuan Yu Furniture. And you dare sell it for 1,000 charcoal coins? Hey, big items are worth that price. Just wait, someone will buy it. Chen Wushuang said it carelessly. And sure enough, it wasn't long before someone actually came to buy it. Chen Mo took a look and found that it was actually the leader of a level 7 shelter from a Xingqian Alliance. Xingqian Alliance, he knew about them. It was said that it had been founded by the boss of a financial company in C-City. He also had a daughter named Lin Xingyue, who often spoke in the regional channel. And the one placing the order was Lin Xingyue. She had already negotiated it with Chen Wushuang. 1,000 charcoal coins. Not one coin less. Damn, that's impressive. Seeing that the other party had really listed 1,000 charcoal coins, even Shinamo had to admire Chen Wushuang. The guy was genuinely amazing. One bed, and he sold it for 1,000 charcoal coins. There was also a microwave that sold for 300 charcoal coins too. Shinamo suddenly realized something. Holy shit, this furniture and these appliances cost even more than selling supplies. Of course, Chen Wushuang said, supplies are for poor people. What the bosses of those large shelters pursue is quality of life. My goods are sold to them, so naturally the prices are high. Nice. Hearing that, Shinamo couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. No wonder you can thrive, even on the frozen tundra. Of course, while Chen Wushuang sold high-end goods, the people under him were all talented too. That entire afternoon, orders kept coming in one after another. Shinamo stayed busy the whole time, sending out goods. There were even occasional big orders. For example, ham sausages, people bought them by the box. At one point, Shinamo even sold completely out. Because of that, he had no choice but to notify Li Muyao and the others. Go find a wholesaler and get more ham sausages. Get 100 boxes. We're out of stock at home. At that moment, Li Muyao, Jianming, and Jianyao were still inside the city ruins, crazily sweeping up supplies. They had finally managed to load a huge truck full of goods with great difficulty. They had just wiped off their sweat and hadn't even had time to head back when they saw the message and froze. Holy crap, we're out of supplies? Didn't we store more than 400 tons? It hasn't even been 8 hours. It all got sold out already. No, boss. What the hell did you even do? Li Muyao's beautiful eyes went wide, and she almost dropped to the ground on her, but in shock. Are you even letting people live anymore? But there was no helping it. Who told him he was the boss? So the three girls didn't dare waste any time either. They hurriedly searched everywhere. Ham sausages, mineral water, drinks, even medicine. They didn't let a single thing go. Everything was directly transported over by the Black Hawk, or by that huge truck. So in just one day, Chen Mo sold a full 300,000 charcoal coins worth. That was a whole 280,000 more than the morning. By the time the three girls came back and heard that number, even they were stunned. No way. Li Muyao covered her mouth. Even though she was exhausted, she still couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. 300,000 charcoal coins. We hit the jackpot. You had to know, even those top-tier shelters right now were said to only have assets of 20 or 30,000 at most. But now, in just one day, Chen Mo had made 300,000 charcoal coins. But what was that worth? Chen Mo didn't care at all. This is only the beginning. Today, it's 300,000. Tomorrow, it definitely won't stop there. Because behind him stood an entire city ruin. Still, he asked one question. So, how much of the city ruins have you searched by now? Probably about 1/50th. Li Muyao thought for a moment before calculating. That place is pretty huge. There's several large malls over there. We only looted one of them, plus a few surrounding shops, and 2 wholesalers. Altogether, about 2,000 tons of supplies. Oh, 1/50th. Sure enough, after hearing that, Chen Mo fell into thought. 1/50th had sold for 300,000. If they cleared out the whole place, then it would probably sell for around 15 million charcoal coins. Not bad. He nodded slightly. Anyway, this frozen tundra definitely had more than just 1 or 2 city ruins. There had to be others too. Once we sold off most of this city ruin, we can move on to the next target. Stockpiling charcoal coins definitely can't go wrong. After all, with money, you could buy anything. Upgrading the shelter will also go much faster. And what he was selling just happened to be all essential supplies. Survival goods, food, water, everyday use consumables. There was absolutely no fear of any kind of supply inflation. Thinking of that, even Chen Mo couldn't help feeling a little emotional. I'm so fucking smart. On the other hand, the 3 girls were speechless when they heard that. Why does it feel like we become merchants? Jian Yao said, merchants? Are you dumb? But Jian Ming was clearly more mature than the little girl. She had already been stunned by Chen Mo's grand blueprint. Yeah, use the city ruins to exchange for charcoal coins. Then use charcoal coins to exchange for construction materials to upgrade the shelter base. Once the upgrade succeeds, occupy even bigger city ruins and keep repeating the process like that. We're probably going to become the richest base on the frozen tundra very soon. By that time, we'll have food and soldiers. We'll practically be invincible. And besides, Jian Ming said irritably to her younger sister, have you ever seen a merchant selling city ruins? Oh well, scratching her head, Jian Yao looked a little aggrieved, but when you thought about it, that really was true. Exactly. Jian Ming put her hands on her hips. Even if we are merchants, we're the most awesome merchants on the entire frozen tundra. That's right. At this moment, when Li Muyao and Jian Yao heard that, their eyes also lit up and they felt, damn, that actually makes sense. That's right. Even if we are merchants. Have you ever seen anyone on the entire frozen tundra dare to treat a city ruin like a backyard and sell its stuff for free? So, just based on that alone, we're absolutely one of a kind, especially charcoal coins. With this thing, they would have a firm grip on all the essential supplies for every survivor on the frozen tundra plains. So, we keep going tomorrow. With no other thoughts in mind, Li Muyao said excitedly. MHM. The twins nodded excitedly as well. So, for the next 2 days, they went nowhere else. They just gathered supplies and sold goods. They were determined to turn the entire city ruins into charcoal coins. That way, nothing would go to waste at all. And now, the skies above the city ruins were completely under the control of the Black Eagle patrols. Any zombies trying to get in were all blasted into nothing. On top of that, the Aston Martin, the Big Bull, the Corvette, the Ferrari, the Veyron, and Big Pillar all followed Li Muyao and the twin sisters as they began transporting supplies like crazy. Anything that could still be used, no matter good or bad, was hauled over. And with talents like Chen Wushuang around, every one of them was better at talking than the last. They could sell anything. Even the water heaters were sold, and at a very high price too. One cost 1,000 charcoal coins. Even Chun Mo clicked his tongue at that. Damn, the longer he spent with this guy, the more he realized this man really was a profiteer. He could talk the dead back to life. But Chen Wushuang wasn't at a loss either, because over the next 2 days, Chen Mo and the others sold a total of nearly 2.7 million charcoal coins worth of goods. Adding in the 300,000 from the first day, it could be said that he had completely reshuffled the entire exchange. Now, as long as a survivor was still alive, there was a single one who had come here to buy something. So his 1% commission had also reached 30,000 charcoal coins. That was several times more than what he had managed to accumulate in half a month. So he worked even harder. But because of that, a problem also appeared. That was, their constant low prices had already enraged the merchants in the other regions. Why? Because everyone else bought according to the acquisition price. Then they sold it based on their own ability, with price differences all about the same, not exceeding 5%. But you? Something worth 5 charcoal coins. You sold for 2 charcoal coins. Something worth 2 charcoal coins. You advertised as free. Who could tolerate that? Wasn't that cutting off other people's livelihoods? As the saying went, cutting off someone's livelihood was like killing their parents. So, on the frozen tundra plains, in the regional channel, more than a dozen level 6 merchant shelters held a small meeting. The one leading, it was Merchant Longo. Longo, I won't say much else. A beast has appeared on our frozen tundra plains. Damn it, he is selling bread for 1 charcoal coin and giving away sausages for free. He has tried to monopolize the whole market by himself. If this keeps up, we'll be drinking the northwest wind. That's right, Longo. I can't hold on over here either. In just 2 days, I've already lost nearly 10,000 charcoal coins. And yesterday, I even tried to swallow one of his product lines. I ordered 100 boxes of sausages. Guess what happened? That Chinamo actually delivered them. Holy shit. I seriously suspect he somehow got a portal and went straight back to the modern world. The one speaking was a merchant named Wu Di. Wu Di also had a level 6 shelter. They were all people who had risen through speculation and profiteering. At first, he thought Chinamo had risked his life to find some wholesale department. So he wanted to buy up all the sausages and then resell them at a high price. But who would be thought, damn it, after he took 100 boxes, that kid still had more stock. He had nearly gone bankrupt. And after hearing that, Longo's expression turned even darker. So he slapped the table. We can't let this go on any longer. We need to find a way to put an end to this crooked trend. I don't care where his supplies came from. If we don't deal with him, we want to be able to develop peacefully. Tell me, am I right or not? No need to say more. Absolutely right. The other dozen or so merchants all agreed in unison. Longo, just say the word. What do we do? That's right. You tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Good. Only after hearing that did Longo's gloomy expression ease a little. Then killing intent flashed through his eyes. My plan is to eliminate that shelter. On the frozen tundra plains, killing people and taking their goods is normal. If we deal with them and can seize control of their supply source, even better. If we can't, then at the very least we can restore the previous prices. What do you all think? Good, I think Longo is right. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately responded. Flatten his shelter. But then, a problem came up. Frowning, Wu Di asked, Longo, but we don't know Chun Mo's exact location. Exact location? ISNT, that's simple. But upon hearing that, Longo merely let out a cold laugh, clearly having prepared in advance. I've already investigated. This Chun Mo ISNT simple. He has already reached level 6. But this morning, I already planted a spy inside his shelter. Right now, I've already gotten his location. He is on the plains of C36. I plan to launch a surprise attack tonight. With more than a dozen shelters swarming in together, nearly 1,000 people. No matter what, that Chun Mo won't be able to hold out. Good, Longo, beautifully done. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. Damn, this Longo really had it. He had actually planted a spy ahead of time. Then what were they waiting for? Move under cover of night and kill Chun Mo. That's right, kill that son of a bitch. From the moment he entered the frozen tundra plains. Damn it, he has never acted like a human. And he is still not acting like one now. Slaughter him. So, after the dozen or so merchant shelters discussed it, they immediately moved into action before the second disaster arrived the next day. First, they had to pull out this poisonous tumor. Achoo! Little did they know that far away by the canyon, Chinamo suddenly sneezed. He was browsing the exchange, checking to see if there were any suitable level 6 shelter blueprints, because tomorrow would be the second disaster. And then he saw that someone had sent him a private message in the exchange. Jiang Yin, Chinamo, I just got news. This afternoon, because you touched their interests, a group led by Merchant Longu already gathered survivors from more than a dozen level 5 and level 6 shelters and set out toward the C-36 region where you are. They say they're going to destroy your shelter under cover of night. Hurry and run, HM. But when Chinamo saw the message, he froze. He knew this Jiang Yin. She was the woman who had sold him the big bull before. He hadn't expected that at a time like this. She would even send him a private warning. That surprised him a little. But what shocked him even more was, C-36? I'm at C-52. The moment he said that, Jiang Yin was dumbfounded. You're not in C-36. I never said I was in C-36. Then the problem came. Jiang Yin. But they said they planted a spy inside your shelter. They've already set out. A spy in a shelter? But Chinamo looked at the three women, all already asleep from exhaustion, their graceful figures curled up in sleep. Then, through the surveillance system, he took another look at the Transformers, who were also sleeping soundly in the garage. He was even more confused. There doesn't seem to be anyone else here. Jiang Yin. This time, the two of them were completely stunned. Holy shit, no spy. And the coordinates were wrong too. Wait, then where the hell had those people gone? That's right, Chinamo really wasn't at C-32. More accurately, he had never even been to C-32, let alone any spy. From beginning to end, there had only ever been 3 women. You wanted to say there was a spy? Lying in wait from half a month ago. That shouldn't be possible. No, wait. At that moment, Chinamo suddenly thought of someone, and his expression changed. What do you mean, no, wait? Jiang Yin asked. Chen Wushuang. After a pause, Chinamo suddenly spat out those 2 words. Jiang Yin. Chen Wushuang? ISNT, he your underling? Chinamo shook his head. We're only partners. Jiang Yin. Only then did they finally react. So that group of people had fucking mistaken Chen Wushuang for Chinamo. And sure enough, at the same time, in C-32, a large shelter with an area of about 640 square meters, 5 stories tall, there were more than 40 people inside. At this moment, because they had landed a huge deal today, they were happily drinking beer to celebrate. Ha ha ha, boss, we're rich. A man raised his glass toward a young man wearing a mask who looked a bit skinny and couldn't help but offer a toast. In just 3 days, we made 30,000 charcoal coins. We're about to upgrade to a level 7 shelter. Give it a few more days, and even the Zadiang gang probably 1T be richer than us. Ha ha ha. Of course, the somewhat skinny young man was also extremely pleased. Because of the voice amplifier, his voice sounded a little androgynous, but he still said with emotion, I really didn't expect that after my company went bankrupt in the real world, I'd end up thriving on the frozen earth plains, but I really do have to thank Shinamo for this. If it weren't for such a huge order, how could I be doing this well? By now, Chen Wushuang had also had a bit too much to drink. After letting out a burp, he said, we really got to thank Shinamo. If it weren't for Brother Mo, how could we have made this many charcoal coins? Tell me, am I right? Right? The whole group immediately shouted excitedly, long live Brother Mo. Long live Brother Mo. At the same time, outside, the night was deep and silent. In freezing weather at minus 20 degrees, it was so cold that even the gun bolts were hard to pull open. At this moment, a group had already quietly surrounded the place. There were roughly 100 of them. Leading them was a bald, burly man covered in tattoos. Even through his thick winter coat, the dragons and tigers inked across his neck could still be seen. It was none other than the merchant, Brother Long. Beside Brother Long stood a young, thin, rather handsome man. It was Wu Di, so they had already snuck over without a sound. But just to be safe, they had planned to wait until they got closer before making a move. What if they had the wrong place? But before they could get close, they heard the people inside shouting loudly, long live Brother Mo. Long live Brother Mo. Brother Long's eyes lit up with delight, then immediately turned cold. Brother Mo. Chen Montak. Haha, so it really is their shelter. Then what are we waiting for? Though Wu Di looked thin and weak, he was actually hot-tempered. The moment he heard that, he immediately raised his flintlock rifle, fired with a bang, and shouted, brothers, charge in and flatten Chen Mo's shelter for me. Charge. The 100+ people, upon hearing that, instantly roared like they'd been pumped full of adrenaline and rushed forward with all kinds of weapons in hand. The sky-high battle cries instantly stunned Chen Wushuang, who had been celebrating inside. Especially that gunshot. It jolted him so hard that a good part of his drunkenness vanished. He hurriedly looked outside and shouted, what is going on? This is bad, boss. Outside, outside. More than 100 people are rushing over. No idea where they came from. They're attacking our shelter. As he spoke, a lookout underling stumbled and crawled his way in, saying in panic, "What?" Chen Wuxuang was shocked. "Damn it. We've been targeted. Brothers, get ready to fight." Staggering, he reached for his M4A1. Only, before he could even take it out, bang, the front gate was slammed violently. Then, because he had drunk too much, Chen Wuxuang's vision suddenly went black, and he passed out on the spot. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was still by the canyon in the city ruins, trying to contact Chen Wuxuang. But after a long time, there was still no response. That made him frown slightly. This kid, don't tell me he's really dead. No, that one T do. He's talented. I'll still need him to make money for me later. If he's dead, where the hell am I supposed to find another talent like that? So after thinking it over, he simply ordered Black Hawk over. Black Hawk, go scout area C32. See if there has been any large-scale fighting. If there has, find the one called Chen Wuxuang and bring him back alive for me. Understood, my respected creator. At this time, the fourth floor of the shelter had already been converted into a helipad. A huge H on top made it the perfect place for Black Hawk to rest. Now that he had received the order, he immediately started the helicopter. Amid the terrifying rumble and vibration of the spinning rotors, it slowly lifted off. Then it quickly tilted forward and sped toward area C32. But very soon, 2 hours later, Black Hawk sent word through the scouting bird and the radio network between the Tyrant Tigers. There had indeed been a large-scale battle here. A lot of shelter debris remains at the scene, but Chen Wuxuang and no other survivors have been found. Oh, hearing that, Chen Mo frowned slightly. Could he really be dead? That would be such a waste. He felt a little regretful. That kid was talented. He sold so much for me in just 3 days. And now he is gone. Looks like I'll have to pick another suitable business partner. He shook his head slightly and said, "Come back first." Yes, creator. After receiving the order, Black Hawk immediately returned. Who would be thought that just when Chen Mo assumed the kid was dead and had already gone to wash up and sleep early. The next morning, bang, bang, bang. A rapid series of urgent knocks suddenly came from outside. Damn it. Who the hell is it this early in the morning? Have they got no decency at all? Woken up by the noise, Chen Mo got angry. He immediately got up and walked outside. But the moment he opened the shelter door, he saw a young, slender, beautiful woman with a great figure. Her face dirty and messy, but still clearly stunning. Her whole body looked wretched, covered everywhere in black burn marks. And her hair was a complete mess, as if she had just lived through a catastrophe. The moment she saw Chen Mo, she gave no warning at all and threw herself straight into his arms, bawling loudly. "Big brother, I finally found you. My fucking home got raided." That sudden hug completely stunned Chen Mo. Holy shit. This woman was Chen Wuxuang. No, wait, bro. Weren't you a guy? How did you turn into a woman? Looking at the woman in his arms, Chen Mo was dumbfounded. That's right. The person who had come was Chen Wuxuang. It turned out that last night, after they celebrated until midnight, they were attacked by more than a dozen shelters. Because she had drunk too much, she had nearly passed out. But fortunately, more than 20 loyal underlings fought desperately and broke out with her. Even so, the losses were devastating. Out of more than 50 people, fewer than 20 were left, and they had lost a huge amount of supplies and resources. Even their guns and equipment had been taken. It could be said that the losses were catastrophic. That was why she had rushed over overnight to find Chen Mo and ask for help. "Brother Mo, forget everything else. You have to help me. I need to take my people and get revenge." This time, Chen Wuxuang had suffered far too much. Aside from the charcoal coins, she had practically been looted clean. Now, the only person she could think of for help was Chen Mo. There was no way Chen Wuxuang could swallow this humiliation. So she clenched her fists, fury blazing in her eyes. "I'm going to kill Zhonglong, Wu Di, and those bastards." Revenge? After hearing that, Chen Mo didn't know what to say for a moment. What was he supposed to say? Tell her that those people had actually come looking for him and had mistaken her for him instead. But honestly speaking, he was actually grateful to that group. Otherwise, would Chen Wuxuang have come to rely on him like this? Wasn't this the perfect chance to take her in? So Chen Mo soothed her and said, "Brother, don't be anxious. Come on, go take a bath first. This woman smelled way too strong." A bath? Hearing that, Chen Wuxuang froze for a moment. She looked at Chen Mo in shock. "No way. Big brother. You can still take baths here." "That's right." Chen Mo nodded. "Your mental stress is pretty heavy right now. Take a bath and calm down a bit. As for revenge, there's no rush." Okay, and honestly, the moment she heard about taking a bath, Chen Wuxuang was tempted. Ever since coming to the frozen earth plains, she hadn't taken a bath in almost a month. As someone who loved being clean, who would want to take a comfortable hot shower? So after a brief pause, she said, "Then I'll trouble you." "Muyao." Chen Mo had Li Muyao take her to wash up. Got it. Even without him saying it, Li Muyao had already been watching for a while. Hearing that, she smiled and immediately pulled Chen Wuxuang toward the bathroom. And just like that, she stayed inside for a full hour. Finally, Chen Wuxuang fresh out of the shower. Walked out. The moment Chunamo, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up, he saw her coming down the stairs. She was wearing a black spaghetti strap long dress. Paired with her not-so-small, snowy white assets, it was dazzling to look at. Add in her standard oval face, high-nose bridge, and tied-up long hair, and she gave off a somewhat cold, yet strangely conquerable aura. No joke, even Chunamo froze for a moment. Yo, that pretty. She even had the bearing of a beautiful female CEO. Of being stared at like that by Chunamo, Chen Wuxiang felt a little embarrassed too. After all, before the apocalypse, she had been considered a strong businesswoman herself. Otherwise, how could she have started a company on her own? It was only after the apocalypse, in order to hide herself, that she had dressed as a man and even gotten herself a voice changer. Now that he was staring at her like this, she could only sigh inwardly. Sure enough, a beauty would get stared at by men wherever she went. But that worked out just fine. She didn't waste words. She sat directly on the sofa and frankly stated her purpose to Chun Amo, Brother Amo. I'll just say it straight. I want to borrow some people from you. This time, she had been ambushed by more than a dozen shelters led by Zhang Long and Wu Di. She had suffered a huge loss. She was definitely going to take revenge. So she wanted to borrow people and get her revenge. But she also knew that asking like this without offering any benefits definitely wouldn't work. And sure enough, Chinamo also pretended to stay calm as he sat on the sofa and asked, if I help you, what do I get out of it? Benefits. Obviously, Chen Wuxiang had already expected that. So after a brief silence, she suddenly clenched her teeth, raised her beautiful eyes, and said with absolute certainty, as long as Brother Mo is willing to help me this time, they'll make Wuxiang base your subordinate base and sign a contract with you. A subordinate base was a rule on the frozen soil plains. A base above level 5 could sign one subordinate base. In other words, it wouldn't take up a slot in its own base, yet it could gain an extra subordinate shelter. The subordinate shelter could not attack the main shelter and had to obey the main shelter's orders. It was basically the same as selling herself to someone else in disguise. After all, Chen Wuxiang no longer had the ability to protect herself. Her supplies had all been stolen, and all she had left were some charcoal coins. She felt that, to Chanamo, she was still useful. What else more? She also had her figure and looks. Hearing this, Chanamo was quite surprised. Didn't he expect that for the sake of revenge, you'd really go all out? You can even package up your whole shelter and sell it. A level 6 base submitting to a level 5 one. That really was rare, but there was no helping it. She knew the only one who could help her right now was Chunemo. After all, this guy was too rich. Even though he was only a level 5 shelter, he had several million charcoal coins. If he casually threw out just a little of that, it would be enough to keep other shelters busy for a whole year. So, she said, other than you, I don't know who else I could possibly find to help me. Chen Wuxiang gently shook her head, then looked at Chunemo seriously. Gritting her teeth, she simply raised the stakes. As long as Brother Amo helps me get my revenge, then even I will be yours too. Oh ho, an unexpected bonus. Chen Emo laughed when he heard that, because he had originally only planned to have Chen Wuxiang submit to him. That alone would have been enough, since this woman was talented. But he hadn't expected there to be this extra part too. So he nodded on the spot. Sure. As soon as he said that, he directly signed a contract with her. Ding. Congratulations, you have signed an alliance contract. You have obtained a subordinate alliance base, Wuxiang base, level 6 base. Current base information, base owner, Chen Wuxiang. Base personnel, 20 people. Base supplies, insufficient. And once the contract was completed, Chinemo also realized, good lord, Chen Wuxiang really had been robbed clean. Basically nothing was left. But that worked out perfectly. No matter how much those people ate, they cough up exactly that much for me. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he immediately said to the three sisters, Li Muyao, Jian Yao, Jian Ming, go with Chen Wuxiang and wipe out Zhang Long base for me. Understood. The moment they heard there was a fight to be had, the three women instantly got excited and quickly agreed. Hey wait, but Chen Wuxiang, who had just signed the contract, was stunned when she saw this. She quickly raised her fair, lotus root-like arm and frowned. Big brother, did you get this wrong? I said I wanted to borrow people, but why are you lending me just the 3 of them? Where are the others? But Chinemo gave her a very clear look and spread his hands. The people you see right now are everyone in my shelter. What? The moment those words came out, Chen Wuxiang froze. She instantly felt like her brain had been blown open by thunder, buzzing non-stop. What the hell? You only have 4 people total. The sky was falling. She had signed the alliance contract too early. Chen Wuxiang, you had to know, no matter how down and out she was right now, she still had 20 brothers at the very least. But look at him. He only had 4 people total. A level 5 shelter with only 4 people total. And 3 of them were women. You should VE said so earlier. Why the hell would I sign a contract with you? Wasn't he this just throwing myself straight into a fire pit? But very soon, After night fell, and the group set out in a mix of big and small vehicles toward the C-42 area where Zhang Long was located. Chen Wuxuang realized she had been wrong, because the moment they arrived, boom, a Lamborghini Aventador, an Aston Martin, and a red Ferrari all looked especially eye-catching on this apocalyptic frozen soil wasteland in the bitter cold of minus 20 degrees. Before they even got close, right after getting out of the vehicles, Chen Wuxuang led a group of battered remnants and immediately hid in ambush behind a dirt slope. Looking down from there, she spotted Zhang Long's level 6 base not far away. At this moment, the people inside Zhang Long's level 6 base were drinking and celebrating. There were roughly more than 70 people there. But what made Chen Wuxuang frown was that she discovered there were actually 2 other bases here as well. In other words, combined together, there were nearly 200 people. How are there so many? She was puzzled and slightly knit her brows. Is it here? Li Miao didn't care about any of that. She only glanced at the 3 bases in the distance arranged in a triangular formation, pointed from afar, and asked, "Yes." Chen Wuxuang nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us do it." Li Miao directly took out the Barrett and was just about to make a move. But Chen Wuxuang stopped her. "Hey, don't rush. There are a lot of people on the other side. I estimate there are more than 200 of them. We only have a bit over 20 people total. Even with equipment, I'm afraid it's still dangerous." Dangerous? Huh. Li Miao had stayed by Chen Mo's side for so long that she had personally seen thousands of zombies get wiped out, not to mention a mere 200 survivors. So she immediately loosened up her arms, struck an extremely cool pose, and propped up the Barrett with her bare hands, using her fragrant shoulder as the stock. "Just watch. If these people want to kill my brother Mo, then they can only die here first." Boom! After saying that, with just a single shot, a deafening blast tore across the night sky. The survivor, standing guard on the high platform, didn't even have time to react. His whole body was instantly blown apart. This sudden turn of events immediately made Zhang Long and the others inside the shelter, who had still been celebrating, change expressions. It turned out, yesterday they had practically crippled Chen Wuxuang's shelter. They had thought they had dealt with a malignant tumor among the merchants. And most importantly, they had seized a large amount of supplies here, including an M4A1. An M4A1. That thing was a firearm. On the frozen soil plains, it was a king-like existence. So, overjoyed, Zhang Long was still caressing this black, profound treasure so fondly he couldn't put it down. He was even planning how to unify all the merchant bases across the entire frozen soil plain. Suddenly, he heard a loud boom from outside. It startled him, and he immediately grabbed his weapon and rushed out, shouting to his underlings, "Who was that? Who the hell is firing a cannon?" But before he could react, the next second, boom, a heavy engine blast roared out. Under the moonlit frozen soil plain, a red Ferrari came speeding down from the hillside, letting out the deep roar of a beast. And following close behind it were a Lamborghini Aventador and an Aston Martin. Supercars. Before the group could even recover, they saw Li Miao raise her hand again from inside the car and fire another shot. Boom. This shot directly blasted apart the fence where Zhang Long was standing. Holy shit, he had almost gotten hurt. If it weren't for his traits, that hit probably would have sent him flying. But even so, when they saw that the people who came were only 3 girls and 3 cars, they were all stunned. Damn it, where the hell did these idiots come from? Daring to run wild here. It looks like that Chen Mo. At this moment, one of the underlings also noticed Chen Wuxuang in the distance leading 20 survivors and quickly shouted. They came for revenge. Oh, Chen Mo? Even now, he still thought Chen Wuxuang was Chen Mo. Hearing this, he sneered nonstop. That brat's got some nerve. He already got beaten into that state yesterday, and he still dares to sneak attack our base. And he even brought helpers. Squinting, he saw Li Miao and the twin sisters charging over in 3 supercars, and he gave an even more disdainful laugh. Fuck, you think bringing 3 women over means you can get revenge? What a joke. Something's wrong. But the underling looked nervous as he said, "Boss, that woman is holding a Barrett. Holy shit, that thing is an absolute killing weapon on the frozen soil plain." Only after being reminded did Zhang Long finally notice that what Li Miao was holding was actually a Barrett anti-material rifle. His eyes lit up instantly. Holy shit, that's practically a divine weapon on the frozen soil plain. With that thing, killing zombies is as easy as playing around. No wonder. He understood immediately. Damn it. No wonder they dared to come cause trouble with only 20 people and 3 helpers. So, it's because they got a Barrett. But then he snorted. Don't forget, I got an M4A1 now too. Holding the gun, Zhang Long gave a cold smile. I'll avoid her edge for now. You guys, go up and bait her into firing. Once he gets within range, I'll shoot him dead. Thinking this, Zhang Long, who was hiding in the back, immediately said to his underlings, me? Pointing at himself, the underling was instantly dumbfounded. Holy shit, boss, you're seriously asking me to race a Barrett? Seriously, my ass. What are you scared of? But Zhang Long slapped him and cursed viciously. The Barrett is so heavy, and she's firing from a moving car. How could she possibly hit? If you don't go now, I'll kill you myself right away. Oh no no. Seeing the dark gun barrel, the underling felt that made some sense. After all, high-speed movement was hard to hit to begin with. Not to mention he would be running too. So several underlings immediately ran out to bait Li Muyao. Damn it, you bitch, come shoot me. One underling was extremely arrogant, completely not believing Li Muyao could hit him. But who would have thought? The moment he raised his hand, the next second, his entire body directly shattered. Holy! The other underling's pupils shrank violently when he saw it, and he froze on the spot. That accurate. Seeing her getting closer and closer, his mind went blank, leaving only one thought, run. But in the instant he turned around, he also shattered on the spot. This move shocked Zhang Long so badly that he swallowed hard. Damn it, that accurate. But he still forced himself to calculate calmly. The first shot, then the one just now, and now 2 more shots. She's still about 200 meters away from me. One more shot, and that'll be my chance. He gripped the M4A1 tightly, his palms nearly sweating. Finally, bang, another shot rang out. This time, it killed yet another underling. Zhang Long was overjoyed and immediately jumped out from the broken fence over there. He aimed at the black Lamborghini Aventador charging toward him and gave a cold smile. Haha, out of bullets now, huh? My turn. A sneer appeared on his face, but before he could even fire the next second, VRRM, clack clack clack. A scene appeared that made him question his entire life. The rapidly approaching Lamborghini Aventador not only didn't brake, but actually accelerated. Amid a violent burst of grinding gears, the next second, it transformed into a pitch-black transformer nearly 6 meters tall, with a body of dense metal bones. It was an utterly shocking sight as it strode forward on massive mechanical legs. At the very first exchange, bang, it directly raised a hand and sent him flying. All the underlings? Holy shit, boss. The sudden scene left everyone completely stunned. They thought they had seen wrong. This damn car turned into a robot. But that wasn't the end of it. Coming back to their senses, several underlings hurriedly shouted, "Quick, shoot! Shoot, shoot!" Someone pulled out a flintlock gun and started frantically attacking the Aventador. But that thing couldn't even scratch its paint, let alone cause any damage. Instead, the Aventador gave a cold laugh. My turn. As he spoke, his enormous metal arm transformed into an electrified hook. With a single spin, he directly sent 7 or 8 survivors flying. At the same time, his right hand transformed into an energy cannon. Aiming at the crowd, VRRM. Blue energy light waves gathered. Then one shot blasted out. Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuation instantly sent more than a dozen survivors flying. They let out miserable screams. At the same time, he turned around in a flashy pose and fired another shot. Boom! Again, 7 or 8 survivors were blasted away. This horrifying scene terrified the remaining underlings out of their minds. They had never seen anything like this before. Forget the frozen soil plane, even back in modern society. They had never seen such a thing, and that still wasn't all. Because at this moment, the Ferrari and Aston Martin had also charged in. The 3 Transformers gathered together and immediately began a massacre. Everywhere they passed, blue energy blasts exploded all around the 3 shelters. The Ferrari was even firing while excitedly shouting with wild laughter. Ants, a bunch of ants. Where do you think you're running? Damn it, who are these people? What the hell are they doing? In the blink of an eye, the survivors at Zhang Long's base were nearly wiped out to the last man. But the huge commotion outside also alarmed the survivors in the other 2 shelters. Wang Hai came out with his men, cursing as they walked. He had just wanted to see who was so blind as to dare come here and make trouble. But the moment he stepped out, he saw the moonlit frozen soil plain, and Zhang Long's base had already turned into a sea of flames. Around the disaster zone stood 3 enormous monsters over 6 meters tall, firing cannons without restraint. This sight alone scared Wang Hai so badly he almost pissed himself, his pupils trembling. Holy shit, what is that? They all thought they were seeing things. Damn it, is this some new natural disaster creature on the frozen soil plain? Just 3 of them easily destroyed a level 6 shelter. Wan Hai, say meh. At this moment, not far away, Zhang Long, who had been thrown flying, was somehow still alive. Several of his ribs were already broken, and he was coughing up blood in large mouthfuls. The moment he saw Wang Hai come out, he hurriedly cried for help. Hissed Zhang Long. Wang Hai saw Zhang Long, and his expression changed. This guy was said to have insanely good luck. He'd got an orange tier entry and gained triple defense. Yet even he couldn't hold out. He hurried over and helped Zhang Long up. Brother Long, what happened? It was Chun Mo. Zhang Long was about to give out, but he still forcibly suppressed the sweetness rising in his throat and coughed up blood as he said. That guy somehow got his hands on a few huge monsters and came for revenge in the middle of the night. What Chun Mo? Sure enough, the moment they heard that name, everyone's faces changed drastically. Holy shit, that kid came back for revenge. But the problem was, where the hell did this guy get so many monsters? But clearly, it was already too late now, because over there, Dainyu had already noticed them. Its blue mechanical eyes shifted and it let out a cold sneer. Then it immediately fired a shot this way. Boom! The blue energy cannon blasted toward the shelter nearly 200 meters away, like a bolt of lightning. Holy shit, run! Seeing this, Wang Hai's pupils shrank violently. He no longer cared about Zhang Long and immediately ran to the side. Then they saw the terrifying wave of energy. It sent the dozen or so slow-reacting survivors flying. They let out miserable screams and collapsed on the ground, their life or death unknown. At the same time, after grabbing several survivors, Dainyu immediately made a mechanical sound toward the red Ferrari on the other side, which was still slaughtering everything in sight. Ferrari, you handle things here. There's another shelter over there. No problem. Ferrari gave a whistle. Then, the Lamborghini Dainyu charged this way with an overwhelming sense of pressure, and while running, it directly transformed with a series of clacks into a supercar, accelerating in the process. When Wang Hai saw that, his face changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" Those survivors hurriedly pulled out all kinds of cold weapons in terror. But before they could do anything, in the very next second, Dainyu had already rushed over. The electrified hook in its hand directly hooked up the fence and hurled it into the crowd. The fence exploded apart, and 7 or 8 survivors screamed miserably as they were injured. Then it turned around and fired another shot at the dozen or so who were trying to run. Boom, the terrifying energy sent all of them flying. Only then did it aim the energy hand cannon at Wang Hai's head and let out a malicious mechanical voice. "Do not move. Move once, lose your life. Big brother, don't kill me." Wang Hai was already scared out of his mind. How could he still dare move? He immediately raised both hands and surrendered. He didn't dare move an inch. In the freezing weather of -20 degrees, he only felt cold sweat surging straight to the top of his head. When the remaining lackeys saw that even their boss had surrendered, there was even less to say. They hurriedly threw down their weapons and raised their hands too. And over there, at this moment, Aston Martin had already taken down the other shelter, and it signaled this side with a look. Only then did it make a mechanical voice toward Li Mu Yao. "Hey, Sister Yao, it's done." "Very good." Only then did the many captured survivors look up and see a stunningly beautiful woman walking over. She was wearing a black bodycon skirt, black stockings, a shirt on her upper body, and a down jacket over it. She carried a beard on her shoulder and stepped forward in black platform shoes. With just one glance, the whole group stared blankly. Damn, who was this? She was so beautiful. Very good. As Li Muyao looked at all the survivors who had already been taken down, she nodded too, revealing a satisfied expression. More than 200 people, 3 LV6 shelters. Not many were still alive now. There were only about 40 left. At this moment, all of them had been escorted over. One of them was even kicked by Ferrari for walking too slowly. Fuck, walk faster. Ow. That kick sent the survivor flying on the spot, but he still scrambled back up in panic. The group huddled with their heads in their hands, squatting by the bonfire. Around them were 3 transformers a full 6 meters tall, their bodies made of hard metal dense bone skeletons, so imposing that words could not describe them, staring at them. That feeling was like being captured by aliens. Only then did Li Muyao wave toward Chen Wushuang, who was still standing on the distant hillside without having recovered her senses yet. Sister Chen, it's done. At this moment, Chen Wushuang and her lackeys on the hillside. All right, at this point, Chen Wushuang and her lackeys were completely dumbfounded. Looking at the 3 big guys below who had already finished everything, they were so shocked they couldn't say a word. They had known that those 3 women might not be simple and might even be carrying hot weapons. Otherwise, only 3 of them wouldn't have come. But they had never imagined this. Wait, your trump card was 3 supercars. Could anyone imagine it? 3 supercars that had followed them all the way here. And after arriving at the battlefield, they turned into 3 6-meter-tall mechanical transformers loaded with firepower. The feeling made their heads buzz. It felt like, damn it, this wasn't some frozen earth plane. They'd even blasted onto an alien planet instead. What kind of normal person had underlings like this? One shot could kill more than a dozen people. Even modern technology had never seen mechanical life forms this advanced, especially since this battle was fast, way too fast. It looked long, but in reality, the whole fight had lasted less than 2 minutes, and the battle was already over. 2 minutes, and they killed those damn 200 people. Looking at the Decepticons holding energy cannons several times larger than a person in their hands and watching over the group of survivors, she finally understood why there were no other survivors around Shun and Mo. With these terrifying mechanical creatures, why would he need any lackeys at all? Boss. The lackeys were long since stunned too. They looked at Chen Wushuang with expressions full of disbelief in life. But after snapping back to her senses, Chen Wushuang laughed. She immediately said, "Let us go. It's time for us to get revenge." Okay. Though the group of lackeys was shocked once they reacted, they suddenly realized, weren't these their allies? With allies like these, wouldn't surviving on the frozen earth plane be easy? So they became even more excited. Very quickly, under Chun Wushuang's lead, the group rushed over. Bonfire light drifted through the air, and the entire shelter was burning with raging flames. Zhonglong wasn't dead yet, but he was in terrible shape. More than 40 people were forced to squat on the ground with both hands on their heads, afraid that if they angered the other side by accident, they'd get blasted with a shot. Damn it. And at this time, Chun Wushuang stormed over furiously. The moment she stepped up, bang, she kicked Zhonglong without hesitation. Ow! Zhonglong was sent tumbling to the ground. He had already been coughing blood, and this nearly finished him off on the spot. But when he saw that slender, beautiful leg step onto his chest, Zhonglong was startled and quickly said, Chinamo, let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything. He no longer dared resist, much less go against the few in front of him. If you had these things, then what the hell was I even supposed to play with? So he wanted to live. He begged for mercy. Chinamo. But when Chun Wushuang, who had still been in a rage just now, heard that, her pretty face instantly went blank. She looked at Zhonglong with an expression full of disbelief in life. Why you? What did you just call me? Chinamo, no. When Zhonglong saw the stunned Chun Wushuang, he was taken aback at first and thought she was dissatisfied. So he quickly corrected himself. It's Sister Chun. You're magnanimous. Please let me go. Ha. But at this moment, after being frozen for a long while, Chun Wushuang finally reacted. One moment she laughed. The next she looked like she wanted to cry, making the group of survivors' scalps go numb. Holy crap, what was wrong with this woman? Had she gone crazy? But how could they possibly know what Chun Wushuang was feeling right now? Because she finally understood why, for no good reason at all, she had been besieged by more than a dozen shelters using her as practice. Damn you. Did these people take me for Chun Mo? No wonder when they were trying to kill me earlier, they kept saying they wanted to capture Chun Mo alive. She had even been wondering where Chun Mo was. After all that, you fucking mistook me for Chun Mo, didn't you? Gritting her teeth, Chun Wushuang felt like killing someone right now. Her murderous gaze locked onto Zhonglong. Hearing that, Zhonglong looked completely dumbfounded. Why you re not Chun Mo? Hif. Chun Wushuang forced a smile that wasn't a smile. She was so angry her snow-white chest was heaving up and down, but she still tried her best to suppress the fury in her heart as she said, word by word, calling me Sister Chun isn't wrong. Because my surname really is Chun. But I'm not Chun Mo. My name is Chun Wushuang. What? The moment Zhonglong and Wang Hai heard that, they were both stunned. They looked at each other. No, holy shit, they got the wrong person. But very quickly, Wang Hai plastered a smile all over his face. So it was all just a misunderstanding, Sister Chun. We didn't know. We thought you were that bastard from the exchange who was dumping goods at low prices. Since it's a misunderstanding, then everything is easy to talk about. Let me go. I can give you all my resources, right? I can even sign a vassal contract with you. What do you think, right? I can too. Afraid of being killed, Zhonglong hurriedly added. Fuck, how are you talking? But before he could finish, the hot-tempered Ferrari in the back couldn't hold back anymore. You motherfucker dare curse my boss? He went up and gave him a light hit. Ow. Just that one hit nearly finished Wang Hai off. He couldn't understand it. Why are you hitting me too when I'm cursing Chun Mo? Only when Chun Wushuang sneered and said, those things belong to Chun Mo. Wang Hai. Fuck, big sis. Why didn't you say that earlier? Aren't you still working with Chun Mo? At that moment, Ferrari directly started a video call. Buzz. In the next second, accompanied by a holographic projection, a figure slowly appeared before them. Far away in C-52, seated on a soft, oversized sofa with his legs propped up on the table, looking thoroughly relaxed was Chun Mo. When he saw Wang Hai and Zhonglong, his voice finally came through with a question. Taken care of? Yes, revered creator. The moment he saw Chun Mo, Big Bull immediately dropped to one knee without hesitation and issued an incomparably respectful mechanical voice. We've taken them all down. The kneeling of that colossal monster brought an unmatched sense of pressure to Wang Hai, Zhonglong, and the others. They couldn't help swallowing nervously. They couldn't understand just what kind of identity this Chun Mo had to command such terrifying beings. Very good. Only after hearing that did Chun Mo lower his cross-leg, then look through the holographic projection at the owners of the two level 6 shelters. He smiled faintly. I heard you were looking for me? Wang Hai, Zhonglong. What a poser. Seriously, what a poser. Just sitting there, with the projection and that deep tone of voice. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was some final boss. Even Wang Hai and Zhonglong were dumbstruck. They truly hadn't expected it. Fuck, this guy was this young. They had thought he was some great scientist from Sea City. But now, looking at those three colossal monsters, cold sweat poured from their foreheads. They hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Big brother, don't kill us. There's a misunderstanding here. Right, it's a misunderstanding. Coming back to his senses, Zhonglong quickly chimed in as well. As long as Big Brother doesn't kill us, we'll do anything you want. A misunderstanding? But when Shinamo heard that, he laughed. What a joke. If he didn't have the Transformers, then the one lying here right now would be him. This was the frozen Earth plane, not modern society. There weren't that many laws and rules here. The strong survived, and natural selection decided all. So he couldn't be bothered to waste words. He directly raised a hand. Big Bull, kill them all. What? The moment those words came out, Wang Hai and the others were terrified, instantly feeling as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. No. Big brother, you're just going to kill us like that? Wait, hold on. He still wanted to speak, but Big Bull had already raised his energy hand cannon. Buzz. With a single shot, he was vaporized on the spot. There wasn't even any blood left behind. It looked extremely clean, not cruel at all. Don't worry. It doesn't hurt at all. Big Bull spoke to Zhang Long in a villainous mechanical voice. After that, he fired again. Buzz boom. Buzz boom. It didn't take long before they were all dealt with. Some people tried to run, but they were dragged back. Chen Wushuang and the others even added a few extra shots. What? You think this is a joke? Fuck, when you killed our brothers yesterday. You sure as hell didn't hold back at all. Bring me my gun. Picking up the M4A1. Chen Wushuang didn't forget to spit to the side and snort coldly. After everything was dealt with, Aston Martin also gave a very elegant cup fist salute and spoke in a mechanical voice. Creator, it has been resolved. Very good. Hearing that, Chen Mo finally revealed a satisfied expression. Over there, Chen Wushuang said, Brother Mo, they're all merchants. They've got quite a lot of supplies too. Should we bring it all back together? Of course. Chen Mo nodded. After all, even a mosquito's leg was still meat. After receiving the order, Chen Wushuang excitedly hurried in with her underlings and stormed into the ownerless shelters. And sure enough, the 3 shelters combined had a full 500 tons of supplies. Fuck, they stockpiled this much. Seeing the mountain-like piles of supplies, Chen Wushuang couldn't help cursing. Part of that should be been mine too. But she still immediately said to her underlings, load it, load it, load it. Hurry, it's getting late. Take all this back. After all, today had basically been an extreme challenge run, because in less than 8 hours, the second natural disaster would arrive. Even though they still didn't know what the second natural disaster was, in terms of intensity, it definitely wouldn't be weaker than the fog. So they had to get back as soon as possible. No problem. The group of underlings were also thrilled out of their minds by the mountain of supplies. Damn it. No wonder people said hard labor would never make you rich. How could that compare to robbing people directly? The money came in way too fast. There were 80,000 units of charcoal alone. And on top of that, all kinds of food, drinks, and miscellaneous stuff. Just Zhang Long's base alone had 200 tons, not to mention the others. So it took about an hour before they finally finished. One of the underlings was especially versatile. He even knew how to hotwire vehicles. Without a key, he could still start a heavy truck. Sister Chun, it's done. One of the underlings ran over and said to Chen Wushuang, very good, seeing that everyone's backpacks were stuffed full, and that they also had 2 big trucks on top of that. Chen Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. Only then did she turn her gaze to the shelters themselves. 3 level 6 shelters. If they were all dismantled, that would still be quite a lot. At the very least, it would be enough construction units for a level 7 shelter. So, she directly used the system to dismantle them. After everything had been dismantled, she finally, fully satisfied, led her underlings, along with the 3 Li Muyao sisters, and the 3 supercars. Across the frozen earth plain at -20 degrees, they swiftly returned. What they didn't know was that just after they left, the regional channel was thrown into an uproar because Zhang Long's base, Wang Hai's base, and Shen Kuen's base had disappeared from the rankings. Holy shit, Zhang Long's base is gone. Zhang Long. Which Zhang Long? Damn, who else could it be? That merchant with a level 6 shelter. What? The moment those words came out, everyone was instantly shocked. Holy shit, don't tell me someone wiped him out. But that wasn't all, because very quickly, they discovered that on the rankings, Chen Kuen and Wang Hai had disappeared as well. 3 gone all at once. This time, the entire frozen earth plane channel exploded. Holy shit, what happened? Wasn't there's still a few more hours? Wasn't the second disaster supposed to arrive tomorrow? How did these 3 shelters all disappear at the same time? Who did it? Who is that damn powerful? You have to know, these were 3 level 6 shelters. Looking across the frozen tundra plains, the number of people who could wipe out 3 level 6 shelters in one go could be counted on one hand. Definitely no more than 10. Could have been Jiaqing Gang or Dark Knight Rose. After all, those 2 shelters had already reached level 9. They could hold more than 500 people. Otherwise, they simply couldn't imagine it. Who could destroy 3 level 6 shelters overnight? But that claim left the 2 major shelters speechless. Damn it. Why are you dumping every bit of blame onto our heads? One member of Jiaqing Gang couldn't hold back anymore. We leveled up because we have a lot of people and because we worked hard killing zombies, okay? And honestly, that was true. Unlike other top-tier shelters, like Sirius or Lone Wolf, Yin Gang and Dark Knight Rose relied purely on numbers. They never raided cities, much less wipe out 3 level 6 shelters in one go. So now the question came up. If it wasn't them, then who did it? Among the top 10 shelters, those were basically the only ones. If not them, who else could do something like this? Of course, Chen Wuxuang couldn't care less about any of that. At this moment, she was already sitting inside the supercar, humming a little tune and listening to explosive music. She felt unbelievably good. She was one step away from breaking into a hot dance right inside the car. Thrilling, way too thrilling. After this wave, she had finally gotten her revenge. That feeling was just too damn satisfying. But Li Muyao, sitting in the driver's seat, felt a bit speechless. Sister Chun, even if we did wipe them out, you don't have to be this excited, right? What do you know? Chen Wuxuang rolled her eyes at her. If you had seen with your own eyes how those good friends of mine, those besties I worked with for almost a month, fell one by one yesterday, then you'd know what that kind of feeling tastes like. Even though she said it lightly, the barely noticeable tremor in her voice still made Li Muyao feel a stab of pain. But thankfully, now they had avenged them. Yeah, Li Muyao nudda, but still said, "We've got to thank Brother Mo, otherwise there's no way we could be taking this revenge." Of course, when Chen Wuxuang heard that, she glanced at Li Muyao. Pressing her lips together, she said, "You don't need to tell me. I know what I should do." But before they could finish talking, the next second, boom, a crashing sound suddenly came from outside. Right after that, ahead of them, on the originally quiet Frozen Tundra plains shrouded in night, as their speed increased, more and more white wind and snow suddenly appeared at the sides, and it kept slamming into the outer shell of the supercar. This sudden scene made both women frown slightly, and they quickly sat up straight. What is going on? It looks like the temperature is dropping. Observing carefully, Chen Wuxuang straightened her slim waist, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the surroundings. What? The temperature is dropping? But when Li Muyao heard that, her heart jolted. Something felt off, and at this moment, Chen Mo's voice came through the broadcast system. Return to the shelter immediately. The second disaster has arrived. What? The second disaster is here. Sure enough, the moment those words came out, both women's expressions changed drastically. Wasn't it supposed to still be 7 hours away? Wasn't it usually at 8 in the morning? It was only the middle of the night now. But what they didn't know was that 300 kilometers away, inside the shelter through the scout bird, Chen Mo had already seen the endless white, extreme cold snowstorm. Like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting apart, it was sweeping toward the frozen tundra plains. This snowstorm was terrifying. Just like a sandstorm, it let out rumbling booms as it swallowed huge stretches of the frozen tundra plains. And the icy wind was vicious. It howled past. Wherever it passed, trees and mountains were buried in an instant. Damn, even Chen Mo felt his scalp go numb at the sight of it. How the hell was this a snowstorm? Wasn't this basically a sandstorm? The only difference was that the sand had been replaced with heavy snow. After just one wave like this, the already bitterly cold frozen tundra plains were practically frozen into a world of cold tones. It felt like some uninhabited alien planet. Except this planet was being baptized by daily snowstorms. At this moment, there were already shelters in the region that had encountered it ahead of time. Boom! At the instant of impact, an ordinary level 3 shelter could barely hold on and was almost blown away. Some survivors were still warming themselves by the fire. They had originally prepared enough supplies and planned to first survive the second disaster and see what happened. But who would have thought, with the snowstorm as collision, the entire shelter almost failed to hold up. It was directly smashed to pieces. Ah, damn it. This made the 6 remaining people in the shelter turn pale. What the hell is this? Why is it this fierce? But this still wasn't the end. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As one wave of snowstorm after another slammed into it, the entire shelter became shaky on the verge of collapse. Several survivors were terrified. One of them hurriedly called to his companions, "Quick, quick, reinforce the shelter." They wanted to reinforce the shelter and resist it, but they simply couldn't hold it back, especially that stone door. It was already on the verge of collapse, constantly making rumbling, crashing sounds. Finally, the next second, boom, the stone door was violently blown open by the wild wind. Then came the rushing, bone-piercing wind and snow, sweeping over the survivors like blades. One survivor was very skinny and was blown straight away, smashing into the stone wall. Bracing himself against the gale and looking outside, he discovered in horror that aside from the endless white snowstorm, he could barely see anything at all. The wind speed was so fast that the snowstorm was practically turning solid, and the furnace was in even worse shape. The instant the wind and snow swept in, the countdown on the furnace started dropping like crazy. 10 hours and 23 minutes. 10 hours and 22 minutes. 10 hours and 21 minutes. Warning, blizzard sweeping in. Main door damaged. Furnace consumption speed has drastically increased. Please repair the main door as soon as possible. Holy shit. Seeing such a terrifying rate, the few lackeys were scared out of their minds. One survivor immediately braced himself against the wind and started repairing the door. But the moment he finished repairing it, boom, the door was blown open again. It almost smashed him to death. But in order to survive, the few of them could only keep going. And after repairing it, they immediately threw themselves against the stone door again. This time, after suffering through nearly 10 minutes, they finally heard that the impacts outside were no longer so violent. Only then did they let out a breath of relief. But when they turned around and saw the furnace's consumption rate, it was actually 3 times faster than usual. They were completely numb. Holy shit, this fast. Of course, that was still considered lucky. At the very least, they had held on. But those even worse level 3 shelters, some had their furnaces directly blown out by the blizzard. They vanished on the spot. Seeing this scene through the scoutbird, even Chun Mo couldn't help doubting life. It was this fierce. But judging from a look of it, his side would probably encounter it in 10 minutes too. Of course, he wasn't worried about facing the snowstorm. After all, his own level 5 shelter could resist this kind of snowstorm with ease. But Chen Wushuang and Li Muyao still hadn't returned yet. So Chun Mo immediately sent a message to the 4 women. Speed up, the snowstorm is about to arrive. Actually, even without him saying it, the 4 women had already seen it, because they were already trapped halfway back, on a high slope. Looking down, they could see the rumbling snowstorm, crackling with lightning and thunder, almost dyeing the horizon completely white as it spread this way. Hurry, we have to think of a way to charge through. Otherwise, once the real blizzard gets here, we're screwed. Chun Wushuang's pretty face went pale as she hurriedly said, understood. Dainyu, Aston Martin, and Ferrari weren't worried. After all, they were all Decepticons. Their weight alone spoke for itself. They simply weren't afraid, nor did they fear the low temperature. But the problem was the 4 women, plus the 20 lackeys behind them, wasn't it. So as the blizzard was about to slam into the side of the convoy, the lackeys driving in the back were already scared stupid. One of them gripped the steering wheel tightly, terrified of veering off course and getting swallowed by the snowstorm. But he still couldn't help shouting, why the hell is this frozen earth plane so shady? Every damn time it breaks its promise and pulls this early arrival crap. Last time, that zombie tide suddenly showed up on the final night. A lot of people died too. And now this time, great, the damn thing showed up early again. But clearly, this was no longer the time to think about that. Hold tight. Follow the 3 supercars in front. Don't fall behind. If you fall behind, you're dead for sure. The blizzard raged fiercely, slamming into the vehicle bodies over and over. But the 2 heavy trucks were loaded to the brim, already reaching 30 tons. So the snowstorm ahead still couldn't do anything to them. But as the waves of snowstorm cut across them, they could almost no longer see the road ahead at all. No good, we can't keep going. Seeing that they were almost losing their sense of direction and were being surrounded by the snowstorm, Chen Wushuang made a snap decision. Quick, find a spot behind a slope where we can block the wind. At the very least, it can shield us from the blizzard. As for whether we survive, that'll depend on luck. Understood. When Dainyu heard that, he immediately pulled off a handsome drift, leading the convoy from the front. He quickly hid beneath the slope. The 2 big trucks also arrived with the 20 lackeys. Almost at the same time, the first real wave of the snowstorm crashed over with a boom, like a giant beast of natural disaster. With just that one hit, one truck flipped onto its side on the spot. The dozen or so lackeys inside almost died on the spot and let out miserable screams. Fuck! Chen Wushuang panicked when she saw it. Those are all my people. Don't worry. But Aston Martin had already rushed over and with a series of clacks, transformed into a Decepticon, directly grabbing hold of that truck. He dragged it toward the corner, but because it was too cold, at least 50 degrees lower than usual, in other words, minus 70 degrees. What kind of concept was that? To put it simply, even the coldest place in the Arctic was only around minus 70 degrees. In a place like this, an ordinary person's blood would freeze and they'd die within 10 seconds. Although the truck had been pulled back, those lackeys clearly couldn't withstand that kind of low temperature. Damn it, what kind of crappy truck is this? It doesn't even have heat. I'm gonna freeze to death. One lackey couldn't help cursing. But another survivor was much more easygoing and said irritably, survive the second wave first. What second wave? That survivor hadn't even reacted yet. When he turned around, he discovered in horror. Holy shit. The snowstorm that had already been sweeping nonstop was now followed by an even denser wave, smashing violently toward them. Damn it, we're finished. That lackey's face turned deathly pale at the sight. Even Chen Wushuang and Li Muyao's expressions changed slightly. If this wave came over, they were probably done for. But who would have thought that at this critical moment, suddenly, from within the snowstorm where nothing ahead could almost be seen, there came an ear-piercing rumble. Right after that, within the vast whiteness of the blizzard, everyone saw in terror A gigantic black shadow, a full 20 meters tall, slowly rising to its feet, then smashing down fiercely toward this side. Holy shit, there's even a monster in the snow disaster. Chen Wushuang's expression changed. Be careful. She wanted to help. But who could have expected that the very next second, boom, as a gigantic pincer arm came crashing down, they saw a huge yellow mechanical arm like a small mountain, directly blocking the front and letting out a thunderous noise, actually stopping that terrifying blizzard with ease. Only after the countless shards of frost splashing up scattered away did they finally see in shock. It was actually a creature similar to a Decepticon, so tall that they couldn't see its head just by looking up. Li Muyao, however, was overjoyed. It's Wadahu. That's right, Wadahu had arrived. It was the mining hydraulic excavator Chen Mo always carried with him. He was simply too massive. After transforming into a transformer, he stood a full 20 meters tall, and when paired with that gigantic shovel arm, his arm could extend 10 meters. His enormous body went boom and planted itself right there as a shield. No matter how fierce the blizzard was, under that terrifying impact, he still stood as steady as Mount Tai. The title of 1,000-ton king was no joke. With absurd ease, he protected the whole group. Chen Wushuang and the others were already dumbstruck. They saw the woman lift her head, her face full of shock. Hiss. I've seen Dainyu, Lamborghini, and Aston Martin before, but you never told me you had a terrifying mechanical creature nearly 20 meters tall by your side too. But Li Muyao, Jian Yao, and Jian Ming, the three sisters, were extremely familiar with him. Was he this the Wadahu who always stayed by the boss's side? They hadn't expected it. Wadahu had come to save them. And at that moment, Chen Mo's voice came through Wadahu's broadcast system as well. Let Wadahu take you back to the base. It turned out Chen Mo knew that with their speed, they definitely wouldn't make it in time. So he sent this big guy to support them. That way, he could cut down half the trip. And sure enough, through the wireless system shared between the Decepticons, by sharing coordinates, he arrived at the critical moment. And with ease, he used a shovel arm to block the blizzard. 2 hours later, who were finally safe. Inside the shelter, the 4 women, who had just finished showering, couldn't help dropping onto the luxurious big bed in the cockpit and letting out long sighs of relief. At this moment, the women were all soaking wet. But because of the nuclear-powered furnace, they weren't cold at all. Instead, they had comfortably taken a hot shower, washing away all their exhaustion. It was just that this scene, those exquisite curves, each one more alluring than the last, and each with her own different style. The pure campus belle from the Drama Academy, the mature and steady older twin sister, Jian Ming, the lively and sweet younger sister, Jian Yao, and Chen Wushuang with her beautiful CEO vibe. Probably no man could take it. But Chen Mo was doing fairly well. After all, he had seen big scenes before. And after simply drying herself off, Chen Wushuang, dressed in a black spaghetti strap long dress, with the scenery beneath faintly visible, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses that further highlighted her contrasting mature aura, said gratefully to Chen Mo, Brother Mo, this time it was all thanks to you. Otherwise, we probably would all died there. Small matter. Chen Mo waved his hand, unconcerned. After all, the Decepticons didn't fear this kind of minus 70-degree cold at all. They could even move around as usual. And the reason he had sent the Decepticons to deal with those 3 level 6 shelters was mainly because he wanted to see what level they were at. And the result was just as expected. Very satisfying. 3 Decepticons had easily destroyed a level 7 shelter. If he had more of them, like 30 or 300, then on the frozen earth plane, he would probably be able to go wherever he wanted. Especially something like Wadahu. Damn, even a natural disaster looked like a game to him. So he planned to add more new members. To strengthen the power of his shelter. Brother Mo, at this moment, Chen Wushuang's hesitant voice sounded. HM? Coming back to himself, Chen Mo lifted his eyes and glanced at the woman. He saw that she was currently wearing that black spaghetti strap long dress. The silk outlined her perfect, exquisite curves, and those gold glasses gave her an especially commanding older sister aura. She was looking at him with a complicated gaze. Meanwhile, the other 3 women over there were surprisingly tactful. Giggling, they hurriedly pulled each other along and went upstairs. They went to sleep on the 2nd floor. This scene left Chen Mo a little puzzled. What the hell? Watching the 3 women leave, Chen Wushuang felt a bit awkward, her face flushing. Before the apocalypse, she had at least been the CEO of a listed company in Sea City. But now, she had fallen so low that she was just an ordinary used car dealer. Still, if she hadn't met Chen Mo, she probably wouldn't have survived until now. So after pausing for a moment, she looked at Chen Mo with those bright, serious eyes. Brother Mo, I still have to thank you for saving me, and for letting me get my revenge. But Chen Mo waved his hand, not caring much. I already said it just now. You. Those words made Chen Wushuang freeze. She blinked her beautiful big eyes, a little speechless, then frowned at Chen Mo. No, big brother. Do you really not understand what I mean? But seeing that Chen still had no intention of moving, she couldn't hold back anymore. Wearing a black spaghetti-strap dress, she hesitated for a moment, then still took the initiative and sat her curvy hips directly on his lap. That one move instantly stunned Chen and at that moment, Chen Wuxuang's voice came by his ear as she lightly bit her lip. Brother Mo, I said it before. As long as you help me get my revenge, I'd do anything. Do I have to keep taking the initiative? Chen Mo. Fine. At this point, what else could he say? So next, outside, a snowstorm raged, while inside was the part nobody likes to read. By early the next morning, the first day of the second calamity, outside, the wind and snow still howled. It just wasn't as violent as yesterday anymore. But the temperature was still frighteningly low. It was impossible to go outside at all. But when Chunamo woke from his sleep, he felt very warm. He didn't even need a thick blanket at all. Just a thin throw was enough. Beside him, there was a lotus root white, jade-like arm draped over his body. Chunamo turned his head and took a look. He found that it was Chen Wuxuang, still sleeping soundly. At the corner of her delicate lips was even a faint smile. She was obviously sleeping very comfortably. But before anything else could happen, suddenly, a cold mechanical notification rang out. Ding! The second calamity, blizzard, has descended. It will last for 1 week. During this week, the outdoor temperature can drop as low as -70 degrees. The charcoal and fuel required will be twice the usual amount. Players, please make preparations in advance. HM? The sudden notification also startled Chen Wuxuang awake. As soon as she noticed Chen Mo beside her, she was so startled that her little hand jerked back. She looked a little embarrassed, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Subconsciously, she tried to cover herself a bit. But Chen Mo didn't care. What was there yesterday that I didn't already see? Those words made Chen Wuxuang's pretty face grow even redder. But she still changed the subject. Brother Mo, did you hear that just now? The second calamity is a blizzard. Of course. Chen Mo nodded, then got up and used the scouting bird to check the situation outside. After all, judging from yesterday's performance, the terrifying low temperature was basically something the Decepticon was completely immune to. So using the scouting bird to inspect the outside situation was more fitting than anything. Caw, caw, caw. After receiving the order, the scouting bird let out the piercing cry of a metal monster bird, then flapped its sharp metallic wings and flew out from the 4th floor. Through the scouting bird's perspective, they could see that outside, the entire frozen earth plain was almost completely shrouded in a white snowstorm. The snowstorm was terrifying. Thick snow was everywhere. Even the temperature had dropped to -50 degrees. At night, it would probably reach -70 degrees. There were almost no people left on the surface anymore. That scene made Chen Wuxuang suck in a cold breath, her beautiful eyes full of shock. So, this is the real frozen earth plain? There were no signs of life at all. All things had withered away. All that remained was the howling cold wind, the freezing snowfield, and the snowstorm filling the sky. This kind of environment, it was like arriving on a dead, silent planet. Even when Chen Mo directed the scouting bird to take a look at the city ruins, he found that the city ruins had now become a city of winter. Everywhere was covered by heavy snow, and some buildings were coated in thick layers of ice. Under the reflection of sunlight, they even gave off a gleam, but it was terrifyingly cold. Like a frozen city. Brother Mo, what do we do? Chen Wuxuang instinctively looked at Chen Mo, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. After all, compared to a scene like this, even if it couldn't compare to the zombie tide or the nighttime fog, it was just as deadly. Don't panic. But Chen Mo remained fairly calm, because he had already stockpiled more than enough supplies. Forget 7 days. Even 7 years wouldn't be a problem. Still, he first opened the regional channel and took a look. And sure enough, the regional channel had already exploded by now. Everyone had been stunned by this extreme cold air. You had to know, Sea City was a southern city. Damn it, even at its coldest, it only dropped a few degrees below freezing. But now, it had directly hit -50 degrees. Especially, the damn charcoal consumption had doubled too. Was this a joke? Someone couldn't help complaining. But others felt it was normal. After all, with the temperature dropping this much, if they wanted to maintain the shelter's original temperature, they would definitely need to consume more charcoal. Damn it, easy for you to say. That person got anxious. I only prepared enough charcoal for 5 days. Now, it's only enough for 2.5 days. How am I supposed to survive? The most important thing is that there's no way to go outside right now. Someone spoke up in the regional channel. At -50 degrees, if you're not wearing specially made thermal clothing, even with a down jacket, you won't be able to endure it. I figure in half an hour, a person would go into hypothermia and be done for. That also made searching for supplies even harder. A whole group of people had no idea what to do. But Chen Mo wasn't worried about any of that. Why? Because he had the Decepticons. A low temperature of -50 degrees didn't matter to them at all. On the contrary, since nobody else could go outside, It was the perfect chance for him to arrange for the Decepticons to search for new members and supplies, and also look for shelter blueprints, so he could use the opportunity to raise the shelter S level. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving until the second calamity. Today is the 22nd day of survival on the frozen Earth plane. Today, as friendly reminder, the weather is harsh, and the surface temperature has reached minus 50 degrees. Ordinary survivors cannot stay active outside for long periods. 880 kilometers away from you, there is an abandoned shelter. Inside the shelter, a level 5 zombie tyrant is guarding a golden resource chest. Opening the golden resource chest will grant one level 6 golden building blueprint. And right at that moment, a pleasant system notification suddenly rang out. HM, hearing the prompt, Chun Mo's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. He had just said he needed blueprints, and now one showed up. It was just that Chun Mo felt a little dissatisfied. System, that is not very proper of you. Didn't we agree on one golden treasure chest a day? How many days has it been already? But the system sounded perfectly matter of fact. There's a limited number of golden chests refreshed each day on the frozen Earth plane. Sometimes there aren't any. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh, so that is how it is. After hearing that, Chun Mo revealed an enlightened look. No wonder sometimes they didn't appear. But in one whole day, not a single one in the entire frozen Earth plane? Was the drop rate really this low? But after thinking about it carefully, it actually didn't seem unreasonable. After all, golden building blueprints really were insanely powerful, even though he was only level 5 right now. The truth was that aside from not having as much usable space as other high-level shelters, whether it was defense or the construction materials used, even a level 9 shelter couldn't compare. At the same level, it simply had no opponent. As for fighting above his level, without even using the Decepticons, if they really smashed head-on, there were barely any that could beat his. So, once he figured that out, Chun Mo didn't waste any words. He immediately stood up and gave the order to Black Hawk. Black Hawk, go! 880 kilometers away. Eliminate a zombie tyrant and bring that box back to me. Understood, my revered creator. Outside, in the frozen wasteland still as steady as a rock, stood the pitch-black Decepticon member, the Black Hawk armed helicopter. The moment it received the order, it immediately ignored the terrifying blizzard. The rotor spun, and even the raging snow couldn't get close. Then, under the stunned gazes of several survivors, holy shit, look, Brother Mo even has a helicopter? Damn, it's real. I thought it was just for display. At this moment, Chen Wushuang's shelter was less than 50 meters away from Chun Mo's. The instant she saw that massive thing take off, she was already completely dumbfounded. Has the frozen Earth plane gotten this advanced too? But Black Hawk couldn't care less about any of that. With a thunderous roar and spinning rotors, it quickly lifted off. Then, braving the endless white snowstorm, it headed straight for the target 880 kilometers away. As for Chun Mo, he didn't waste any time either, and said to Chen Wushuang, keep selling goods. Stockpile charcoal coins. Anyway, the city ruins were right next to them. Perfect. During these 7 days, they could pretty much sell the entire city ruins clean and still come out ahead. Okay, the moment Chen Wushuang heard sell goods, she instantly perked up. What she loved most was making money. Even though that last wave had nearly wiped them out, they still had 20 elites left. So Chen Wushuang immediately notified her subordinates to keep selling goods. No problem, Sister Chun. We'll arrange it right away, right? These people were all veterans at this line of work, so the moment they heard it, every single one of them got busy. Oh, right. But over the radio, Chen Wushuang added another sentence. Don't forget to ask around at the exchange. If anyone has large machinery, especially stuff like subways or trains, keep an eye out for Brother Mo. Oh, to be honest, hearing that made Chen Mo look at her a little differently. She was wearing a black slip dress. Her hair messily beautiful, clearly exhausted after fighting through half the night. She looked a little lazy and languid, a fair-skinned beauty CEO. Not bad. You even know to keep an eye out for that for me. That is right. Subways, trains, high-speed rail, damn, if one of those got activated, the frozen Earth plane would instantly gain a terrifying superweapon. Something on the level of Drill Demon. Absolutely invincible. So he was very satisfied with Chen Wushuang's quick wits. Hee. Seeing that, Chen Wushuang giggled and even stuck out her tongue cutely for once. Of course I do. I'm best at reading the room. And the people on the other side didn't hesitate either. The moment they heard the boss's instructions, they immediately guaranteed it. Just watch us. If we find one, we'll drag it straight back. Right, not just subways and trains. Even if it's high-speed rail, we'll report it. And so, after staying busy for half a day, inside the exchange, Chen Mo's various goods were listed once again. Bread, sausages, compressed biscuits, canned food, hot pot base, furniture, home appliances, even bedding, plus heaters, generators, and all kinds of stuff were put up for sale. Cool me. No cheating, no scams, everything at clearance prices. If you can think of it, we sell it. But the moment Chun Mo's goods went up again, everyone in the exchange was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? This guy, he is back again. It's already minus 50 degrees, and you're still selling stuff here. Where the hell are you getting so much supply from? Everyone was stunned by Chun Mo's insane move. You had to know, it was already minus 50 degrees outside. Just going out was a problem. Right now, almost everyone was desperately hoarding supplies. But this guy instead was still selling stuff. Did you loot the city ruins or what? That was what they said, but a huge number of survivors still hurried over to buy supplies from Chun Mo. After all, they were too short on food. Other things were manageable. Charcoal could come from opening treasure boxes. Ordinary resources were also fine. But now, at minus 50 degrees, the low temperature was just too terrifying. A random cold or fever could be fatal. So aside from food, medicine was the hottest seller. And Chen Wushuang's team took the chance to raise prices. A single ibuprofen tablet could sell for 10 charcoal coins. Fuck, are you robbing people? Someone saw the price and immediately complained. Damn, 10 charcoal coins for one tablet? This price is going to kill me. But Chen Wushuang's subordinate answered very clearly. Bro, it's a scarce resource. Nothing we can do. Fine. That man's heart ached, but he couldn't fight a fever. So he could only grit his teeth and buy 2 tablets. And just like that, in only one morning, Chun Mo's side sold another 500,000 charcoal coins worth of goods. That terrifying number left the other merchants doubting life. You had to know, on the entire Frozen Earth plain, there were only a little over 200,000 survivors left. Even adding up all the charcoal coins together, there were only around 20 to 30 million. But this guy was taking in 500,000 in a single day. At this pace, the survivors of the entire Frozen Earth plain would probably end up working for him. So after things reached this point, some large shelters couldn't sit still anymore. Lone Wolf Base. It was now already a level 8 shelter. Its current population had even reached more than 200 people. You could say it was in the limelight. It was also currently one of the top 20 large shelters on the Frozen Earth plain. Where did this guy called Chun Mo come from? Sitting in the hall of a luxurious shelter that was practically comparable to a villa estate. The place was brightly lit. There were soft, oversized sofas, making it look just like a villa. As a rapist who had come out of prison, he had never even dreamed that while serving his sentence, he'd get teleported to the Frozen Earth plain and, hey, become the boss. And in a little over 20 days, he had already built up a major power like this. Beside him was a beautiful maid dressed in white gauze, kneeling at his side and serving him carefully. He took a drag from a Lacoon cigarette. Even that was a luxury item on the Frozen Earth plain. He blew out a smoke ring. Enjoyment flashed across Lone Wolf's only remaining eye. He didn't forget to press against that beautiful woman a little before finally looking toward his subordinate. Nearby, the subordinate in a black down jacket greedily glanced at the beautiful, glowing pale maid. She had once been a famous beauty entrepreneur in Sea City, and now she was like a bitch in heat. But he still withdrew his gaze and hurriedly said in a fawning tone, Chun Mo, we already asked around. Looks like he got a level 6 shelter. But 2 days ago, Wu Di and his people just besieged them. In the end, it seemed like only about 20 people escaped. I heard Wu Di and his group seized more than 500 tons of supplies. Oh, 500 tons. Sure enough, hearing that number, even Lone Wolf's hand, stroking the maid, paused for a moment. Shock flashed through his eyes. He knew these merchants were rich, but he hadn't expected them to be this rich. Even he was tempted. If we can rob this guy called Chun Mo once, we probably won't need to worry for months. As he muttered to himself, his hand unconsciously tightened as well. MH the maid winced in pain and couldn't help letting out a soft moan. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, he saw an invitation to enter a meeting room. And the inviter was Wu Di. Wu Di. Lone Wolf was taken aback when he saw the name, feeling puzzled. What does that brat want with me? But as one of the well-known merchants on the Frozen Earth plain, after a pause, he still chose to enter. And the moment he went in, he saw that aside from Wu Di, there were also 5 or 6 other merchants inside. They were currently in a meeting. The moment they saw Lone Wolf enter, several merchants immediately started talking all at once. It's Lone Wolf, Brother Wolf. As soon as Lone Wolf entered, he asked, what is the meaning of this? Oh, it's nothing much. Wu Di gave a chuckle and said, Brother Wolf, we asked you to come over because there's a deal we want to work with you on. A deal? Lone Wolf paused when he heard that. That's right. Wu Di didn't hide it either. Smiling, he said, I'm sure you've seen what is going on inside the exchange. A merchant named Chun Mo is unloading goods in huge quantities. I don't know if you're interested in hitting them once. If we pull this off, our supplies for the next few months will be taken care of. Is that so? Lone Wolf hadn't expected this kid to come looking for him over something like this. Still, he wasn't stupid. Kid, you didn't call me over just to share good news with me, did you? Wu Di expected Lone Wolf to see through it so quickly. Of course, he was planning to rob Chun Mo again. What he really wanted was self-preservation, because he knew very well that last time, after joining forces with more than a dozen merchants to rob Chun Mo's supplies, they had wiped him out completely. As a result, that very night, the 3 shelters of Zhonglong, Wang Hai, and the others were destroyed. You didn't even need to think with your brain to know. It had to be Chun Mo, and that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that those were 3 level 6 shelters. Yet in just one night, more than 200 people had been completely wiped out. Other than Chun Mo, no one else would dare take such a huge risk and offend the Merchant Alliance. But then the problem came. If he could casually wipe out more than 200 people, that was enough to show just how many men and weapons Chun Mo had in his hands. Even Zhang Long was gone. There was no way they could hold out either. So after discussing it, they decided to use Chun Mo's supplies as bait and ask those large shelter bases to take action. Groups like the Zhantian Gang and Dark Knight, Rose, probably couldn't be moved. But Lone Wolf Base, or Sirius, will be no problem. Especially Lone Wolf Base, which was famous for making a living by plundering other mobile bases. Even though the main base only had a little over 200 people, if you counted the 3 affiliated bases, it could reach 500 people. So, they wanted to ask Lone Wolf to make a move, to kill Chun Mo. But Lone Wolf wasn't stupid either. With something this good, they'd share it with him? Hef. So a sneer appeared on his face. You can't deal with Chun Mo, so you want me to make a move instead, right? Ha. Being exposed was within Wu Di's expectations. But he still pretended to be surprised and said with admiration, as expected of Brother Wolf, you saw through it in one glance. I won't hide it from you anymore. That's right. This Chun Mo isn't simple. Yesterday, Zhonglong, Wang Hai, and the other 3 bases were wiped out. I suspect it has something to do with Chun Mo. You know, that was more than 200 people. And you also know we're just merchants. Our combat strength isn't that strong. But anyone who can swallow 3 level 6 shelters in a single night is definitely no ordinary person, and not someone we can handle. So after thinking it over and over, he paused, then raised his eyes and said, only you, Brother Wolf, can handle him. That's true. A little flattery immediately made Lone Wolf show an expression of enjoyment. That's right. He was a level 8 shelter, not even mentioning how tough the shelter base itself was. Against anything below level 7, it was basically complete domination. And he had already formed an archer squad of about 80 men, plus a 100-man saber unit, fully armed, each equipped with refined chopping blades. He also had more than a dozen flintlock guns. With a force like that, let's put it this way, on the frozen plains, where cold weapons were still the main fighting force, there weren't many who could match him. Not to mention a mere Chun Mo. But he wasn't stupid either. If he was going to help, they had to show some sincerity. So Lone Wolf tapped the armrest of his chair and asked unhurriedly, if I help you, what'd I get out of it? Of course, Wu Di naturally knew what Lone Wolf wanted. So he immediately said, as long as Brother Wolf is willing to help and destroy Chun Mo's shelter, we split the supplies 50-50. After all, Lone Wolf Base had more than 200 people. There were also 300 to 400 on their side. He felt that a 50-50 split was very appropriate. No. But unexpectedly, Lone Wolf shook his head without even thinking. 2080. What? One of the merchants was shocked when he heard that, and couldn't help blurting out excitedly. Damn, Brother Wolf, you take 20 and we take 80? That is not appropriate, is it? How about 60-40 instead? I'll fuck your mother. The moment those words came out, Lone Wolf exploded. He kicked away the chair beside him with one foot. If not for the system screen between them, he would kick this bastard to death. Even so, he still leaned toward the blue system interface viciously and snarled. What I meant was I take 80. You take 20. What? Sure enough, the merchants were dissatisfied the moment they heard that. That's way too much. Exactly, we've got 7 shelters here, and we only get 20. At the very least, you should give us 40%. Damn it. But Lone Wolf had a violent temper too. Hearing that, he sneered. If you're not willing, then get the hell out right now. I'd like to see who else besides me can deal with Chun Mo. The moment they saw Lone Wolf get angry, everyone else immediately shut up. In the end, Wu Di was the one who spoke. He let out a chuckle and said, Brother Wolf, don't be angry. 2080 it is. I think that's very reasonable. Hey, Wu Di. The others were a little dissatisfied when they heard that. But before they could say anything, Wu Di cut them off. Enough. We'll do it Brother Wolf's way. Fine then. Hearing that, the others finally agreed, though unwillingly. Seeing this, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Lone Wolf's mouth. Then it settled. Go find Chun Mo's coordinates. Once you find them, notify me, and I'll handle the rest. All right, Wu Di chuckled. Then he agreed at once. After it was over, Wu Di sat in a fairly luxurious hall and finally let out a sigh of relief, closing his eyes to rest. A lackey nearby had watched the whole thing. Looking at the refined man in a black suit wearing chrome hearts glasses, he couldn't help saying, Brother D, are we really giving him 80%? 80%? But unexpectedly, when Wu Di heard that, He opened his sharp eyes and glanced at the lackey. What fucking time do you think this is? And you're still worrying about percentages. Let us deal with Chun Mo first. If Chun Mo didn't die, he wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. What if he ended up like Zhang Long and got wiped out in the middle of the night? Still, with Lone Wolf Base involved, it really did let people breathe a little easier. Of course, Chun Mo still didn't know about any of this. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. Flintlock guns. Talk about Bashianhu after they survived my storm Gatling first. At this moment, he was already directing Black Hawk toward that abandoned shelter. Because of the blizzard, it was very easy to lose direction. Even though it was only 880 kilometers away, it still took Black Hawk nearly 3 hours to lock onto the location. Found it. Rumble, rumble. From the sky, Black Hawk spotted it from afar. Amid the violent snowstorm, a damaged level 4 shelter stood there, looking as though it could collapse at any moment. Rumble, rumble. The huge propellers stirred up the raging snow all around as it approached that direction. What didn't he know was that 7 or 8 survivors had already arrived there, and they were searching for supplies. They had finally found a scrapped level 4 shelter. That was great. Bracing themselves against the blizzard, they were freezing so badly they were nearly hypothermic. The girl leading them was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Let us get over there, quick. There's an abandoned shelter here." Because it had no owner, even though there was no stove. At the very least, it could block the wind and snow. That was much better than being exposed to a temperature of minus 50 degrees. Besides, they had equipment with them too, generators and heaters. So get inside quick. Without any hesitation, the 7 or 8 of them filed in one after another. As soon as the door was shut, bang, even though it had already been abandoned, they still felt a trace of warmth that made them all let out sighs of relief. Thank goodness there's an abandoned shelter here. Otherwise, we'd all freeze to death out here. Yeah, the leading girl didn't dare take off her hat. She first checked the place and found it was around 160 square meters. And there was even an attic above. They were from a nearby level 4 shelter. Because supplies were running low, they had risk coming outside to search a bit. In the end, they ran into a blizzard and lost their sense of direction. They could only stay here for now and contact the shelter, telling the mobile base to come pick them up. As the generator was started up, they hurriedly took out heaters and a stove. They lit a fire. As warmth spread through the room, the group gathered around it to warm themselves. Their pale faces gradually turned rosy again, and they finally let out a sigh of relief. But right at that moment, a sharp-eyed girl spotted a chest in the corner, giving off a faint golden glow. That was, the woman's eyes lit up, turning excited. There was actually a golden treasure chest here. What? A golden treasure chest? Holy shit. The moment those words came out, everyone turned their heads. Only then did they notice it. Damn, there really was a golden resource chest in the corner. Shock appeared on their faces, followed by wild joy and greed. They had been here for almost a month, and in their entire lives, they had never seen a golden treasure chest. Boss, with this golden treasure chest. We're definitely going to make it big. Hurry and open it. All right. Needless to say, the girl also rushed over at once, unable to wait any longer. She carefully opened the golden resource chest. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the weapon Blizzard Crossbow, Orange. It can fire blizzard bolts, and its power is astonishing. It is a defensive shelter weapon. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a level 6 golden building blueprint gold. Trait, spatial warehouse, gold after use. It can increase storage space by 1,000 tons. The trait will improve as the shelter level increases. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 charcoal. Congratulations, you have obtained 200 steel. As the items scattered onto the floor, the people crowding around were stunned. A middle-aged man couldn't help saying to the girl in delight, "Boss, it's a weapon. Holy shit. And it's an orange weapon. With this thing, even if we run into zombies, we won't need to be scared anymore." No kidding. But before they could get excited, the next second, boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from outside. That sound carried a roar with it. Not good. The sudden noise made the girl's pretty face change. It's a zombie. Boom. As soon as she spoke, the door they had just sealed shut was violently smashed open. Then, amid the raging blizzard, a tyrant nearly 3 meters tall walked in like a monster. It wore black armor, had grayish-brown skin, and a bald head. Holy shit, it's a tyrant. It's a level 7 zombie tyrant. At the sight of it, everyone's expressions changed on the spot. After all, damn it, on normal days they couldn't even beat an ordinary zombie. Not to mention something this terrifying. This was a horrifying existence that could easily destroy a level 6 shelter with 50 or 60 people in it. Boss, what do we do? The group was so terrified they backed all the way into the corner, their pupils trembling. They didn't even dare breathe loudly. Quick, find a way to get out of here. Without the slightest hesitation, the girl grabbed the items from the golden resource chest and tried to run. Roar. But clearly, this level 7 zombie tyrant wasn't going to give them that chance. Seeing the golden resource chest contents being taken away, It let out an angry roar and charged over like some damn boxing champion. Bang! Even the ground was shaking. With a single punch, it smashed into the wall. Holy crap. The girl's reaction was fairly quick. She only tilted her head to dodge, then stared in shock as the fist brushed past her head and punched a huge hole straight through the shelter wall. We're screwed. Just when the girl thought she was done for, who would have thought? The next second, boom, the shelter behind her was suddenly hit again. And a terrifying rumbling noise came from outside. Immediately after, the originally sturdy level 4 shelter was torn open as easily as paper by something. A much larger creature, around 12 meters tall, dropped down abruptly. A gigantic metallic mechanical arm directly grabbed the level 7 zombie tyrant. Roar! The suddenly appearing monster directly scared the girl and several of her underlings senseless. Damn it, where did this thing come from? But Black Hawk didn't care about any of that. It just focused on killing the zombie tyrant first. Roar! The zombie tyrant still wanted to resist, but under the terrifying strength of Black Hawk, it had absolutely no power to fight back. Then came a bang. It was crushed to death just like that. Holy shit. Seeing this, everyone's hearts pounded wildly. In that instant, they felt like they had seen the Grim Reaper himself. In the second calamity of the frozen soil plains, how could there still be a creature like this? But there was no time to think, because after killing the level 7 zombie tyrant, a golden item had dropped as well. But after Black Hawk picked it up, its scarlet mechanical eyes locked directly onto the girl, and it let out an irritable voice. The thing, where's the thing? The thing? What thing? By now, the girl was already scared stupid. When she came back to her senses, her face was full of terror. She had no idea where this thing came from or what it wanted. Blueprint? Blueprint. Black Hawk wasn't like the Neo and the others. Maybe because of its war machine modification, its temper was extremely violent. At the slightest disagreement, those mechanical eyes would turn red, and its brain wasn't exactly that sharp either. I want the blueprint. Hand over the blueprint from just now. The blueprint. The terrified and confused girl finally reacted and quickly took it out of her inventory. Oh, you mean this level 6 golden building blueprint? That's right. That's the one. The moment Black Hawk saw the golden blueprint, its voice became even more excited. It snatched it right out of the girl's hand. Then, under the shocked gazes of the group, clack, clack, clack. With a single leap, violent gear-turning sounds rapidly rang out in midair. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black armed helicopter. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The huge rotor stirred up the snowy blizzard world so fiercely that the group nearly froze on the spot. Then, braving the storm, it flew straight away just like that. It left behind only 7 or 8 survivors, standing there in a daze, unable to recover for a long while. Only after quite some time, as the girl stared in the direction Black Hawk had left, did she finally murmur, in the second calamity of the frozen soil plains, are there really monsters this terrifying too? She had thought it was some native creature from the frozen soil plains. She really couldn't figure out what that thing had come for. Could have just been for the blueprint. But luckily, the girl quickly came back to her senses. Looking at the blizzard crossbow in her backpack, her pretty face showed wild joy. Good thing we still kept this super weapon. It might not necessarily be able to deal with a tyrant, but with it at the very least, our shelter can easily rise several tiers. Good thing the guy wasn't smart enough. The girl felt a little relieved. Meanwhile, Black Hawk, now on the way back after getting the blueprint, was still feeling pleased with itself. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect my first mission to be this easy to finish. Looking at the blueprint clutched tightly in its hand. It was extremely smug, letting out a cackling villainous mechanical laugh. Once boss finds out, he'll definitely praise me. As it spoke, its rotor spun even faster with a thunderous rumble. 1 hour later, because it had learned the coordinate location, it came back very quickly. The moment it landed, rumble, rumble. It stirred up a huge, raging storm of snow and wind. Wow, look who's back, our great hero. Over there. When Denyo saw Black Hawk return, he didn't forget to transform with a clack, clack, clack like a transformer and shout weirdly. This kind of terrible weather didn't affect them in the slightest. It was as easy as walking on flat ground. Inside the little wooden cabin, those survivors were green with envy. Just look. Those people were acting like nothing had happened. No kidding. A middle-aged heavy smoker stood by the window with the others, looking outside. He even blew out a smoke ring and sighed in amazement. They're not even human. Of course, those few didn't notice at all. If they had heard that, they definitely would VE slap that old guy silly. But right now, Black Eagle was still excited. The moment he landed, rumble, rumble, crack, crack, crack. He immediately transformed on the spot into a 12-meter-tall giant with a pitch-black body and mysterious metal skeletal frame. And he let out an excited, respectful, villain-like mechanical fanatic voice. Hey boss, I'm back. The moment those words fell, the front door opened, and Chun Mo, bundled in a thick down jacket, walked out from inside. When he saw Black Eagle's fanatical expression, he was a little speechless. Why? Why was this kid so damn one-track minded? I told you to get the building blueprint. And you really only brought back one building blueprint? Because just now, through Black Eagle's point of view, he had already seen everything that happened. He should have been watching the whole time. But he also wanted to see what would happen if he let the big guy handle things on his own. And in the end, he expected this. The very first thing, he discovered a complete one-track-minded idiot. Well, I told you to get the building blueprint. That didn't mean you weren't supposed to bring back the other stuff too. Got it? Like the blizzard repeating crossbow. Oh, sure enough. The moment those words came out, Black Eagle froze. Boss, you didn't say you wanted the blizzard repeating crossbow. The hell? Don't need to spell that out for you. Chinamo was so mad he laughed. Was that just common sense? Still, even though Black Eagle was exactly bright, he was extremely loyal. Hearing that, he immediately got ready to set off and bring it back. I'll go again. Enough. But when Chinamo saw that, he quickly stopped him. Not to mention it took more than an hour one way, 3 hours round trip. And there was no guarantee those people would even still be there. Besides, it was just a blizzard repeating crossbow. It didn't really affect him much. If other survivors got it, then so be it. Still, he reminded him, next time you do something, use your brain a little more. If I tell you to get something, and there are other good things there, you can bring them back too, while you're at it. Understood, boss. Black Eagle had learned something new and immediately nodded fanatically. All right. Chinamo was somewhat helpless with him and just waved a hand. Go rest first. After sending Black Eagle away, Chinamo picked up the blueprint and checked its attributes. He discovered that this time, the golden trait was a spatial backpack. Spatial warehouse. Gold current storage space is 1,000 tons. Time is frozen inside, and food will not spoil. Can be expanded as the shelter level increases. It was a spatial warehouse. Chinamo's eyes flickered. Not bad at all. What he lacked most right now was no longer equipment, weapons, or durability and the like. What he truly lacked was storage space. After all, when raiding the ruins of an entire city now, he simply couldn't fit everything inside. He could only sell things off first, and sometimes even had to stay there for a while. But if he had this spatial warehouse, and it started at 1,000 tons, then if it was upgraded to level 6, that would be a spatial warehouse with a capacity of 32,000 tons. What did that mean? It was basically like carrying around a large storage center with him. He would never have to worry about not having space for supplies again. And most importantly, time was frozen inside, so nothing would expire. Nice. Thinking of this, Chunmo didn't hesitate and immediately chose to upgrade. Ding. Because what he lacked now wasn't building materials, but some high-level building blueprints after getting the blueprint and adding the materials. Once he confirmed his choice, a pleasant notification sounded again. Congratulations, your shelter has been upgraded to level 6. Current all-spark level, level 6. Number of sparks, 1,632. Current storm Gatling turrets, 816. Shelter golden trait, repair, gold current repair speed increased to 32 seconds. Current shelter titanium alloy metal wall thickness, 20 centimeters, 40 centimeters. Titanium alloy metal gate thickness, 40 centimeters. Trait, nuclear power supply device. Current level, level 6. Current power generation, 8,000 H. Comparable to a medium to large power plant. Trait, spatial warehouse. Current level, level 6. Current storage capacity, 12,000 tons. After that series of notifications, Chun-Mo saw that in front of him. His original 320 square meter shelter was enveloped in a golden light and became 640 square meters. Even its original 4 floors had become 5 floors. The floor height had even reached 15 meters. But those still weren't the main point. The main point was, he discovered that the number of storm Gatlings had doubled too, going from the original 8 to 16. And the number of sparks had also increased from 16 to 32. What did that mean? It meant he could have 32 transformers. Right now, it was only a matter of what vehicles to choose. And a system prompt also appeared in front of him. Ding, you have reached level 6. Would you like to remodel your shelter? You get 1 remodeling opportunity each time you level up once. Yes, without the slightest hesitation. Chunmo came back to his senses and immediately chose to remodel. After all, with its current size, if he wanted it to be better suited for land cruising, remodeling was still necessary. And the moment he made his choice, a 3-dimensional model of the shelter appeared in front of him the next second. After only a brief moment of thought, Chun-Mo changed the original 10-meter wide mobile base to 15 meters wide. Its 30-meter length was changed to 42 meters. That was basically the length of a small cruise ship. The first floor would still be used as a garage. As for the second floor, it was expanded to 320 square meters and would be used as a resting area. The third floor was 160 square meters and was remodeled into a training room. After all, in the apocalypse, he couldn't rely only on the Decepticons. His own strength also had to improve. Daily training was very necessary. As for the fourth floor, 80 square meters, it would be used as a resting area. and the 5th floor, 40 square meters, would still be used for scouting and observation. As for the 16 storm gatlings, because the length had increased, he changed the 3 on each side to 6, while the front and rear were increased to 2 each. That way, the 16 storm gatlings fit perfectly. Not bad. After looking over the construction blueprint, Chun Mo realized this had completely become a true mobile fortress, and it looked incredibly domineering. And as he confirmed his choice, buzz. The next second, in front of him, accompanied by a brilliant flash of golden light. The originally quiet shelter instantly doubled in size in every aspect. That absurd height, combined with the massive steel body that was 42 meters long and 15 meters wide, made it practically comparable to a mobile fortress. And at that moment, looking at such an overwhelmingly imposing behemoth, a bold idea popped into Chun Mo's mind. Now that this base had become fully titanium alloy, and it even had a driving mode, logically speaking, it counted as a vehicle too, right? If I turn this thing into a transformer as well. Would that mean I'd have a Cybertronian giant beast too? But before he even had time to remodel it, the next second, a thunderous boom rang across the entire frozen earth plain, making many survivors unable to keep their footing. What is going on? Holy shit, is it an earthquake again? Damn it, where the hell would an earthquake even come from on this frozen earth plain? Right after that, another cold mechanical notification sounded. Ding, the ruins of the Magic City have descended. They will officially open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. All survivors, please take note. You may head there to gather supplies. This is a great opportunity for you to obtain survival resources. Hearing that, Chun Mo's heart jolted, and his expression turned strange. Wait, the ruins of a city like Modu could appear on the Frozen Tundra plains too. Not to mention everyone else. At that moment, the entire regional chat exploded. What? Holy shit, the ruins of Modu. Damn, is that real? Even Modu got dragged over. Wasn't all of Sea City teleported here? Then where did Modu come from? Could it be that the whole world has fallen? Everyone was filled with shock and uncertainty. At the beginning, everyone had assumed only Sea City had been teleported. But now, you're telling them even Modu had become ruins. Wouldn't that mean the people of Modu were also on the Frozen Tundra plains? But then another question immediately came up. If Modu's survivors were here too, then why had they never seen them before? Could they be in another region? Someone made that guess. After all, up to now, everyone's region still started with the letter C. What there were also A, B, D, and E regions. But very quickly, a group of people stopped caring about that and instead became excited. Why? Because it was Modu. That was a world-famous top-tier metropolis. Hell, who cares whether there are any survivors from Modu or not? Just the fact that the ruins of Modu had appeared. Who knew how many supplies and modern industrial products were hidden inside? With those, who would still be afraid of not surviving on the Frozen Tundra plains? So almost everyone who saw that marked red coordinate got excited. Some of the large shelters didn't hesitate at all. They directly drove their massive mobile fortresses toward the coordinates of the Modu ruins, rumbling as they headed that way. And while driving, they didn't forget to shout in the regional chat. Haha, this city is mine. Whoever tries to fight me for it, Sirius, will slaughter them. But those words were useless against the other shelters. What a joke. Before this, city ruins had never had their coordinates revealed. On the enormous Frozen Tundra plains, there was no way to find them. But now, not only had a city ruin appeared, it was Modu. This was their best chance to return to modern society. I'm done living like a caveman. Even if you're the president of a country, I'll still fucking fight you for it. Damn right charge. For a time, no one knew how many people crazily swarmed toward the coordinates of the Modu ruins. At that moment, Li Muyao, Chen Wushuang, and the other girls all ran out one after another. Boss, did you hear? A city ruin has descended, and it's Modu too. So what do you think? Should we make a move? The moment she arrived, Chen Wushuang's pretty face had already turned slightly red from excitement. That was Modu, after all, one of the world's top first-tier cities. Whether it was supplies or anything else, it was absolutely far ahead of everywhere else. And most importantly, the supplies in there would be extremely comprehensive, even if it had become a ruined city. As long as we handle it well and take it down, we could jump straight from the Stone Age into the Industrial Age. Chen Wushuang said excitedly. Go. Of course we're going. Actually, even without her saying anything, Chun Mo had already planned to head over and take a look, because his current position was about more than 500 kilometers away from the coordinates of the Modu city ruins. If the shelter went all out at full speed, it would take at most a little over 10 hours to arrive. They could absolutely make it there before it opened. But unlike what the girls were thinking, Chun Mo's target wasn't the supplies. It was vehicles, because he still had more than 20 spark energies in hand that he hadn't used yet. That was more than 20 Decepticons. He hadn't used them before because he hadn't had suitable vehicles. There were too many cars and supercars already. He needed something special. Tell me, since it's Modu, could there be big stuff like subways and high-speed trains there? So after pausing for a moment, Chen Mo turned to look at Chen Wushuang and suddenly asked that question. But that one sentence alone made Chen Wushuang's pretty face freeze, and then her heart shook. She instantly understood what Chen Mo meant. Holy crap. She couldn't help revealing a shocked expression. Boss, don't tell me. You want to get a subway? That's right. Chen Mo smiled. That was exactly what he meant. A subway. Turn 1 into drill vortex. Go crazy on the Frozen Tundra plains. Then what zombies would there be to fear? So, the moment he decided, he acted. It's not far. We're setting out immediately. Chen Mo immediately arranged for everyone to enter the mobile base and prepare to leave. But before leaving, he also didn't forget about this central city ruin, so he arranged for Chen Wushuang's underlings to continue selling goods here. And for safety's sake, he left Excavator Tiger, Big Pillar, Corvette, Aston Martin, and Lamborghini here. He only brought Black Hawk, Big Bull, and Veyron with him. You lot stay here and keep selling. If anyone tries to target this place, kill them all. Understood, Creator. Please rest assured, there will not be any intruders here. After receiving the order, Big Pillar let out a mechanical voice that seemed to come from the depths of the stars, full of magnetic force. Very good. After leaving behind 4 big guys, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he enter the control room and wave his hand. Set off. Yes. At Chen Mo's command, the 4 girls excitedly hurried into the cockpit. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The instant drive mode activated. The originally quiet steel behemoth, 40 meters long, began to let out thunderous roars as it rose from the ground. Its tracks, a full 8 meters high and about 35 meters long, released a harsh, heavy sound. Across the vast frozen tundra plains, it moved as if on flat ground. The moment the furnace's heat was completely dispersed, boom, it began to roll forward in grand force at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Wow. Seeing this, the 4 girls sitting in the cockpit were unbelievably excited. Driving it really is awesome. This feels way too good. Watching the scenery ahead keep changing, each girl was happier than the last. But because the distance was so far, roughly 500 kilometers, even at 30 kilometers per hour, they probably wouldn't get there until tomorrow morning. So along the way, they took turns driving, and just like that, they drove from daytime into the night. As night fell, the temperature became even lower. Occasionally, they could still spot some small level 4 and level 5 mobile bases. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Whenever those people saw the Unicron crushing its way through the darkness like a mechanical behemoth, they were all stunned. Damn, holy shit, that's a level 6 shelter. A big shot. You had no, on today, as Frozen Tundra planes, although level 7, level 8, and level 9 were the mainstream. A level 6 made entirely of titanium alloy like this, so heavy it was ridiculous, its surface covered in frost because the temperature was too low. Looking just like some Titan base from outer space, they had truly never seen anything like it. Especially on top of it, damn. Why is there even an armed helicopter up there? Someone noticed the Black Hawk helicopter parked behind the 5th level. They thought they were seeing things. A female survivor couldn't help rubbing her eyes. Where the hell would a helicopter come from on the Frozen Tundra plains? It gotta be just for show. They all thought it was fake. After all, this was the Frozen Tundra plains. There was no way an armed helicopter could exist here. But Jianming, who was driving, couldn't care less about any of that. She directly slammed the accelerator. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The enormous steel behemoth charged straight toward the Modu ruins. And as they got closer and closer, they discovered that there were also more and more mobile shelters around them. On the road, there were all kinds of shelters. There were normal base fortress types, and there were villa-style ones too, like moving villas. Their tracks didn't move very fast, only 10 kilometers per hour. Some were small, only level 4, meaning about 160 square meters, around 16 meters long. But there were also big ones, just like the LV-5 and LV-6 groups around Chen Mo's side. Rumble, rumble. They were also rushing toward the Modu ruins. After all, this place was just too tempting. As long as they casually pulled out a few things from there, they could escape the suffering of this primitive Stone Age. But they weren't stupid either. Even though LV-5 and LV-6 were considered pretty decent on the Frozen Tundra plain, in reality, compared to those true top-tier groups like LV-8 and LV-9, the gap was huge, a difference of 3 to 4 times. If they really ran into those people, especially Sirius or Lone Wolf Base, they definitely wouldn't stand a chance. They might even get killed on the spot. So, in order to get a share of the pie from the Modu ruins, they chose to cooperate with each other. 1 LV-6 or 2 LV-6 couldn't compare to your Jiayin Gang, Dark Knight Rose, or Sirius. But what if there were 5 or 6 of them? So, their goal was simple. For the sake of resources, we must cooperate. This time, our Commoners Alliance will rise in one leap and become a new proletarian organization. There were about 5 mobile bases, racing wildly across the frozen tundra plain, rumble rumble, looking extremely spectacular. Roughly more than 300 people. They were very excited. With this many people, they could at least wrestle a bit with groups like Sirius. But this still wasn't enough. They needed more. So along the way, they kept absorbing other survivor bases. They didn't even let off small mobile bases like LV4 and LV3, and they gave themselves a very special name, called the Commoners Alliance. It meant no background, no backer, relying entirely on themselves. As long as we cooperate, then the Modu ruins will definitely have a share of supplies for us. Fighting alone leaves no hope at all. We have to unite if we want to resist those hegemonic organizations, Sirius, Jiayin Gang, and Dark Knight Rose. Someone kept preaching and hyping people up along the road. They were even recruiting people in the regional channel, expanding the Alliance's members. And just so happened, one of the leading mobile bases also discovered Chunmo's side. Rumble rumble, under the night sky, cold frost covered the base made of titanium alloy metal, making it look chilling, like a steel beast in the darkness. Holy shit, look! There's another LV6 shelter over there. Quite a few of them were shocked by this steel beast. Is that really a LV6 shelter? Leading them was a woman wearing black leather armor, exposing her long, snow-white legs. She wore a face mask, had a graceful, curvy figure, and was extremely charming. Shock flashed through her beautiful eyes. But right after that, a strange light flickered within them. This shelter organization probably wasn't simple. She already had the idea of recruiting them. Li Jinwen told the survivor driving the vehicle to get closer to that shelter. She wanted to discuss cooperation. Actually, it wasn't just the Commoners Alliance. Other alliance organizations had also noticed Chunmo's lone steel beast. For LV6 to develop to this point, with building materials comparable to LV8 or LV9, it was absolutely not simple. A conflict was very likely to break out in the Modu ruins. But if they could win over a LV6 mobile base like this in a cooperation, it would definitely greatly increase their chances of winning. So, a lot of people started greeting Chunmo's side. One mobile base approached Chunmo's side. A young man stuck his head out and saw that the one driving was a very pretty, sexily dressed young beauty. He gestured for Chunmo to lower the glass of the shelter cockpit. The one driving was Jianming. Seeing this, she immediately looked to Chunmo for instructions. Brother Mo. Only after receiving Chunmo's nod did she lower a small section of the glass. And when that man saw it, he was also stunned by Jianming's looks. Especially with her wearing a spaghetti strap long dress and having a nearly perfect figure. She was truly a human temptress. But since she was driving, she definitely wasn't the boss. And sure enough, his gaze shifted, and he saw Chunmo. He quickly shouted, "Brother, interested in joining our Frozen Tundra Alliance?" The Frozen Tundra Alliance is recruiting people in large numbers right now. If we work together, we can take down the supplies in the Modu ruins together. If you go solo, a LV6 won't even have the strength to get a share in there. But Chunmo had no interest after hearing that. He directly told Jianming to keep moving forward. But that man refused to give up. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, "Hey brother, don't leave. We've got good benefits here. LV6 members can get 1,000 blocks of charcoal every week, and we can even help replenish your troops. Right now, the entire Modu ruins is already about to be carved up by those big shots. If ordinary survivors like us want a share of the pie, then we have to cooperate. Without 300 to 500 people, there is no chance of even getting a seat at the table." He was still about to keep talking. Rumble rumble, but at that moment, another deep booming sound came from behind. That huge commotion made quite a few people turn around instinctively. It would have been better if they hadn't looked, because the moment they did, they saw an incomparably gigantic behemoth, a colossal monster over 100 meters long, rumbling forward. It was too tall too, nearly 24 meters in height, like a walking mobile beast. Wherever it passed, the earth shook. Holy shit, it's a LV9 shelter. It's a Star Alliance S. Someone recognized that mobile base and cried out in shock. Damn it. This was currently one of the top mobile bases on the entire Frozen Tundra plain. A terrifying alliance organization ranked in the top 10. Who would thought they'd come to? Especially when they saw a woman standing on the middle floor, occupying a level all by herself. The interior was luxuriously decorated, and she wore pale yellow silk threaded with gold. Her snow-white long legs were faintly visible. It was Lin Xingyue, the young miss of the Star Alliance. Lin Xingyue. Quite a few people got excited the moment they saw such a beautiful woman. They couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she's the young miss of the Star Alliance. I heard she used to be the daughter of one of the big real estate developers in our sea city. Who would thought that even at a time like this, she'd still be living so exquisitely? Of course, her dad is Lin Batian, one of the famous big shots of our sea city. I heard he has only this one daughter. TSK. It's if his daughter were to take a liking to someone. If you inherited the Star Alliance, you could walk sideways across the frozen tundra plain. Seeing such a terrifying and massive shelter, many people couldn't help but sigh. That's why they're called big shots. Even on the frozen tundra plain, they can still rise to the top. Makes you wonder just how insanely awesome Wang Zhaoyan of the Zhaoyan gang must be. And as for Lin Xingyue at this moment, although she was only on the middle floor, she was already 12 meters above the ground. Looking down from that height, she could practically see the situation of most of the mobile bases on the frozen tundra plain. Naturally, she also noticed Chun Mo's steel beast not far away. Her beautiful eyes shifted, and she immediately had the thought of recruiting him. After all, the Star Alliance already had quite a few LV5 and LV6 shelters joining them now. But to be honest, compared to the steel beast before her, forged entirely from titanium alloy metal, those still fell a bit short. So, she instructed her subordinate to move closer. Yes, rumble rumble. After receiving the order, the driver immediately steered this terrifying mobile base and moved in this direction. Boss, Jianming, who was driving the mobile base, noticed the giant behemoth chasing from behind. It was more than 3 times larger than their own shelter. She quickly said, LV9 shelter is catching up from behind. HM, but to be honest, Chinemo didn't take these shelters seriously at all. So what if it was big? Could it block Nyo's single energy cannon shot? Still, he also wanted to see what this guy wanted to do. So he had Jianming slow down. Rumble. As the Star Alliance base drew near, the window opened. Then they saw Lin Xingyue, wearing a down jacket, gesture toward the frozen soil plains panel, meaning, approve it. At that moment, a friend request prompt also appeared in front of Chun Mo. It was Lin Xingyue. Seeing the name, Chun Mo paused. He had sold her something before. And clearly, Lin Xingyue, standing inside the luxurious shelter by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, had also noticed his name. Chun Mo. A trace of surprise appeared on her face. Lin Xingyue, you're Chun Mo? Chun Mo looked her up and down. TSK, TSK, TSK. She looked pretty good, curvy in all the right places, very attractive, and especially outstanding in temperament, with the air of a domineering CEO-type mature beauty. But all he asked was, what is it? Arrogant as ever. Lin Xingyue had not expected to run into Chun Mo here. After all, he had caused quite a stir in the exchange these past few days. She herself had bought things from him, so she did not mind and only smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here. I've even bought your stuff before. What? You want to go to Moda too? Yes. Chun Mo replied with a single word. Lin Xingyue thought highly of Chun Mo. Even though this guy's shelter was only level 6, it really was far more impressive than an ordinary level 7. So she invited him. Are you interested in joining our Xingqian Alliance? I can give you autonomous authority. If you're going to the Modu ruins, there's no way a level 6 shelter like yours can establish a foothold there. As far as I know, Sirius, Zadion Gang, Dark Knight Rose, and Lone Wolf have all already headed there. The smallest among them has close to 1,000 people. As a solo level 6 shelter, it's impossible for you to get any advantage there. Follow our Xingqian Alliance, and I can help you get the supplies you want. But faced with Lin Xingyue's invitation, Chun Mo smiled and directly said one sentence. No need. After saying that, he told Jianming to speed up. Jianming, let's go. Got it. Even though they were few in number, Jianming did not take these people seriously at all. TCH. So what if you're big? When we turn back, I'll have Inyo tear your place apart. You want us to become a subordinate shelter? Keep dreaming. So then, rumble, rumble, rumble. Jianming slammed on the gas, and the steel beast instantly shot forward with a thunderous roar. This move left not only the Xingqian Alliance stunned, even the other independent survivors were dumbfounded. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? This guy rejected the Xingqian Alliance, and then just drove off? That arrogant. You had to know, that was the Xingqian Alliance. Plenty of people wanted in and still did not qualify. But now that you had the chance, you did not want it. Not to mention the Xingqian Alliance survivors. Seeing Chun Mo speed away, no one knew how many people stared at him and exploded on the spot. Holy shit, where the hell did this brat come from? He actually dares reject President Lin. He's tired of living. President Lin, just say the word, and I'll drive over and smash him to death right now. The underling driving the mobile base spoke viciously. That's right. Seeing this, the other shelters also wanted to directly gang up on Chun Mo. No need, but unexpectedly, faced with Chun Mo's attitude, Lin Xingyue not only was not angry, the corners of her lips even curled slightly upward. She raised her fair, jade-like hand to stop them. Interesting. No one has ever dared refuse this lady before. This Chun Mo is the first one. Lin Xingyue revealed a smile charming enough to captivate anyone, though her voice carried a bit of amusement. Let's go. We'll talk after we get to the Modu ruins. Of course, she should be glad she had not provoked Chun Mo otherwise. In minutes, she probably would have been torn into pieces by the Decepticons. Big? What the hell was the use of being big? On the frozen soil plains, the only thing that mattered was whether you could fight. Could you fight that well? Sorry, but in front of the Decepticons, you were nothing. But Shinemo had never planned to pay them any attention anyway. His target was the vehicles inside the Modu ruins. So, after widening the distance, rumble, 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 another night passed. Finally, early the next morning, we're here. Along with a muffled loud sound, Chonemo, who was still asleep, heard a bang. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jian Yao stretching lazily and yawning. During the night, they had already changed shifts twice. Brother Emo, we're here. Oh, really? Hearing that, Chonemo smiled. Then he got up at once. He went up to the top floor and looked down. There, he discovered that beneath the canyon was another plain. And in the middle of that plain sat an enormous city. At a glance, it actually stretched to 30 kilometers. The center had once been prosperous, but now all the major high-rises had collapsed. Everything was scattered in disarray, with ruined walls and broken debris everywhere. But even so, from its ruined appearance, it was still possible to see that this had once been an extremely prosperous metropolis. And this was Modu. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Beside him, Chen Wushuang also walked over. He looked at the plain below the canyon before shaking his head and saying, probably not all of it, just one area of Modu. I think. After all, Modu covers more than 6,000 square kilometers. And from this angle, he had already seen quite a few mobile bases rushing in. Moreover, in some places inside, people were already fighting over resources. This place is mine. I found it first. Ha ha, it's golden leaf. Great. I can finally smoke again. Damn it. Inside the ruined wreckage, beneath a collapsed building, a group of people were killing each other. Clearly, they had arrived relatively early or had been relatively close by. Otherwise, there was no way they could have come this fast. However, Chinamo was not interested in any of that. Let's go in and take a look first. Chinamo got out of the shelter and had Black Eagle, Li Mu Yao, and Jian Yao stay here on guard. He himself went down from the base with Jian Meng and Chen Wushuang, driving Daniao and the Veyron in a minus 50-degree low temperature. The engines let out savage, violent roars. Then, with a stylish drift, they headed straight toward the interior of the Modu ruins. Along the way, Chun Emo noticed that aside from the destroyed buildings, fallen road signs, and bus stops, the road was still fairly clean and orderly. As expected of a major city, the ground really was clean. But after entering, what he saw was also shocking, because he discovered that this was not merely the ruins of a big city. There were also many zombies frozen into ice sculptures. On the roads, they were locked in all kinds of different poses. Well then, seeing this scene, even Chen Wushuang in the passenger seat sucked in a cold breath. Damn, no wonder it's so quiet here. So all the zombies got frozen into ice sculptures. Maybe it's because the weather is too cold. The zombies' activity got too low, so they froze up. He tried using the lightning bow to kill one. Bang! After it shattered, he found that nothing came out of it. That left him somewhat speechless. Damn it, once they're frozen into ice sculptures, they don't even drop resources anymore. This frozen soil plains is black-hearted as hell. No wonder so many survivors only care about snatching stuff. Nobody bothers with these zombies at all. But since there was nothing to get, he did not care either. He kept driving toward the subway entrance. But before they even reached it, their cars were blocked by a group of people. This was a crossroads, and the fighting here was fierce. In weather colder than minus 50 degrees, if steel stuck to your skin, you could forget about pulling it off. A group of people were fighting over several convenience stores. Clearly, they were not some major shelter. Otherwise, they would not be fighting over scraps. Damn it. This 7-Eleven convenience store belongs to our Wang Chong shelter now. That hot pot restaurant belongs to our Lu Hong shelter. A group of people had only just managed to occupy their respective places. Then suddenly, they saw 2 supercars drive over. Someone immediately stepped forward to block them. Yo, damn. Brother, not bad. You just got here and already scored 2 supercars. When that man saw the Bugatti and Lamborghini, his eyes lit up. He thought Chinamo had just stolen them from the motor ruins. But very soon, he felt regret. What a pity. This was a Frozen Tundra plane. This thing was just for show. The road was too shitty, and it couldn't go for long either. But he still said enthusiastically, brother, want to join our shelter? Your car stealing skills are pretty damn good. You can even drive without a key. Our Luhong shelter is missing talent like you. Chinamo, listen to that bullshit. What do you mean steal? I took it openly and fair and square, got it? Get the hell out of my way. So Chinamo didn't hold back either, and said coldly, damn, what the hell? Those words made the survivor unhappy. Brother, I invited you to join us. Fine if you don't want to, but why the hell are you cursing at me? So what if I am? But Chinamo just sneered. Are you moving or not? You. The young man was furious, his face flushing red, but he still forcibly held it in. Damn it, fine, I'll move. After saying that, he had his group move aside and make way. Oh, that scene actually stunned Chinamo. He had already been thinking about having Daniao make a move, but he didn't expect the other side to actually give way. It was honestly a bit surprising, but he still let out a cold snort. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I could kill you in minutes. After saying that, Virum, he slammed the gas pedal. Daniel let out a deep wave of engine thunder and roared off into the distance. Damn it. Watching Chunemo and the other two drive away, the young man spat on the ground angrily and cursed. What is so great about that? He just stole a car. I'll steal one too sooner or later. Enough. At that moment, a middle-aged construction worker with a proletarian air walked over. He said irritably, move the stuff first. Those big shelters are almost here. Don't let our supplies get taken and us get wiped out in one shot too. All right, right. Hearing that, the lackey finally remembered. The lone wolf base, Sirius, and the others were about to arrive. So he quickly called to the group. Brothers, hurry. Meanwhile, Chun Mo, Jianming, and Chun Wushuang drove their two supercars and wove their way through. Very soon, they found a subway station. This station wasn't small, and there were even words above it reading line 2. Boss, there's S1 here. Seeing that, Chun Wushuang quickly reminded him. No need to say it. I saw it too. Chun Mo directly ordered Danyo, Veyron, charge in. Understood, boss. After receiving the command, the two supercars immediately let out an excited roar. Their engines fired up, then they charged straight down. That scene gave the people from Lu Hong shelter in the distance a shock. Holy shit, where did that brother go? The vehicle out of control. Even Lu Hong frowned when he saw it, thinking Chun Mo had gotten into a car accident. Though the lackey was a little unhappy, he still couldn't help asking, Boss, should we go take a look? Don't tell me he crashed to death. After thinking for a moment, Lu Hong said, take a few people and go check. Okay. Yi Xiaodian hurriedly nodded, then ran over with 2 lackeys to check the situation. What he didn't know was that Chun Mo had already gone down, and inside the subway station, there was actually backup power still running, making the surroundings very bright. The 2 supercars ran wild inside the subway entrance. Even the security checkpoint was easily smashed through. They kept going until they reached the platform. But as soon as they got here and stepped out of the cars, Chun Mo froze for a moment. The temperature around them was still acceptable, about minus 30 degrees. It wasn't as cold as outside, but the protection along the subway tracks had already been mostly destroyed. And it looks like there's no subway here. MOG. Jianming, who had gotten out of the car as well, couldn't help saying, that's normal. Chun Wushuang, dressed all in black, walked over. Her graceful curves were exquisitely elegant, and her voice was pleasant to hear. This isn't the starting station. And it's not the terminal either. It's just an ordinary subway stop. It's normal if no train is parked here. That's right. Chun Mo nodded when he heard that. Since there wasn't one here, he pointed into the distance, toward the end of the underground subway track. Then let us follow this line all the way and see if we can find one. Okay. The 2 women nodded. Then they turned and got back into the cars. Go drive through the inside. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chun Mo ordered Danyo. No problem, boss. The moment he heard that, Danyo and Veyron let out another deep burst of engine thunder. With a loud bang, they smashed through the guardrail. Then they followed the tracks and sped all the way toward the terminal station. That posture was cool as hell. It was like they were glued to the ground, drifting at a crazy 90-degree angle. If other survivors had seen it, they definitely would have said, holy shit, this guy's driving skills are that insane. But obviously, no one saw it. And because they had entered the track area, it was pitch black all around along the way. So Chun Mo had to turn on the headlights. But looking at the rapidly changing scenery around him, he was a bit speechless too. Can you slow the hell down a little? Aren't you afraid of crashing the car and killing us all? Boss, got it. The moment he heard that, Danyo chuckled and immediately dropped from 200 yards to 80 yards. As their speed slowed, Chun Mo also got his first clear look at the underground tracks. The surrounding space wasn't large. It could only fit 2 subway trains side by side. But fortunately, there were occasional ventilation shafts nearby too. That prevented the air from running out. It was just that after driving another 3 to 4 kilometers in a row, they had already passed 2 stations. Yet they still hadn't seen any subway train. That made Chun Mo start doubting life a little. Could it be that even at the end, there wouldn't be a subway vehicle? Why does this feel so wrong? Boom. But right at that moment, after a sudden turn, a person abruptly appeared ahead, making Chun Mo's pupils shrink sharply. Careful, someone else there. But it was already too late. Danyo had no time to break it all. Bang! That person was sent flying on the spot, smashing against the concrete wall by the subway tracks. It splattered into pieces all over the ground. Danyo, you killed someone. Jianming cried out when she saw it. Not right. But as the car came to an emergency stop, Chun Mo noticed something was wrong. Where would a person even come from down here? He got out and took a closer look. Good lord. Lying on the ground was a shriveled, rotten zombie. It had been smashed into pieces from the impact. It was still twitching weakly, and beside it, 10 pieces of charcoal had dropped. So it's a damn zombie. Seeing that, Chun Mo was a little speechless, but he still casually picked up the 10 pieces of charcoal and put them into his backpack. Then he gestured to the 2 women. It's fine. A zombie. Seeing that, Chen Wushuang hurried over. After seeing the thing on the ground, she finally let out a sigh of relief. But then another problem came up. How is there still a zombie here that can move? HM? Those words reminded Chen Mo of something. He subconsciously looked toward the subway tracks, toward that dim, pitch-black end. Yeah, how could there still be zombies here that hadn't been frozen solid? Logically speaking, shouldn't they all have turned into ice pops already? Could it be? Chen Mo suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. The ones above were only part of them. More of the zombies are in places like this, where the temperature is higher. Sure enough, roar. Just as he finished speaking, zombie growls came again from those unseen places along the subway tracks. And right after that, another zombie staggered out from the far end of the tracks. Then the second, the third. Very quickly, they came in groups of 3 and 5. They wandered over, and after seeing Chun Mo, Jianming, and Chen Wushuang, their grayish-brown, lifeless eyes actually lit up with a disturbingly human gleam. Then, excitedly, they began to speed up, charging straight this way. Fuck. Seeing that, Chun Mo cursed loudly. We came to the damn zombie headquarters. That's right, the zombie headquarters. Because the ruins above in the city of Modu were too cold. And for those zombies to stay alive, they would definitely choose to enter places where the temperature was higher. And this subway track was the best choice. No wonder there weren't many zombies up there. So they were all down here, watching more and more zombies gather around them. Chen Mo finally understood why. What do we do, boss? They're coming over. This was Chen Wushuang's first time seeing a scene like this. There were way too many zombies around them. At least dozens. And more were still pouring in one after another. They had also noticed Chen Mo and the others. Their originally listless expressions instantly changed, as if they had just seen a grand feast, revealing bloodthirsty looks of excitement. They began roaring, picked up speed, and charged over. Quick, get in the car and rammed through them. But this time, Chen Mo didn't retreat. Instead, he gave a cold smile. Perfect. I'm still short on entries anyway. This wave should let me take down quite a few. I can raise my strength a bit more. So he immediately got into the car and ordered Nyo and Wei Long to force their way out. Understood, boss. There was no need to even say it. Nyo and Wei Long had already been itching for a fight. After the three of them got in, boom, Wei Long took the lead. The blue Bugatti didn't transform completely. Instead, with a series of clicks, a laser cannon transformed out from the roof. Pew pew pew. Without any hesitation, as it charged forward, the laser cannon fired at high speed. The zombies lunging over were instantly riddled full of holes. Then boom boom, along with a string of heavy air blast roars. Wei Long charged straight toward the end of the track. We're still charging forward, big bro. Although Chun Wushuang knew how terrifying these mechanical life forms were. Looking at the pitch-black end of the subway track, her pretty face still turned pale, and she subconsciously gripped the handrail tightly. There might be even more zombies ahead, but Chen Mo stayed calm. We're already here. Why don't we turn back now? Maybe if we push a little farther, we'll find a subway vehicle. So go. At Chen Mo's command boom, Nyo also let out a heavy engine roar of compressed air and followed closely behind. A hunt across the subway tracks had begun. Everywhere they passed, all the zombies were blasted directly into blood mist. And on the ground, all kinds of items dropped from time to time. Chen Mo had no time to look at any of them and accepted everything without exception. The benefit of reaching level 5 was automatic pickup. Even if the shelter wasn't nearby, as long as there was space in his backpack, it could automatically collect all the entries and resources from everything around him that he personally killed and opened. So all along the way, boom, 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 they crashed wildly forward. Nyo and Wei Long practically wiped out all the zombies in one go, and that completely stunned the zombies, because it had been a long time since they had eaten fresh flesh and blood. They had thought they would finally get a good meal this time. But who would thought the other side's firepower was this fierce? Before they could even get close, their zombie bros had already been riddled into sieves. This made several zombies that had been excited just a moment ago panic when they saw their brothers falling beside them. Roar. They let out terrified howls and tried to run, but they simply couldn't outrun Wei Long's speed. And while charging, he kept firing his cannon, all while laughing and shrieking strangely, his mechanical voice piercing the air. Ha, come on, all of you stay right here. Today I'm turning every last one of you into sieves. No, into blood mist. Boom, boom, boom. One shot after another. This time, to Chun Wushuang's surprise, the zombies actually ran first. They had lost all the arrogance from before, terrified that if they ran too slowly, they'd be killed. And several level 3 zombies were even roaring at the sky, as if they were saying, brothers, these guys are coming. Run. Let the old and the children go first. Roar. So then a group of child zombies and elderly zombies actually started retreating. But the place was too narrow. The zombies couldn't run properly at all. Instead, as it got more and more crowded, some zombies were knocked down in the collisions and ended up getting trampled into scattered chunks by their own companions. When the leading level 3 zombies saw this, they became even more anxious. They roared while directing traffic, and one level 3 zombie even tried to stay behind and block them. So his grayish-brown eyes locked onto Wei Long. Suddenly, he let out an angry roar. His body full of bulging muscles was especially eye-catching, and he actually wanted to take on the supercar head-on. But before he could even get close, the hell with you. Wei Long didn't even dodge. With a series of clicks, half of his wheel assembly directly transformed into a mechanical arm, grabbed that level 3 zombie, and threw him. Bang! He slammed into the wall of the subway track and crashed face-first to the ground. Immediately after that, Wei Long added another shot. Boom, that level 3 zombie exploded on the spot. Roar. Little bro. Seeing this, another level 4 zombie let out a painful roar and wanted to rush over. But several level 3 zombies stopped him, and they muttered something incomprehensible among themselves. Most likely something like, as long as the green hills remain, there'll be no shortage of firewood. Then they dragged the level 4 zombie away and ran. This scene left Chen Wuxuang and Jianming dumbfounded. Their faces were full of shock. Good lord, are these still zombies? They can even communicate and stuff. How come it feels like we're the villains here? Jianming couldn't help muttering a complaint. Villains? Oh, come on. But when Shinamo heard that, he glanced back at Jianming, who was sitting on an extra seat that Nyo had transformed out and stayed exceptionally clear-headed. That's because our firepower is insane. Try replacing us with ordinary survivors and see what happens. They'd get eaten alive in minutes. Right? Those words immediately made Jianming come to her senses, and she suddenly felt it made a lot of sense. So, how could there be any good zombies? Wei Long, crush them hard for me. That's right. The moment she heard that, Jianming's resolve became even firmer, so she also shouted, Wei Long, ram them to death. Boss, just watch me. The second Wei Long heard that, he got even more fired up. With full horsepower, sparks, and lightning all the way, the laser cannon fired like it cost nothing at all, sweeping across everything. In just 3 minutes, they had killed nearly 1,000. Chinamo didn't even have time to see what had dropped. He only felt that his backpack was almost full and about to run out of space. Finally, after charging out through the last rail tunnel, accompanied by the heavy roar of supercar engines and air blasts, the blue Bugatti took the lead and burst out from the end of the tracks. Right behind, it was the Lamborghini Reventon, black as the night and sharp like a panther. With a handsome drift, they let out a screeching sound and stopped at the subway exit. Chen Wuxuang, and Jianming had just let out a breath of relief. They were finally out, but the next second, the moment they looked up, they saw that at the end of the tracks, there was shockingly a subway maglev train parked there, 3 meters tall, made up of 8 connected carriages in one long line. Nearly 140 meters long, though already damaged. It's the subway. At the sight of it, Jianming couldn't help crying out excitedly. I didn't think there'd really be a subway here. It's just, very soon, she frowned and noticed something wrong. This subway looks like it's damaged pretty badly. That's right. Shinamo could tell too. This was a bullet-shaped subway train, and it wasn't short either. Reaching 140 meters. Under normal circumstances, it would count as a first-line train. But obviously, because of the zombies, it had been damaged far too badly. The windows were already wrecked beyond recognition. Shattered glass scattered everywhere across the ground. And inside, there were even zombies still wandering around. It looked a bit like a scrap one. Can this thing even be used? Even Chen Mo was starting to doubt reality a little after seeing it. But they had already come this far. Finding a subway train wasn't easy either. Looking around, it seemed like in this whole area, aside from this one, Shinamo didn't think he'd be able to find a second one. So, even if it's battle damaged, I still have to find a way to repair it. After all, it's a drill bit demon. Who would want a giant pet like that? With that thought, Shinamo didn't waste any time. He immediately stepped forward and directly tossed out a chunk of spark energy, trying to activate it. Buzz. The next second, the instant it made contact, he saw that sure enough, the subway train was instantly covered and engulfed by a blue light. In the blink of an eye, boom, crack. Amid a wave of blue energy fluctuations, the previously silent subway train actually began to change. The constantly emerging, transforming metal kept reconstructing the entire train. The sight made Chen Wuxuang and Jianming widen their eyes. Holy crap, that's so cool. It's just like alien technology. So incredible. Boss's trait is straight up heaven-defying. No wonder he has so many terrifying big guys. But obviously, this big guy wasn't that easy to activate. It needed a bit more time. And because of the commotion here, it had already attracted the attention of the nearby zombies. Looks like another brutal battle is coming. Dainyu and Wei Long were already itching for a fight, fully prepared for battle. But obviously, this time they were overthinking it. Because this time it would be fast. This time would be way faster than before, don't worry. Sure enough, Chen Mo spoke. As the zombies over there had already started roaring and gathering in this direction one after another. The next second, the first thing to charge out wasn't the zombies. It was the subway train itself, the one that had originally been quiet inside, wrapped in blue energy and constantly transforming into metallic elements. Roar. In a scene like a giant meat grinder, it transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye into a metal life form nearly 6 meters tall, covered in metal gears, with an internal structure similar to a tunnel boring machine. The moment it came out, boom, its terrifying metal body, more than 100 meters long, whipped across the area like a rolling earth dragon. Everywhere it passed, the zombies that had been thinking about eating flesh just a moment ago were instantly dumbfounded. They were all crushed straight into minced meat. A full 100 of them, gone in a single wave. It even slammed its massive body into a pillar. The concrete structure of the pillar instantly collapsed, and even the steel reinforcement inside was bent from the impact. Even the ceiling caved in along with it. It was as if the entire subway entrance was about to collapse. Holy shit. When Chen Wushuang and Jian Meng saw this horrifying scene, they were completely numb. Their pretty faces filled with shock as they looked up at the terrifying metal creature that was over 100 meters long. They were utterly stunned. What kind of monster is this? But Chen Mo recognized it. It was Drillbit Demon. That's right. This thing looked almost exactly the same as Drillbit from the Transformers movie. So overbearing. 6 meters tall, almost enough to crash the entire subway entrance down. And combined with that terrifying metal body over 100 meters long, with an internal structure like a tunnel boring machine, where digging through rock was as easy as drinking water. How is this a subway train? Wasn't this just a tunnel boring machine? Especially after taking a look at its stats, Chen Mo realized. Mechanical life form. Unit type, combat engineer. Strength, 10,000. Defense, 8,000. Agility, 2,000. Firepower configuration, 3,000. This thing's strength was no weaker than that damn 1,000-ton king. Though, its firepower configuration was a little lacking. Only 3,000, about the same as Dainyu and the others. But the problem was this thing was huge. More than 100 meters. Just think about it. If something this huge rolled once through a zombie tide, what kind of zombie tide could withstand a terrifying mechanical creature like this? At this moment, after rolling over the surrounding zombies and nearly bringing down the subway station, the big guy immediately turned its massive gear-like mechanical head. It had no visible eyes, only a mechanical mouth glowing with red light. Around it were 4 tentacles with a diameter of 2 meters, and inside those mechanical tentacles were countless dense, smaller digging gears. No wonder it could drill underground. Although it was violent, when it saw Chen Mo, it became exceptionally docile and obedient. It even lowered its head, slamming it onto the ground with a rumble. It made the gentlest sound it could, seemingly trying to show goodwill. Nice, coming back to his senses. Chen Mo was overjoyed by this fellow. Although it still looked a little damaged, it wasn't a big problem. It could be repaired later. So he raised a hand and patted the big guy's metal head, calling it a head, but it was actually its chin. Then he said, from now on, your name is Drillbit Demon. Roar. Upon receiving its new name, the big guy let out a gentle sound. This scene had already left the 2 women dumbfounded. They never would have dreamed that activating a subway vehicle could produce such a terrifying guy. Alright, but now that they had found Drillbit Demon, Chen Mo didn't waste time. He immediately said, let's head up first. Okay. The 2 women, finally snapping back to their senses, nodded blankly and subconsciously followed Chen Mo into the cars. Boom. The next second, along with a deep roar, the 2 supercars sped toward the subway station exit. As for Drillbit Demon, relying on the information sharing between Decepticons, it merely turned its massive head, raised it slightly, then suddenly drilled down into the ground. Rumble. The hard ground instantly cracked apart. Using the rail transit tunnels, it followed after them all the way with overwhelming destructive force. Boom. Its movements were way too loud. Especially when it raised its big head, it nearly caused the entire subway entrance to collapse, and even the ground trembled. It even exposed a huge pit as it burst violently out from underground. That just so happened to be seen by some survivors nearby who were collecting supplies. One after another, they stopped moving their supplies and stared wide-eyed at the gigantic thing that suddenly emerged and then disappeared again. They thought they had seen wrong. Holy shit. What was that? Someone froze, even forgetting the thing in his hands, his face full of terror. Did you see that? It looked like a monster. No, a mechanical monster. Another person couldn't help saying it. Hiss, but hearing that only made everyone feel an even colder chill down their backs. Damn it. There couldn't be some other kind of creature here too, right? After all, the frozen wasteland was way too ridiculous now. Putting zombies and mutated creatures aside, now a city ruin had suddenly appeared. Honestly, they didn't believe the frozen wasteland would be that kind-hearted, handing things out for free? No way. So here, there had to be something else. They all thought Drillbit Demon was some native creature, and every one of them started breaking out in cold sweat. Quick, stop spacing out. Hurry and move the stuff. Once we're done, let's get out of here. Okay. Okay. They were only a level 5 shelter and didn't dare stay any longer. Hearing that, they hurriedly nodded. The whole group's speed immediately increased. Of course, if they knew this was also the pet of a survivor from the frozen wasteland, they probably wouldn't be thinking that way. They'd definitely cry from envy. We're all players, so why the hell are you cheating? Meanwhile, Shin-Mo still didn't know that Drillbit Demon had briefly exposed itself. But even if he did know, he wouldn't care. After all, he had more than just this one. At this moment, he had already brought Chun Wushuang and Jianming out of the subway entrance. He was just about to look for the next target. But the moment they came out, they discovered that the entire Magic City ruins had already fallen into chaos. Because everywhere, there were survivors slaughtering each other over resources. There were simply too many of them, wave after wave. In every place, there were dozens of survivors fighting over supplies. Haha, this place is mine now. Someone had snatched a roadside shop and couldn't help laughing out loud. There are lighters in here, and chicken feet too. Pickled mustard. Don't take it, it's mine. On the other side, after killing 2 people in a row, another survivor also took over a tobacco and liquor shop. It was like they'd all gone mad. But Shin-Mo wasn't interested in any of that for the time being. His target was still vehicles. He wanted to convert the 20+ units of spark energy he still had on hand as soon as possible. When that time came, would he still have to worry about not being able to swallow the ruins of Modu? So go on and fight. In the end, it would all be mine. But at that moment, suddenly, boom, just as everyone was still scrambling for loot, a violent explosion suddenly came from not far away, in the direction of the city center. That abrupt explosion gave quite a few people a scare. Holy shit, what was that? Where's that cannon fire coming from? Some people ran out to check what was happening. Even Chen Wushuang heard it, but unlike the others, after hearing the sound, a trace of delight appeared on her pretty face, and she quickly turned to look at Chun-Mo boss. That sounded like a tank? What a tank! Sure enough, the moment those words came out, even Chun-Mo froze for a second. How could there be a tank here? You sure? I'm sure. Chen Wushuang was very excited right now. She had grown up following her dad around in a military family compound from a young age. She couldn't have been more familiar with that sound. And it's a tiger tank. A tiger. Hearing that, Chen-Mo's eyes lit up. If there really was one. Activating, it would be a pretty good choice too. He just so happened to be lacking military vehicle weapons right now. And at this moment, aside from the sound of cannon fire, there also came a roar that tore through the sky. Roar. The sound was incredibly shocking, deep, and vicious. It's a tyrant. This time, Jianming recognized it and said in shock, judging by the sound, it's no weaker than a level 6. Actually, it wasn't just him. The others heard it too. Their faces all turned pale. Holy shit, why is there a tyrant's roar too? What happened in the city center? But Shin-Mo didn't care about any of that. If there was a tank and a tyrant too, then this was truly a double blessing. So he made his decision on the spot. Let's go. We're heading to the city center to take a look. MHM, okay. Chen Wushuang and Jianming nodded. Then Neo and Wei Long let out deep engine roars and sped rapidly toward the city center. The moment they arrived in the city center, they discovered that there really was a tank here. But aside from the tank, there were also more than 30 survivors. Among them, the overwhelming majority were actually carrying firearms. The only problem was that the weapons were a bit outdated. They were flintlock guns, other than this tiger tank. The rest were basically just free kills. And the one leading them was actually Lin Xingyue of the Xingchen Alliance. That's right. Lin Xingyue had already brought her squad to the urban ruins of Modu to gather supplies. And by sheer luck, they had discovered a tiger tank. It just so happened that one of her lackeys was a retired tank soldier. They found that it could still be started. She had thought she'd struck gold, but she hadn't expected the tank to make so much noise that it alerted a level 7 zombie tyrant hiding in the underground parking lot here. Boom. The moment that zombie came out, it killed 7 or 8 of her subordinates. And along with its furious roar, the zombies hiding in underground parking lots all over the place to avoid being frozen actually rushed out as well. There were a lot of them, several thousand in total. All of them moved at once. The scene was incredibly shocking. Everywhere, there were staggering figures, howls, and some that moved with startling agility, braving the -50-degree low temperatures. They began howling as they launched bloodthirsty attacks at these people. And these 30+ people were obviously well-trained. Relying on the tank and their own weapons, they were actually able to retreat in an orderly fashion. But if this kept going, it wasn't a solution. Seeing her subordinates getting killed one after another, a man couldn't help saying to Lin Xingyue, "Boss Lin, we can't hold on much longer. We need to get out of here now. Do I need you to teach me that?" Lin Xingyue's expression was ugly. She clearly hadn't expected to provoke such a level 7 tyrant killing god. But this was the city center. Where could they retreat to? Is there any alliance base of ours nearby? Even a level 5 coming over would at least be able to hold these zombies back. We've already notified them. That subordinate said nervously, but the closest one is still 6 kilometers away. Even if they come, It'll take at least half an hour. Half an hour. That was enough time for these zombies to tear them into pieces. Roar. And right at that moment, with a boom, the zombie tyrant kicked aside a car and charged over with a swaggering, lawless gait, its grayish-brown eyes shining with ferocity and brutality. The pressure it gave off was way too damn strong. Holy shit, it's coming up. Quick, open fire. Several subordinates hurriedly launched attacks at the zombie tyrant. Bang, bang, bang. But those flintlock guns? They were fine against ordinary zombies, but against the zombie tyrant, they were nothing but free damage. They couldn't even break its defense. Seeing that they couldn't penetrate it, Lin Xingyue ordered again, throw the Molotovs. Molotov cocktails were the easiest makeshift weapon to make in the frozen earth era. All you needed was a bottle, alcohol, cotton soaked in alcohol, and fire. They could burn over a large area. It worked very well against zombies. And sure enough, the moment she finished speaking, more than a dozen subordinates threw Molotovs all at once. Crash, crash, crash. The bottles shattered with crisp cracking sounds. Flames burned and exploded. Some of them smashed toward the level 7 zombie tyrant, trying to stop its advance. But clearly, they had still underestimated the terror of a level 7 tyrant. It wasn't hurt in the slightest. It casually patted away the alcohol flames on its body. Then it took heavy steps forward again. With an angry roar, it charged up once more. Then, with a leap, it directly grabbed 2 subordinates. With a bang, their bodies were crushed into meat paste. Ah, fuck. The others were so frightened their souls nearly left their bodies. They wanted to run, but that level 7 tyrant was like a wolf among sheep. One after another, people were sent flying as it started leaping through the air. They were dead beyond dead, just as it was about to reach Lin Xingyue, who was hiding behind the tank suddenly. Boom! A blast of blue energy light erupted with terrifying power, and at the critical moment, struck the zombie tyrant directly. Right after that, the level 7 tyrant that had been acting so arrogantly just now was blasted straight away, crashing into the ruins with a thunderous boom. All the surviving people turned their heads, and they saw a black Lamborghini and Chun Mo stepping out of it. Clearly, that terrifying blue energy beam just now had been fired by that Lamborghini. They were all startled. Holy shit, what the hell is that thing? It's so badass. It's you, Chun Mo. But Lin Xingyue saw Chun Mo. First she was shocked, and then her pretty face lit up with delight. She even thought he had followed her here, that he had a crush on her. But obviously, she was overthinking it, because Chun Mo wasn't here to save her. He was here for this tiger tank. So the moment he got out of the car, Chun Mo's attention was drawn to the tiger tank. His gaze flickered. There really is one? You had to know, in the Transformers movies, there was also a Decepticon called Brawl, and it was a tiger tank. Putting aside the fact that it got taken down by the Autobots in the end, its firepower really was fierce, way more badass than any car-type vehicle. Sure, it had its flaws, but on this frozen wasteland, in a place overrun with zombies, it was absolutely a super weapon. But Lin Xingyue didn't have time to care about that. She had refused the invitation before and never joined. And she also hadn't expected this guy as firepower to be this insane. Even a level 7 zombie tyrant wasn't a match for him. She suddenly understood. No wonder this guy had so many supplies. Maybe it really was just like the people at the exchange said. This guy had taken down an entire city ruin. Otherwise, there was no way he could have such an abundant source of goods. And now he had come to Modu. Could it be? He wanted to swallow this place too. Lin Xingyue frowned slightly, but before she could think further, the next second, roar, from the ruins, along with a furious roar. An enormous figure suddenly charged out. It was the level 7 zombie tyrant. Half its body had been blown apart by the laser, and gray-black blood poured out in streams. But it still charged viciously at Chun Mo. It was obvious it hadn't expected it. Holy shit, you dared sneak attack me. But before it could get close, the next second, boom, the Lamborghini fired another shot. Buzz, boom. A terrifying blue light directly hit the target this time. The level 7 zombie tyrant exploded into a cloud of blood on the spot in midair. A rain of gray blood fell from the sky. Hiss, holy shit. That move stunned everyone at the scene. They couldn't help sucking in a cold breath, their eyes filled with horror. Damn, this brother just insta-killed a level 7 tyrant? Was that real? Are we even playing the same game? You're cheating, aren't you? At this moment, there were still 2,000 to 3,000 zombies around them, all staring like tigers eyeing prey, and they had long been ready to attack. Although the level 7 zombie tyrant had been killed, those low-level zombies had no brains. In fact, now that the high-level zombie suppression was gone, they let out low, muffled roars, and surged over even more frantically. But it still wasn't over, because the very next second, boom, at the huge crossroads, the ground suddenly caved in. Right after that, accompanied by the ear-piercing sounds of metal gears turning and clashing, everyone watched in terror as a gigantic metal mechanical beast covered in transforming components violently burst out from underground. It was Lizuanmo. He was too huge. His massive mechanical body hadn't even fully emerged yet. But even so, that giant head raised high in the air with a diameter of 5 meters still gave off an incomparable pressure of death. Roar! Without any hesitation, he directly dove down and crashed violently. The entire crossroads was caught in the blast radius, and fierce explosions erupted everywhere. Then came a death roll. Wherever he passed, rumble, rumble, rumble. He crushed nearly 30% of the zombies. In one wave alone, he killed over 1,000 of them. Holy shit. The entire wide crossroads had become crowded and wrecked because of Lizuanmo bursting up from underground. The already ruined buildings were made even worse, with collapsing rumbles sounding everywhere. Those walls were like they were made of paper. The slightest touch reduced them to pieces. What the hell is that thing? The remaining survivors were completely numb. What the hell is that thing? Is this still the frozen wasteland? How is there something like this here? But Lizuanmo didn't pay any attention to those ants. Instead, he twisted his massive mechanical body and directly started crazily flattening everything around him. Every time his body slammed down, dozens of zombies were crushed to death. With ridiculous ease, he wiped out another 1 to 2,000 zombies. Like they said, large Decepticons really were the most useful. Even Shinamo was extremely satisfied watching this. He might not be great for dealing with other things, but in terms of destructive power, he was absolutely top tier. And when it came to killing zombies, what he wanted most was destructive power. So this time, even those fearless zombies were scared when faced with a mechanical life form that was practically on the level of a natural disaster. Roar! Some of the zombies with at least a bit of brains started directing a retreat. If it didn't run now, they would all die here. So the remaining zombies finally couldn't hold on anymore. They retreated in a frenzy like the tide pulling back. But Lizuanmo clearly had no intention of letting them go. Rolling forward with rumbling gears, he was about to pursue them, only to be stopped by Chunamo. Don't chase them. If you keep fucking chasing them, this perfectly good city center is going to be completely wrecked. There might still be other good vehicles in here. Roar. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, the mechanical beast that had been so ferocious just a moment ago became as docile as a puppy. It actually turned around, raised its body high, and suddenly sank down. With another thunderous rumble, it drilled back underground once more. The whole city center looked like it was being blasted apart. It was incredibly shocking. Only after Lizuanmo left, staring at the devastated central crossroads, did Lin Xingyue finally come back to her senses after a long while. She finally understood why Chunamo had been able to get so many supplies, with a terrifying mechanical beast like that by his side. What kind of city ruin could he not take down? But after snapping back to reality, she still ran over immediately. Her slim waist, delicate enough to fit in one hand, bent slightly, revealing a large patch of snowy white cleavage as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me, Chunamo. Don't think too much. But Chunamo stayed calm. His eyes were only fixed on that tank. I came here for this. What, the tank? Only after hearing that did Lin Xingyue finally realize why Chunamo had come here. So he had come for this thing. But she thought Chunamo wanted to arm his forces, so she still kindly reminded him, this tank is pretty good, but it's already out of shells. A tank without shells is no different from scrap metal. Shells? But when Chunamo heard that, he smiled. Did Decepticon need shells? The answer was no. But he couldn't be bothered explaining, and only said, it's useless to you. But that doesn't mean it's useless to me. Alright then. Although Lin Xingyue didn't understand, she still chose to respect it. She thought Chunamo had some other way of getting shells. So she simply nodded and said, since you need it, then take it. After all, he had saved her life. And if we run into other military vehicles in the future, we can give those to you too, as thanks for saving me. After thinking about it, she said, at this moment, right on cue, rumble, 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 a level 5 mobile base in the distance, huge like an extended 100-ton king truck, drove over, and a girl appeared on top of it. When she saw the area where Lin Xingyue was standing was in complete ruins, she jumped in shock. Holy crap, was this place bombed by fucking missiles? It's this devastating, but she still spotted Lin Xingyue at a glance. Boss Lin, are you okay? I'm fine. Now that she had come back to her senses, Lin Xingyue really was a little shaken, but she still shook her head. She first led her people onto the base, then said to Chunamo, if you have time, you're welcome to visit our Xingqian Alliance anytime. If you need anything, you can contact me. Alright already. Chunamo impatiently urged her. Go. Lin Xingyue felt a little awkward after being rejected. Ever since she was young, whether it was looks, figure, or family background, which one of hers wasn't top tier? But who would have thought? This guy wasn't interested in women at all. And yet, the more he was like this, the more she liked him instead. So under everyone's life-doubting gazes, she still smiled faintly. Goodbye. Only then did she walk straight inside, ignoring the expressions of the crowd, who still thought they must have seen wrong. Was this really their own cold and domineering female CEO? What they didn't know was that it wasn't that Chun Mo had no interest in women. It was that right now. His eyes were full of the big toy, the tank. Come on, compared to supercars and tanks, could women really be more attractive to men? Sorry, no way. And as the level 5 mobile base slowly drove away, Chun Mo had finally set his sights on that tiger tank too. Without any hesitation, he couldn't wait to toss out an energy spark and see the new member. Buzz boom. The next second, accompanied by a violent tremor. The tank that had originally been quiet and half dead suddenly, in the very next moment, let out a heavy clack 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 of turning gears. Then it flipped over and, in an instant, transformed into a Decepticon nearly 8 meters tall, extremely sturdy, and loaded with all kinds of weapons and ammunition. But the moment he appeared, he was a little crazy. He directly transformed a massive Gatling gun with a clack-clack sound and started firing wildly. Rat-a-tat-tat. As he fired, he shouted at the same time, "Oh, damn it, what the hell is this place? Where are the enemies? Where are the enemies?" Chun Mo. Alright, this sudden scene left even Chun Mo stunned. But luckily, Dinyo was still beside him. The moment he saw this, he immediately transformed with rapid clacking sounds into a huge monster about 6 meters tall and casually grabbed a scrap car nearby. Then he smashed it hard right at the tank's head. Hey, brother, calm down. Bang. Oh, the car split into 2 halves, and after that hit, the tank also regained a bit of clarity. When his crimson mechanical eyes saw Chun Mo, they immediately became incomparably clear, and his pupils visibly shrank. Creator. This mechanical life form greets the honored creator. He had just been beaten dazed. Because he had been directly fighting a tyrant just moments ago, his mind had gotten scrambled. Now that he had reacted, he realized he had almost hurt the boss. He instantly exploded with panic. Handsome creator, please forgive my recklessness. Chun Mo, no. What the hell did I just activate? He was already a little dumbfounded now. At the very least, when he had first started out, number 1, the scout bird, had at least been obedient, even if it didn't really talk. Even later on, Dinyo, the Corvette, and the Aston Martin had some personality, sure. But they weren't this idiotic, right? Why was it that the more he activated, the worse their brains worked? Still, after taking a look at this big guy's information, mechanical life form, unit type, ground forces, strength, 8,000, defense, 8,000, agility, 800, firepower loadout, 8,000, loyalty, absolute loyalty. He discovered that this guy's stats were extremely unbalanced. Defense, strength, and firepower loadout were practically maxed out. But as for agility, it was actually only 800. That was even worse than his Uzi. It was about on par with the excavator. That made him suspect whether the activated attributes had something to do with the vehicle itself. But thankfully, his firepower was fierce. What did the frozen earth plane need? It needed firepower. As long as the firepower was enough, everything else was irrelevant. Especially his loyalty. It was maxed out. So Chun Mo didn't bother arguing over it. He just raised a hand and said, "Come back with me first. We'll talk later." "Yes, my great creator lord." Hearing that, the tank let out booming, rumbling sounds, cool, and immediately transformed back into a tank with huge commotion. And Dinyo also transformed back into a supercar. Before leaving, Chun Mo picked up all the resources the Diamond Fiend had just dealt with, all the entries and random messy stuff included. Only then, amid a heavy blast of engine noise, did he drive off in grand fashion. And that tiger tank also followed behind at high speed in an extremely domineering, crushing posture, charging straight through everything along the way. Very quickly, Chun Mo returned to the shelter. And meanwhile, outside the shelter, Chen Wushuang and Jianming were still waiting there in thick down jackets. Because Chun Mo had told them to come back first while he went over himself. So they had been waiting the whole time. But after waiting and waiting without seeing him return, they couldn't help but feel worried. Could something have happened? But thankfully, look, he's here. Sharp-eyed Chen Wushuang spotted it at a glance. In the distance, the tiger tank was roaring over the frozen earth plain at breakneck speed. Holy crap, a tank? There really is one. The moment she saw that massive beast, Jianming widened her beautiful eyes and showed an excited expression. She hadn't expected the boss to really bring back a tank. After all, there were plenty of vehicles here. But honestly speaking, this was the first true weapon of war in a real sense. Wow. Beside them, Weilong also transformed with an intense clack-clack-clack of turning gears. In an extremely cool pose, he flipped into a humanoid mechanical form, then raised his hand cannon and fired 2 shots. Boom, boom, while shouting strangely, "A new member is here." At this time, Chun Mo also arrived at the shelter with Dinyo and the tank. The moment he got out, boom, clack, 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 cool, kachi. Dinyo and the tank beside him immediately transformed amid a burst of turning gears. One became a 6-meter-tall transformer, while the other became one around 9 meters tall, looking extremely domineering. Damn, that's awesome. They were stunned by the tank's appearance. Even though they had already seen quite a few transformers, honestly speaking, Military vehicle types really were full of violent aesthetics. One look, and you could tell this thing was insanely fierce in a fight. Chen Wushuang couldn't help exclaiming in amazement. Yeah, Chen Mo gave a fake smile. Also very reckless. Reckless? The two girls were both stunned when they heard that, and didn't understand what he meant. But Chen Mo didn't explain much. Now, with the new members, the Tank and Diamond Fiend, plus the previous Weilong, Black Hawk, Daigneau, Corvette, Scout Bird, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Dejuzzi, and Excavator, he had now reached a total of 11. It could be said that this was already pretty good, but for Chen Mo, it was still far from enough. What he needed was more, preferably 80 or 100. When that time came, once the Unicron launched, with the cyber giant city covered top to bottom in standing Decepticons. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about that scene was satisfying. Because of that, he said to the two girls, tomorrow, keep looking for suitable vehicles. The stronger, the better. No problem. Chen Wushuang and Jianming naturally knew what Chen Mo wanted vehicles for. So when they heard that, they nodded repeatedly without any hesitation. Oh right. At this moment, Chen Wushuang also remembered something and quickly said, today I noticed that the survivors in the ruins of Modu are more than 10 times what they were this morning. And several large shelters have arrived too. Oh, large shelters. When Chen Mo heard that, his heart stirred. That's right. Chen Wushuang nodded her beautiful face and frowned as she said, I just got word that Sirius, Lone Wolf Base, Dark Knight Rose, Zodion Gang, and the Star Alliance are discussing how to divide up the Modu ruins. It turned out that at noon, those large shelters had already issued notices. They wanted to seize control of the Modu ruins. When the time came, other survivors would no longer be qualified to enter. So, what I mean is, should we take part 2? Chen Wushuang said this because, in her view, although Chonomo's shelter didn't have many people right now, counting everything, only 5, they had 11 Decepticons backing them up. They were fully qualified to take part in the division. Divided up? But when Chen Mo heard that, he smiled. Honestly speaking, he had never had the habit of sharing with others. But this was perfect, since they would all be gathering together tomorrow. That made things much easier. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo looked up at the two girls and said, tomorrow, you and Jianming will take the 2 big guys and keep looking for suitable vehicles. After that side, I'll handle it. Okay. The moment she heard that, a bright light flashed through Chen Wushuang's beautiful eyes. She knew the boss was about to make a move. So she quickly nodded and agreed. Of course, someone naturally still accompanied him in bed that night. So Chen Mo also made his pick. In the end, he chose Jianming. That night, Jianming walked over wearing a black silk long dress. With her slim, top-tier waist and that stunningly beautiful face, she looked a little embarrassed. Why did this feel a bit like he was making her play princess? But in Chen Mo's eyes, it felt damn good. Seriously, being powerful really was great. Was he this way better than that ex-girlfriend who cuckolded me before? Hey, now that he thought of it. Speaking of Ling Qinghan, Chen Mo actually really wanted to know whether she was still alive or not. But next up was the part nobody liked reading. By early the next morning, it was the 3rd day of the blizzard, still at minus 50 degrees. First thing in the morning, Jianming and Chen Wushuang took Weilong out to search for a new vehicle. Chen Mo, who had comfortably climbed out of bed, wasn't idle either. He first added all the tags they had collected yesterday onto himself, because yesterday, Lizuan Mo, Daigneau, and Weilong had killed nearly 3,000 of them in total. Taking out the ones that didn't drop anything, there were still about 1,800 drops. And yesterday, after giving each of the 4 women 120 so they could all raise themselves to 5 times their original strength, the remaining 1,300, he added all of it onto himself. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully added 1,300 points. As that pleasant notification rang out, Chen Mo heard a series of crackling sounds. Then an even more terrifying force surged out from inside his body, so overwhelming that he almost couldn't endure it. Holy shit, this hurts so much. Chen Mo cursed inwardly. His whole body began to sweat from the intense pain. He could clearly see that his arms, including his abdomen, were developing perfect muscle lines visible to the naked eye. It was as if with every move he made, he could easily tear a cow in half. And this pain lasted for who knew how long. But thankfully, as that wave of pain disappeared, what replaced it was an incomparable sense of explosive power. Huh. Chen Mo braced both hands against the ground and gasped for breath. The redness in his eyes gradually faded as well. His shirt was still soaked through with sweat, but he felt incomparably refreshed. And at that exact moment, Jian Yao just happened to come in. Brother Mo, when are we leaving? She had wanted to ask Chen Mo when they were heading to the Modu ruins, but the moment she walked in, she saw this irresistibly mesmerizing scene that no woman could ignore. Holy crap, Jian Yao, dressed in a fitted black denim outfit that perfectly showed off her slender waist, couldn't help swallowing when she saw those perfect muscle lines. Her little heart thumped uncontrollably. Seriously, what girl could withstand this? But fortunately, Chinamo had fought hard for half the night yesterday, so he stayed pretty calm. Seeing her come in, he got up and casually changed clothes. Nothing much. I added a bit of stats. Added a bit, but when Jianyao heard that, her pretty face froze. Are you sure this is just a bit? However, Brother Amoa, she had a few little thoughts in mind, so she couldn't help inching closer shyly, wanting to use her perfect figure and gorgeous face to flirt with Chun Mo a little. But Chun Mo stayed very calm. Business first. Tonight. Watching Chun Mo walk out, Jianyao stamped her foot in anger. How was this kind of thing supposed to wait until night? But there was nothing she could do. Even though her heart was surging with spring feelings, she still pursed her lips, then followed after him with quick little steps. Meanwhile, in the city center, everything had already completely descended into chaos. All the major forces had basically arrived, and they had begun large-scale slaughter and territorial lockdowns. Right now, there was the Zhaqian gang, the Xingqian Alliance, Dark Knight Rose, Sirius, and the Lone Wolf Base. The weakest among them were already level 8, and some were even level 9, adding in the shelter bases attached to them. The total number of people was about to break 10,000. What kind of concept was 10,000 people? You had to know that right now, only 280,000 people were left on the frozen Earth plane. That already accounted for 1/28 of the total. And this was only 5 shelter bases. Just 5 shelter bases alone already accounted for 1/28 of the surviving population. That showed exactly how powerful these shelter bases were. And now, the leaders of these large shelters were still confronting each other. Wang Zhaqian of the Zhaqian gang, Lin Xingyue of the Xingqian Alliance, Pei Shi of Dark Knight Rose, Lone Wolf of the Lone Wolf Base, and Wolf Emperor of the Sirius Base. Both sides had brought nearly 1,000 men each, and were currently negotiating. My demand is simple. I already said it. Since none of US can swallow this whole area alone, then my suggestion is that we split it evenly. The one speaking was Wolf Emperor. He had a shaved head, vicious eyes, and a massively sturdy build. You could tell just from his muscles alone. He definitely hadn't gotten few tags. His cold, sinister gaze swept across Wang Zhaqian, the young man in sportswear. Then Lone Wolf, the one-eyed man who had come out of prison. And also Pei Shi, dressed in a black fitted outfit, with white hair and a mask covering her face, so her real looks couldn't be seen at all. But judging by her figure, even if her face was ugly, she'd still be worth it. And finally, the aloof Lin Xingyue. When Wolf Emperor looked at Lin Xingyue, he couldn't help licking his lips. This woman was really something. Lin Xingyue disliked that kind of look, but since they were evenly matched right now, minimizing the cost while gaining the greatest benefit was the key. So she stayed calm and raised her eyes to ask, how do you want to split it? Very simple. Hey. Wolf Emperor propped his feet up on the chair on his side at the crossroad in the city center and said, there are 5 shelter bases total. Right now, we're the strongest batch in the entire frozen Earth plane. I already had someone make a rough estimate of these Modu ruins. It's about 1,500 square kilometers. Perfect. That means each of us gets 300 square kilometers. What I mean is east, south, west, north, and center. We each choose one region. Wolf Emperor said, oh, since you put it that way. But before she could finish, Lone Wolf had already spoken in a domineering voice. Then I want the west side. The west side? But unexpectedly, the moment he said that, Pei Shi, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, the western area has the ruins of the Modu Armed Police Headquarters. There are weapons and guns inside. If it goes to you, wouldn't that be you striking it rich? It turned out that yesterday afternoon, she had already sent people to investigate. The Modu Armed Police Headquarters was in the western sector, and there were still plenty of weapons and equipment inside, even if there weren't any heavy weapons. And today, as Frozen Earth plane, everyone was basically in the cold weapon era. Even if you only got some sniper rifles and anti-tank equipment, that would still be enough to make everyone else suffer badly. So she had sent people early in the morning to try to seize control of the place. But people from the Lone Wolf base had gone too, and the two sides had started fighting. Even now, they were still locked in a standoff. And sure enough, the moment he heard that, Lone Wolf slammed the table in anger. Bang! He stood up and cursed at Pei Shi. You stinking bitch. So that's why before I could even make a move this morning, so many people showed up. So those were your people? What? You want a West District too? No shit. Pei Shi's voice was icy. With that many weapons, who wouldn't he want it? Then let us see whether you've got the ability for it. Io, enough, stop arguing. The moment those words came out, Wang Zhaqian, who had been silent on the side all this time, became unhappy. He was like these people. He wasn't a retired Special Forces soldier, nor a criminal out of prison, much less some CEO. He was just an ordinary gamer. But while a gamer was usually just a loser in daily life, here, relying on all kinds of methods, resources, and tricks from his apocalyptic survival game start, he had easily left a whole crowd of people far behind. And what did that prove? In games, if you don't pay, don't wail, and don't use cheats, then The most badass one still had to be a gaming big shot like him. Easy. So, he stepped up to play Peacemaker 2. Isn't just firearms? If people want them, everyone can split them evenly. What the hell are you all arguing here for? Lone Wolf, don't you want a Western District? Perfect. Then the Western District goes to you. But carve out the section with the Modu armed police headquarters. Would that solve it? Holy shit. At those words, Lone Wolf laughed, looking at Wang Zhiyan with a vicious glint. To be honest, if he weren't taking this kid's strength into consideration, he would have wanted to kill him on the spot. You make it sound nice. I'm going there for the armed police headquarters. That godforsaken Western District has nothing there, not even weapons. What the hell do I want that place for? Exactly. Wolf Emperor spoke too, leisurely saying, if we're splitting the weapons evenly, then I'd rather take the city center. That's the most prosperous area, and supplies there are the richest too. Wait, but Lin Xingyue wasn't happy. She raised a brow. City center? Sorry, but I want that area too. Since all of you want it, then I want it too. After a pause, Peishi spoke up as well. Fuck. Those words immediately made Lone Wolf slam the table in anger. He was speechless. Damn it. How are we supposed to negotiate this? Everyone wants the good spots. There's no way to talk this out. I got another idea. At this moment, Wang Zhiyan stepped out. He slowly got to his feet, swept his gaze across everyone's men, and said, 5 regions. That method isn't bad. But I think the allocation definitely wouldn't be fair, because every place has good parts and bad parts. How about we change the method? What method? All 4 of them looked up and turned toward Wang Zhiyan. Wang Zhiyan beckoned, and one of his underlings tactfully came right up with a gold leaf cigarette. He took a deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. He nearly choked, so hard his tears came out. Fuck. That scene left the 1,000+ onlookers speechless. Damn it. If you can't smoke, then don't smoke. What a waste of good cigarettes. Sigh. Wang Zhiyan hadn't expected his first attempt at showing off in front of so many people to fail, but it didn't affect his performance. His gaze swept over the 4 of them, and he merely smiled. We divided according to strength. Strength? Everyone froze when they heard that. That's right. Wang Zhiyan nodded. My Zhiyan gang ranks first across the entire frozen earth plains. I think I'm qualified to choose first. After that comes Dark Knight Rose, Star Alliance, Sirius, and Lone Wolf Base. That way, everyone saves time and trouble. No need to fight. No need for mutual losses. Isn't that a happy ending for all? Those words, Dark Knight, Rose didn't have a problem with it. After all, choosing second meant the resources would still be pretty good. But Star Alliance, Sirius, and Lone Wolf Base weren't happy. Especially Lone Wolf. He raised a brow and cursed. Fuck. Wang Zhiyan, what do you mean by that? I'm supposed to just take the worst one. Hey, hearing that, Wang Zhiyan quickly waved his hand and smiled slightly. It's not that you're taking the worst one. It's that the worst one is all you deserve. Lone Wolf. Holy fuck, you motherfucker. You want to fight, huh? That single sentence enraged the group of underlings behind Lone Wolf. Most of them had followed him over from prison. Even back in peaceful society, they had already done plenty of illegal things. Not to mention now, on the frozen earth plains. So while they were fewer in number, their combat strength was still pretty solid. But the Zhiyan gang weren't pushovers either. Seeing this, they immediately started cursing back. Fuck, you think our Zhiyan gang is scared of you? We've got close to 3,000 people here. You got 1,000. Let us see who can beat who. So what if you've got more people? If you don't accept it, then let us do this. Damn it, then let us fucking do it. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Lin Xingyue couldn't sit still anymore. She frowned and said in a deep voice, enough. What is there to argue about? Do you really want to fight here, lose troops on both sides, and let the other survivors take advantage of it? Don't forget, the civilian alliance outside is still recruiting. They've already got around 1,000 people now, and they're about to come to the table. When that happens, it won't be 5 splitting 5. It'll be 5 splitting 6. Those words finally made everyone present calm down a lot. Indeed, the 5 major shelter bases might be badass, but there were still tens of thousands of scattered survivors outside. If they really united, that would be a problem too. So, Lone Wolf still snorted and said, if you want me to pick the worst one, don't even dream about it. More people doesn't necessarily mean stronger combat power. Damn it. This time, even Peishi couldn't sit still anymore. If this one work and that one work, then how the hell do you want to split it? If you ask me, at this moment, Lin Xingyue stood up. Her beautiful eyes swept across the 1,000+ people present, and she revealed a charming smile. Swaying her slender waist, she took a few steps, drawing no telling how many burning gazes. Only then did she slowly speak. Let us go with Wang Zhiyan's suggestion and choose by ranking. If the Western District is the worst, then take a piece out of the city center and give it to you. Stop being so picky, Lone Wolf. You only got to the table by luck. You barely met the minimum threshold. Those words enraged Lone Wolf. He raised a brow, his expression turning sinister. Lin Xingyue, you want to go against my Lone Wolf base too? Huh. But Lin Xingyue didn't panic. Instead, she said, I have another suggestion. Oh, what suggestion? Hearing that, everyone looked over again. Lin Xingyue let out a cold laugh, killing intent showing in her eyes. The four of us join forces and wipe out Lone Wolf Base. That way, with 5 regions, we only need to split them among 4 parties instead. Wouldn't that be even better? The moment those words came out, Lone Wolf Base. Holy shit, this woman, she was fucking vicious. With one sentence, she shoved Lone Wolf right onto the chopping block. You bitch, what the fuck are you saying? That's right. How the fuck are you talking to our boss? The people from Lone Wolf Base were terrified. If they really got put on the block, then no joke. If the 4 major shelters joined forces, Lone Wolf Base would have no fate but death. And to make things worse, Peishi loved watching the chaos. He gave a cold smile. That idea really isn't bad. We could try it. Peishi you. Lone Wolf's heart jolted, and he quickly looked toward Wolf Emperor. Brother Wolf. Fortunately, Wolf Emperor wasn't stupid. Damn it. If they followed Lin Xingyue's idea and got rid of Lone Wolf, then maybe he'd be next. After all, if 3 fought 1, he could be driven out easily too. In the end, maybe only those 3 factions would remain. Therefore, Lone Wolf Base couldn't be removed. For shares would be nice, but 5 shares weren't much worse. After all, there were just too many supplies here. Wolf Emperor said, thoughtfully. That makes it easy then. Since they couldn't remove Lone Wolf, Lin Xingyue was a little disappointed, but she still lifted her eyes and smiled charmingly. Then there's nothing more to say. We'll just divide it according to Wang Zhaqian's method. No, but unexpectedly, Wolf Emperor still shook his head. That immediately made Lin Xingyue unhappy. She frowned and said, then what other ideas do you have? My idea is, Wolf Emperor smiled slightly. But in the next second, murderous intent flashed through his eyes. And at astonishing speed, he lunged at Lin Xingyue. Luckily, Lin Xingyue wasn't a pushover either. Seeing this, she immediately dodged aside. Boom! Wolf Emperor missed the grab. Lin Xingyue shouted angrily, what do you mean by this? Wolf Emperor grinned. The meaning is simple. Your father is the real alliance leader of Star Alliance, while you're just an acting representative. You're not qualified to be here. So what I mean is, you have no right to stay here. Star Alliance might as well get out. Brothers move. So that was his plan, to get rid of Lin Xingyue, because this woman was the weakest, and that way, everyone else could split a bigger share. Oh, good brother. Lone Wolf was overjoyed when he saw that. Holy shit, now that's what a real brother does. He directly locked onto Lin Xingyue, so he also gave a big wave of his hand. Brothers, get in there. Fuck. The people on Lin Xingyue's side panicked at once. They hadn't expected this bunch to start fighting the moment they disagreed, but they weren't afraid either. Brothers, move. Protect President Lin. Kill these bastards. In an instant, more than 1,000 people charged out all at once. Wang Zhaqian was dumbfounded. Damn, how did this turn into a fight, just from talking? But with things already at this point, Wang Zhaqian wasn't stupid either. He immediately called to his underlings. Get ready and wait out. Just as everyone thought the 3 major alliance bases were about to clash, who would be thought, the very next second, buzz. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of deathly ice blasted down from above. That energy, mixed with the aura of death and freezing cold, instantly changed everyone's expressions. The people from Lone Wolf Base hurriedly dodged. Quick, watch out. Boom. But the energy beam was too fast. It directly sliced through the battlefield in the city center. It even killed more than 30 survivors. Holy shit. This sudden scene terrified everyone. They followed the direction of the deadly freezing beam and looked over. There, on top of an 8-story building in the city center, a beautiful woman appeared, wearing a black bodycon skirt and high heels, with slightly purple long hair pinned up, a slim waist that could be encircled with one hand, and black stockings. She was carrying a Barrett. With just one shot, she had intimidated everyone present. Right after that, they heard the stunning beauty curse in obvious irritation. Damn it, what are you fighting over? Did you ask Brother Mo first? All of you get lost. Everyone. Beautiful. This woman was way too beautiful. That bodycon skirt, those black stockings, that slim waist that could be held in one hand, plus that gorgeous face. To be fair, even the leaders of several shelter bases had never seen a woman this beautiful, and this valiant too. But the most important thing was, everyone's eyes were drawn to the Barrett in her hands. Holy shit, look, it's a Barrett, and it looks like golden quality. Someone spotted the Barrett anti-material rifle in her hands, and Kudenti helped pointing at it and shouting, shock written all over his face. Quite a few people looked at that Barrett anti-material rifle and were already stunned, their gazes turning fiery. One had to know, this was a golden quality weapon. In the entire frozen earth plains, you could count that kind of weapon on one hand. But then the question came, where did this woman come from? How could she have such a terrifying weapon? Several leaders were both shocked and confused, because they had never heard of some unknown shelter base survivor holding a golden quality weapon in their hands. Logically speaking, with a divine weapon like this, she should VE already made a name for herself in the frozen earth plains. And even more outrageous was, this woman dared to come here alone. Who are you? Several leaders were on guard, and Wolf Emperor even said coldly, "What, you want a piece of this too? Just by yourself?" He laughed, although he knew this woman didn't look simple. And that skinny body of hers being able to carry and fire a Barrett meant she must have a trait that enhanced her physical strength. But among the people here, who didn't have a few trait attributes boosting them? The problem was, no matter how strong you were, even if you had a golden quality weapon, there are thousands of people here. Did you really think you were qualified? He sneered. He thought Li Muyao was alone. Even with a golden weapon, she still wasn't qualified to sit at the table. Oh, is that so? But when Li Muyao heard that, she gave a contemptuous smile. Then what if you add these two? Rumble. As she spoke, thunderous booms suddenly rang out from the high-rises in every direction. Then, two mechanical life forms with metal skeletal frames all over their bodies climbed up from below. Their 6-meter-tall bodies appeared, standing high above and looking down from the heights, letting out harsh metallic voices. Gaga gaga, you're surrounded. Boom! Especially when Chao Now appeared. That enormous 9-meter-tall body paired with its full load of military weapons. The moment it showed up, it terrified everyone present. Holy shit, what is that? Damn, a monster. They're mechanical life forms. The sudden appearance of the two huge creatures scared the thousands of people present. For a moment, the whole scene fell into chaos. Even Wolf Emperor, Wang Zheyin, Pei Shi, Lin Xingyue, and Lone Wolf all couldn't help their pupils shaking as they looked at the terrifying mechanical life forms that had appeared atop the high-rises. But that still wasn't the end of it, because in the very next second, rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the ground began to tremble. Then everyone realized the earth seemed to be shaking. They lowered their heads and looked around, only to find that something seemed to be about to burst out from underground. Until the next second, roar, boom. At the other end of the street, a mechanical giant beast over 100 meters long, its entire body covered in metal gears, the sharp drill fiend, suddenly burst out of the ground and surged this way, letting out a deep, furious roar. This suddenly appearing colossal monster caught some survivors near the buildings completely off guard. The collapsing structures nearly crushed them to death. They screamed miserably and kept dodging. Then, with a harsh screeching scrape, sparks flying from metal grinding against the ground, the sharp drill fiend fully emerged. The moment its 120-meter-long body appeared, the entire crowd was stunned. Holy shit, what is this thing now? Damn it. Is this a monster from the frozen earth plains? A group of survivors looked at the standing sharp drill fiend and were so shaken they couldn't even speak, their eyes filled with fear. Those two giant transformers had already been outrageous enough. But now, there was an even bigger one, 120 meters long. This was way more ridiculous than a level 7 shelter. And the most absurd part was, after this massive creature arrived, its huge mechanical body climbed with the agility of a giant serpent. In the end, it came right beneath Li Muyao's feet. As Li Muyao stood atop the sharp drill fiend's head, the sharp drill fiend also lifted her high into the air. Its enormous shadow covered the entire intersection. This time, the minds of all those thousands of people completely exploded. Looking down from above, Barrett in hand, Li Muyao finally let out a cold laugh and said, "Now, do you still think I'm not qualified? Everyone." Holy shit. At those words, everyone was forced into silence. That was such a flex. An insane flex. No, where did this girl even come from? She was way too good at showing off, wasn't she? Just that pose alone, being held up by a terrifying mechanical creature over 100 meters long, was unbelievably cool. And with those two transformers too, who would dare fight you for it? The key was, how had no one in the frozen earth plains ever heard of someone like this? They frowned. One had to know, with just those 3 massive creatures alone, it was enough to become one of the top shelter bases in the frozen earth plains. But the outrageous part was that they had never heard this name before. Where did this woman come from? And who was the brother Mo she mentioned? But only Lin Xingyue knew this woman's identity. She was Chun Mo's woman. Chun Mo? Looking at the muttering Lin Xingyue, Pei, she was standing very close. Hearing that name, her delicate body trembled, and the image of the young man she had met last time inexplicably surfaced in her mind. She couldn't help lowering her voice and saying, "Is it him? HM?" Lin Xingyue froze and turned to look at Pei Shi. "You know Chun Mo too? About that?" Coming back to her senses, Pei Shi shook her head. There are a lot of people named Chun Mo. I don't know if it's the same one. But now, what could be confirmed was this. Pei Shi lifted her eyes and looked at the imposing Li Muyao. Her voice grave as she said, "If they want to fight us for Modu with these few by their side, then I'm afraid we don't have any chance of winning at all." Hiv. Even without her saying it, Lin Xingyue could see it too. She finally understood completely now. No wonder Chun Mo had been able to get so many supplies and sell them. because what he relied on was far more than just one mechanical giant beast. He had a whole damn bunch of others too. Not to mention in an era where everything was cold weapons, with only the occasional trash firearm from the World War II period. Even the top-level firepower of modern society probably wouldn't be enough if they ran into something like this. How were they supposed to fight? This guy had hidden himself way too deeply. And clearly, the others had realized that too. So after a brief moment of shock, several of the leaders immediately put on friendly smiles. Of course, someone like you naturally has the qualifications. But when Li Muyao heard that, she gave a disdainful smile. Since I'm qualified, then all of you can get lost. Remember this place belongs to Chun now. Get the hell out of the Modu ruins right now, and roll as far away as you can. A bunch of trash like you are still here discussing how to divide the Modu ruins? You think you're worthy? The moment those words came out, everyone. That was way too hurtful. Damn it. If you wanted to monopolize everything, then just monopolize it. Why did you have to humiliate people too? No one knew how many people were grinding their teeth in rage, wishing they could execute this woman on the spot. But they didn't dare, because those three enormous monsters nearby were staring at them like tigers eyeing prey. They felt that even if an LV-8 tyrant came, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand this thing. As for an LV-8 tyrant, it could probably crush all of them to death. Li Muyao wasn't just talking for fun either, because ever since following Chinamo, she truly looked down on these so-called large shelters. How could they possibly compare to Brother Imo? With your cold weapons, you wanted to go up against our Decepticons. So, a bunch of cold weapon survivors were actually putting on airs here and dividing territory. Were they even worthy? All of you get lost. Li Muyao repeated herself once more. This time, even more people got angry. Some were already unable to hold it in any longer. Someone muttered in a low voice, damn, what's so great about it? Didn't she just get lucky? But unexpectedly, let us go. Over at Jiayin Gang, there wasn't any nonsense at all. Wang Jiyin stood up, threw out those words, and directly led his people away. Boss. Those words left Wang Jiyan's 3,000 subordinates stunned. They looked at their leader in astonishment. No way, boss. Are we really just leaving like this? They were unwilling. There were so many supplies here, and they were just going to hand them over to someone else. But Wang Jiyin, who didn't even turn his head, only spoke in a commanding voice that allowed no doubt. Yes, using cheats. Can't fight that. Everyone. That's right. Wang Jiyan's principle was simple. As a top-tier game expert, he should have been invincible under normal circumstances. That was perfectly fine, but there was one point. He absolutely would not fight someone who was cheating. Wait, you're asking how he knew the other side had cheats? Damn, did that even need to be said? They brought out a mechanical giant beast over 120 meters long, and you're asking me where the cheats are from. Give me a break. So move. He directly led his subordinates in retreat. Although the lackeys looked at each other in confusion, not really understanding, they still chose to respect the boss's decision. With a rushing wave of movement, those 3,000 people immediately made up 2/5 of the crowd, leaving the scene. That left Lang Huang and Dulong dumbfounded. What the hell? They hadn't expected Wang Jiyin to just leave the moment he said so, because they knew Wang Jiyin also had a golden weapon. Logically, he should have been able to gamble on a fight. But who would have thought he'd run so fast? But still wasn't over, because on the sides of Dark Knight Rose and Xingyue Alliance, Pei Shi also didn't waste a single word and left with her people. Lin Xingyue followed right behind. Hey wait, you're all leaving too? When Lang Huang and Dulong saw this scene, they were stunned. Watching the massive flow of people begin withdrawing from the Modu ruins, they hurriedly tried to stop the two women and frowned. You're not going to fight for it? There's still so many supplies here. Fight? But the stopped Lin Xingyue only looked at Lang Huang with a cold sneer. We still haven't settled the score between us. Once we're out of Modu, we'll settle it then. But for now, no matter how strong the other side as combat power was, Chinamo had saved her last time. No matter what, she had to give him some face. So before leaving, she turned her head, lifted her eyes toward Li Muyao, and said, Tell Chun Mo this. Thank him for saving me last time. This time, I want to fight you over it. Let us go. After saying that, she led her subordinates out in a single file. Oh, when Li Muyao heard that, a trace of interest appeared on her cold and pretty face. There was gossip to dig into. But right now, there were still 2 groups left, nearly 2,000 people total. So Li Muyao also lifted her gaze and looked at Lang Huang and Dulong. So you two aren't planning to leave? Huh? Leave? Unexpectedly. When the two of them heard that, they only looked at each other. Then they gave cold smiles. With this many supplies here, who would be willing to leave? Damn it, they're a bunch of trash made up of ordinary people, but we're not. We all came out of prison. There are even death row inmates here. You think we're afraid of dying? He wanted to use his identity to intimidate Li Muyao. After all, they had so many people here. But who would have thought that before Li Muyao could even speak, Gaga, Danyu had already let out a laugh. Then, from more than 20 meters up, he suddenly leaped down violently. The electrified hook in his hand scraped across the entire building, sending sparks flying everywhere. The moment he landed, he swung the electrified hook and reeled it back in. Then with a direct buzz click click click, it transformed into an energy hand cannon. A deep mechanical voice rang out. Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave at all. After saying that, he directly raised the energy hand cannon and aimed it at Lang Huang and Dulong. Buzz. As blue energy light began to gather. Holy shit. The two men's pupils suddenly contracted. Without the slightest hesitation, they hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The next second, the blue energy beam instantly exploded where they had been standing. More than a dozen lackeys were vaporized in an instant. They let out miserable screams, then turned into water vapor in the blink of an eye. Holy shit. Seeing this, the two who had escaped by luck felt their hearts pound wildly. Lang Huang hurriedly raised a hand and shouted, "Wait." Oh, when Dania heard that, he was actually curious and really did stop. "What else do you want to say?" I still have something to say." Then Lang Huang stepped forward, panting heavily, one hand raised as he cautiously looked at Daniu, before finally saying, "I still have something to say." "What do you want to say?" This was Daniu's one bad habit. He loved acting cool. Little did he know he was being stalled for time. "I want to say," the hand raised Lang Huang sneered. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he said, "They're here. Rumble, rumble, rumble." The instant the words fell, in the very next second, the ground began to shake violently. Then as Daniu looked up irritably, he saw in the distance, rumble, 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 two enormous shelters, each roughly over 40 meters long, charging this way at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. That's right, this was the exact moment Lang Huang had been waiting for. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "I can't beat you, true. But don't forget, we still have shelters. A mobile base, 40 meters long, and built entirely from metal units. Even if you two are also mechanical life forms, you might not necessarily be able to withstand a collision like this, right?" This was originally my trump card for dealing with Jiayin Gang in the future. Made entirely of steel, even a tyrant would only die if it got crushed under this thing. I didn't expect I'd be using it on you now, but that works too. As he watched the two huge things arrive, Lang Huang stopped panicking. Instead, he lowered the hand he had been holding up and let out a cold laugh. "After killing you, maybe I can even get quite a lot of equipment." Boom. But before he could finish speaking, in the very next second, a blue energy shockwave directly struck the central furnace position of 1LV6 mobile base. That base was like it was made of paper. It exploded on the spot. Then Daniu casually shook his energy hand cannon before slowly turning around to look at Lang Huang and asked curiously, "What were you trying to say just now?" Lang Huang, "Too fast, way too fast." That one shot directly crippled an LV6 mobile base. As for the casualties, no one knew. And on top of that, that huge thing was staring straight at him. What could he even say? In an instant, the Wolf Emperor felt a chill run down his back. In weather at minus 50 degrees, cold sweat was pouring off him. I want to call the police." For the first time, he felt despair. He wanted to call the police. He'd rather get thrown in prison. But Li Muyao couldn't be bothered wasting words. She had come here for one reason: the city ruins. MOG had said it already. They came here to take down Modu. So what was the point of wasting words with him? Since they didn't want to leave, then none of them were leaving. Kill them all. As she spoke, Li Muyao hoisted the Barrett and immediately fired another shot. Got it. The moment they heard that, the two big guys stopped holding back. They went straight to full firepower. Buzz boom, buzz boom. One burst of blue energy after another exploded violently in the crowd. Wang Jiayin and the others, who hadn't gone far yet, heard terrifying explosions, miserable screams, and the harsh, clanging metallic collisions made by the Lizuan demon from behind them. Their hearts turned cold. Holy shit, at this rate, Lone Wolf Base and Sirius were probably done for. But Wang Jiayin didn't waste words. He only quickened his pace. Leave first. Staying alive mattered most. Why yes. For a moment, everyone admired Wang Jiayin to the extreme. As expected of the boss, Heath understood. Holy shit, if they had stayed with Sirius and the people from Lone Wolf Base, they'd probably be dead by now too. With that thought, the group retreated even faster. And just like that, after more than 10 minutes straight, the entire city center had been reduced to a complete mess. Boom. And Chunamo also slowly drove out in a red Western Star. That's right, a heavy truck with a red and blue paint job, massive exhaust pipes and fuel tanks underneath, overflowing with dominance. It looked exactly like Optimus Prime from the movies. A Western Star 4900. He had found it in the underground parking garage. No idea which rich second-generation kid had gotten it as a toy. After all, one of these cost over 10 million. Actually using it as a truck? What a joke. So he casually activated it. And the moment he got out, boom, Chinamo and Jian Yao got out of the vehicle and saw the quiet Western Star behind them immediately begin to go buzz. Clack, 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 coo, coo, chi, chi. Amid the violent grinding of gears, it started transforming. In the blink of an eye, It turned into a giant nearly 10 meters tall. It looked almost exactly like Optimus Prime from the movies. It stood behind Chun Mo handled things here, looking around at the cratered surroundings. As if the place had been carpet bombed by missiles, Chun Mo asked. MHM. Li Muyao nodded, proudly claiming credit. I drove them all off. Sirius and Lone Wolf Base didn't want to leave at first, but after I smashed a few hundred of them, they tucked their tails and ran too. Too bad. She sounded a little regretful. That Lone Wolf and the Wolf Emperor escaped in the chaos. I didn't chase them. Hearing that, Chun Mo showed a speechless expression. He looked up at Li Muyao. Remember this. If something like this happens again, kill the leader first. If you leave the leader alive, he'll become trouble later. Oh. Li Muyao stuck out her little tongue awkwardly. She was completely different from the domineering, icy cold person she had been just now. Got it. It won't happen next time. Want me to send Danyu after them now? No need. But Chun Mo waved his hand. By now, they had already run far away, and he didn't take them seriously anyway. He only said, have Black Hawk patrol and seal off this area. At the same time, notify Chun Wushuang's trade team to come over and confiscate all the weapons in these city ruins and send them all to me. Don't let anyone else pick up the leftovers. After all, what use did ordinary people have for modern firearms? Okay, the two girls nodded, then immediately went off to make arrangements. Not long after, truck after truck of supplies was transported over, because they had discovered a new way to collect supplies, using spatial backpacks to pick them up directly, then putting them onto the trucks afterward. That made things much easier. And besides supplies, Chun Mo also saw some weapons, all taken from the Modu police headquarters. The common ones included individual assault rifles, the QBZ-192, SE-92A pistols, including QCQ-171 submachine guns, and Type 201 anti-material weapons, all of them clattering onto the ground. By rough estimate, there were over 100 of them. If even one of these got released out there casually, it would probably be enough to thrive on the current frozen earth plains. But now, Chun Mo gladly accepted them all. And actually, given the situation at the Modu police headquarters, their shouldn't have been only these ordinary weapons. Logically, there should also have been helicopters and armored vehicles, but for some reason, not a single one was found. Still, this was enough. After putting all of them into his backpack, Chun Mo began transporting them vehicle by vehicle back to the shelter. And over on the other side, the news that the Modu City ruins had fallen and been occupied by Chun Mo quickly spread. It caused a huge stir in the trade channel of the frozen earth plains. What? Holy shit, the Modu City ruins were occupied by Chun Mo. No way. Is that real? He could beat Zadiangang, Dark Knight Rose, and Sirius? They had nearly 10,000 people together. It's only been a few days. He has developed that ridiculously fast already. Although many people in the exchange already knew Chun Mo's name, they still hadn't expected that during this time, he could develop so absurdly fast. Even if 5 major shelter bases weren't his match, they found it hard to believe. But someone who knew the inside story said, come on, you guys don't know. It's not that Chun Mo has a lot of people. It's that no one knows where he got 2 mechanical life forms, plus a mechanical giant beast over 100 meters long. Tell me, who could beat that? What? Sure enough, the moment those words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Holy shit, a mechanical giant beast over 100 meters long. No wonder he could force Zadiangang and Dark Knight Rose to retreat. So he had a trump card. And I also heard Sirius and Lone Wolf Base almost got completely wiped out. What the hell completely wiped out? Crash. The moment that was said, the crowd became even more uproarious. No way, really? Those two together had over 2,000 people. So what if they had 2,000 people? The guy has a mechanical giant beast over 100 meters long. Even modern weapons might not be able to penetrate it, let alone cold weapons. Exactly. Some people had long been dissatisfied with Sirius and Lone Wolf Base. Now, this was perfect. Chun Mo had nearly wiped them out. It counted as venting their anger for them. Of course, some people were smarter. They had already started privately messaging Chun Mo. Their purpose was very clear, to find a way to join Chun Mo's shelter base. Because following a big shot like him was safer, especially since his shelter didn't have that many people. So for a time, all kinds of private messages flooded into Chun Mo's mailbox. Things like Big Brother, I'm 18, just became an adult, first-year college student, 170 centimeters tall, 50 kilograms, E-cup. Can you please let me join your shelter? I'm Gajita, 21 this year, fair-skinned and pretty. As long as you let me join, I could do anything, really. Boss, need a little brother? I can give too. And so on. Chun Mo was left with black lines all over his face. Fuck, even men are offering to. Go to hell. But as for the others, whatever just turned adult, he had zero interest. The lessons from online dating scams a few years ago were still fresh in his memory. Fuck. Some of them even dared use Lu Yifei's photos to pretend they were themselves. So, he chose to ignore every single one. Over the next few days, he only focused on selling goods. So, Chen Wuxuang's squad was put in charge of clearing out the supplies. In less than 2 days, they had already sold off 12 million charcoal coins worth. Even that number shocked Chen Wuxuang a little. At this rate, if they sold off all of Modu, wouldn't they make 300 to 500 million charcoal coins? At that point, the entire frozen soil plain might have to rely on them to survive. Inside the shelter, Chen Wuxuang, wearing a black spaghetti-strap dress that perfectly outlined her exquisite curves, looked at the rapidly surging charcoal coin total. She couldn't help but lift her head to look at Chen Mo, her pretty face full of delight, as she said, after all, the entire frozen soil plain only has a little over 200,000 people right now. Based on the supplies in Modu, feeding those 200,000 plus people for 1 month probably wouldn't be a problem at all. We're invincible now. The more she spoke, the more excitement began to show in her eyes. But Chen Mo, who had taken a sip of iced black tea, remained very calm as he lay back in the aviation seat. Do you think this world only has our 200,000 people in it? HM? Those words made Chen Wuxuang pause. She subconsciously glanced at Chen Mo, her eyes shifting slightly. Brother Mo, you mean? With his eyes closed in rest, Chen Mo said, those 200,000 people are only the survivors left from our sea city. Don't forget, on the frozen soil plain, our coordinates have always started with the letter C. Who knows whether there are also all kinds of other regions like A, B, D, E, and F. He didn't believe that only the more than 3 million people from their sea city had really been teleported to the entire frozen soil plain. That's true. Once he said that, Chen Wuxuang fell into thought and nodded. Man, that's right. If a doomsday game like this really appeared, it couldn't possibly teleport only Sea City. Besides, even the Modu City ruins were teleported over. If it really were only Sea City, then where are the people from the city ruins that got teleported here? So, there was only one possibility. Thinking of this, Chen Wuxuang raised her beautiful eyes, her gaze flickering. That means the others were teleported to other regions. And we just can't contact them for now. Chen Mo gave the beautiful CEO an approving look. Pretty smart. Still, these were only guesses. He didn't know the exact situation either. In short, our top priority right now is still to deal with the Modu City ruins first, and also upgrade the shelter's level. Hearing that, Chen Wuxuang nodded repeatedly. I understand. Whether there are other people or not, stockpiling charcoal coins definitely can't be wrong. So over the next few days, it didn't go anywhere. They just stayed at the shelter and sold goods. And because Chen Mo's giant pet, the Lizuan demon, had made an appearance last time, it directly intimidated those large shelters. All the way until the 7th day of the second natural disaster, the final day of the snowstorm, no one dared step foot here. During that period, they sold nearly 60 million charcoal coins worth. Adding what they already had before, they accumulated close to 80 million in total. That drove people from the top shelters like Lone Wolf Base and Sirius absolutely mad. 80 million. That basically meant they had drained the entire charcoal reserve of the frozen soil plain dry. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't beat him. So they could only watch helplessly as Chen Mo occupied the entire Modu City ruins, tears streaming down their faces. But the one thing Chen Mo found regrettable was this. All the way until the 7th day, not a single golden treasure chest had appeared. That made him grumble a little. Was the drop rate really this low? As for an LV7 shelter blueprint, there was even less need to mention it. Although someone in the exchange had opened a purple one, for Chen Mo, who wanted all golden ones, it was useless. Fortunately, there were still plenty of zombies left in the Modu City ruins. So on this final night, boom, inside the Modu City ruins, under Dinyo's lead, another wave of zombies was driven out. Amid the noisy and fierce artillery fire, not a single one was spared, young or old. Every last one of them was riddled to pieces by the wall. And Chen Mo also obtained roughly 2,000 attribute entries. He added 1,200 of them to himself. Then he took a look at his own stats. Name, Chen Mo. Spirit, 1,200. Physical defense, 1,300. Magic resistance, 1,300. Strength, 1,400. Agility, 1,000. It could be said that in terms of overall attributes, he had now reached 120 times the baseline of an ordinary person. What kind of concept was 120 times? Chen Mo felt that with one punch, even an LV8 zombie would have to call him daddy. Come on, give me a shot. So Chen Mo waved at Dinyo and said, Dinyo, who had just finished off the last batch of zombies, was dumbfounded. He blinked his blue mechanical eyes. Boss, are you crazy? Damn it, if I told you shoot, then shoot. Chen Mo said impatiently. He wanted to see whether his current defense could really take a beating. Of course, he still added, tone down the energy a bit. Don't go too hard. Oh, all right then. Since he'd already said that much, Dinyo didn't hold back. He raised the energy cannon. Buzz, blue light gathered, instantly making Chen Mo's pupil shrink. He had just started to raise a hand and say, wait, boom. but the shot was already on its way. Boom! With just one blast, Chun Mo was sent flying straight into the ruins. Fuck! Damn it! That instantly enraged Chao Nao. With a furious rumble, he stormed forward and smashed Dinyo on the head with a giant iron hammer. Are you insane? If he told you to shoot, you just shoot. Ow damn. Dinyo felt wrong too, rubbing his head. I was firmly carrying out boss's orders. He hurried over and looked toward the ruins. Boss, are you alright? Cough, cough, cough. From within the rubble, Chun Mo crawled back out. His clothes were shredded, but he himself was still fine. I'm fine, just a bit charred. That attack hadn't broken through his defense. Dinyo had held back, but still hurt enough to make him bare his teeth. He changed into a fresh set of clothes. You really hit hard. Dinyo scratched his head with his mechanical arm, not forgetting to flatter him at the same time. Boss, with your current strength, you can totally solo an LV8 or even a higher level tyrant. Oh, really? Hearing that, Chun Mo actually felt pretty good. But before he could keep talking, the very next second, boom, accompanied by a violent tremor from the snowstorm, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth splitting apart. The ground itself began to shake. Right after that, the system's cold notification rang in his ears. Ding. The second natural disaster will end tonight. Congratulations to the survivors who stayed alive. Starting tomorrow, the temperature will rise and dense fog will descend. Zombies will appear within it, so please be extremely careful. At the same time, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the system will activate regional merge mode. Frozen Soil Plain Sea region will merge with the other 25 regions. Shelter bases will also be ranked again. After the second day, new frozen soil ruins will open. The ruins will open randomly, and exploration can earn items and supply rewards. Coordinates will be announced at 8 o'clock in the morning. Please prepare in advance. A string of system notifications followed one after another. Chun Mo, who had been training just moments ago, suddenly paused, and his eyes lit up. Oh ho, the regions were going to merge this soon? Although he had guessed that the frozen soil plain probably had more people than this. He hadn't expected the merge to happen so quickly, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. After all, without realizing it, they had already spent 1 month surviving on the frozen soil. So a regional merge now was normal too. At that moment, Chun Wushuang, who had heard the commotion, also came running all the way over. When she reached him, she braced both hands on her knees, panting as she said, Brother Mo, did you hear that just now? The regions are going to merge. Her expression was full of excitement. Chun Mo nodded slightly and said, heard it. Chun Wushuang said excitedly, I didn't expect boss to really guess it right. And this time, a total of 25 regions showed up. Damn, who knows how many people that adds up to in total. I'm guessing groups like the awesome Zhantian gang from before probably 1T even rank now. But Chun Mo didn't care about that. They would know tomorrow. He glanced over there. Rumble, rumble. Because it was the last night. The snow-white blizzard had already swept in like a sandstorm. To prevent any accidents, he said, get in the truck first. We'll go back to the base and talk there. Okay. Chun Wushuang nodded, then followed him onto the Western Star. So, vroom, amid the roar of the heavy truck S-engine, the Western Star took the lead and quickly headed back to the base with Chao Nao and Dainyu. As soon as they got back to the base, after entering, all the vehicles drove into the garage as well. It was only the brief moment of taking off their coats. Boom! A violent tremor came from outside. Even a level 6 shelter actually swayed slightly in the blizzard. But it was only shaking, so there was no need to worry at all. After all, the shelter's durability spoke for itself. The yellow light flickered. It outlined Chun Mo as perfect, sturdy upper body muscles. The sight made all 4 women's hearts stir. But Jianming still tried her best to stay calm. Unable to look away, she pretended to be composed as she said, looks like tonight's blizzard should be even stronger than before. Normal. After taking a sip of milk to rinse his mouth, now that he had this level of strength, Chun Mo said, the last Miss Calamity already proved it. That million zombie tide at night. Even now, just thinking back on it still gives me lingering fear. So it's normal for this blizzard to be stronger. But luckily, our level 6 shelter is even sturdier than a level 9 shelter. So there's no need to worry about these problems at all. Jian Yao said with a grin. It's just that I wonder what it'll be like tomorrow morning. Don't worry. Seeing that it was getting late, Chun Mo waved his hand and said, get some rest first. We'll know the situation tomorrow morning. Okay. The girls obediently nodded, but they didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, they took showers first, brushed their teeth, changed into comfortable pajamas, and didn't forget to prepare some late-night snacks. They took out cooked frozen sweet shrimp, salmon, and other food they had found in the ruins of Magic City, then ate a little more. Rich with oil, fresh, sweet, and delicious. Man, who would thought this was the apocalypse? This feels even better than normal life. Following Brother Mo is seriously too awesome. Only after that did they crawl into bed one by one in complete satisfaction and close their eyes to sleep. And when night came, Chun Mo noticed there was someone extra beside him. It was Jian Yao. This little girl had wanted this for several days already. So when that fair little hand hooked around him, Chunamo didn't hold back either. Then came another 10,000 words omitted here. By early the next morning, the blizzard outside had already ended and the temperature had started to rise too. Pulling open the curtains, Chunamo saw that everything outside had turned into a vast stretch of white fog. It was different from the gray mist from before. This time, it was pure snow white, and visibility was much better too. He could probably see about 20 meters ahead. From time to time, the growls of zombies could be heard. Clearly, those things had revived, or refreshed again, because this place was very close to the city ruins, and Chunamo hadn't cleaned up those frozen zombies either. After all, weren't those all attributes and resources? So now that the minus 50-degree low temperature had passed, those zombies had regained their activity and started wandering around nearby. And that worked out nicely for Chunamo. He directly brought out the storm gatling. Right after that, dense firepower raging outside could be heard. Very quickly, everything outside went quiet. Aside from zombie corpses, supplies, and attributes, nothing was left. After collecting all the attributes and resources, there were about 60 attribute bonuses, along with some other ordinary resources. Only after putting everything away and adding it all up did he open the Frozen Earth Plains regional channel to check the situation. It was one thing not to look, but once he did, surprise showed on his face. Because the total number of people currently in Frozen Earth Plains had actually reached 10,251,000 out of 10 million. In just one night, it had increased by nearly 10 million people. Even Chunamo was shocked when he saw that number, not to mention everyone else. At this moment, the entire Frozen Earth Plains channel exploded after seeing the population count. Damn, 10 million people now? That's even more than the 300,000 or so survivors left before. Was this a region merge? Which region are you all from? I'm from Jinling. I'm from Shancheng. I'm from Lincheng. Quite a few people started announcing where they were from. Clearly, they had all come from different parts of Manhwa. And as those place names kept appearing, everyone came to understand. It seemed this wasn't just one city being teleported over. They had all been teleported over. That is possible, a man named Li Xiuwu said, but based on the current 26 regions on Frozen Earth Plains, Manhwa has more than 300 cities. So it should be more than just these. Yeah, hearing this, everyone's expressions turned rather grave. I'm guessing the entire Manhwa got teleported over. It's just that this region merge is still far from including everyone. At the very least, there should be one more merge. Clearly, a lot of people had already realized this issue. The region merge was probably not going to happen just once. And when they looked again at the shelter rankings, they discovered that after the merge, the rankings of the shelters from each region had changed as well. The once level 10 Zhantian Gang had now actually fallen to 7th place. Taking its place was an organization called Official. Its level had actually reached level 13. Level 13. What did that mean? That meant the base could probably hold close to 10,000 people. A lot of people were shocked when they saw this ranking. Holy crap. What kind of organization is this Official? How the hell is it this insane? Level 13. Even the 2nd place Heavenly God Church is only level 11. This is a total gap kill. ISNT it. Even Chun Mo frowned slightly when he saw it. A level 13 base meant a lot of people. After all, as shelter levels went up, the materials needed almost doubled in growth. Just the minimum quality level 13 alone required over 10,000 units of steel. That was no small amount. Of course, it was a big deal for him. But a shelter base with nearly 10,000 people was definitely no simple matter. And besides that, 2nd place was Heavenly God Church from Region B. 3rd place was the Iron Blood Legion from Region E. Only at 7th place did Zhantian Gang appear, having just advanced to level 10. As for Dark Knight Rose, Chun Mo looked further down and saw that it had already fallen to 15th place. Still, being able to rank in the top 15 among 10 million people was already no simple feat at this moment. In the regional channel, everyone was still in shock over how terrifying this region merge was. No one had expected that the major shelter bases that usually acted so arrogant and overbearing. Here, some of them couldn't even rank at all anymore. Some bases had also already started recruiting survivors immediately. Heavenly God Church. We of the Heavenly God Church believe in the Heavenly God. Now that everyone has been pulled into this game called Frozen Earth Plains, maybe this is the Heavenly God's test and punishment. If you want to survive, then join our Heavenly God Church. Damn, that line instantly left some survivors speechless. What the hell time is it already? How is there still some pyramid scheme organization here? Exactly. A lot of people saw through it at a glance. Was this obviously a damn scam cult? And you brought that nonsense into Frozen Earth Plains too? But who would be thought? The moment those words came out, believers of the Heavenly God Church immediately started speaking up. How bold of you to show disrespect to the Heavenly Father. You should kill yourselves. That is right. The Heavenly Father came to save people. How can you be so rude? You should kill yourselves. The crowd was packed so densely it made one's scalp tingle. This was the damn apocalypse. And now they even had believers. Who the hell started this? All right, stop arguing. At last, someone from the authorities spoke up. Now that everyone has been pulled into this game, there is only one way to survive, and that is to work together, survive, and build a true mobile city. Before the apocalypse, we were the official organization of Jinling. Everyone can head to the location of our base. We have firearms and equipment. We can better resist zombie attacks, and we can also withstand blizzards and extreme cold. The moment those words came out, everyone understood. Damn, no wonder they leveled up so fast. So they were an official organization after all. But obviously, even if they were Jinling officials, no one was buying it now. Damn, so what if you're officials? This is the Frozen Tundra, not peacetime. Exactly. Back in peacetime, you could control me. But now it's the apocalypse. And you still want to control me? Then Woon T, I have come to the apocalypse for nothing. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Be careful, or we'll beat you up too. Authorities. That line left even the authorities stunned. No, seriously, we're survivors this arrogant now. They didn't even take the authorities seriously anymore. Still, they were tactful enough not to keep talking. What a joke. This was the frozen world. Although 10,000 people sounded like a lot, don't forget that the entire frozen world now had 10 million survivors. If they really pissed them off. And more than a dozen high-level shelters joined forces, TSK, TSK, TSK. That would be enough to make them suffer badly. So after taking the hit, the authorities also chose to remain silent. Even Chunmo shook his head at this scene, a little speechless, because he realized these large shelter bases were all extremely arrogant. Just because of one or two unpleasant lines, they were already about to start fighting. For example, there was a shelter called the Black Tiger Alliance base. They had already set their sights on Area C. Black Tiger Alliance. We're from Area D. Didn't he expect to be right on the edge of Area C? This is great. We can start having some fun right away. Survivors of Area C, are you ready to welcome your grandpa's hunt? This was a shelter ranked 6th. But as the top dog of Area C, the Zhaitian gang naturally refused to back down. Wang Zhaitian, watch your mouth. We're all survivors here. You'd better stay honestly in your own area, otherwise I don't mind having a little match with you. Oh, this immediately piqued the Black Tiger Alliance's interest. Looks like you're the top dog of Area C. Interesting. This is the first time anyone has dared talk to us like that. But what a coincidence. We just happen to love attacking other areas. Zhaitian gang, don't let me find your location, or else, you're really going to suffer. Of course, Chen Wushuang saw all this too. So while Chinamo was still watching the fun, the cockpit door was slammed open with a bang. The little beauty walked in barefoot in black stockings, wearing a black spaghetti strap dress. The moment she came in, she said to Chun Mo, Brother Mo, the areas have merged. Judging from the regional chat, things seem pretty chaotic now. There's even a level 13 shelter base. What do we do next? A level 13 shelter could house over 10,000 people. She had not expected such a terrifying one to appear in just a single month. What should they do? But Chinamo only glanced at that alluring, delicate body and didn't care at all. If they don't provoke us, then fine. But if they do, wipe them all out. He didn't care who the other side was or how many people they had. So what if you had 10,000 people? Even fully armed modern soldiers couldn't withstand the destruction of more than a dozen Decepticons. Not to mention 10,000 people on the Frozen Tundra. So, he didn't take them seriously at all. The top priority right now was still to find more suitable mechanical life-form vehicles, as well as golden building blueprints. Also, they needed to sell off the entire Magic City ruins in exchange for charcoal coins. No point wasting it. That was what mattered most. So he waved a hand and said to Chen Wushuang, don't worry about the others. We keep selling goods. With 10 million people, things will sell much faster than with 300,000. Also, now that the areas have merged, go ask around too. See whether other areas have any suitable vehicles. The bigger and stronger, the better. Buy them all. When the time comes, if I get several hundred Decepticons together, will I still be afraid I can't survive on the Frozen Tundra? Right? As expected, the moment those words came out, Chen Wushuang's eyes lit up, and she instantly understood what Chen Mo meant. That was right. The more people there were, the better. More people meant they earned more. As long as they had money, why would they fear not being able to gain a foothold on the Frozen Tundra? So after coming to her senses, she smiled and said, I understand. After saying that, she went straight out to arrange for her underlings to continue selling supplies. And just as Chinemo had expected, because there were simply too many people, the speed of shipping goods became much faster. On just the first day after the area merge, Chun Wushuang's underlings, together with the newly recruited survivors from earlier, had already reached more than 50 people, and they sold a full 20 million charcoal coins worth of goods. Together with the previous 80 million, they had already reached 100 million. This huge move left the original merchants of Area C, people like Wu Di, completely dumbfounded. They truly had never expected it. No, holy shit, the areas had just merged, and this guy still dared to sell. Wasn't she afraid of death? But Chen Wushuang didn't care about any of that. Being targeted? Huh, Go say that to my big brother S Decepticons. And besides selling the Magic City urban ruins. Throughout the entire day, she was also buying large vehicles at high prices. She was even buying military equipment. But obviously, luxury cars and the like were easy to find. Even pickup trucks. But those truly large mechanical products, such as mining hydraulic machines, trains, subways, and things like that, were not common. Not to mention military weapons or helicopters. Even after listing requests for an entire day, all she got was small trash. But Chen Wuxuang didn't get discouraged. If 1,000 charcoal coins wasn't enough, then 2,000. If 2,000 wasn't enough, then 4,000. She refused to believe she couldn't buy anything. And this price shocked the merchants from the other 25 areas that had just merged. Holy shit, for 1,000 charcoal coins for a single vehicle? Did her brain short circuit? Was this thing even useful on the Frozen Tundra? Exactly. Of course, even while saying that, some people had already started getting ideas. They wanted to see whether there was any way to get one, buy low, and sell high. What a joke. Anyone who refused to make money was a bastard. Of course, while Chen Wuxuang was busy shipping goods, Chen Mo wasn't idle either. Because while it was still the first day, even though everything outside was covered in vast white fog, he still did his best to lead the Decepticons to clear out the nearby zombies and collect attribute entries. After all, no matter when it was, increasing his own attributes could never be wrong. Besides, hadn't the system already said so? There would be even stronger tyrants and taboo existences later on. Chun Mo's goal was to be able to protect his own life easily, even without relying on the Decepticons. Therefore, boom, on a plane shrouded in dense fog. Zombie corpses lay twisted everywhere across the ground. As the final shell landed, the last level 3 tyrant zombie was also killed, and it dropped a blue entry. Agility entry 4. Another one. Not bad. He bent down, picked up the entry, and added it to his attributes. After moving his arm a little and feeling the slight increase in agility his body had gained, Chun Mo was fairly satisfied, though it wasn't much. After all, it was somewhat difficult to track down zombies in the fog, but it all added up over time. 200 a day was still 5 times what an ordinary physique could gain. 10 days meant 50 times. After a month, that was another 150 times. Damn, maybe one day it would break 1,000. When that happened, he could blow up a moving city with one punch. That was what Chen Mo was thinking. It wasn't until night fell that he finally returned to the base with Danielle. Let's go head back first. Hey, got it. Danielle, who had been vigilantly scanning the surroundings, heard that and made a cool spin. With a boom and a series of clicks, it rapidly transformed into a black Lamborghini. As Chen Mo got in, the next second, a deep blast of air roared out. In the boundless fog, it sped away into the distance. Boom. Night had fallen. When they returned to the shelter, the moment he got out of the car, Chen Mo saw firelight reflecting all around the base. Li Muyao and Jian Ming, who had also gone out to collect resource boxes, had already returned ahead of him. The moment she saw him come back, Li Muyao, wearing black sheer thigh-highs and a hip-hugging skirt, styled like some apocalyptic gun goddess, excitedly pounced into his arms and clung to him like a koala. Wah! Brother Mo is back. Feeling the softness pressed against him, he had to admit it really did feel nice. But while holding her 2 long, beautiful legs, Chen Mo still asked, "How was the haul?" MM. The moment he brought that up, Li Muyao awkwardly stuck out her little tongue. She looked like she was afraid of being scolded as she said, "Sorry, Brother Mo. We spent the whole day searching for resource boxes, but we still didn't find any gold construction affixes. The drop rate on that stuff is way too low. Across the entire Frozen Tundra plain, it's probably hard to find one at all." Chen Mo could understand that. That's normal. If there really were a gold treasure chest, the prompt system would be, he notified us already. But unexpectedly, before he could comfort her, the next second, the girl actually pulled out a blueprint radiating a faint orange glow from her backpack and waved it around. Somewhat regretfully, she said, "Today we only found 1 orange construction blueprint like this and 2 purple weapons. Other than that, there wasn't anything else." Chen Mo. The moment those words came out, forget Jian Ming, who had already gone numb from following her around collecting resource boxes. Even Chen Mo was shocked. "No, what do you mean only? You had to know, plenty of people had been wandering around for a whole month. And who knew how many still hadn't even found a single purple treasure chest? But you, in one day, you found 1 orange and 2 purple. And you still thought it was too little. What the hell are you cheating?" She had still been lying on Chen Mo, enjoying, well, a man's scent, to the point it was making her a little dizzy. But hearing that, she subconsciously opened her beautiful eyes wide and just stared at Chen Mo. "Isn't this normal? You have to know, right after I landed before, I picked up a gold resource box. I didn't even go out. I just stayed inside for 2 whole weeks. And when I finally did go out, I even got a red blueprint. If I had a vehicle, and if there'd been more treasure chests nearby, who knows what I could gotten." So all this time, she had always thought this was a normal drop rate, normal operation. Hearing that, Chinamo was so speechless he laughed from anger. Of course, he wasn't too angry at Li Muyao. It was just that comparing people really could drive you to death from frustration. This woman could practically lie flat and cruise through life. But that worked out perfectly. After thinking about it, Chinamo felt that with this little beauty's insane luck, he should make full use of it. So he reached out, scraped a finger lightly across her pert nose, and smiled. In that case, from now on, you'll specialize in collecting supplies. This was practically a heaven-chosen child. Chinamo was starting to suspect she had some kind of luck system from the very start. Okay, and apparently, Li Muyao was also quite interested in picking up resource boxes. After all, before this, she hadn't had any transportation, and there had been fewer boxes around. But now, traveling several hundred kilometers in a single day was as easy as playing around. Wouldn't that mean she could loot resource boxes until her hands went soft? So she happily agreed on the spot. Then what about this blueprint? Li Muyao waved the orange blueprint in her hand again. Chinamo took a look. LV, 8 orange blueprint, affix, berserk engine, orange after use. Speed can be increased to 120 kilometers per hour by consuming extra charcoal fire. Cannot be upgraded. It was a berserk engine, capable of charging at 120 kilometers per hour. Chinimo's heart stirred. To be fair, it really was good. The only pity was, it couldn't be upgraded. That made him feel a bit regretful. Otherwise, this thing would be absolutely overpowered. Still, an orange blueprint was already quite good. So after thinking it over, Chinamo decided to put it away first as a backup. Besides that, there was also an AWM sniper rifle, lock-on, and an energy bow, berserk. He also put those away casually. Then he said to Li Muyao from now on, your task is collecting supplies. Don't do anything else. Just gather materials, and that's enough. No problem. Li Muyao was overjoyed when she heard that, and immediately nodded hard in agreement. It was just a pity they still didn't have a LV-7 construction blueprint. But he wasn't in a hurry. They could rest first. When one appeared, the system would notify them. Okay. The girls had all been busy for the whole day and were tired too. So they returned to the shelter and went to rest early. Nothing happened through the night. Early the next morning, after getting up, Chinamo first opened the world channel to take a look. Then he discovered that after just one night, the rankings had changed. A high-level shelter had actually been wiped out, and the channel had exploded into chaos. People were fighting everywhere. Clearly, after the zone merge, fighting over territory had become the new normal. A lot of survivors, in order to expand their own land, would attack and plunder other shelters. A shelter ranked 13th was completely wiped out overnight. Damn, Johnson's shelter got hit. What the hell? For real? Wasn't he already LV-10? It still got wiped. Who did it? It was the Black Tiger Alliance. What them? The moment those words came out, everyone was shocked and sucked in a cold breath. Then it wasn't strange anymore, because the Black Tiger Alliance was #1 in District D. And all this time, they had always acted with ruthless decisiveness. They survived by plundering resources from other bases. It could be said that in District D, anyone who didn't obey them got smashed to pieces, aside from the lucky ones who had never run into them. That was why District D had it the worst. It was just that no one had expected. Damn it. After the zone merge, they got even more ruthless. They had even taken out one of the top 15 shelters. And because they destroyed that shelter, the Black Tiger Alliance had even risen to 3rd place in the rankings. And the Black Tiger Alliance was still shouting arrogantly, "Haha, listen up, you little trash. From this moment on, I'm taking over District C. If you people in District C want to live, become my subordinate bases immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite." His idea was bold. He wanted to swallow up most of the bases in the entire District C. That way, he could control even more territory. But that also enraged Wang Zheyan, Pei Shi, and the others. Pei Shi, you really think there's no one left in District C? Lin Xingyue, that's right. If you would take District C, let us see whether you actually have the strength for it. Yo, 2 female shelter bosses. But the leader of the Black Tiger Alliance base didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he became interested in the 2 of them. Lin Xingyue, Pei Shi. I've heard of you too. Don't know what Pei Shi looks like, but this Lin Xingyue is not bad. How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to become my subordinate bases, I can choose to let you stay. But you too, will have to sleep with me. Lin Xingyue, you're courting death. Black Tiger Alliance. Yo, not agreeing? Then it looks like I'll have to use force. You'd better be careful not to let me learn your coordinates, or else, we'll see whether you can handle me. Ha ha ha. A group of Black Tiger Alliance members all burst into laughter along with him. But while everyone was still talking trash, a notification suddenly rang out across the frozen soil plain. Ding! The ruined military district ruins have opened at location C88. Interested survivors may head there, but be warned. You are very likely to encounter attacks from mutated creatures. Friendly reminder. There's also a golden resource treasure chest inside the ruins. However, it is guarded by a level 8 zombie tyrant. Please carefully assess your own strength before making a decision. Boom! The moment this news came out, the entire frozen soil plain instantly exploded into chaos. Holy shit, the ruins opened, and it's the ruined military district ruins? Is this for real? Even Chinemo, who had just been watching the show, froze for a moment when he saw the message. He even thought he had seen it wrong. He hadn't expected that besides city ruins, military district ruins could also appear on the frozen soil plain. You had to know, this was a military district ruin. In other words, a military base. And what was there the most of inside a military base? That was definitely firearms. Of course, he wasn't that interested in assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and the like. But what if there were military vehicles? Like main battle tanks, armored vehicles, transport trucks, self-propelled artillery. Maybe there could even be armed helicopters, transport planes, or fighter jets. If I can activate those things, wouldn't I be invincible? At that thought, his eyes gradually lit up. Brother Emo. At this moment, Chen Wushuang beside him also looked toward Chunemo right away, a little excited. It's a military district ruin. There are definitely military vehicles inside. Even if most of the vehicles are damaged because it's become ruins, as long as there are even 3 or 5 usable ones, we'll strike it rich. That's right. Snapping back to himself, Chen Emo nodded with a smile. He had been worrying about not having vehicles, and now here they were. But when he glanced at the distance, 800 kilometers, that's a bit far. Chen Wushuang couldn't help saying, no problem. But Chen Emo waved his hand, not taking it seriously at all. If we drive the shelter there, then yeah, it'll be slow. We might even get beaten to it. But don't forget, we still have Blackhawk. Oh, those words instantly made the little beauty's eyes light up. Damn, I almost forgot about that, right? She slapped her forehead and said excitedly, how did I forget about him? With Blackhawk, we probably won't even need an hour to get there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go already. She got her feet impatiently as she spoke. Chen Emo stood up and nodded. Notify Li Muyao and the twins. We leave immediately. Got it. Hearing that, the little beauty nodded at once, then turned and went to notify them. Of course, while Chen Emo's side set out, no one else stayed idle either. Because after the appearance of those 2 city ruins, everyone already knew the benefits these things brought. There were huge amounts of supplies and resources inside, and this time it was even more outrageous. A ruined military district ruin. Just from a name alone, it was obvious. There had to be a huge amount of military weapons inside. The survivors across the frozen soil plain all got excited. You had to know, for everyone who had managed to survive until now, basic survival supplies were basically no longer much of a problem. But if they really wanted to grow stronger, bigger, and rise again, then they needed weapons. But the probability of getting high-end weapons from opening boxes was far too low. Out of 10,000, there might not even be one. But now it was different. An abandoned military district ruin had actually appeared. As for the weapons and equipment inside, not even mentioning ordinary assault rifles, what about tanks, armored vehicles, and what if there were armed helicopters? If someone really got their hands on those, they could probably dominate an entire region on the spot. Who knew how many people were tempted the moment they heard the news? But some survivors also noticed a problem. Holy shit, there's also a level 8 tyrant in there. You had to know, an existence that terrifying could easily destroy a level 9 shelter. If ordinary people went over there, wouldn't they get torn to pieces in minutes? Even if there are weapons, you'd have no life left to use them. So they started hesitating. But the top-tier shelters were different, especially the Black Tiger Alliance. They knew very well that if they wanted to truly become kings of the frozen soil plain, weapons and equipment were absolutely indispensable. And now, if they could take down this military district ruin, at the very least, they could put together the strength of an entire regiment. At that point, they might even be able to wrestle with the officials directly. Therefore, Black Tiger Alliance. Damn it. So what if it's a level 8 zombie tyrant? With that much good stuff inside. Even if it were a level 10 tyrant, I'd still clash with it. His base now had 3,000 people. He wasn't afraid at all. As long as they could get those weapons and equipment, no matter how many people died, it would be worth it. So, without any hesitation, Black Tiger Alliance immediately informs all affiliated military bases. All affiliated bases, head to Area C-88 at once. Understood, boss. Setting out immediately. After receiving the order, the affiliated bases in various places immediately set out toward Area C-88. Of course, once the Black Tiger Alliance moved out, the other large shelters were unwilling to fall behind. After all, no one was willing to give up an opportunity like this. Iron Blood Legion, Celestial God Cult, White Tiger Alliance, and so on. All of them rushed toward Zone C, and they even put out a warning. All bases in this region below level 8, leave on your own. Don't wait until we arrive and clean you out ourselves. That's right. All low-level ones, get the hell out. The Celestial God Cult also issued threats. But a ruined military district ruin like this was simply too tempting. Far more tempting than city ruins. Because supplies could be stolen. But what about weapons and equipment? Especially modern firearms. This was the only chance to soar straight to the top. What a joke. Damn it, with those weapons. Even a level 6 shelter could directly challenge the top 10. And you want us to leave? What are you dreaming about? Take the gamble. Turn a motorcycle into a bicycle. Some of the shelters that were closer weren't stupid. How could they possibly let a chance like this slip by? So even with a level 8 zombie tyrant there, they still wanted to risk it and take the gamble. As a result, in an instant, who knew how many survivors began crazily pouring towards Zone C? Haha, it's mine. I wanted to. I'm close by. Even picking up a few assault rifles would be enough. The ones most worried, however, were Lin Xingye, Wang Jiayan, Pei Shi, and the others. Because they knew very well that if this ruined military district fell into the hands of the Black Tiger Alliance, which had always wanted to see Zone C, then they truly wouldn't have even the slightest chance left. So inside the Xingyue Alliance base, Lin Xingyue looked at the flashing red dot on the map, around 600 kilometers away from her, then gritted her teeth and said, "No matter what, we have to seize this military district ruin first. This is the key to whether we can destroy the Black Tiger Alliance." But after hearing that, one of her subordinates, Kuden T, helped stepping forward and saying, "President Lin, it's 600 kilometers away from us. If we drive the base there, it'll take at least 2.5 days. Isn't that too far? By the time we get there, it'll already be too late." But Lin Xingyue only sneered. "We're far, but everyone else is even farther. Although the Black Tiger Alliance in Zone D borders our Zone C, this location is closer to the middle. We want to be late getting there." Then after a pause, for the sake of greater speed, she immediately looked at the subordinate and said, "Don't we still have cars? Notify everyone at once. Bring more than 300 people and accelerate over there. If we use cars and drive at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, we'll arrive in 6 hours. And besides that, we also need to bring some retired soldier members, because there might be heavy weapons inside the ruined military district, and we'll need people who know what they're doing to drive them away." Understood. When the little brother heard that, his eyes lit up, right? How do you forget they could just drive over directly? So he immediately went out to make arrangements. Of course, while Lin Xingyue was busy on her side, the Jiayin Gang, Dark Knight Rose, and even the Lone Wolf Base and Sirius weren't sitting idle either. At a canyon overgrown with weeds, the place was very well hidden. Thick fog filled the air. Sirius had fled here. Chen Mo had truly beaten the fear into him. He had been worrying about how to find a chance to get revenge. And then, hey, this ruined military district base showed up. Looking at the red dot on the map that kept flashing, only a little over 500 kilometers away from him, a vicious look appeared in his eyes. "Brothers, our chance has come. Chen Mo is still in the city ruins of Modu right now. That's more than 800 kilometers from the military district. Unless he flies a plane, there's no way he could be faster than us. As long as we get there first and take the weapons here, then, even with those two big guys of his, we won't have to be afraid anymore." That's right, exactly. When the lackeys heard that, they all showed excited expressions too. They clenched their fists, their faces flushed red with excitement. "Then boss, what are we waiting for? Our chance for revenge is here. Let's set out right away." "Yeah, once we get the weapons, we'll kill Chen Mo." "Good." Turning off the map prompt, Wolf Emperor's eyes also revealed a ruthless gleam. Hey. Once I get hold of hot weapons this time, I'd like to see whether you can still withstand it. Chen Mo, even with those two big eyes of yours." Thinking of that, Wolf Emperor gave a sinister smile, then waved his hand and led his lackeys out at once. But he overlooked one thing. That was, Chen Mo really did have an armed helicopter, and at this moment, it was already almost there. That's right. Chen Mo was moving very fast, while survivors all over the entire frozen Earth plane were preparing to set out or had already set out, while all kind of mobile bases and cars on the road were desperately racing towards C-88 at this very moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. He was already bringing the 4 girls with him, riding in a Black Hawk armed helicopter, its rotors making a thunderous rumbling sound. Through God's eye view, he had already seen the outline of the ruined military district ruins over there. About 30 kilometers away, it was shrouded in a thick layer of dense fog. But the shape of the ruined military district ruins could still vaguely be seen. Most importantly, there was also a huge red marker floating there. Hey, look. This was Li Muyao and the others' first time riding in an armed helicopter. The feeling was honestly pretty thrilling. And when they saw the red coordinate marker below, the 3 girls all said excitedly, "Brother Mo, we're here, almost there." That fast. Hearing that, Chen Mo, who had been resting with his eyes closed and had just sneezed, finally opened his eyes. He rubbed his nose. He always felt like someone was cursing him. Damn it. Who was so damn immoral? But the moment he opened his eyes and saw the abandoned military base looming in and out of the fog, covering nearly several hundred mu of land, his eyes lit up. We're here already. If other survivors heard that, they would definitely cough up blood from anger. Damn it, are you kidding? This was the frozen Earth plane, a primitive world. Sure, some lucky people had already managed to get some vehicles, and they'd even scavenged some gasoline. But at most, They only had the speed of a car. But as for you, you just went straight for an armed helicopter. Compete in speed? Who the hell could compete with you? Especially Wolf Emperor. If he saw this scene, he would definitely start cursing loudly. Fuck, you really do have one. But none of that mattered now. Because as they approached the coordinates, while having the Black Hawk move closer, Chun Mo also reminded the four girls, get ready. We're about to go down. The frozen earthplane prompt said there are tyrants over there, so I think there definitely won't be few ordinary zombies either. Even though Jian Yao, the weakest among us now, already has stats 8 times that of an ordinary person across the board, it's still better to be safe. Check your weapons and ammo. Don't go down there and get grabbed. Understood. The four girls also knew that in order to arrive first this time, the other Decepticons had no way of keeping up. Even the fastest of them would still need 2 or 3 hours. So this operation could only rely on themselves. But Li Muyao, holding her Barrett, still smiled. Don't worry. Even if there's an LV-8 zombie, I can handle it. That'll be great. Chen Mo smiled. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the Black Hawk slowly approached the abandoned military district ruins, when it got to about 30 meters away from the place, it hovered in midair, maintaining a vertical position. Li Muyao said, Boss, you all go down first. I'll stay up here and scout the situation for you. She had a Barrett, so she could observe the surrounding dangers better. Once anything appeared, she could kill it with a single shot. Okay. Chen Mo nodded, then signaled for the 3 girls to follow him down. Very quickly, the 3 girls slid down the rope. But Chen Mo didn't need that. Instead, he jumped straight down from 30 meters in the air. Boom. He landed steadily. Let's go. Follow me in, holding the Fire Phoenix battle blade. Chen Mo took the lead in opening the way. Behind him, Chun Wushuang, Jian Yao, and Jian Ming followed closely behind. The 4 of them formed a small squad and carefully made their way into the military district ruins. Along the way, they passed through weeds taller than a person. Although the fog still lingered around them, visibility was much better. Very soon, they felt their way to the outside of a decayed, rusted base wall. This was an iron fence, but it looked like it had been abandoned for a very long time. It was covered in rust. The gate is over there. Sharp-eyed Chen Wushuang, through the unclear sight line in the fog, spotted a large iron gate at one of the base entrances. After getting closer, they discovered, holy shit. Why is it English? Chen Wushuang froze for a moment. On the blue sign were densely packed, red English markings. Do you recognize it? Chen Mo turned his head and asked. Hearing that, Chen Wushuang felt awkward. How was she supposed to answer? That her English sucked? But Jian Ming wore a strange expression as she said, Sister Shuang, don't tell me you can't read it. Chen Wushuang was so embarrassed right now that she wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground, but she still vaguely replied. My eyesight hasn't been very good lately. TCH. Jian Ming curled her lips. If you don't know it, then you don't know it. It's not like it's anything shameful. Chen Wushuang's pretty face reddened, and she snapped back irritably. You know it? Of course. Jian Ming pointed at the first line, pest-stroked area, and said this one, should be read as prohibited area. That's not right, is it? But just as she finished speaking, Jian Yao quickly corrected her. Doesn't this mean restricted? Jian Ming's pretty face reddened when she heard that, and she said irritably, isn't prohibited and restricted basically the same thing? Do you really have to embarrass your big sister like this? Jian Yao was still about to argue. They're not the same. This really is restricted. It's a restricted zone. Enough. Seeing that the 2 sisters were about to start arguing over a single word, Chun Wushuang was dumbfounded. But she still said the next line, hurry up and read the next line. The next line says, United States government. Who would have thought that Jian Ming was only half-baked at this too? After talking for a long time, she still couldn't really explain what it meant. Chen Wushuang immediately laughed. Girl, so you only kind of half understand it too. What are you saying? Jian Ming refused to accept it and was about to keep arguing. Damn it. At this point, Chen Mo couldn't hold back anymore. Irritated, he said, can you stop obsessing over this useless crap? What the hell are we here for? We're here to find Transformers. Damn it. Not to study English. If you don't know, then stop talking nonsense, okay? Chen Mo said coldly. Then boss, you understand it? But who would have thought that the moment he said that, the 3 girls immediately all turned to look at him in unison. Their beautiful big eyes were each more filled with curiosity than the last. At that moment, being stared at like that, Chen Mo felt a little guilty. But under everyone's expectant gaze, still, he forced out a line. I love my country. Who de-learn foreign trash? The 3 girls, holy shit. Those words left the 3 girls grumbling inwardly. If you don't recognize it, just say you don't recognize it, okay? Why bring patriotism into this? But they didn't dare say that out loud. After all, he was the boss. Still, there was one thing worth confirming. This might be a military base from the beautiful country, Chen Wushuang said with a slight frown. She had thought it was domestic, but Chen Mo didn't care. If even the frozen wasteland could drag Modu over here, what is so strange about a military base from the beautiful country? As long as there are military vehicles. That's enough. Let us go in first. Chen Mo took the lead and brought the 3 girls into the base. But the moment they stepped through the gate, roar, out of the thick fog, a zombie with a rotting body suddenly charged over, howling at extreme speed. Ah, Brother Mo, be careful. Jianming had just started to warn him. But Chen Mo was even faster. The instant he gripped the Fire Phoenix Warblade in reverse, a flash of crimson light streaked out. Puffed. The zombie was cut clean in half at the waist. Its corpse split apart. Gulu. The body fell onto the damp, frozen ground of the base, rolled a few times, and then a spark suddenly flared up. It quickly burned into ashes. That move stunned the three girls. They lifted their beautiful eyes and stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. Damn, that slash. So fast. So cool. It couldn't be helped. Chen Mo's physical stats were just too insane now. His agility alone had already reached more than 1,000. There was no way an ordinary person could compare. So, dealing with a single zombie was effortless. But Chen Mo didn't lower his guard, because there was supposedly a level 8 zombie tyrant inside. So after putting away the Fire Phoenix Warblade, he calmly led the three girls deeper in. Stay close to me. Don't fall behind. Okay. The three girls were shocked by Chen Mo's methods, but after snapping back to their senses, they immediately grabbed their weapons and followed. Very soon, the group entered the abandoned military district base. Inside, although the fog was dense, visibility was actually decent. Around 20-something meters. As far as the eye could see, there were abandoned vehicles everywhere, weapons, and even grenade launchers. But unfortunately, Chen Mo took one look and saw that these vehicles were way too wrecked. He shone a flashlight over them. Then he found that the desert-colored military trucks had all 4 tires flattened, and maybe because of the fall, 2 of the doors had fallen off too. Some of them even had their front engines completely destroyed. It looked like the military district had fallen first, and those vehicles had come crashing down afterward. One by one, they had been smashed beyond recognition. What military district ruins? Isn't this just a junkyard? Even Chun Wushuang, who had followed them in, couldn't help complaining when she saw this place that looked like a scrapyard. But thankfully, not all of them were broken. After walking a little farther inside, "Boss, look, that's a military pickup." Jian Yao's eyes lit up when she spotted a desert-colored military pickup truck, and she pointed at it excitedly. Oh, Chen Mo noticed it too and quickly walked over. He found that this military pickup, normally used for off-roading and missions, only had 1 flat tire. Other than that, it was completely intact, much better than the others. This one, that's not bad. Chen Mo shone his flashlight on it and felt fairly satisfied. But he didn't plan to activate it right away. After all, he only had a little over 20 sparks. He definitely had to pick the good ones first. So he planned to trade the vehicle back first. Chen Wushuang. He gestured to Chen Wushuang. Understood. After spending so much time together, Chen Wushuang and Chen Mo had already developed tacit understanding. With just one look, she knew what to do. So she smiled and prepared to trade the vehicle directly to the younger brothers. But then she suddenly sensed some movement underneath. Frowning slightly, she bent down and pulled aside whatever was blocking her view. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked. But the moment she did, roar, a rotten thing with one eyeball missing was lying under the truck. Ah, fuck. Even someone as strong as Chun Wushuang screamed from that scare. Ghost. That shout gave the sisters a huge fright too. They hurried over and discovered it was a rotting zombie with one eyeball missing. Jianming said irritably, "It's a zombie, Sister Shuang." A zombie? Only then did Chun Wushuang, who had fallen onto the ground in fright, come back to her senses. Looking carefully, she saw the zombie making gurgling sounds as it crawled out from under the truck, excited to eat flesh. You motherfucker. That scene left her speechless. Then, annoyed, she grabbed a wooden stick from the side and smashed it down hard. Bang! The zombie's arm was smashed clean off, and she struck its neck again. Its head and shoulder burst apart, blood splattering everywhere. Its head was blown open on the spot. Even after hitting it, Chen Wushuang still wasn't satisfied. She cursed. If you're a zombie, then be a zombie. Why the hell are you pretending to be a ghost? Seriously. That poor zombie had probably never imagined that just lying there properly under a truck could somehow become a crime. But after dealing with that one, Chen Wushuang quickly realized something was wrong. She looked around and suddenly heard the same rustling sounds from all directions, followed by those familiar roars. She turned toward the source of the noise. Then, in horror, she saw large numbers of zombies walking out of the vast fog after hearing the commotion. This is bad. Chen Wushuang's expression changed slightly when she saw that. She hurried to Chun Mo's side and grabbed his arm. Brother Mo, there seem to be quite a lot of zombies here. What is there to be afraid of? But Chen Mo wasn't worried. Sure enough, before those dozens of zombies could even get close, just as the three girls were about to make a move, suddenly, along with a rapid burst of autocannon rotation. The next second, those charging zombies were all blasted full of holes. Then they looked up and saw the giant rotors spinning in the sky. Black Hawk had brought Chen Wushuang over. Clearly, that autocannon fire just now had come from Black Hawk. Holy shit, that scene made the three girls overjoyed. How did I forget about Black Hawk? This was a transformer. Why would they be afraid of zombies? And rumble rumble, after clearing out the zombies around them, the armed helicopter let out a tremendous roar and slowly landed. In that instant of silence, buzz boom, ka-ka-ka-ka, coo-coo-coo, amid a violent storm of turning gears. It rapidly transformed into a gigantic being 12 meters tall. The moment he came out, he fired at the zombies charging up around them again. Boosh, boom, boosh, boom. He fired 2 shots in a row. Haha, come on then, you ants. With just those 2 shots, the whole area was thrown into chaos. More than 30 zombies were wiped out, but even more zombies were still gathering from all around. Boss, I'll help you wipe them out. Black Hawk was about to attack again, but Shinemo stopped him. Take it easy. What a joke. The reason Black Hawk had been left waiting outside the perimeter was mainly because this guy's firepower was way too fierce. If there was still an armory inside the military ruins, and this guy got too carried away, 1 shot, and the entire military district ruins would be flattened to the ground. That was why Shinemo had left him outside in the first place. He hadn't expectedly Muyao to bring him in, but since he was already here, Shinemo still reminded him. Black Hawk, slow down. Don't use the energy cannon. There are a lot of military weapons here. If there's even a nuke in here, we're all going to the sky together. Hey, got it. Hearing that, Black Hawk grinned. I'll be careful. As he spoke, he turned his head. Buzz. Boom. 1 energy shot directly wiped out more than a dozen zombies. Only then did he switch the energy cannon to an ordinary autocannon. Da-da-da-da. As the autocannon spun, Black Eagle let out a mechanical voice. Now there's nothing to be afraid of. Its blue mechanical eyes turned red, locking onto those zombies. Come on then, you filthy creatures. Ha, come on. Azicha spoke da-da-da. After several rounds of strafing, those zombies were all blasted into chunks of flesh. Only when he saw the pressure on their firepower ease did Shinmo think, this works. He saw Black Eagle standing there without even moving, planted in place like some kind of giant at 12 meters tall. The 2 Gatlings went da-da-da, crazily sweeping fire all around. It directly drew in all the zombies, blocked them, and then killed them all. The entire area was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Meanwhile, Shinemo took the chance to keep going deeper with the 3 women to investigate. It wasn't long before, after passing through the thick fog, they quickly arrived at another area. Then they saw even more military vehicles, transport trucks, armored vehicles, tanks, Humvee tactical command vehicles, and the like. But this place was just as much of a mess. All kinds of military vehicles were scattered everywhere. There were almost 100 of them. Some had been smashed to pieces. Others had crashed into each other and were beyond totaled. It looked like an abandoned graveyard of military vehicles. The sight made Shinemo frown deeply. Damn, what a waste. If these were all still intact, 1 activation wave, and I'd be invincible. But thankfully, just as he was still feeling regret, Chen Wushuang's delighted voice suddenly rang out. Boss, quick, look. It's a helicopter. HM. Following the direction of Chen Wushuang's voice, Chen Mo saw that within the steel graveyard, there was actually a desert-colored Chinook transport helicopter lying crookedly on its side. But with that distinctive shape and those huge rotors, it was still eye-catching even among the steel ruins. A Chinook. The moment Chen Mo saw it, his eyes lit up. He immediately thought of the first Decepticon to appear in the Transformers movie. Blackout. That's right, Blackout. The giant monster that had destroyed an entire mold base the moment it appeared. That thing was one of Megatron's right-hand men. And there was even a little Decepticon hidden inside it, Scorponok. It had hunted the escaping squad all the way into the desert. Although in the end, it got killed by a human captain, who used armor-piercing rounds to punch through its crotch, where its spark was located. And on top of that, it took a squadron of F-22 Raptor fighter jets unloading missiles on it before it finally went down. But this was the frozen plane. And this thing was a ruthless beast that could easily destroy a mold base. If I activate this thing, TSK, it'll definitely be a powerful subordinate. Thinking of this, Chen Mo didn't hesitate at all. He quickly went forward with Chen Wushuang to inspect it. They discovered that aside from some damage to the front section, the Chinook transport helicopter didn't have any major problems. This one is not bad. Seeing that, Chen Mo didn't hesitate either. He immediately threw out spark energy and activated it. Wong. And at the instant the spark energy poured in, the next second, a rich blue glow enveloped the entire transport helicopter. In the blink of an eye, the toppled giant, under the reinforcement of that mysterious spark energy, let out a rumble. Kukukuchichi. A burst of violent, gear-turning sounds rang out. Then, a huge monster around 12 meters tall slowly stood up from the steel ruins. Oh, damn it, what the hell is this place? Just like Chow now, this guy's head clearly wasn't working too well right after coming out. It was obvious it still hadn't reacted yet. But thankfully, the moment it saw Chow Mo, its red mechanical eyes immediately cleared. At once, it dropped to one knee and spoke in an incomparably respectful voice. Mechanical life form greets the honored creator lord. This thing was just too huge, even though she had already experienced this kind of thing before. Seeing a 12-meter-tall mechanical giant slowly rise up in front of her and then kneel on one knee. That scene still left Chen Wuxuang completely stunned. As someone who had grown up in a military compound since childhood, she didn't tea like dolls, and she didn't tea like Lolita stuff either. She loved big toys. Big toys like military weapons. Especially now, watching with her own eyes as something comparable to an alien mechanical life form stood up in front of her. The feeling was indescribably shocking. This is way too cool. With something like this on the frozen plain, what is there left to fear from natural disasters and the apocalypse? Chen Mo was fairly calm. After all, this was the first or second time he had seen something like this. But looking at the 12-meter mechanical behemoth in front of him, he was still quite amazed. Because this guy looked way too much like the Blackout from a movie, except its color had changed from military green to desert tan. As for the stats, he took a look. Mechanical life form. Unit type, Air Force. Strength, 5,000. Defense, 4,000. Agility, 3,000. Firepower loadout, 5,000. Loyalty, absolute loyalty. He found that this guy wasn't weak either. It was about on par with Black Eagle. Except this one could clearly also take on transport type roles. So he nodded in satisfaction and said, "From now on, your name is Blackout." "Yes, my honored creator." Having received its new name, Blackout immediately responded with a respectful mechanical voice. And at this moment, roar, roar, the surrounding area suddenly filled with dense masses of zombies closing in again. Clearly, they had come from other places. There were quite a lot of them, several hundred. But perfect timing. Looking at those charging zombies, Chen Mo smiled. He had just activated a new one, after all. So with a wave of his hand, he said, "Blackout, you're up." "Understood, my creator." After receiving the order, Blackout immediately rose and charged forward with huge mechanical strides. In just one encounter, it stomped several to death. At the same time, its hands transformed with a series of clicks into weapons similar to Gatlings. Then toward those zombies, it unleashed a frenzy of sweeping fire. Everywhere it passed, any zombie that got hit was instantly reduced to mangled meat. The scene was outrageously brutal. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the stench of rotting flesh. The smell was so awful it was unreal. Even Chen Wuxuang, Jian Yao, and Jian Meng were all dumbstruck. Holy crap, this combat power is way too fierce. It's no weaker than Black Eagle. Fierce. But when Chen Mo heard that, he laughed. This is nothing. This thing could even destroy a mole base. Dealing with a few hundred zombies. Wasn't he that basically child-ass play? So after just one exchange, when it had already killed over 100 zombies, the rest panicked. They started letting out terrified roars. They hadn't expected this. Not flesh and blood as promised, but damn metal instead. Who the hell could bite through that? And the firepower was this insane too. So they stopped caring about anything else and turned to run. But run? How could they possibly outrun Blackout? So boom. With 2 more consecutive steps, it crushed 3 zombies that had tried to escape. Then it kept its firepower at full blast. That dense barrage, calling them bullets was an insult. They were practically shells. Not to mention it was firing more than a dozen shells per second. So the scene on the spot was unimaginably miserable. Chen Mo couldn't be bothered with all that. Black Eagle was at the entrance. Blackout was here. That was enough to wipe out all the zombies on the outskirts. He was only focused on checking through these steel ruins to see if there were any other suitable vehicles. Activate 2 more. Then he found that. Although many here were already too broken to even resemble their original form. After all, if he forcefully activated this pile of junk, who knew if it would end up turning into some half-finished product? But thankfully, in this patch of ruins, he found 2 more vehicles. One was a green M1128 Striker assault gun, built on a Striker chassis and equipped with a 105mm main gun, mainly used for fire support. Even though its track was broken, there was basically nothing else wrong with it. The other was an M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle, with a large turret mounted with a 25mm autocannon, along with anti-tank missiles. These were real war machines. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo quickly strode forward and used another 2 fire seed energies. Buzz, and with another burst of intense blue light. The dazzling glow was so bright it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. The next second, buzz boom. From within the steel ruins came the violent sound of gears turning once again. In only a few moments, 2 more massive figures, each up to 8 meters tall, pushed aside the scrap metal and wreckage in the ruins and rose up from inside in an incredibly domineering fashion. The infantry fighting vehicle was fine. It had only been missing 2 headlights to begin with. So the moment it came out, its massive 8-meter-tall mechanical body, painted in desert camouflage, looked incredibly imposing. But the assault gun had it rough, because its track was broken. So buzz clack clack clack. The moment the transformation finished, oh damn it my leg, it discovered that one of its legs was actually broken. Chen Mo was dumbfounded when he saw that scene. Holy shit, are you kidding me? That works too. That's right, one leg was broken. It was the part that had come from the track, so this big guy could only walk on one leg. But thankfully, the moment these two big guys were activated, the instant they saw zombies, their mechanical eyes immediately turned red, and then they excitedly joined the battle at once. Ha ha ha, awesome. I get to fight a war the moment I arrive. What are these filthy creatures? Eat a shell from me. Creator Lord, stand back. I'll help you wipe out these lowly vermin. Boom. The infantry fighting vehicle fired a missile over. Boom. It exploded among dozens of zombies like a little mushroom cloud. They were blasted straight into ashes, especially the assault gun. Even with one leg broken, it didn't affect how desperately eager it was to fight. Clack, clack, clack. It transformed a hand into an energy cannon. Facing the surroundings, boom, boom, boom. It fired several shots in a row. It wiped out all those zombies completely. There were also a few larger tyrants, about 2.5 meters tall. They had originally thought there was flesh for them to eat. But who would have thought? The moment they came over, they saw 4 incomparably gigantic figures, the shortest of them at least 8 meters tall, firing in every direction. The entire abandoned military district ruins were filled with non-stop artillery fire. It looked like the place had been invaded by aliens. Even Chen Wushuang, Jian Ming, and Jian Yao were completely stunned when they saw this artillery-filled scene. They almost thought they had come to the wrong place. Holy crap. Did some alien mechanical life forms invade this place? Have you ever seen someone carrying a Gatling gun where the bullets are practically freaking artillery shells? Have you ever seen a limping one that, even while hobbling around, still doesn't forget to keep harvesting enemies shot after shot with an energy hand cannon? This scene was simply outrageous. No, wait, boss activated a whole bunch of what exactly? How come they feel completely different from Dinyo and the others? At least those guys still had a bit of humanity. But these few, when they see zombies, it's like they're seeing their own dad. They're pure war machines. Chen Wushuang stared at the battlefield covered in flames, her cute little mouth hanging open as she stood there too shocked to say another word. The same? Bullshit. How could they be the same? If Chen Emo knew what she was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. What a joke. Dinyo and the others were cars. But what were these? Tanks, armored vehicles, artillery pieces. Could they possibly be compared to supercars? And he had also noticed that after these big guys were activated, their personalities more or less had something to do with the vehicles themselves. Take these two pure military weapons, for example. They started fighting the moment they appeared. Their damn leg was already broken, and they were still fighting. It was easy to imagine that anything activated from a military vehicle was a proper war machine. But very soon, Chun Mo smiled, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. The more warlike they were, the better. Being warlike meant their firepower was enough. These were the real Decepticons. As long as they were loyal, that was enough. Thinking of this, Chun Mo stopped worrying about it and immediately said, "Clean everything out for me. Kill as many as there are. But remember, don't aim the artillery at the weapons and ammunition, or we're all going to be blasted into the sky. Hee boss, just watch us." The assault gun had just turned around to speak when, because it could only move on one leg, it suddenly crashed to the ground with a boom like an earthquake. Ow. But even so, it still didn't forget to kill a few zombies first. It raised its hand cannon and aimed at the dozen or so zombies charging over from the front. Then fired one shot and vaporized all of them before grinning at Chun-Mo and saying, "We'll be careful." Very good. Only after hearing that did Chun-Mo finally feel relieved. After that, he checked again. He discovered that among the more than 100 military vehicles here, there were no others that could still be used. Still, following his principle of not wasting anything, he had Chen Wushuang trade all of them to the underlings and send them back to the shelter. Take everything away. What if they ran into some genius who knew how to repair vehicles in the future? If they fixed them up then, maybe they could still be used. Okay. Chen Wushuang snapped back to her senses and nodded excitedly. She no longer cared how fierce the artillery fire here was, and under the wild bombardment, she traded them over one by one. Thankfully, the two big guys knew Chen Wushuang was one of the boss's people. So not only did they avoid hitting her by mistake, they even protected her carefully. As for Chun Mo, he brought the twin sisters and continued deeper inside. And this time, they found a large military warehouse. At a glance, it covered roughly more than 30 meters in width. But in length, it reached 80 meters. The total area was about 2,400 square meters. Holy crap, this can't be an ammunition depot, right? When Jian Ming saw the desert camouflage metal warehouse, she couldn't help widening her eyes, delight showing in her pupils. At a glance, it was obviously a place for storing supplies. Hard to say. Chun-Mo didn't think it would be that simple, because even now, he still hadn't seen that so-called level 8 tyrant. Maybe he was hiding somewhere right now. So after thinking about it, he simply waved a hand and said, "Infantry, get over here. Hey, boss coming." Boom, boom. Even though the fighting over there was intense, the infantry fighting vehicle didn't hesitate at all the moment it heard Chun Mo call. While rushing over, It quickly transformed back into the infantry fighting vehicle form and came speeding this way with a rumbling roar. Once it arrived, clack, clack, clack. It transformed again into an 8-meter-tall Decepticon in an incredibly cool fashion. Boss, Chun Mo pointed at the lock over there. You, open this. In a moment, no matter what charges out from inside, subdue it for me first. Hey, no problem. The fanatical infantry fighting vehicle immediately slowly extended its mechanical arm. Then, at the instant its fingertip lightly touched the lock, the mechanical lock, which originally still had backup power, immediately began emitting a string of beeps as the password was cracked. Buzz boom. The doors slowly opened. The twin sisters watched the metal doors open, excitement already shining in their eyes. There wouldn't be any shortage of equipment inside. Right. But who would have thought? The next second, boom, roar. From inside came a deep, furious roar before anything else. Immediately after that, a gigantic figure shot out from within like a cannonball, trying to catch them off guard. Be careful. When Jian Meng saw that enormous monster, her pupils suddenly contracted. It was the fucking level 8 tyrant. If that thing landed one huge slap, then even with her current insane physical strength, she probably still wouldn't be able to take it. But just as the sisters' pretty faces changed slightly and they were about to dodge, who would have thought? The very next second, boom, a huge desert-colored metal arm from beside them, with the same speed as a thunderbolt too fast to cover 1's ears. It charged out from behind. It slammed the tyrant who had just been launched away and sent him crashing back. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, it grabbed his head and smashed it fiercely into the sheet metal wall. Boom! The entire metal wall caved in, and the level 8 tyrant, who had still been acting arrogantly just moments ago, went completely still. The twin sisters,